Chapter 1 vs. Frieza. In the vast expanse of the universe, a solitary white line traversed between numerous celestial bodies. Within this white line was a spacecraft. Inside the vessel, a young man with a tail slowly opened his eyes. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, he felt no fear. Have I crossed over? How intriguing. It seems I'm also riding the wave of trends, Zhou Fei mumbled. He glanced at the ship's control panel when suddenly a cacophony of electronic sounds erupted. Super gift pack system binding complete. Due to excessive energy consumption, the system will enter hibernation. Gift packs will be automatically distributed at the start of each week, containing 12 random items. As this is your first binding of the gift pack system, you're specially awarded a novice gift pack. Then, a virtual screen appeared before him, displaying a square gift box. It has been opened for you. Congratulations! You have acquired the power of Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, Unlimited Kaio-ken, New Ki Blast, 4-Body Fist Flawless Version, and Weight Manipulation Technique. Not too shabby, but the system ought to tell me what era I'm in, he remarked. You are currently situated in the Dragon Ball Super Multiverse. At this time, Frieza has mastered his golden form and is awaiting Son Goku on Earth. Zhou Fei scratched his head, wishing he could take back the words not too shabby. After all, even with the power of Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, it would be inadequate against the strength found within the realm of gods. The system has adjusted your course to Earth. It will enter hibernation in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Once the countdown concluded, silence ensued. He shook his head, feeling quite speechless, and looked at the time displayed on the electronic screen. Has it really been that quick? The screen displayed a mere 5 minutes unbeknownst to him. The system had also accelerated the ship's speed while adjusting its course. Earth, Nibby Fan, was currently being tormented by Frieza. Oh ho 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 ho! Unable to move? Then beg for mercy, do it quickly. As he spoke, he erupted into a wild laughter, for after all, it was quite acceptable for Son Goku to be unable to find his son debts must be repaid, right? As he gathered energy at his fingertips, a spacecraft hurtled down from the sky at breakneck speed. With a thunderous crash, it created a massive crater nearby. Ugh, damn it. Can't you slow down a bit? It's making me feel a bit dizzy. Zhuo Fei spat, brushing off the dust from his clothes, only to stop abruptly, sensing something amiss. Why did it feel like so many eyes were fixed upon him? Thus, he looked up to find countless pairs of eyes staring intently at him. Hello, don't mind me, I'm just here to observe. Continue with your business. Zhuo Fei offered an awkward smile. However, his tail betrayed him. You are also a Saiyan. Excellent. Since Son Goku is absent, I shall commence with you, this Saiyan, and his son. Frieza's face twisted in revulsion as he aimed a laser at Zhou Fei. Whoosh. Thud. A direct hit. Useless wild monkey. With a disdainful smirk, he retracted his hand, but moments later, Zhou Fei's voice rang out. Hey, you got a bit overboard, Frieza. Nanny. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, only to see him standing behind the diminutive strategist, Sorb. Bang! A punch struck Sorb's heart, and his eyes rolled back as he collapsed. Sorb never fathomed that he would perish without having done anything. Oh, it seems you wish to resist me, Frieza said with keen interest. Zhou Fei scratched his head. There was no choice having been bullied. He couldn't simply ignore it. Piccolo, take Nibby Fan away. You still have some sense of beans, right? Piccolo hesitated for a moment. Upon realizing, he immediately supported Son Gohan. This one, I haven't had my fun yet. Whoosh! A beam of light shot forth from Frieza's fingertips, only to be countered by Zhou Fei's energy sphere. All right, Frieza, let me entertain you until Goku and the others return. Zhou Fei's demeanor shifted from earlier, revealing an expression of extreme excitement. Though I don't know where you came from, wild monkey, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you and let you experience hellish terror. Frieza exited his small spacecraft. Buzz. Zhou Fei unleashed his energy and charged at Frieza. Boom. Their first clash was fierce and unyielding. Yet, this was merely a superficial test of strength. After several exchanges, the two stood opposed, each assessing the other. Frieza, you should transform into your final form. Your first form is no match for me. Zhou Fei chuckled. Frieza's expression darkened. He had underestimated the opponent, believing his first form could suffice. Huh, Frieza roared in anger, unleashing a powerful aura that engulfed his subordinates. As the energy dissipated, he transformed into his final form. Zhou Fei's gaze sharpened. Frieza's battle power had now far exceeded his own, yet he was unafraid. Frieza has become this strong, Piccolo exclaimed, his face turning pale as beads of sweat trickled down his brow. This oppressive aura feels so familiar, even stronger than before. Krillin clenched his fists, memories of the events on Namek flooding back. Frieza reveled in the expressions of the Z fighters. Oh ho ho, Wild Monkey, although I don't know where you come from, you might as well transform into a Super Saiyan. Zhou Fei cast a sidelong glance at Frieza and smiled. Frieza, are you not afraid of leaving another scar in your heart? Upon hearing this, Frieza's face darkened as he coldly replied, to leave a scar on me, you must possess the ability. Zhou Fei shrugged, his gaze intensifying. He shouted, and a powerful aura surged forth, crackling with energy boom. He transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Such power. Is this Super Saiyan 2? No, it seems somewhat different. Gohan frowned, puzzled. Although the transformation of this unknown Saiyan resembled Super Saiyan 2, there was an indefinable distinction. Frieza's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? Your battle power exceeds mine, Wild Monkey. Regardless, the battle must continue. Swish, swish, bang. The two collided, unleashing a tremendous sound as they engaged in a brutal melee. A series of explosive sounds reverberated, rippling through the skies. The ocean churned violently, and dark clouds began to gather above. Meanwhile, Bulma finally managed to contact Whis. After recounting the events, both Son Goku and Vegeta were astonished. Was Frieza the cockroach that could not be exterminated, rising yet again? Upon hearing that other Saiyans were combating Frieza, Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, while Beerus and Whis also exhibited a flicker of interest. After all, Whis had conducted a search and found no other Saiyans apart from Son Goku, Vegeta, and Vegeta's brother, as well as the half-blood Saiyans on Earth. So, who was this unexpected newcomer? On Earth, perhaps sensing his father's plight, Gohan began to unleash his energy. Upon detecting his son's energy in the God of Destruction realm, he immediately teleported away with the three of them. Chapter 2, Hundredfold Kaio-ken versus Golden Form. Swish! In the next instant, Son Goku and the others arrived. Son Goku's appearance momentarily distracted Frieza, and in that brief window, Zhou Fei seized Frieza's tail and executed a Thomas spin. After spinning over 20 times, he released his grip, launching Frieza like a cannonball into a nearby mountain, which collapsed upon impact. Impressive, but has Frieza undergone some rigorous training? This form of his boast significantly enhanced battle power compared to before. Son Goku's eyes gleamed with excitement. Vegeta crossed his arms, his tone icy. Regardless of his training, I shall personally step in to eliminate him. Son Goku immediately waved his hands. Vegeta, that won't do. Frieza must be dealt with by me. Kakarot, if you take him on, you'll show him mercy again. So this time, it must be me. I will finish him in one go. No, let's decide by rock, paper, scissors. Vegeta shot a glance at Son Goku and nodded. They began to play best of three, with Son Goku emerging victorious. Vegeta, my apologies. Vegeta snorted coldly, choosing not to respond. The others. Zhuo Fei. Boom. With a flash of light, all the debris vanished, and Frieza soared into view. You damned wild monkey. Veins bulged on his forehead. He was seething with rage. Clapping his palms together, he raised them above his head, crackling as energy coalesced into a purple energy sphere. Zhou Fei placed his right hand atop his left, touching his pinky and index fingers together, forming a framework as he unleashed a new ki blast towards the energy sphere. That's my new ki blast. How could he? Tianjin Han was utterly astonished. Boom! When the two energies collided, a violent explosion erupted, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy that swept across the surroundings. Whoosh! Zhou Fei, in a fit of rage, charged into the midst of the swirling smoke, and, seizing the opportunity, grasped its tail and yanked it downward. Together, they plunged into the ocean, creating colossal waves that surged skyward. On solid ground, in a designated safe zone, Beerus, with his mouth full, mumbled indistinctly, "Whis, have you managed to uncover any information about this Scion?" "Not at all. I have scoured the entirety of the universe, yet there is no trace of such a Scion," Whis replied, equally unintelligible. "Is that so? How peculiar," Beerus mused. "This cream sundae is absolutely delightful." Beerus savored his treat with unabashed joy. Suddenly, Zhou Fei erupted from the ocean's depths, closely followed by Frieza, whose visage bore faint scars. "You wretched monkeys are utterly insufferable." Frieza spat venomously. Just as he was about to strike, his gaze fell upon Beerus, who was indulging in a strawberry cream sundae, causing him to halt in surprise. "Lord Beerus, are you here to thwart my vengeance? Are you blind? Just do not disturb my meal," Beerus retorted nonchalantly. Frieza nodded respectfully, though the thoughts swirling in his mind were his to keep. "Hey, Frieza, how did you come back to life?" Son Goku shouted, eliciting exasperated looks from the Z-Warriors. Was this truly the moment to pose such a question? "Son Goku, once I deal with this wild monkey, you shall be next, and Vegeta as well." Frieza growled, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Zhou Fei cleared his throat. "Enough, Frieza. I believe you've had your fun. It's time to showcase the fruits of your training, for this may be your only chance." Frieza raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Zhou Fei's knowledge. "Very well. I had initially intended to use this against Son Goku and the others, but since you're aware, allow me to reveal the terror of the Inferno." With that, he clenched his fists, unleashing a surge of energy that darkened the sky with ominous flashes of lightning. "What is this?" Son Goku and Vegeta stared in astonishment at Frieza. Crack! A bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, obliterating hills in its path. Buzz! An intensely brilliant golden light erupted from Frieza, illuminating the surroundings. As the radiance faded, he emerged transformed. What has Frieza done to amplify his power so dramatically? If he weren't a villain, he would make for an exceptional opponent, Son Goku remarked. Vegeta snorted, acknowledging the truth in Son Goku's statement without verbal opposition. "Oh my!" Whis observed the golden Frieza, glancing between him and Son Goku and Vegeta, yet remained silent, savoring his delicacy. Zhou Fei regarded Frieza with a serious expression, acutely aware of the oppressive aura enveloping him, though he soon regained his composure. "Wild monkey, I grant you an opportunity. Surely you have some techniques yet to be revealed, so hasten to employ them, lest you miss your chance." "In that case, I must thank you." With little more ado, he began to gather his energy fervently. On the ground, Son Goku furrowed his brow, sensing a familiar presence. "Huh!" As Zhou Fei uttered a hushed command, red flames began to flicker around his golden aura, while he internally shouted, "Kaio-ken times 100! Boom! An explosive wave of energy surged forth, roiling the sea and fracturing the earth, causing debris to defy gravity. Vegeta observed Zhou Fei intently, muttering, "Kakarot, that is undoubtedly your Kaio-ken." Son Goku nodded earnestly. Is he truly reckless enough to employ Kaio-ken in his Super Saiyan 2 form? The North Kai on King Kai's planet was taken aback, recalling that he had only taught this technique to Son Goku. Yet here was another Saiyan wielding it with even greater prowess. Thus arose the question, from whence had this Saiyan emerged? "On Earth," Zhou Fei declared, "this is your true strength. It appears commendable, but you will never match the might of my golden Frieza." Without further ado, he vanished, reappearing before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch. Frieza, quick to react, stacked his palms to block the strike, the force of the blow cleaving the ocean in two. He skidded backward a distance before regaining his footing, only employing trivial tricks. Frieza raised a finger, releasing a barrage of lasers that shot forth with the rapidity of a machine gun. Zhou Fei, undeterred, unleashed a new Kamehameha. As energy clashed once more, the new Kamehameha found itself at a disadvantage. However, Zhou Fei intensified his energy flow, causing the Kamehameha's range to expand dramatically and its potency to surge, counteracting Frieza's onslaught. The Kamehameha was renowned as a formidable offensive technique. As long as one possessed sufficient energy, it could be continuously unleashed. In the manga, it was depicted as being fired over 20 times, and in the anime, it reached an astonishing 30 times. During the Z Saga, Tien Shinhan was able to suppress a foe with a battle power many times greater than his own, illustrating the Kamehameha's sheer strength. How is this possible? Boom! The Kamehameha struck Frieza, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Whoa! Frieza plummeted into the depths of the ocean. Tianjin Fan gazed intently at Zhou Fei, his opponent's energy attack far exceeding his expectations. Kakarot, how many times do you think this fellow's Kaio-ken is? Sun Wukong shook his head, uncertain of the multiplier required to elevate combat power to such an extent, nor the subsequent toll it would exact on the body. Unforgivable! Frieza erupted from the ocean, his face contorted with rage, veins bulging. Absolutely unforgivable. He raised both hands high, energy coalescing into a colossal golden sphere. You shall vanish along with this planet, wild monkey. Zhou Fei raised his hand with a swift motion, simultaneously unleashing an energy sphere, albeit one that was approximately half the size of Frieza's. Chapter 3, Dying Again, Training in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. The two energy spheres clashed in a stalemate, generating an immense reaction of high heat through their friction. Gurgle, gurgle. The ocean began to boil. Zhou Fei once again unleashed a tremendous surge of energy. Boom. A dazzling radiance erupted, and the sound of the explosion reverberated through the surroundings. Both individuals were simultaneously hurled away by the shockwave of the blast, soaring through the air for quite a distance before regaining their composure. Hey, my friend, you must be nearing your limits as well. Allow me to take over from here. Some Yukong called out to Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei shook his head. Limit? What a joke. His King of Kings fist possesses neither side effects nor a cap. Moreover, even if there were, he could never relinquish it to Sun Wukong. That would be an affront to his identity as a traveler. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow slightly. Was this guy not afraid of his body shattering? Such was the question plaguing Sun Wukong's mind. Seizing the moment when Zhou Fei was distracted, Golden Frieza swiftly appeared, and just as he was about to reach Zhou Fei pivoted and delivered a fierce elbow strike to Frieza's face. Ugh! Frieza clutched his face and retreated hastily. Frieza, surely you cannot be this weak. Zhou Fei teased. You wild monkey, do you truly believe you can challenge me? That was merely a moment of oversight. He clenched his fists, roaring as his energy surged. Impressive. Frieza has managed to elevate his power to this extent. How has he achieved such a feat? Sun Wukong marveled. Beerus finished the last bite of his sundae, wiping his mouth with a napkin. I must admit, I did not expect Frieza to reach such heights. I remember when I first encountered him. I thought his combat prowess was decent enough, and since I was feeling drowsy, I allowed him to act as a temporary destroyer. And now, after all this time, he has evolved to this level, quite fascinating indeed. He then glanced at Zhou Fei, a glimmer of insight illuminating his eyes. Whis, you two have sensed it, haven't you? The aura emanating from that Saiyan is not of this timeline. Whis replied calmly. In the atmosphere, a resounding hum filled the air as golden light expanded once more, causing chaos within the atmosphere. Aircraft lost their stability, and the entire Earth trembled. Yet, after mere moments, the golden radiance faded, revealing Frieza's skin even more golden than before. He had now reached the pinnacle of his power, and he was convinced that this time he could vanquish the wild monkey. Not bad at all. Humph. You can only boast with words. With a surge of speed that more than doubled, Frieza launched himself at Zhou Fei before he could react. Zhou Fei was sent crashing into a cliff, but Frieza's assault did not cease there. An afterimage flickered past, followed by a series of chilling screams, accompanied by the sound of collapsing mountains. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy, muffled sounds of impact echoed through the swirling dust. This is bad. That guy is no match for Frieza. I must help him. Sun Wukong intended to spring into action, but was halted by Vegeta. Vegeta, what are you doing? If this continues, that guy will perish. Step aside. Are you a fool? Kakarot, concentrate and sense the energy, Vegeta retorted, retracting his hand with a huff. Following Vegeta's suggestion, he began to sense. Amidst the dust, Zhou Fei, merely enduring the blows, reflected on his past life. In his previous existence, he was an orphan, living a stifled life, constantly subjected to disdain and hardship. While there were indeed good people, the bad ones were far too numerous. No, there were none. The world did not change simply because he was an orphan. The earth would continue to revolve without him. He mused. There is nothing left in the real world that binds me. Let me shine brightly in this realm. A slight smile crept upon his lips. Witnessing this, Frieza was consumed by fury. This wild monkey completely disregarded his attacks. Boom, boom. He increased his power output, landing several punches that forced Zhou Fei to retreat repeatedly. Die. He unleashed a punch infused with immense force, aimed directly at his opponent. Just as it was about to land, Zhou Fei raised his hand to receive it. A wave of energy erupting outward, shattering the surrounding mountains. What? The warriors were taken aback. He had actually blocked it. Had that punch landed, it would have meant certain death or severe injury, yet no one anticipated it would be thwarted so easily. Frieza, after enduring your heavy blows, consider this my gift to you. Now, prepare to die once more. He silently vowed. The weight he had been carrying was suddenly lifted. Indeed, until that moment, he had been utilizing a technique of burden, having started using it aboard the ship, amplified 50-fold. The instant he released the burden, his energy surged skyward. This Saiyan is intriguing. His ability to elevate a standard Super Saiyan to such heights is quite remarkable. Beerus offered a rare compliment. Whis exchanged a glance with Beerus, comprehending the deeper implications of his words. Well, what on earth is happening with him? This is astonishing. Is he deeply developing the Super Saiyan form? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face alight with amazement. Vegeta, however, furrowed his brow in contemplation. This level of power could rival their Super Saiyan Blue transformations. In the arena, Frieza bellowed. What have you done, you wild monkey? Isn't it obvious? Frieza, I am stronger than you, that is all. The assertion struck Frieza's heart like a hammer. Yet, if his opponent could steady himself and train diligently for a month or so, it would not be as simple as it seemed. His current advantage was due in part to Frieza's impatient desire for revenge. In an instant, energy burst forth from Zhou Fei's palm, piercing Frieza's heart. Ugh! Staring in disbelief at his foe. Golden Frieza, cannot perish like this. Meanwhile, his resentment toward the Saiyans intensified. Zhou Fei hurled his opponent's body into the sky, then unleashed a mighty energy blast that erupted with a thunderous roar, engulfing his foe in a brilliant flash and reducing him to ashes. After completing these formidable actions, he sighed with relief, releasing the Kaio-ken and seated himself upon the ground. Before long, the Z fighters swooped in. Wow, that was truly impressive. Defeating Frieza while in the state of a Super Saiyan combined with Kaio-ken, exclaimed Sun Wukong. What could you expect? You two were still training in Lord Beerus' realm of destruction at that time, and Son Gohan and the others were no match for him. It just so happened that I descended upon Earth, so I had to step in to assist. Nevertheless, let's be honest, even with your Super Saiyan Blue form, dealing with Frieza would still require considerable effort, as you are not yet entirely adept in this form, are you? Zhou Fei chuckled. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression soured. Are you implying that I am no match for Frieza? Surely, you must understand my capabilities. Enough of this banter. I must enhance my strength. He then turned his gaze towards Piccolo. Piccolo, take me to the time chamber at the sacred temple. Do you know me? Your tone suggests a certain familiarity with us. Zhou Fei nodded, familiar as he was. After all, he grew up watching your anime in his previous life. What about you, Piccolo? After a moment of hesitation, Piccolo acquiesced, harboring his own thoughts. The two then soared into the sky. Vegeta, visibly displeased, remarked, this guy is truly infuriating. Oh come now, Vegeta, don't be so harsh. We are all Saiyans, after all. Goku chuckled. Subsequently, the group departed with Goku's instantaneous movement. At the temple, Mr. Piccolo. Piccolo addressed Tian. You are aware of the situation, I presume? Tian nodded. I understand completely. I'll have Mr. Bobo take him there. Moments later, Bobo escorted Zhou Fei to the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, advising him, inside the chamber, time flows differently. 1 year inside equates to a single day outside. Additionally, the gravity has been amplified to 100 times that of Earth, thanks to the modifications made by the Supreme Kai and Bulma. There is also ample food and water available, and should you find it unbearable, you may exit. After providing this explanation, he opened the door, and Zhou Fei stepped inside. What greeted him was an expanse of endless white, with the air and temperature shifting dramatically, the moment his foot touched the ground. An overwhelming force of gravity halted his stride. Indeed, 100 times the gravity was not easily manageable. He found a suitable spot and commenced his training. Chapter 4. The Tournament of the Two Universes is set. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, the sounds echoed, "Ah-da-da-da." Zhou Fei engaged in a fierce battle with a puppet, crafted at the behest of Mr. Bobo prior to his arrival. A total of 3 puppets had been made, each possessing combat prowess comparable to his own, and adept in the use of the King Kai fist. The two exchanged blows. generating immense energy with each clash. In a swift motion, they both maneuvered and, after a series of exchanges, simultaneously grasped each other's tails, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washing over Zhou Fei. However, the puppets, lacking any vitality, remained unaffected. I must overcome this challenge, otherwise future troubles await. Time quietly slipped away as he engaged in his training. After resting for over half an hour at Bulma's home and indulging in some snacks, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, accompanied by Whis, returned to the realm of the god of destruction to continue their training. Zhou Fei brought them a rather exhilarating effect, thus they hastened to cultivate diligently, which was certainly commendable. A day later on Earth, Zhou Fei emerged from the spirit time room, his attire tattered and a potent odor emanating from him. He hurriedly requested Bobo to take him for a bath, as the scent clinging to him was overwhelmingly pungent. Soaking in the hot springs, Zhou Fei reflected on his years spent in the spirit time room. During this time, he had mastered the use of Super Saiyan 3 and his body now withstood a gravitational force of 250 times that of Earth, alongside significant enhancements in various skills. After his soak, he indulged in a hearty meal, for the meager rations in the spirit time room had merely served as a temporary sustenance. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, Kampa grinned. Well, Beerus, you must concede. It appears that the sixth universe can indeed lay claim to being a gastronomic paradise. Beerus merely scoffed in response. Whis, bring that out. At once. With a wave of his staff, several buckets of instant noodles appeared on the table, accompanied by hot water and an hourglass placed nearby. Beerus, what are you up to? Kampa inquired, perplexed. Beerus ignored him, fixated instead on the hourglass. As the sand trickled down, Whis announced, all right, please enjoy your meal. Goku and Vegeta eagerly began slurping the noodles, prompting Kampa and Vados to join in. Wow! Kampa exclaimed, his eyes wide with delight after just a single bite, swiftly entering a mode of voracious consumption. After devouring a few strands of noodles and broth, a satisfied grin spread across his face. Hey, so, Kampa, is this not tastier than the eggs you brought? Beerus boasted with arrogance, coughing to mask his enjoyment. Kampa feigned nonchalance. This is merely average. He stubbornly refused to acknowledge the noodle's deliciousness, for admitting so would mean conceding defeat to Beerus, an unthinkable notion. Beerus crossed his legs, smirking, if you declare it delicious, I might enlighten you on its name, but since you find it merely average, then forget it. Kampa glared at Vados, who, with a resigned shake of her head, acknowledged the need to speak up. Whis, you truly lack integrity, not sharing such a delectable treat with me. Dear sister, it's never too late to indulge. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances. Vegeta, Beerus, and that rotund one bear a striking resemblance, albeit in different physiques. Indeed, they look alike. And their attire is similar. They must both be gods of destruction. Huh? There are two gods of destruction? That's just my conjecture. Whis, perceiving their silent exchange, smiled gently. You are correct. This esteemed gentleman is Kampa, the god of destruction of the sixth universe. The sixth universe? Both exclaimed in unison, astonished at the revelation of other universes existing beyond their own. Kampa looked down upon the two mortals, scoffing at their naivety. Whis proceeded to enlighten them about the universe, revealing the existence of 12 universes, prompting Goku's excitement at the prospect of battling powerful beings from other realms. Vegeta, though silent, exhibited a spark of interest in his eyes. Beerus, stop hiding and tell me what this is called. Kampa urged. Fine, fine. Seeing your eagerness, I shall share. It is called instant noodles. Instant noodles. What a peculiar name, yet it is quite fitting. This is a splendid delicacy from Earth. I assure you, Earth is a veritable paradise of culinary delights. Your eggs are plentiful there. Kampa swallowed hard and turned to Vados. Quickly check. If the seventh universe has it, we should too. Vados used her staff to search, only to discover that their planet was crumbling due to foolish human conflicts. Kampa, upon learning this, seethed with frustration. All right, Kampa, the culinary contest has concluded. As for the outcome, you already know it. It's time for you to depart, Beerus declared, ushering him away. Kampa, with a glint in his eye, suggested, Beerus, how about a contest? A contest? For what? Beerus inquired, bewildered by Kampa's intentions. Kampa slammed his hand on the table. Let us battle. If I win, Earth will belong to me. Beerus narrowed his gaze. Are you challenging me? The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Kampa, unconcerned, continued, I haven't finished my proposal. It's not just you and me, but we each send forth warriors from our respective universes to battle. The last one standing claims Earth. Beerus dismissed him with a scoff. Don't speak nonsense. This holds no benefit for me. Why should I compete with you? Hey, Beerus, you aren't afraid, are are you? Kampa taunted. What did you say? Afraid? Nonsense. Even if I were to compete, what could you possibly offer? Don't tell me you wish to claim Earth for free? Kampa waved dismissively. How could I take it for free? I possess something too, a wish orbs that can grant any desire. Have you heard of them? Wishing orbs? Indeed. Gather 7, and any wish can be realized. Beerus shook his head at this. I thought it was something significant. It's merely the Dragon Balls. Do not misunderstand, Beerus. The orbs I speak of are not the ones created by the Namekians. Their craftsmanship has limitations. The orbs I refer to can fulfill any wish, even cosmic ones. How does that sound? Are you not intrigued? Kampa was confident that such an enticing offer would be irresistible to Beerus, yet the latter's response was unexpected. So you wish to take advantage of me? Those orbs require 7 to be effective. Who knows when the last one will be gathered? Just as Kampa was about to speak, Goku interjected. We could have Bulma create a radar for the Super Dragon Balls. Vegeta nodded in agreement. Indeed. She could invent a device to locate the Super Dragon Balls. Beerus pondered this, while Goku encouraged him to take the leap. Moments later, Beerus nodded. Very well. I shall accept your challenge. Such is the essence of Beerus's words, remarked Kampa. The two angels, Vados and Whis, exchanged a sigh upon witnessing the scene. Ultimately, following Goku's suggestion, they decided to apply the rules of the Earth's renowned martial arts tournament to the forthcoming battle, scheduled for 1 week hence. Following this, Kampa and his entourage departed, while Whis and his companions set their course for Earth. At this moment, on a bustling street filled with food stalls, Zhou Fei, while leisurely strolling, caught sight of a flicker of light, a phenomenon imperceptible to the ordinary eye traversing the sky, which caused a slight smile to grace his lips. It seemed the time was indeed drawing near. He purchased a portion of skewered delicacies, savoring them as he made his way towards Bulma's residence. As for the source of his funds, one might wonder, well, it was, of course, procured from the generosity of kind-hearted souls. Chapter 5, The Unveiling of the Gift Pack. The commencement of the Dual Capsule Corporation. How did it come to this? Bulma inquired, her voice tinged with incredulity as she confronted Vegeta. With arms crossed and an air of calmness, Vegeta replied, it was merely a matter of going with the flow. Do not dwell on it too much. Bulma, glancing at the dragon radar, contemplated, it is indeed possible to modify it. A mere adjustment of sensitivity and search range would suffice. However, such alterations seem rather cumbersome. Is there not a simpler method? Curiosity piqued among them. They pondered what alternative she might propose. We could summon the Eternal Dragon and inquire about the location of the last Super Dragon Ball, she suggested. Beerus regarded her with newfound respect, impressed by her quick wit. Subsequently, he instructed Vegeta to seek out the Dragon Balls. After a little more than half an hour, Zhou Fei arrived at Capsule Corporation. Among those awaiting Vegeta's return, Goku rose to his feet. Goku, where are you off to? Bulma asked. I sense that the Saiyan who assisted us the other day has arrived at the doorstep. Is that so? Please, take a seat. I will have someone bring him in, Bulma replied, producing a device resembling a walkie-talkie and uttering a few words. Just as Zhou Fei was about to knock on the door, it swung open, revealing a robotic servant. In a mechanical tone, it announced, please follow me. Moments later, they arrived at the location where Goku and the others were gathered. Greetings, Zhou Fei exclaimed. Zhou Fei greeted a few individuals before unceremoniously taking a seat. Ah, my dear friend, I am yet to learn your name. I am Zhou Fei. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Fei, you have truly excelled. Your strength has significantly increased during the year spent in the Spirit Time House. Zhou Fei smiled. You and Vegeta are truly remarkable. You have already attained the divine realm. While my abilities are rather trivial in comparison, Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his own words. At that moment, Beerus set aside his snack and spoke in a low voice. You do not belong to this timeline. The instant those words were uttered, the atmosphere shifted, becoming charged with an imminent tension. Zhou Fei pondered to himself that it seemed the system had altered his origins before entering dormancy. He nodded in acknowledgement and fabricated a response. I hail from a timeline closely resembling this one, yet it was obliterated by a sinister force. I, along with a few remaining survivors, escaped into different timelines. He was uncertain whether his words would be believed, but he stated them nonetheless. I see. No wonder your origins are untraceable, Whis remarked in a calm tone. If a timeline is destroyed, the survivors would no longer be connected to that timeline. Much like in the future Trunks saga, Sun Wukong was bewildered by their conversation, finding it utterly perplexing. As long as you do not engage in actions that might endanger the gods, everything will be fine. Zhou Fei nodded in acknowledgement of Beerus, fully comprehending the situation. A few hours later, Vegeta returned, having gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Upon seeing Zhou Fei, he remained quite vigilant, but after Bulma elucidated Zhou Fei's origins, he relaxed his guard. The group made their way to the lawn, where Bulma was poised to summon the Eternal Dragon, but Zhou Fei intervened. If you intend to inquire how to locate the Super Dragon Balls, it would be futile. The dragon's powers do not extend that far. Bulma expressed her surprise at how Zhou Fei possessed such knowledge, feeling as though he had always been in their midst. Yet, upon reflecting, she considered the presence of Lord Beerus, deeming it entirely improbable. Indeed, the limitations were merely the constraints imposed by the Namekian creation. Whis nodded in agreement, affirming Zhou Fei's statement. In that moment, Bulma found herself engulfed in distress. If you wish to learn about the Super Dragon Balls, you might consult Jaco. He can guide you to a being named Zuno, who is well-versed in many cosmic matters. Really? Zhou Fei nodded slightly. Whis exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhou Fei before returning to his usual demeanor. Subsequently, Bulma gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, though it seemed she had forgotten about a certain individual's resurrection. However, this was of little consequence, after all. The difference between the King Kai being alive or deceased was negligible, merely a halo hovering above his head. Bulma then retreated to her laboratory for a frenzied search, ultimately locating the device to communicate with Gak. After issuing a verbal threat, Gak hastily set off in his spacecraft towards Earth. It was no joke. If Bulma were to act on her threats and send her husband to obliterate the police headquarters, he would undoubtedly become a historical villain. Thus, he flew as fast as possible, though it would still take some time to arrive. As time passed, nightfall quietly descended. Everyone set down their bowls and chopsticks. Truly, Earth's cuisine was irresistible, no matter how one indulged. Whis displayed a rather content expression. Indeed, Earth must not be surrendered to them. Beerus wore a similar expression. Whis wiped his mouth with a napkin, rose, summoned his staff, and declared, "It is time for us to return. We must inform Monaka about the match." "Who is this Monaka?" Goku exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. "He is the contender I have selected. The remaining 2 are for you to choose. Once you have made your selections, bring them to me," Beerus replied. "Hey, Lord Beerus, how can you do this? What? Do you have objections?" Beerus narrowed his eyes. Goku shook his head. He wouldn't dare voice any disagreement. Though he was a martial arts fanatic, he was no fool. It's worth mentioning that Monaka is the strongest I have trained. You, Goku, can only rank second. Upon hearing Beerus' words, Goku's eyes widened, while Vegeta's expression turned somewhat uneasy, for Beerus' statement struck a chord deep within him. Zhou Fei, on the other hand, found it utterly perplexing. After all, Monaka was merely a cosmic delivery man. It was truly astonishing how any excuse could be concocted to restrain Goku and Vegeta. Only someone like Goku, obsessed with martial arts, would believe it, even going so far as to spar with the suited actor Beerus. After some conversation, Beerus and Whis took their leave, while Goku and Zhou Fei decided to stay temporarily, given the ample rooms available at Bulma's home. As time passed, a week slipped by quietly. During this week, suitable contestants had been selected. On this day, Zhou Fei stood before the cube as the system chimed. The gift package has been distributed, and the activation is successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the Dragon Fist, Gravity Manipulation. Not bad. This ability to manipulate gravity seemed akin to the skill known as Hertz, which could certainly prove useful in combat. Half an hour later, everyone gradually entered the cube. Once all had gathered, Whis pointed his staff, and a beam of light enveloped them, soaring into the sky and vanishing. 3 hours later, they arrived at the God of Destruction's realm. After Beerus and Monaka, the delivery man, boarded the cube, they set off once more. After flying for over 2 hours, they finally reached the location of the Nameless Planet. "Wow, is this the Super Dragon Ball? It's enormous," Krillin exclaimed. Utterly astonished by the size of the Super Dragon Ball, he had thought the Dragon Balls on Namek were already quite large. But nothing could compare to one as massive as a planet. It was simply beyond belief. Indeed, and it is precisely because of its size that it can grant any wish. Zhou Fei gazed upon the Super Dragon Balls, which shimmered with a fleeting brilliance. The platform gradually descended into the arena. After a few moments, everyone took their respective seats, and the contestants commenced the first written examination. It is noteworthy that Majin Buu was not invited to participate, thus he observed from the audience. 10 minutes passed swiftly, and all contestants from the 2 universes successfully completed the test. The participants awaited their designated positions. You performed admirably. As for the order of the participants, Monaka will lead, and the rest shall decide amongst yourselves, Beerus declared, settling into a plush seat with his legs crossed. Subsequently, Zhou Fei and his companions began a game of rock, paper, scissors. The first to enter the arena was Son Goku, followed by Vegeta, Zhou Fei, and finally Piccolo. The host on the stage energetically proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. The combat competition featuring the selected fighters from Universes 6 and 7 officially begins. However, before we commence, we must first sing the cosmic song." With that, the lights dimmed, and a beam illuminated the stage, revealing a pink penguin adorned with a bow. As the background music began, it took the microphone and sang, "The universe is so vast." Once the song concluded, the music ceased, and it bowed with a grateful, "Thank you." The audience reacted, "This truly leaves one speechless." It's as if silence itself has been invited into our midst, with a song consisting of but a single line. Zhou Fei's lips twitched slightly. Enough of the trivialities. Let us commence the first round of the competition. The first contestant to grace the arena is the fighter from Universe 6, Bardomo. Following him, representing Universe 7, is Son Goku. Now, let us welcome both competitors to the stage. As the host stepped back, he declared, "Let us see what skills this bear possesses." Son Goku stretched his limbs and leaped onto the platform alongside Bardomo. The battle was about to begin. Two deities of destruction unleashed a surge of energy that collided with the gong. The host, also serving as the referee, promptly announced, "The match has commenced." The contestants assumed their stances. The golden bear bounced energetically. "I expected you to be rather cumbersome, yet you display such agility." Son Goku taunted. "You should speak while you can. Soon, I shall eliminate you." As he spoke, the bear's agility intensified, becoming a blur. Son Goku dodged left and right as if playing a game. With a resounding thud, he sent Bardomo hurtling toward the edge of the platform, narrowly avoiding a fall. But he managed to regain his balance. What is Kakarot doing? He could easily dispatch such a foe in mere moments. Yet he hesitates, Vegeta remarked, visibly irritated. Son Goku scratched his head and, with an awkward smile, replied, "Please don't say that, Vegeta. I might have overindulged in barbecue. I'm still digesting." It seems the fighter from Universe 7 is not as formidable as Lord Kompa suggested. Rather, he is all show and no substance, Bardomo sneered. Son Goku continued to digest his meal. Noticing an opening, Bardomo unleashed several energy spheres. Bang, bang, bang. However, Son Goku deftly evaded them. My stomach feels much better now. Thank you. Now let us officially begin. With that, he vanished and reappeared before the golden bear, unleashing a flurry of fierce punches upon him. Yet, the bear remained unmoved, even forcing Son Goku to retreat. "What is happening? My attacks are utterly ineffective," Son Goku exclaimed. Bewildered, the golden bear, patting his belly, urged, "Come on, give it your all." Son Goku leapt back and executed the Kamehameha wave. With a tremendous explosion, the dust settled. Yet the bear remained steadfast. Puzzled, Son Goku wondered about the bear's anatomy. The Kamehameha had no effect. Just then, Zhou Fei's voice echoed. "Target his lower body and throw him off." Son Goku glanced at the golden bear's legs and charged forward. As the bear prepared to crouch, Son Goku seized his legs and, with a powerful heave, toppled him to the ground. "This is indeed manageable," he thought, dragging the golden bear toward the edge of the platform. The bear retaliated with energy blasts, yet Son Goku, possessing keen perception, dodged each attack. Finally, he performed a 180-degree spin and hurled the bear off the stage. What an incredible conclusion to the first match. It felt almost like child's play. Even the golden bear appeared bewildered. The referee proclaimed, "The victor is Son Goku from Universe 7. Son Goku flashed a victorious gesture. Shortly thereafter, the referee announced, "Next, we invite Frost from Universe 6 to the stage." Frost descended gracefully onto the platform. Despite the seemingly benign demeanor of the Ice Demon clan, their inner malevolence could never be concealed. Zhou Fei cast a casual glance at Frost on the stage. Frost, with a friendly demeanor, greeted Son Goku, extending a hand. "Your performance earlier was magnificent. It is an honor to compete alongside you." Son Goku found himself incredulous. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Frieza. Yet their personalities differed so vastly. Zhou Fei gazed at his performance with a disdainful smile, utterly disgusted. The match commenced. With the referee's command, Sun Wukong assumed his stance while Frost smirked, launching the first attack. He soared over Sun Wukong's head, his legs clamping around the latter's head as he executed a 360-degree spin before forcefully slamming Sun Wukong to the ground. Hiss! Sun Wukong inhaled sharply, quickly regaining his feet and gingerly touching his head, which throbbed from the blow. What a lack of courtesy. After all, the disparity in our physiques is considerable. Frost remarked. Sun Wukong's expression was one of discomfort. What is the matter? Frost inquired, puzzled. If you wish to test my strength, you might as well transform into your ultimate form. You are aware of my ultimate form. It seems you have encountered beings like me in your universe. Indeed. So, spare me the concealment. Very well. As you wish. Frost then gathered his energy, transforming into the grotesque third stage of his alien form. Vegeta, seated among the contestants, scoffed, dismissing this as a so-called ultimate form, questioning who he thought he was fooling. On the arena, the two fighters clashed once more, exchanging blows with fervor. As they battled, the referee announced information about Frost. Well, he certainly has the appearance of a villain. Yet his actions exemplify those of a paragon among heroes, exclaimed Krillin from the audience. Zhou Fei found himself utterly speechless. It seemed this individual had not yet endured enough of Frieza's merciless onslaught. With a series of thunderous impacts, after several exchanges, Sun Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan form. Sensing the formidable strength of his opponent, Frost also assumed his final form. In an instant, Frost plummeted from the sky, delivering a powerful strike. The resounding impact of the punch was thwarted, leading to a decidedly one-sided confrontation. Observing this development, Zhou Fei narrowed his eyes, sensing that the true battle was about to commence. After several more exchanges, Frost was left battered and bruised, yet he remained relentless in his charge towards Sun Wukong. With great effort, Frost unleashed another punch. Just as Sun Wukong was poised to block, he hesitated and withdrew his hand, while a glint of determination flickered in Frost's eyes. As he retracted his strike, Sun Wukong suddenly began to sway, as if intoxicated. His vision blurred, and he stumbled forward a few steps, allowing Frost to seize the opportunity and deliver a sweeping kick that sent him crashing to the ground. What transpired? Kakarot has actually lost? Vegeta could hardly believe his own eyes. No, Sun Wukong did not lose. It was Frost who resorted to foul play, Zhou Fei remarked calmly. Vegeta cast a glance at Zhou Fei, questioning whether he implied that the opponent had employed a weapon. Zhou Fei did not respond to him. Instead, he shouted loudly at the referee on the stage. Referee, I request a thorough examination of his hands, particularly around the wrists. Zhou Fei's remarks left the others in a state of bewilderment, while a cold glint flashed in Frost's eyes on the arena. Hey, Beerus. Are you suggesting that my fighter has resorted to underhanded tactics? Xiang Pa queried with evident displeasure. Beerus, equally perplexed, cast a questioning glance at Zhou Fei, unsure of the latter's intentions. From the audience, the cosmic patrolman Gak interjected, indeed, the referee should inspect his wrist. The referee found himself in a quandary, glancing between Beerus and Xiang Pa, uncertain of how to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus said, Xiang Pa, for the sake of fairness, let us inspect your fighter. Xiang Pa narrowed his eyes. Beerus, are you looking for trouble? Beerus responded with an indifferent expression. Meanwhile, Piccolo descended from the contestant area, cradling Son Goku, while Zhou Fei leaned in to whisper a few words to Vegeta, who returned a knowing glance. Vegeta nodded and leaped onto the stage. Xiang Pa, since you have such faith in your fighter, then do observe this match closely. Zhou Fei shouted at Xiang Pa. The audience grew increasingly confused, save for Gak. Humph. I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve. If my fighter is found to be innocent, you shall face dire consequences. Xiang Pa's words were laden with veiled threats. Zhou Fei harbored no fear. A man of integrity fears not the shadows that may fall. As the referee declared the commencement of the match, Vegeta instantly transformed into his Super Saiyan form. In a flash, he closed the distance before his opponent could react, landing a powerful punch squarely on Frost's face, knocking him to the ground. With one foot pressing down on Frost's hand, Vegeta crouched, poised to make contact when a faint glimmer emanated from Frost's hand. Vegeta swiftly evaded the attack and retaliated with another punch. Frost shrieked in agony as a minuscule black spot appeared on his hand. Indeed, as Zhou Fei had warned, this despicable opponent was truly repugnant. Vegeta raised his hand, declaring loudly, Behold, this villain conceals treachery upon his hand. As he squeezed, a strange liquid oozed from the black spot, hissing as it corroded the ground beneath. Poison, gasped the onlookers in disbelief. It dawned on them, recalling Goku's earlier collapse, the truth of the matter. Kappa's expression soured. He had dismissed the possibility moments prior, only to be met with the silent sting of humiliation. Beerus observed Kappa's discomfort with a sense of amusement. Yet he was equally displeased with Frost's audacity to engage in underhanded tactics under the watchful eyes of a deity. Humph. You are indeed no different from Frieza. Both equally vile. Vegeta hurled Frost into the air, channeling energy into his hands as he unleashed the Gallic Gun. A powerful wave of energy enveloped him, obliterating both Frost and the protective barrier. Bato swiftly restored the shield with a wave of her staff, but Frost fell unconscious outside the ring. With his opponent dispatched, Vegeta returned to his normal state, while Goku regained consciousness in the stands. Vegeta triumphs. The referee announced promptly. Chapter 7. Vegeta's defeat. Goku enters in the stands. Beerus reprimanded Goku briefly before falling silent. Vegeta's adversary was the mentally fragile robot Vegeta. The two clashed fiercely within the transparent glass dome. After several rounds, Vegeta found himself retreating, gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading to the ground, evaporating instantly in the heat. In contrast, the robot seemed unaffected. Steam billowed from Vegeta's head as he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of iron fists. The relentless assault forced Vegeta into a defensive stance, inching towards the edge of the platform. Vegeta is performing admirably. It seems the Saiyan is on the verge of defeat, Kampa remarked with a smirk. Your judgment is rather hasty, Lord Kampa, Batos retorted, shaking her head in exasperation, weary of her master's whims. On the stage, as Vegeta neared the edge, Vegeta raised his fists for a final blow, but Vegeta seized the opportunity, delivering a swift kick to Vegeta's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward while simultaneously launching an energy sphere. Vegeta spewed forth a torrent of lava, but Vegeta's energy sphere detonated, yet the lava continued its relentless advance. Damn it! Vegeta shouted, unleashing the Gallic Gun once more. The violent energy beam collided with the lava, creating a thunderous eruption. The sound reverberated within the glass dome as the temperature soared, and Vegeta's Gallic Gun began to show signs of diminishing power. Goku slapped his forehead in realization. Vegeta is about to lose his temper. Just as Goku predicted, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan form, dramatically amplifying the power of his energy blast, overpowering Vegeta's lava. Vegeta, undeterred, released more gas, intensifying the lava's potency. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, sensing that the lava could scorch his energy. After a tense standoff, Vegeta's expression darkened. Have you noticed? Vegeta's condition is deteriorating, Piccolo observed. As the spectators peered into the dome, they too recognized the troubling signs. Vegeta's breaths grew increasingly labored. Goku's expression hardened. The air within the dome is insufficient. The robot planned this from the start. Even without oxygen, he can survive, releasing lava to consume the air, thus weakening Vegeta, Zhou Fei explained in a measured tone. Hang in there, Vegeta, Goku shouted. Vegeta scoffed, feeling dizzy. He could not afford to delay any longer. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his full power in Super Saiyan form, and in the next instant, his energy blast surged, overpowering Vegeta's lava. The glass dome shattered under the force, allowing fresh air to flood in as Vegeta swiftly gathered a massive amount of energy in his palms. Ultimate Flash, he proclaimed. A golden energy blast erupted forth. Simultaneously, Vegeta retaliated with an even more potent stream of lava. The clash of immense energies caused the ring to explode, sending lava and energy cascading in all directions. Vegeta roared with exertion, veins bulging, intensifying his energy further. Was this the full might of Vegeta's Super Saiyan form? Indeed, it was formidable. Zhou Fei nodded in approval. Vegeta, still holding strong, found himself cornered by Vegeta's overwhelming energy blast, pushing him to the edge of the platform. Down you go, you worthless scrap. Crack. At Vegeta's venomous words, it felt as though something shattered within Vegeta. As he stumbled, the energy wave sent him plummeting from the ring, shattering the glass dome in the process. With his opponent defeated, Vegeta reverted to his original state. Meanwhile, Trunks hurriedly sent a bottle of water down to him, which he gulped down eagerly. The referee declared Vegeta the victor as Vegeta returned to the stands, despondently weeping. What just happened? He was so formidable just moments ago, yet now he cries. Goku pondered in confusion. The spectators shared his bewilderment. Whis explained that the opponent was mentally fragile, unable to withstand harsh words. The crowd murmured in astonishment at such peculiarities. Batos and Whis appeared on the stage, their staffs waving in unison to repair the ring, which now stood even larger than before. They then returned to their respective universes. Notably, Goku was confirmed eligible to re-enter the arena, having been injured by Frost's concealed weapon, leaving behind undeniable evidence. Vegeta stood upon the arena, awaiting his next challenger. From Universe 6, Cabba rose and leaped onto the stage. The two exchanged glances as the sound of drums echoed, and the referee declared the match to commence. Please guide me, Kaba said, offering a slight bow to Vegeta. The two then assumed their stances. Kaba initiated the attack, diving forward with a powerful punch. Vegeta reacted swiftly, stacking his hands to block the blow, though the tremendous force of Kaba's energy surged behind him. Impressive strength, Vegeta complimented, as Kaba continued to unleash punches. Vegeta found himself retreating yet was still able to defend against the onslaught, surprisingly managing to suppress him. Do not let your pride blind you, Vegeta warned, seizing Kaba's hands and exploiting an opening to deliver a kick that sent him flying several meters away. Kaba, bracing himself with one hand on the ground, gasped for breath before rising to take his stance once more. Oh, the same technique as mine, Vegeta remarked, a smile creeping onto his face. Suddenly, Kaba unleashed a wave of energy toward him. Vegeta reacted almost instantaneously, countering with his own Big Bang attack. The clash of energies erupted, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Truly remarkable for a Saiyan. Your strength is commendable. Now, let us begin in earnest. As he spoke, Vegeta's aura exploded as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, while Kaba remained still. Upon realizing that Kaba could not transform, he requested that Vegeta teach him, which immediately ignited Vegeta's faux anger. He then proceeded to deliver a fierce beating to Kaba. Those in the audience speculated whether Vegeta had reverted to his wicked ways. But upon witnessing Kaba's successful transformation, Vegeta's expression softened into one of satisfaction. Thank you for your guidance, Kaba bowed again to Vegeta. Humph. Remember this feeling. Now transform again. Kaba hesitated. I said transform again. Vegeta's tone grew stern. Startled, Kaba immediately shifted into his Super Saiyan form. Excellent. You have grasped the technique. Now, Vegeta abruptly transformed into his Super Saiyan blue state, unleashing a formidable energy that enveloped the entire arena. Gazing at the radiant blue glow emanating from Vegeta, Kaba felt a sense of awe. Before he could act, however, he was struck hard in the abdomen, his ears ringing with Vegeta's voice urging him not to forget the pride of a Saiyan, leading him to collapse into unconsciousness. Vegeta returned to his base form, casting a glance at the referee, who, startled, promptly declared Vegeta the victor. Subsequently, Vegeta splashed some water on Kaba's face, awakening him. They exchanged a few words, promising to visit each other's planets someday before Kaba returned to the contestant area. Vegeta crossed his arms, observing Hit, who stood with his hands in his pockets, approaching the arena. You are the strongest among them, aren't you? Vegeta inquired, but Hit did not answer, instead advising him to concede. Underestimating me will lead to dire consequences. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Hit assessed his opponent, having previously observed the two other Saiyans in the contestant area, one of whom likely possessed a similar transformation while the other remained a mystery, emanating a peculiar energy. Yet, this presented little concern for him. As long as he continued to win, the prize would be his. Hit extended his hands, readying himself with a minimal stance. Vegeta narrowed his eyes and tentatively launched an attack. However, before his strike could reach its target, he was propelled backward. The audience gasped in astonishment, questioning how Vegeta had been flung away by his own actions. Zhou Fei observed Hit intently. Rising to his feet, Vegeta's expression shifted. He had failed to perceive Hit's attack, which was utterly astonishing. Nonetheless, he would not be intimidated by such tricks. He attempted once more, yet the result mirrored the previous attempt. Rising again, he noticed blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A plan formed in his mind. As Hit charged at him, Vegeta braced himself and absorbed the impact of Hit's strike, swiftly seizing his hand and grinning. Now you cannot escape my technique. Yet, as he spoke, he was met with another crushing blow that sent him crashing to the ground, his eyes glazing over as he reverted to his base form. The spectators were left in confusion, witnessing Vegeta seemingly fly across the arena only to end up sprawled on the ground. The referee approached to inspect him, confirming he was merely unconscious, and subsequently announced Hit as the victor. Son Goku soared onto the stage, placing a senzu bean into Vegeta's mouth, reviving him instantly. Frustrated, Vegeta exited the arena, while Piccolo prepared to enter. However, at that moment, Piccolo loudly declared his forfeit. Beerus remained silent, aware of Piccolo's limitations. Next up was Son Goku, who had not originally been slated to fight but had swapped positions with Zhou Fei, thus placing Zhou last, which was inconsequential as he intended to provide a senzu bean for recovery before the match. Chapter 8, Clash of Titans. As Vegeta returned to the contestant area, Son Goku inquired if he had any suggestions for him, to which Vegeta replied there was nothing but encouragement to keep improving. This left Son Goku feeling somewhat uncertain. Goku, pay close attention to his movements, Zhou Fei reminded him. Goku glanced back, acknowledging the advice. With the sound of the gong, the referee signaled the beginning of the match. Goku politely bowed to Hit, catching him off guard. Goku then assumed his stance. What? Aren't you going to transform? Goku asked with a playful smile. No. Transforming now would be a waste of energy, and I have yet to find a method to deal with you, Hit replied, intrigued by Goku's words. Then I shall strike first. Huh. Without hesitation, Goku charged at Hit, and as he reached him, he swiftly maneuvered behind him to attempt a sweeping kick. With a resounding thud, Hit merely turned slightly, and his foot landed squarely in Goku's abdomen, causing him to stagger back, clutching his stomach. That attack was indeed powerful. But let's see how it goes. Goku charged again, but after several attempts, the outcome remained unchanged. On the contestant bench for Universe 6, Kappa laughed heartily. Beerus, you should have your fighter concede now. It would save you some face. Humph. Silence. The match has not even truly begun. Who knows how it will end? You think I would have my fighter forfeit? Not a chance, Beerus retorted. Hee. Beerus, when the time comes, and you lose face, I shall find it utterly amusing. Beerus turned his head in irritation. Observing Beerus's demeanor, a sense of satisfaction washed over Pa. On stage, it was almost time. Son Goku stretched his muscles and, with a surge of energy, transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form. At long last, he had unleashed it. Nevertheless, a flicker of caution crossed Hit's eyes. After all, such power was undeniably formidable. Kakarot, has he uncovered something? As comrades and rivals, Vegeta frowned slightly. In certain respects, Kakarot was indeed far more observant than he, suggesting he had unearthed some insight. Zhou Fei's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight. Sun Wukong, let the sixth universe witness how you unravel the intricacies of time manipulation and inspire Hit to evolve. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong charged towards his opponent, igniting an intense battle. The clash resonated with a cacophony of strikes. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Hit unleashed his time-skip technique. In the fleeting moment that Sun Wukong approached, he found himself ensnared within the frozen time, delivering a punch aimed at Hit's abdomen. Just as the strike was about to land, Sun Wukong intercepted it. What? Hit gasped in disbelief, incredulous at the impossibility of the situation. Was it mere coincidence? He swiftly retreated and activated the time skip again, this time executing a sweeping kick towards Sun Wukong's head. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that attack was thwarted as well. How do you like that, Hit? I've deciphered your time skip. Sun Wukong grinned. Hit's expression darkened, having lived for over 1,000 years. He had never encountered such a phenomenon. Vegeta, observing the fight, clenched his fists, finally understanding how Kakarot achieved this feat. Kakarot had meticulously observed his opponent's movements and anticipated his actions, successfully countering the time skip. Could such a feat truly be achievable? Krillin found it hard to believe that Sun Wukong could reach such heights. It wasn't that Krillin doubted him, rather. It was astonishing to think that the often oblivious Sun Wukong could analyze an opponent's movements and make predictions. Such a feat is indeed attainable, provided one harmonizes body, mind, and technique, coupled with the ability to react instantaneously. Only by meeting these conditions can one achieve this level of prowess, Zhou Fei remarked calmly. Whis cast a surprised glance at Zhou Fei, acknowledging the Scion's depth of understanding. It seems your past experiences bear some resemblance to our timeline, Beerus quietly noted. Perhaps? Whis replied ambiguously, casting Zhou Fei a meaningful look. Yet Beerus's observation held a degree of credence, though it was of no concern to the angels. With a swift motion, Hit retreated once more. It appears you possess considerable strength, but do you truly believe this is all I am capable of? Sun Wukong shook his head, confident that Hit's true power was yet to be revealed. Haha. Sun Wukong, I must commend you for revealing my own limitations. In tribute to your prowess, allow me to unveil my true strength. A magnificent surge of purple energy erupted from Hit, lasting only a few seconds before dissipating. On the sidelines, Piccolo observed with confusion. Based on the intensity of the previous eruption, Hit's power should have increased, yet he felt no significant change. So you can call upon such power as well? Sun Wukong mused, surprised by this newfound facet of Hit's character. The battle resumed with fervor. After several exchanges, Sun Wukong noted that Hit's strength remained unchanged, leaving him puzzled. A powerful punch sent Hit flying, and in retaliation, Hit delivered a kick that sent Sun Wukong reeling. Both warriors retreated a distance before stabilizing themselves. On the sixth universe side, Kappa anxiously addressed Beerus. Beerus, did you not say that a shout would trigger an upgrade? Why does that fighter remain unchanged? Beerus shrugged helplessly, indicating his own uncertainty. Does this mean I cannot win? I will lose. Kappa nearly lost his composure, just as he was on the brink of frustration. A sudden loud crash echoed, Sun Wukong clutched his stomach and knelt on one knee, leaving Kappa bewildered. What had just transpired? The situation unfolded as both fighters engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, forcing Hit closer to the edge of the ring. In a moment of fierce determination, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful punch, only to find himself collapsing in agony. His companions were taken aback. What had seemed like a promising opportunity had devolved into this predicament. Sensing their confusion, Zhou Fei explained the situation succinctly. Upon hearing Zhou Fei's clarification, his comrades grasped the underlying truth. Hit's time skip had evolved. Sun Wukong, I may not possess the ability to upgrade like you Saiyans, but I can grow. I had never contemplated this until I faced you. Thus, I owe you my gratitude. My growth has allowed my time skip to evolve, and now I can leap 2 seconds ahead, Hit declared. Sun Wukong slowly rose, catching his breath and preparing for the next exchange with a smile. You have indeed grown stronger, he thought, strategizing his response. Sun Wukong, I advise you not to waste your efforts, even if you can predict 2 seconds, can you foresee further? In an instant, Hit vanished, and the space before Sun Wukong solidified as Hit unleashed a flurry of rapid punches. When time resumed, Sun Wukong cried out in pain, collapsing once more. Hit glanced at the referee with indifference. He can no longer rise. Announce the result. I have another match to attend. Just as the referee prepared to declare the outcome, Sun Wukong, trembling yet resilient, stood once again. Oh well. Sun Wukong has once more demonstrated his unwavering spirit. The referee was touched by Sun Wukong's tenacity. Hit. It cannot end like this. I still have my ultimate technique to reveal. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his energy coalescing around him. He regarded Sun Wukong with respect. Choosing not to exploit his opponent's vulnerable state, despite Kampa's urgings, he would not act dishonorably. Meanwhile, Vegeta wore an expression of annoyance, gritting his teeth. Kakarot is as much a lunatic as you. He has unleashed the Kaio-ken. Indeed, the energy radiating from Sun Wukong was unmistakably that of the Kaio-ken technique. As Zhou Fei shook her head, it became evident that she had indeed resorted to this tactic. The side effects of the Kaio-ken technique employed by her opponent were overwhelmingly significant. However, it must be acknowledged that the amplification achieved through the Kaio-ken in its Super Saiyan Blue form starkly contrasted with the results yielded in the Super Saiyan 2 and 3 states. Son Goku's fierce and tempestuous aura enveloped the arena, causing the glass dome to creak ominously. In an instant, he appeared behind Hit, only to return to his original position. What? Hit exclaimed, taken aback. Such speed had surpassed even his time skip. Ah. The tenfold Kaio-ken unleashed a cataclysmic force that sent bricks flying from the arena. Hit crossed his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself from the explosive energy. A powerful and heavy punch connected with his face, causing him to spit foam and be propelled backward, rising to his feet and wiping the corner of his mouth. Hit attempted to use time skip again, but regrettably, the 2 seconds of attack was once more thwarted. Goku's heavy fist struck him in the abdomen, bending him like a shrimp and eliciting another spurt of foam. It's futile. I am already far ahead of your time skip. With that, he kicked Hit high into the air and gathered energy for the Kamehameha wave. A brilliant azure beam erupted forth, inundating Hit like a deluge. Chapter 9. Hit unleashes his full potential versus Super Saiyan 3 Kaio-ken. Caught within the torrent of the energy wave, Hit bellowed, unleashing a surge of purple energy. The intense clash of their formidable energies caused the entire Nameless Planet to tremble. Whis! Beerus called out. Whis rose, waving his staff, while Bardock did the same. Divine energy radiated from their staffs, instantly stabilizing the Nameless Planet. Ah! The two energies momentarily found themselves in a stalemate. As time passed, Goku's Kamehameha wave gained the upper hand, seizing the opportunity to shout, "Energy explosion!" A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the arena. Cough, cough. What is happening now? I can't see anything. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the silhouettes of the two fighters emerged, both appearing quite disheveled. Goku's muscles began to twitch, signaling the onset of the side effects. Although Hit had also sustained injuries, he had managed to evolve his time skip during the moment of the explosion, reaching a second's worth of time, thereby evading any substantial harm. Gasping for breath, Goku broke into a smile. I never expected to encounter a master like you from other universes. You still possess the strength to continue, don't you, Hit? What are you implying? Hit responded. Let us settle this with one final move. I wish to have no regrets in this battle. All right. I share the same sentiment, Goku. As their words echoed, both warriors unleashed their energies simultaneously, the blue and red flames clashing against Hit's purple aura, generating serpentine sparks. Kamehameha. Hit concentrated an energy wave and released it. With a crack, The arena could not withstand the force of their powerful energy waves and shattered. As their energies surged forth, Goku's skin began to ooze blood. Kakaroto's Kaio-ken side effects are kicking in, Vegeta remarked gravely. Goku, Dad, Chi-Chi, and Goten expressed their deep concern. Not only the mother and son, but the rest of their companions felt similarly apprehensive. Damn it, just hold on a little longer, my body, just a little longer. Goku silently encouraged himself. Once again, the two energies erupted, this explosion causing fissures in the very fabric of the void itself. Fortunately, the two angels acted swiftly to mend the rifts, otherwise, the entire arena would have been consumed by the cracks. Whoosh! Bang! Goku was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the glass dome, which spider-webbed with cracks before he fell to the ground. Meanwhile, it landed precariously on the edge of the arena, just shy of being disqualified. Yes. Ha. It has won. Ha. Kappa jubilantly exclaimed. With 2 more victories, the Earth of the 7th universe would be his. Goten and Krillin rushed to Goku's side. Krillin produced a senzu bean, while Goten offered a bottle of water. After consuming the bean and taking a sip of water, Goku rose and looked at Hit. You are truly formidable, and you have yet to unleash your lethal techniques. I hope to engage in a no-holds-barred battle with you next time. I too look forward to our next encounter. Their eyes met, conveying a profound mutual respect. Just then, the referee appeared out of nowhere, announcing Hit as the victor. Goku returned to the contestant's seat, collapsing onto the ground, while Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at him before looking towards Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei rose to his feet and first approached Klin to procure a magical bean, before making his way to the arena. He tossed the bean to Shite, an action that caused Beerus to become increasingly agitated. Hey, how dare you provide aid to your adversary? Beerus bellowed. Zhou Fei shrugged and chuckled. Lord Beerus, there's no need to be so rigid. I wish to witness his true power. His gaze shifted to Hit. Now, Hit, allow me to see your genuine strength. Without the slightest hesitation, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Aren't you going to assume your blue form? Zhou Fei shook his head and said, I cannot transform into the super blue form. You cannot? It seems you have great confidence in your own abilities. Zhou Fei smiled faintly. Do you have confidence? You'll know once we engage. With a swift motion, both combatants launched into a fierce melee. Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan 2nd grade form, had grown even more powerful. He nodded. His opponent's transformation surpassed Gohan's by many magnitudes. Even Gohan's mentor, Piccolo, appeared somewhat astonished. Meanwhile, in Universe 6, Kappa observed Zhou Fei's Super Saiyan 2nd grade form, murmuring to himself. The energy emanating from Zhou Fei exceeded the Super Saiyan level taught by his master. Yet it had not ascended to that of the blue form. What could this be? Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. His master had mentioned that Saions could evolve, and he had the potential to attain the blue form. It seemed that the Saiyon's current state transcended that of a mere Super Saiyan. Indeed. It must be the Super Saiyan 2nd grade. The realization invigorated him. He was determined to observe closely. With a resounding crash, the two fighters exchanged blows, each retreating as the repaired arena once again became riddled with craters. Hit, let us conclude our testing of each other. It is time to reveal our true prowess. Agreed. Zhou Fei erupted with a powerful golden aura that enveloped the arena. Vegeta, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, suddenly turned to Goku and solemnly remarked, surely he does not intend to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Goku nodded, affirming Vegeta's suspicion. Indeed, Zhou Fei was preparing to ascend to that formidable form. However, the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was notoriously taxing on one's stamina, rendering it ill-suited for prolonged combat. What was his intention? In a brilliant flash of golden light, Zhou Fei transformed into Super Saiyan 3. This was Super Saiyan 3. Do not be so astonished, the spectacle has only just begun. It was taken aback, as this aura bore a striking resemblance to the technique wielded by Goku, the 50-fold Kaio-ken. A resounding hum filled the air as a tremendous wave of red and yellow energy surged forth. Goku remarked unexpectedly, Zhou Fei's Kaio-ken has surpassed mine. Simultaneously, he was filled with confusion. Why was there no sign of stamina depletion in his opponent? His own muscles were beginning to ache, and he surmised that the true consequences of his powers would soon manifest. Observing Zhou Fei's intense aura, it did not hesitate to unleash his own energy. A purple aura erupted, pulsating for several seconds before ceasing. The energies of the two combatants converged, forming two azure dragons that clashed spectacularly, reminiscent of the visual splendor witnessed during Goku's battle with Beerus. With a swift motion, the two fighters launched themselves at one another, colliding in the center of the arena with a tremendous explosion, sending shockwaves that rattled the stands and seating areas surrounding them. It was remarkable that Hit could fully unleash his potential. The scions of Universe 7 were indeed intriguing. Bardos observed with a smile, casting a glance at Universe 7. As the selector of the competitors, she was well aware of Hit's formidable strength. Although he could not rival the gods, he was among the elite in the realm of mortals. Unlike Goku and his companions, who merely possessed divine energy without being true deities, Hit's victory stemmed from his capacity for growth. Of course, it could also be attributed to Goku's incomplete mastery of that technique. As the two continued their fierce exchange on the arena, the very planet began to tremble once more. Zhou Fei's prowess now far surpasses that of Super Saiyan 2 wielding the Kaio-ken times 100. And his Super Saiyan 3 form consumes significantly less stamina than that of Son Goku. With a flurry of movements, the two combatants began unleashing energy blasts. As the blasts collided, amidst the ensuing smoke, Zhou Fei seized an opportunity, instantly materializing before his opponent. Hit's gaze sharpened as he activated his time skip, delivering a powerful straight punch aimed at Zhou Fei's forehead. However, Zhou Fei deftly evaded the blow by a mere tilt of his head, and in that fleeting moment, retaliated with a swift kick that sent Hit sprawling. The shock was palpable on Hit's face. His time skip had evolved to a full second. Yet his adversary managed to dodge. The allies from the 7th and 6th universes were taken aback. Hit, your time skip is ineffective against me. Are you able to anticipate my movements a second in advance? Zhou Fei shook his head. I do not possess such formidable abilities. I have merely liberated a fraction of my potential. Suddenly, Zhou Fei's aura intensified once more. Buzz. It was propelled backward by this sudden surge of energy. His gaze fixed intently on Zhou Fei, sensing an imminent threat. Chapter 10, The Dragon Fist Erupts. The outcome remains uncertain. On the competitor's bench, Vegeta watched Zhou Fei with unwavering focus, his teeth clenched in frustration, fearing he might become the perennial third place. He resolved that once the match concluded, he would dedicate himself to training with unparalleled intensity, determined to surpass everyone. Son Goku cast a glance at Vegeta, sighing inwardly. He understood Vegeta's mindset all too well and felt a surge of fighting spirit ignite within him. With a scion like Zhou Fei around, future battles and training would not be monotonous. Zhou Fei's combat prowess now approached the blue form of Son Goku. During that week on Earth, he had spent a day in the hyperbolic time chamber, acclimatizing to a gravity multiplier of 250, and had subsequently increased it to 350 before exiting. Thereafter, it was Beta and Son Goku's turn to train within. Currently, Zhou Fei had merely released 100-fold of the gravitational pressure, resulting in his aura's dramatic escalation. His transformation was inherently tied to Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 form, further enhanced by the Kaio-ken technique to reach such heights. This is intriguing. It seems he may emerge victorious. Beerus remarked, narrowing his eyes. Whis, glancing at Beerus, teased, Lord Beerus, what will happen to Monaka if Zhou Fei wins? Beerus hesitated, leaning closer to whisper. You know how it is. Whis stifled a laugh. Oh, I just remembered. To spur on Son Goku and Vegeta, I brought a passerby from the roadside. Beerus immediately gestured for silence, determined to keep this from Son Goku and Vegeta, though Piccolo overheard the exchange. Piccolo, observing Zhou Fei on the platform, thought to himself, it all rests on you now. In a flash, Zhou Fei vanished and reappeared before Hit, launching a flurry of punches. Bang, bang, bang. Hit skillfully defended against Zhou Fei's assault, but in the next moment, Zhou Fei executed a swift kick, caught off guard by the sudden change in tactics. Hit faltered for a fraction of a second, during which Zhou Fei's kick landed squarely, sending him reeling back several meters, foaming at the mouth. A testament to the kick's immense force. Xiangpa could hardly remain seated. Should they lose, not only would Earth be forfeited, but they would also lose the Super Dragon Balls, a monumental loss. Yet, Hit's strength was not to be underestimated. After enduring Zhou Fei's powerful kick, he quickly retaliated. With a swift movement, he closed the distance, employing his time skip technique once more. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Fei's pupils contracted, and he too spat out foam, collapsing to one knee, clutching his abdomen. Hit's time skip had evolved. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Fei had been caught off guard, leading to his counterattack. Haha. Well done, Hit, keep fighting. Xiangpa exclaimed, jumping up in excitement like a child. Bardos coughed lightly a few times, prompting Xiangpa to rein in his exuberance. TCH. Xiangpa seems to be celebrating prematurely, Beerus commented with a subtle smile. Zhou Fei rose to his feet and, with astonishing speed, materialized behind Xi. Feudal, You can no longer decipher my temporal shift. The instant she turned, the void solidified, and he unleashed a flurry of punches. When time resumed, he found his hand unexpectedly grasped by his opponent. You. She was taken aback by his adversary's audacity, having withstood his relentless onslaught of powerful strikes. Zhou Fei grimaced in pain, a twisted smile forming on his lips. Only through such means could he inflict genuine harm upon you. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, a powerful aura radiating from them. In the blink of an eye, he delivered a forceful punch to Zeit's abdomen. Gasping, Zeit violently expelled a mouthful of blood, staggering backward several steps. Zhou Fei knelt on one knee, clutching his abdomen. The intensity of their recent clash had reached an unprecedented level, resulting in the most severe injuries they had ever sustained. Zhou Fei, hit. Their comrades from their respective universes rallied with fervent encouragement. I never anticipated that you could engage in combat with me to such an extent, aside from Sun Wukong. The scions of Universe 7 are truly fascinating. Hit spat to the side and straightened his posture. Zhou Fei endured the pain and rose once more. Zhou Fei. You must be cautious. I shall unleash my potential in its entirety. As Hit released his energy, the reinforced glass dome shattered without warning. Fortunately, the two angels intervened just in time to restore the dome. A radiant purple glow illuminated the surroundings. As the light dissipated, Hit emerged, his skin glistening as if made of glass. Is it possible that Hit possesses such energy? Piccolo observed Hit's transformation, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Feeling the chilling intensity of the energy in the air, Sun Wukong's expression grew grave, realizing that Hit's full power was extraordinarily formidable. Even if he multiplied his Kaio-ken, he might not stand a chance against such an opponent. He then turned his gaze towards Zhou Fei, curious about his next move. As for Vegeta, his current resolve was to exert every effort and utilize all means to grow stronger. He was determined to surpass these individuals, come what may. This form, which had only appeared in the game, was the awakened Hit. Zhou Fei licked his lips. The other party had conveyed their sincerity, and as a gesture of reciprocity, he too needed to demonstrate an equivalent earnestness. Sizzle. Zhou Fei's aura surged once more, arcs of electricity flickering incessantly as he completely lifted the weight reduction technique. Indeed, you have kept a hidden card up your sleeve. Well then, Hit, it is time for us to determine the victor. The two locked eyes, their energies generating a cascade of electric sparks that clashed violently. In the fleeting moment when the sparks extinguished, both vanished in an instant, their speed surpassing the very fabric of time itself. How astonishingly swift! Sun Wukong and Vegeta wore grave expressions, for the speed of the two combatants had become imperceptible to the naked eye. Bang, bang, bang. A succession of explosive sounds erupted on the arena, where one could only hear the noise without seeing the figures. Whis observed the stage thoughtfully. These two had transcended the limits of mortals. With just one more opportunity, they could enter the realm of divinity. Perhaps this would allow him to become a candidate, though he wondered if his sister shared the same sentiment. As if echoing his thoughts, Bardos held a similar perspective. Bang, bang. The two reappeared, colliding elbow to elbow. The force of their impact resonated painfully in the ears of their companions. Suddenly, Zhou Fei intensified his strength, sending Hit flying. Seizing the moment, he swiftly moved to Hit's landing point, his fists clenched and energy coalescing. What is he planning? The onlookers were perplexed by Zhou Fei's gathering of such immense energy. In the next instant, a low shout broke the tension. Dragon Fist. A golden dragon took form and erupted forth. Hit, taken aback, immediately activated his time skip, only to discover that it was ineffective against this technique. In that case, he responded with a shout, conjuring a purple energy sphere to collide with the Dragon Fist. Boom. A cataclysmic wave of explosive energy surged forth, shattering the arena into fragments. Fortunately, Whis and Bardos utilized their divine powers to maintain the glass shield, though this was merely a temporary measure. The two exchanged glances and subsequently abandoned their efforts to sustain it, retreating to their respective areas to cast defensive barriers. Boom. The glass shield shattered, and the radiant brilliance illuminated half of an unnamed star. The companions from both universes covered their ears, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the sound. What has transpired? After several agonizing seconds, Piccolo managed to speak, having swiftly torn off his ears to cope with the explosive energy. With the sound gone, they regenerated almost instantly. Vegeta and Sun Wukong shook their heads, while only Beerus maintained a somber gaze upon the arena. As the dust settled, the situation became clear. Both fighters lay sprawled on the ground. TCH. Utterly useless. It seems this round has ended in a draw, Compa scoffed. Lord Compa. That is not the case. It has exerted his utmost, and the Scions of Universe 7 are indeed formidable, Gabe courageously retorted. Silence. You are merely my pawns. Who cares about your lives? Kappa glared angrily at Gabe. Speak another word, and I shall destroy you. He extended his hand, but in the next moment, two cold beams shot forth, startling him into a seated position. He had sensed a murderous intent, looking in the direction of the gaze. He found it belonged to the Scions Sun Wukong and Vegeta from Universe 7, which instantly irked him. How humiliating it was for a god of destruction to be intimidated by two mere mortals. As he prepared to unleash his fury, Bardos interjected. Lord Kappa, Gabe is correct. And it was you who proposed this contest. She subtly glanced at Kappa, her words laden with meaning. In that moment, Kappa regained his composure. Chapter 11. The Grand King appears. The Super Dragon grants wishes on the arena. The referee emerged from an unknown place once more. Approaching to inspect the condition of the two fighters, ready to announce the results when, unexpectedly, they stirred. Both struggled to rise. Zhou Fei, I must admit you are truly remarkable, and I suspect you have yet to reveal all your techniques. Haha. You are no different. If you were to unleash your true assassin abilities, I doubt I would stand a chance against you, limited as you are by the rules of this competition. It gazed at Zhou Fei, chuckling heartily before leaning back and collapsing onto the ground. The referee, momentarily stunned, hurried over to check and found him unconscious, subsequently announcing the outcome of the match. After the results were declared, Zhou Fei let out a long sigh, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Upon hearing of their victory, the members of Universe 7 erupted in cheers, signifying the preservation of Earth. Conversely, Kappa's expression darkened considerably. Defeated, you useless beings have brought me to this shame. Kappa's fury surged again. Losing to others mattered little, but losing to Universe 7 was utterly unacceptable. Sun Wukong retrieved a Senzu bean from Krillin, ascending to the arena to split it in half, tossing one half to Zhou Fei before moving to hit, placing the other half in his mouth. Both regained their strength. It rose, and the three exchanged smiles before returning to their respective universes. Remarkable. You Scions have achieved a level that truly astonishes me, Beerus remarked appreciatively, patting Zhou Fei on the shoulder. Zhou Fei displayed remarkable humility, claiming that Lord Beerus had overly praised him, attributing his achievements solely to good fortune. Humph. With Zhou Fei and Kakarot around, I shall surely surpass both of you. Vegeta grumbled discontentedly. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in Universe 6 was charged with tension. Kappa's piercing gaze bore down on Hid, causing the latter to feel somewhat uneasy. Let me return. I no longer want that cube, Kappa huffed. How could you even consider going back after losing? This match has utterly humiliated me, and you shall all face annihilation today. With that, he raised his hand, energy beginning to coalesce. The group led by Kappa grew anxious, knowing that a god of destruction's wrath meant absolute obliteration. Hid steeled himself for a counterattack, determined to fight back even at the cost of his life. Meanwhile, Goku appeared visibly anxious, yearning to assist, but was restrained by Beerus. You Scions performed admirably, earning me considerable respect, but the actions of the gods are predetermined. Mere mortals must not interfere. But, Lord Beerus, there are no buts. Do not make me repeat myself, Beerus said, his expression grave and his gaze sharp. Vegeta swiftly covered Kakarot's mouth, convinced that if Kakarot uttered another word, Beerus would surely strike. At that moment, Zhou Fei cast a glance in a certain direction, and upon seeing an approaching figure, his focus shifted. To his astonishment, the individual had indeed arrived. An unsettling presence that could not be underestimated. Just as Kappa's energy had fully gathered and he prepared to unleash an attack, a child's voice rang out, abruptly interrupting him. What are you all doing? It looks like so much fun. At the sound of that voice, both Kappa and Beerus's fur bristled, and they turned towards the source, their expressions turning to shock as cold sweat broke out on their brows. They rushed to the figure's side, bowing deeply in unison. The companions were left bewildered by this unexpected scene. The Kaioshins had appeared beside the gods of destruction, kneeling, while the angels bowed to the speaker. Who is he? Goku blurted out, almost instinctively. Suddenly, Beerus felt his heart leap into his throat, cursing Goku internally. It was hardly surprising Goku would say such a thing. As the gods of destruction and the Kaioshins were bowing to a figure who resembled a child, it seemed utterly absurd. Goku, watch your words. This esteemed individual is the supreme deity of the universe, no, of the 12 universes, Lord Zeno, was admonished sternly. Nanny. The companions were left in stunned disbelief. The supreme deity of the 12 universes, what did this imply? Did it mean that this child surpassed even the gods of destruction, who presided over the 12 universes? Such a notion was beyond comprehension. Yet, what they witnessed was irrefutable reality. Vegeta swallowed hard, having abandoned his aspirations of surpassing the gods. Now, he merely wished to surpass Kakarot, Zhou Fei, and the others. Apologies for our lack of proper reception, Lord Zeno. We are truly honored by your visit, Beerus stammered. His nerves frayed. Zeno acknowledged with a simple nod. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Lord Zeno? Beerus asked cautiously. Today, I wish to remind you about your unauthorized activities, Zeno stated. Yes. Both Beerus and Kampa responded in unison. The duties of the gods of destruction must not be neglected. They reiterated. At that moment, the two angels reported on the conduct of their respective gods of destruction, leaving them drenched in cold sweat and trembling with fear. Zeno glanced at them and casually uttered a phrase that nearly caused their hearts to stop. Perhaps it is time for a change. The companions from Universe 7 and Universe 6 were left in shock. Could a god of destruction be so easily replaced? I was merely jesting. But I find this quite entertaining. Perhaps next time, we should gather contestants from all the universes for a grand competition. I think it would be splendid. The two gods of destruction were left speechless. The mere thought of a tournament involving all universes was terrifying. Then came a voice that made Beerus feel as if he might just perish from despair. Really? That sounds like so much fun. It was none other than Goku. Beerus clenched his fists, desperately restraining the urge to lash out at Goku. With Zeno present, he managed to maintain his composure, his heart heavy with grievance. Zhou Fei gently brushed his forehead, realizing that he could not escape the orchestrations of the narrative. The Omni King cast a glance at Sun Wukong before turning his attention to Zhou Fei. You two have performed admirably, he remarked with a hint of indifference. Instantly, Beerus became somewhat unsettled. What did the Omni King's words imply? Could it be that he favored Sun Wukong and Zhou Fei? Sun Wukong scratched his head, suggesting, let us hold another event sometime. With that, he extended his hand, and the atmosphere in the venue shifted dramatically. The two attendants fixed their gaze on Sun Wukong, prepared to strike with lethal precision should any irregularity arise. Zhou Fei couldn't help but marvel inwardly, contemplating that only someone with the protagonist's charisma, like Sun Wukong, could engage in such outrageous antics. The events that transpired thereafter were not far removed from this initial absurdity. With the departure of Lord Zeno, the atmosphere gradually returned to normal, and Beerus approached Sun Wukong, delivering a sharp reprimand. Do you have any idea how perilous that was? Sun Wukong innocently rubbed his forehead and replied, it wasn't that dangerous. Beerus, exasperated, could only shake his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the Sixth Universe's side, they decided to let this incident slide and began their departure. After leaving behind the Dragon Balls, Kampa and his companions boarded their transport cube. Once they had vacated the area, Vegeta urged Bulma to retrieve the Super Dragon Ball radar, which indicated that the 7th Dragon Ball was located nearby. Initially puzzled, Manaka, the courier, provided the necessary clarification, allowing Whis to comprehend the situation. As they boarded the cube and distanced themselves from the Nameless Planet, Whis waved his staff, causing the entire planet to tremble. Soon, the outer layer peeled away, revealing the 7th Super Dragon Ball. Lord Beerus, it is ready. Beerus nodded, expressing his desire to fulfill a wish. Following Whis' translation into divine language, the Super Dragon Ball began to emit a radiant glow. Fortunately, when Bulma took out the radar, she mentioned that it was necessary to use divine language, and Beerus reassured her that he would not wish for anything detrimental to Earth. Before long, the entire cosmic expanse began to quake, enveloped in a brilliant golden light, accompanied by a powerful, enigmatic force that began to spread. As time passed, a colossal golden dragon emerged with a thunderous roar, stunning everyone into speechlessness with its immense and sacred presence. The dragon's roar reverberated throughout the universe, its size increasing as it soared through the cosmos, devouring entire star systems in its wake. Even their transport cube was not spared, had Whis not provided an explanation. Everyone would have been thrown into a panic. They were unaware of how long they drifted. When the cube finally halted, they beheld the golden dragon, whose size, though somewhat diminished, remained astonishingly vast. They approached the dragon, which spoke in a peculiar language. Whis, allow me to speak. You shall make the wish. Beerus declared. Whis nodded in agreement. Bulma, witnessing this exchange, felt a wave of anxiety, fearing that Beerus might make an odd wish. Beerus articulated his wish in a unique tongue, and Whis, somewhat surprised, nodded before reciting Beerus's words in divine language. A resounding hum filled the air as the super dragon's eyes glowed crimson. Moments later, the red light faded, and the dragon responded in its strange dialect, dispersing into 7 luminous orbs that vanished into the unknown. Chapter 12. A small comparison as the Super Dragon Balls scattered. Everyone was eager to learn what wish Beerus had made, especially Bulma, who was most curious. In response to their inquiries, Beerus scratched his face and calmly revealed the content of his wish. I merely wished for the most comfortable pillow in the entire universe. The crowd was taken aback. Had it not been for Zhou Fei's prior knowledge, he might have almost believed it. Well, the matter is settled. It's time to return. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Whis cheerfully announced as he waved his staff, enveloping the cube in a burst of speed. A day later, at Capsule Corporation, Bulma stood on the balcony, addressing the void. To celebrate the victory of Universe 7, I am organizing a feast. In the palace of the god of destruction, Whis smiled at the crystal ball. So, there will be a variety of exquisite dishes, correct? Of course, came Bulma's voice from the crystal ball. Just then, Beerus rushed over, excitedly declaring, I must certainly attend such an event. Very well, I invite you both to arrive by noon tomorrow. Oh, and do remember to bring Monaka, who played the most significant role in our success. With that, the crystal ball's light dimmed. The master and servant exchanged glances, falling into silence for a few moments. Beerus turned, hands clasped behind his back, and remarked, if Sun Wukong sees Monaka, he will undoubtedly insist on battling him. Whis suggested with a smile. Shall we inform him of Monaka's actual lack of strength? Beerus vehemently shook his head. Absolutely not. This would only diminish Sun Wukong and Vegeta's enthusiasm. Furthermore, as a deity, if they perceive me as dishonest, it would tarnish my authority. Do you understand? I see, Whis replied, a look of exasperation crossing his face. Wishing he had foreseen this predicament. In any case, we must pretend that Monaka is unable to attend due to work. Understood? Yes, Whis nodded in agreement. Thus, with Monaka's absence established, time swiftly led to the day of the banquet. In the spacious backyard of Capsule Corporation, umbrellas stood alongside tables laden with a plethora of delicacies. The guests engaged in lively conversation, and the atmosphere was cordial. Hey, is Sun Wukong still not here? Chi-Chi inquired. Chi-Chi shook her head helplessly. He hasn't returned since going to the fields, but don't worry, he should make a sudden appearance shortly. Bulma nodded, seemingly in agreement. Meanwhile, Vegeta scanned the surroundings. No need to search. He's still in the hyperbolic time chamber. Piccolo remarked, having approached unnoticed. TCH. Vegeta scoffed. Meanwhile, inside the hyperbolic time chamber, the sounds of exuberant exertion echoed. Ha! Ha! The ferocious aura emanating from Zhou Fei erupted, obliterating the remaining two puppets. He then began to gasp for breath, exclaiming, Damn it! I can't seem to reach the fourth transformation. Is it truly necessary for the Bulma ray to shine upon me? After returning from his rest 2 days prior, he had come to the hyperbolic time chamber yesterday for training. Throughout the year of rigorous practice, he had completely mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan third form and had acclimatized to 350 times Earth's gravity. Presently, he could endure a gravity of up to 400 times. And with the aid of the Kaio-ken, he had reached a level where he could contend with the perfect Super Saiyan Blue. However, the thought of facing Zamasu and Goku Black loomed over him, making him acutely aware that this was far from sufficient. Thus, in the remaining 6 months, he dedicated himself to exploring the evolution towards Super Saiyan 4. Yet, despite his relentless efforts during this time, he had found no leads, which prompted his earlier outburst. Although he had a system to wait for item distributions, the randomness was frustrating. Who knew when he would receive anything? Sitting on the ground with a furrowed brow, he suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. How could I be so foolish? Just because I am unaware does not mean others are too, even if they are oblivious. There is still the eternal dragon. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself, as sometimes his thoughts were shrouded in darkness. Wait, this reminded him of something. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, leaving a red handprint in its wake. Damn, today is Bulma's banquet, isn't it? Oh my goodness, I must hurry. He quickly stood up, intending to leave, but upon glancing at his grimy appearance, he decided to take a shower first before heading out. At the banquet venue, now that Goku is absent, we should discuss our plans, Chi-Chi suggested. At that moment, Whis cleared his throat and said, Listen closely. If Son Goku discovers that Monaka is not strong, even if he trains diligently, his motivation will wane. Moreover, this is a crucial time for Goku to grow stronger, as the destroyers from other universes are exceedingly ruthless. If we were to lose in the Universe Martial Arts Tournament, who knows what fate would befall Earth? Do you understand? Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, and everyone exchanged glances. Just then, Zhou Fei descended from the sky, disrupting the somber mood. What is going on? Were we not supposed to be having a banquet? Why is everyone just standing here? He inquired, feeling quite perplexed. Upon seeing Zhou Fei, Beerus's eyes lit up, then glanced at the discarded puppet costume. An idea forming in his mind. Zhou Fei, come here. Beerus called out. Zhou Fei cast a puzzled glance at Beerus, then surveyed the surroundings, gradually grasping the situation. Surely, Beerus wouldn't have me impersonate Monaka and battle Son Goku, would he? With a hint of skepticism, he approached Beerus, who placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled. Zhou Fei, assist this deity with a favor. Assist? What sort of favor? I believe you are aware that Monaka possesses no combat prowess. Yet Son Goku is eager to challenge him. Thus, I kindly request you don that costume and engage in a duel with Son Goku. Upon hearing this, a realization flashed through Zhou Fei's mind. Indeed, that was the case. He looked at Beerus's beaming smile and felt he had no alternative but to comply. Who knew what might unfold if he refused? Do not worry, this deity will ensure your safety. Beerus chuckled, patting him on the back. Before long, Zhou Fei had donned the costume, just as Son Goku arrived on the scene. Wow, Monaka, I didn't expect you to grow so tall. Hee, come on, Goku declared, striking a battle stance. At that moment, Bulma emerged, her expression fierce. If you're going to fight, move to a farther location. Do you wish to ruin the banquet here? I understand. Goku replied, and the two of them took flight, distancing themselves by several hundred meters before adopting their stances. With a whoosh, they charged at one another simultaneously, their fists colliding with a thunderous sound. The costume shattered, leaving the onlookers in a state of anxious suspense, fearful that Son Goku might uncover Zhou Fei's true identity. Zhou Fei paid no heed to the surrounding chaos. As he retracted his fist, he executed a swift kick that sent Son Wukong flying for over 100 meters. Seizing the moment, Zhou Fei unleashed a surge of energy and charged forward, launching a relentless barrage of attacks, forcing Son Wukong into a defensive retreat. Capitalizing on this opportunity, Zhou Fei swiftly maneuvered behind him, embracing him as they plunged downward. Just as they were about to hit the ground, Zhou Fei released his grip, resulting in a thunderous explosion that engulfed the area in a cloud of dust. Subsequently, a series of explosions erupted, flames reaching skyward. Whoosh! The two ascended from the smoke, facing each other in a tense standoff. Monaka, you truly are formidable. Very well, I shall unleash my full power. With that, Zhou Fei began to radiate energy, mirroring Son Wukong's actions. Fortunately, Son Wukong appeared to harbor no suspicions. It was also possible that the side effects from the Kaio-ken used in his super blue form were beginning to manifest. At this moment, Beerus interjected, all right, let us conclude this battle for now. We shall have our rematch when the opportunity arises. The energies of Son Wukong and Zhou Fei dissipated. Why is it like this? Lord Beerus, I was just getting into the groove. Son Wukong lamented, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Beerus shot him a sharp glare, instantly dispelling Son Wukong's discontent. Chuckling sheepishly, he scratched his head and remarked, after all this fighting, I'm quite famished. It seems I must indulge in some delicious food. At this, everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Zhou Fei, clad in his costume, made his way to a cooler spot to remove his gear. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and he exhaled deeply, relieved to have accomplished his task. Just then, Whis approached, waving his staff, which magically rendered Zhou Fei spotless. Thank you, Zhou Fei expressed gratefully. Whis smiled, his eyes narrowing playfully. It appears you are destined to carve out a unique path. Zhou Fei's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, Wei must possess some knowledge. Just as he was about to inquire further, Wei made a gesture to halt him. Let us discuss this after the banquet concludes. I must indulge in some delightful cuisine, he said, before turning and departing. Zhou Fei shrugged and headed towards the banquet venue. Chapter 13, vs. Copy Vegeta. The festivities continued until the late hours of the night before finally concluding. Zhou Fei accompanied Beerus and the others to the realm of destruction, while Son Wukong was pulled back home by Chi-Chi, as he was required to tend to the fields the following day, leaving no time for his training. In the desolate expanse of the destruction realm, only Whis and Zhou Fei remained, as Beerus had retreated to his lair for slumber. Do you aspire to pursue the most primal path of physicality? Whis inquired, his gaze serene as he regarded Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei nodded, yet this was merely superficial. In the future, he might attain a divine realm, transforming into a transcendent being beyond the fourth dimension. Whis pondered for a moment and then said, please recount to me the trajectory of events that transpired in the parallel universe you once inhabited. Zhou Fei pondered for a moment before articulating the overarching worldview and narrative of GT. I see, he remarked. It appears that the dimension you once inhabited is a divergent reality that has evolved independently, following an entirely distinct system from what you have described. The powers in your realm are derived from the tail, which clarifies much for me. Now, let us commence your training. This approached Zhou Fei from behind and lightly tapped his tail with the staff. Instantly, the crystal orb atop the staff emanated a brilliant glow, shimmering for a few moments before fading away. He glanced at the orb and instructed, "Now, elevate your energy to its utmost potential." Zhou Fei focused his energy as he had mentioned. With a flick of the west staff, a protective shield enveloped him. "Now, I shall guide the power of your giant ape. What happens next is entirely up to you." As his words echoed, the crystal orb atop the staff radiated a dazzling light. At that moment, on a planet known as Firepot Star, Trunks and Goten trembled, having soaked their feet for too long in the cold water. Trapped inside Monaka's freezing vehicle for several hours, nearly succumbing to the cold. While they were conversing, a peculiar being resembling a beetle came rushing towards them. In a moment of distraction, it accidentally knocked Monaka to the ground. Monaka was unharmed, but the creature found itself in a rather unfortunate tumble. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Monaka swiftly grabbed an item beside him and exclaimed, "Botaiju, your monthly Cosmic Martial Arts magazine has arrived. Thank you for using our service." Botaiju embraced Monaka in a warm greeting. However, moments of intimacy are often interrupted. A group of oddly shaped aliens approached, armed and menacingly. "Oh dear," in my excitement, I completely forgot about them. Botaiju trembled, hiding behind Monaka. "You think you can escape my grasp? I didn't expect you to have accomplices." "Perfect. I shall capture you all," growled the formidable Grell, a fearsome-looking being. Botaiju clenched his fists and stood tall. "This does not concern them. If there is any trouble, let it be directed at me." Although he spoke bravely, anxiety gripped his heart. With a swift motion, his followers opened fire, leaving him flattened on the ground, leaving Trunks speechless. He had initially believed Botaiju to be quite formidable, only to find him akin to Monaka. With no other option, Trunks and Goten teamed up. For such exhilarating confrontations could not exclude them. In swift succession, they drove the adversaries away. However, during the chaos, one enemy caught sight of a glowing object on the ground and smirked. "Ah, thank you so much. I didn't realize you were this capable." Botaiju expressed his gratitude. Trunks smiled back. "It's all in a day's work." Just as the foe was about to express further thanks, he suddenly touched his chest, his expression changing to one of alarm. "Oh no, if those items fall into their hands, it would be disastrous. Can I ask you two to accompany me? I stand no chance alone." "Certainly." Without hesitation, Trunks and Goten ensured Monaka was comfortable before following Botaiju towards a canyon. Minutes later, upon arriving at the canyon, they discovered that the villains had already seized control of the area. "Are you looking for this?" Grell sneered, holding a pacifier. "We can easily handle punks like you, Goten." Trunks and Goten prepared for battle. Unfortunately, they were captured due to Monaka being held hostage. The scene shifted to Grell's group standing before a locked vault-like structure. He handed the pacifier to a subordinate, who unlocked it, revealing a thermos. "At last, the super water is mine. With this, my strength will multiply exponentially." As he opened the thermos, a flash of light erupted. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bulma realized her son and Tian had left with Monaka's truck, prompting her to send Goku and Vegeta to search for them. Concurrently, in the God of Destruction's realm, Whis sat on a bench, munching on snacks while observing Zhou Fei meditating within the protective shield. As he finished his last packet of snacks, the shield disappeared, and Zhou Fei opened his eyes. Exhaling deeply, he stood up, stretching his limbs, producing a sound akin to popping beans, and clenched his fists. Indeed, he had attained Super Saiyan 4, albeit with slight variations from the GT universe, capable of transforming directly from Super Saiyan 3 to Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, his Super Saiyan 4 form surpassed the conventional limits. Whis cleared the snack wrappers and remarked, "Your talent is remarkable. You have fully mastered the so-called giant ape power." "Thank you, Mr. Whis," Zhou Fei replied gratefully. Just then, the crystal orb on Whis' staff emitted a beam of light. He glanced curiously and exclaimed, "Vegeta's life energy is rapidly depleting." With a flick of his staff, a holographic projection revealed the situation on Firepot Star. "Whis, how long until we reach this place?" Whis cast a knowing glance and, concluding the projection, stood up. "It's not too far. We should arrive in about 2 minutes." With another flick of his staff, the two vanished. "On Firepot Star, you have been far too careless." The duplicate Vegeta scoffed. "What are you, daring to impersonate me?" Vegeta glared at the duplicate. The imposter arrogantly retorted, "Impersonate? No, you've got it wrong. I have absorbed all your abilities. I am now the true Vegeta, and you shall soon fade into history. Don't be ridiculous. I will not become history. You, counterfeit, shall perish. He staggered to his feet and unleashed a final flash. Unfortunately, his power had been entirely siphoned by the super water, rendering him powerless. I told you. I am the genuine Vegeta. The duplicate Vegeta gathered energy to fire his own final flash. Just as the energy beam threatened to strike, a figure appeared, effortlessly swatting the attack away. It's you. The newcomers were none other than Zhou Fei and Whis. Whis, what brings you here? Vegeta inquired, confusion etched on his face. Whis surveyed the situation, glancing between Vegeta and the duplicate before addressing the urgency. Let's move to a safer location. With a flick of his staff, he transported himself, Vegeta, and the others to a distant mountaintop, leaving Zhou Fei and the two duplicates behind. You little, the duplicate Grell barely had time to finish his sentence before a ki blast sent him flying. With the nuisance temporarily removed, Zhou Fei turned his attention to the counterfeit. Now, let us see just how formidable you truly are. Zhou Fei swiftly advanced toward the replicant, launching a surprise strike known as the Friendship Breakthrough Fist before the latter could react. With a resounding thud, the blows sent him crashing into the mountainside. Yet, having fully replicated Vegeta's abilities, the clone quickly emerged from the rubble. The two engaged in an intense clash, their movements generating a series of powerful sonic booms. Amidst the swirling smoke, they exchanged hundreds of blows in mere moments. You've certainly grown stronger, Zhou Fei, the clone remarked. However, with your meager skills, defeating me is nothing short of a fantasy. With a swift motion, an energy wave was unleashed. Zhou Fei, channeling his energy, enveloped his palm and executed a precise knife-hand strike, splitting the energy wave in two, resulting in explosive detonations on either side of him. Almost instantaneously, Zhou Fei darted behind the clone, seizing his wrists and delivering a knee strike. Yet, in an astonishing twist, the back of the replicant's form transformed into its front, limbs aligning into their proper orientation. Grasping Zhou Fei, he executed a 360-degree Thomas spin, releasing him into the ground, creating a deep, human-shaped crater. Chapter 14. Future Trunks arrives. The replicant Vegeta hovered in midair, waiting for a response. After a moment of silence, he scoffed, "Do you find this amusing? Or perhaps you realize you are no match for me and intend to cower in silence." The deep crater remained unresponsive. "Very well. Then you shall perish here alongside the skin I've shed." A sphere of ultra-dense energy began to coalesce, but just as it was about to be unleashed, the replicant's expression shifted as he sensed Zhou Fei's presence behind him. Startled, he was struck by an overwhelming force, causing the energy in his hands to dissipate. Vegeta, observing the battle with a furrowed brow, could no longer tolerate the antics of the two. "Hey, do you two find this amusing? Zhou Fei, if you don't finish him quickly, I will disappear. And you, imposter, listen closely. You know his true strength, and without unleashing your own, you cannot hope to defeat him." Zhou Fei chuckled. It seemed that Vegeta had grown rather complacent, yet he still possessed the audacity to make a commotion. Truly, it was time to address him swiftly. But first, a confrontation with the Super Saiyan Blue was imperative. Moreover, the crystal was likely preparing for a surprise assault. Boom. An explosion of energy shattered the debris as the copy of Vegeta surged forward, and the two faced each other in a tense standoff. Just then, Son Goku made his entrance. Having been dining on King Kai's planet, he had heard the news of Zhou Fei and Vegeta's skirmish, prompting a search that led him here. "Hey, why are there two Vegetas? And they both look rather odd." Son Goku scratched his head, slightly bewildered. Vegeta snorted dismissively and remarked that the other was an imposter. Choosing not to elaborate further, Goku nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding. However, he refrained from offering assistance, recognizing that this was a battle meant for the two warriors alone. "Excellent, even Kakarot has arrived. Once I defeat you, Kakarot will be next." The tone of the copy of Vegeta was undeniably arrogant. He let out a low growl, his energy coalescing into a brilliant blue radiance as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, albeit with a rather peculiar appearance. "All right, Zhou Fei, it is your turn. Let me witness your true power." Zhou Fei smiled faintly. With a hum, he transformed from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 3, mimicking Vegeta. He furrowed his brow and narrowed his eyes, sensing an unusual energy. In the next moment, a fierce aura surged from Zhou Fei, as the flames of Super Saiyan 3 erupted in a fiery display, soaring into the heavens. "What is this?" To the astonishment of the onlookers, a Saiyan with pure black hair and a chest and palms adorned with red body hair appeared, complemented by crimson eye sockets and eyelids. This sight thrilled Son Goku immensely. "This is Super Saiyan 4. No matter what, you cannot defeat me. With a swift motion, the two collided, resulting in a powerful explosion. On the lawn of Capsule Corporation on Earth, Bulma gazed up at the sky with a worried expression. Several hours had passed, and still, there was no sign of Vegeta and the others returning. She took out her phone, preparing to call Chi-Chi, considering that it was her son who had taken Goten onto their spaceship. As she rummaged for Chi-Chi's number, a sudden flash of light flickered in the void, forcing her to close her eyes against the blinding brilliance. What is happening? Once the light faded, she opened her eyes to behold a towering machine, causing her pupils to constrict in shock. A time machine. Could it be? In a flurry of realization, she rushed forward to inspect it, and indeed, someone lay unconscious inside. Bulma carefully lifted future Trunks out. Though she was unaware of what had transpired with him, his current state clearly indicated trouble. She carried him to a gazebo nearby, where Pilaf and his companions were playing, knowing they were responsible enough to help look after him. At that moment, she dialed Gak's number. There was no choice. With future Trunks appearing, she had to call Gak to return promptly. On planet Beerus, Vegeta, with a pacifier in his mouth, watched the battle in the sky with palpable impatience. The two combatants were indeed evenly matched, yet Vegeta was aware they were merely toying with each other. Hiding behind Banaka, Gak felt his pocket vibrating. He pulled out his phone to find it was Bulma calling. He swallowed hard. If Bulma discovered what had happened to her husband, he would surely face her wrath. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, yet he felt compelled to answer. Hello, Gak. Where are you? And Vegeta. Hurry back. Something has happened on Earth. What? What happened? Goku interjected before Gak could respond. Great. Goku, you're also there. Future Trunks has arrived. Nanny, I don't know what is going on, but he is severely injured. Hurry back with the Senzu beans, and bring Trunks and the others with you. Understood. Bulma. Just wait a moment. We'll be there shortly. However, midway through the conversation, Gak's phone died, shutting off unexpectedly. Zhou Fei, you must conclude your battle swiftly. A situation has arisen on Earth. Zhou Fei, with an understanding of the situation, realized that the time was indeed approaching. He cast his gaze around, and upon spotting the moving super water core, he smiled at the replica of Vegeta. Very well. Imposter, I shall engage you in a decisive battle. Ha ha ha. A decisive battle? Zhou Fei, do you truly believe you can achieve that? Zhou Fei remained silent, and with Weiss conveniently absent, he saw an opportunity to experiment with the skill of gravity control. Weiss had long returned to the realm of the gods of destruction since his transformation from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 3. Zhou Fei waved his hand at the copy of Vegeta, yet nothing transpired, eliciting a scornful smile from the imitation. Regrettably, in the next moment, he plummeted to the ground, creating a substantial crater, and continued to sink as if an immense weight bore down upon him. Once he had managed to stabilize this situation, he turned to another direction, waving his hand to halt the super water core, which was still over 10 meters away from Goku and his companions. If Goku could destroy that core, Vegeta would be saved. Hurry. With a swift motion, Goku unleashed an energy blast that struck the super water core, resulting in a resounding crack as it shattered. Concurrently, the copy of Vegeta began to exhibit fissures across his body, emitting a tortured scream. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Fei amplified the gravitational force, adjusting it to an astonishing 500 times. The imitation of Vegeta let out a wretched cry, obliterated beneath the overwhelming gravity. Vegeta, who had been suckling on a pacifier, reverted to his original form. Thank you, he expressed. I must ensure a fair contest in the future. I share the same sentiment, Goku concurred. Subsequently, he instructed them to grasp his shoulders, and in an instant, they vanished. As for Manaka, Goku deemed that someone of such formidable strength would be just fine. Goku first teleported to King Kai's planet, then moved to the temple, where he procured some Senzu beans from the cat sage before returning to the temple and teleporting to Capsule Corporation. Due to the inability to locate any powerful energy signatures in West City while searching on Fire Mountain, he had to make some arrangements. Bulma received Goku's Senzu beans and administered them to Trunks. As he swallowed the beans, Trunks gradually regained consciousness, slowly opening his sleepy eyes. Trunks, are you all right? Bulma inquired with concern. Yes. Trunks, are you okay? Goku quickly added. This single query caused Trunks' pupils to dilate, and with a sudden burst of energy, he threw off the blanket covering him and aimed a punch at Goku. Fortunately, Goku caught his wrist, but the entire sequence startled everyone except Zhou Fei. Goku was perplexed by the sudden attack. What had prompted Trunks to strike? Meanwhile, in the God of Destruction's realm, the God of Destruction and his attendant exchanged glances. evidently entertained by the unfolding drama. It seems something amusing is transpiring. Whis, shall we pay a visit? Indeed. It would also provide an opportunity for dinner, Whis responded. With a flourish of his staff, they disappeared in a flash of light. Chapter 15. A brief encounter, you despicable bastard. Trunks seethed, his eyes brimming with fury. It's all because of this person before me, everything stems from him. Calm down, Trunks. Bulma admonished, delivering a sharp slap that brought him back to his senses. Now fully alert, Trunks surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had returned to the past. Immediately, he bowed to Goku in apology. It's no trouble, Goku assured him. Turning to Bulma, who was kneeling, clasping her son's hands, tears streaming from his eyes. Mom, I'm so sorry, I couldn't protect you. After a moment of weeping, he wiped his tears and stood up. Are you feeling better now? Trunks, what exactly happened in the future? Mom and Dad? Young Trunks observed his elder counterpart addressing his parents as such, and recalling what Pilaf had whispered to him earlier, his expression shifted dramatically. Mom, who is he? Bulma, noting the change in his demeanor, gently patted his head. He is you, specifically, an older version of you. What? Trunks gasped, while Pilaf and his companions looked astonished. Upon closer inspection, they indeed resembled a large and small version of the same individual. I see. So you manipulated time, this is a grave offense. Beerus and Whis materialized. And the former's tone grew increasingly frigid. Lord Beerus, why are you here? And what do you mean by grave offense? Goku questioned. Beerus cast a cool glance at both Trunks. How could I miss such an intriguing spectacle? You humans possess remarkable audacity. Having created a time machine that disrupts the flow of time and alters the fabric of reality. Are you aware of the dire consequences such actions could entail? His voice grew colder with each word. Even Whis, who usually remained indifferent, displayed a change in demeanor. Is manipulating time truly that serious? Vegeta defended Trunks. Whis replied in a measured tone, time must flow unidirectionally. Consider a sapling. If time flows normally, it will grow into a grand tree. Should time become chaotic, that sapling will wither, leading inevitably to destruction. Goku and the others exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Oh dear. Lord Beerus, let us overlook this incident. They must have encountered some trouble, which is why they resorted to the time machine again. If you spare Trunks, I'll treat you to a delightful meal, something you've never tasted before. Zhou Fei approached with a cheerful demeanor, striving to mediate the situation. Upon hearing of delectable cuisine, Beerus's eyes sparkled with anticipation, especially since it was a dish he had never encountered before. As you have stated, should the food prove to be unpalatable, I shall not hesitate to wreak havoc upon you. Zhou Fei nodded and reached into his pocket, but in reality, he retrieved several packets of spicy strips he had purchased from the system's inventory. Tada! Zhou Fei distributed a packet to each person. Fortunate that he had purchased an ample supply beforehand. What is this? Beerus pondered, gazing at the crimson treat with a hint of skepticism. Could it truly be delectable? Hiki. Lord Beerus, this delightful creation is known as spicy strips, a rare delicacy indeed. The more you indulge, the more irresistible it becomes. Simply tear open the packaging and savor. As he spoke, he eagerly tore into the package and relished the treat. Observing this, Beerus felt no hesitation and joined in the feast. This flavor is exquisite. Truly delightful. In no time, he had devoured the entire portion, his eyes narrowed in bliss as if his very soul had been elevated. He then cast a knowing glance at Zhou Fei, the implication unmistakable. Indeed, he was a true gourmet, having likely tasted many culinary wonders. Yet this was undoubtedly his first encounter with spicy strips. Zhou Fei, feigning nonchalance, reached into his pocket and sheepishly produced 2 packets. Lord Beerus, rest assured. I shall uphold my promise. With that, he snatched the packets of spicy strips and ambled over to a bench, indulging himself in the snack. Witnessing this, Whis could only shake his head in exasperation. Could you not share even one packet with me? Trunks. Both the older and younger Trunks responded in unison. Elder Trunks, please enlighten us about the events that transpired in the future. Zhou Fei urged. The elder Trunks let out a heavy sigh, his eyes filled with fury. After the defeat of Majin Buu, Earth experienced a brief period of tranquility. However, one day, a man claiming to be Son Goku appeared, he recounted. Nanny, is that me? Goku scratched his head, perplexed by the revelation. The elder Trunks nodded gravely and continued. Although he claims to be Son Goku, I know he is not Uncle Goku. We refer to him as the Dark One. He boasts of having annihilated entire civilizations on several planets, and his power is extraordinarily terrifying. Humanity on Earth was nearly extinguished, and even my mother fell victim to him. Humph. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. Wait, Trunks. Are you saying that the future version of me perished at his hands? Bulma interjected suddenly. Trunks, his expression somber, nodded slowly and whispered, indeed. Damn it. Vegeta's countenance shifted, his mood darkening. Are you saying that with your current strength, you cannot defeat that fiend? Goku pressed, honing in on the critical point. The elder Trunks shook his head. Even at full power, I am no match for him, and he grows stronger with each battle. Gradually growing stronger, you say? Goku mused, gazing at Trunks. How about we engage in a spar, and you can assess the disparity in strength between me and that dark one? Trunks, momentarily taken aback, quickly comprehended Uncle Goku's intent and nodded in agreement. Just as the two prepared for their contest, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, and a fissure resembling a zipper materialized in the sky. From this rift emerged a figure clad in black, strikingly identical to Son Goku. Upon seeing this figure, Trunks' expression shifted dramatically as he spoke in a hushed tone. Dark One, how did you arrive here? Humph, so you are here. The Dark One surveyed his surroundings, recognizing several familiar faces before glancing at the ring on his finger and smiling faintly. I see, I have traversed time. It appears you summoned me here for your demise. You wretched fiend. Trunks, fueled by rage, prepared to act, but Vegeta halted him. You are no match for him. Before he could finish, Zhou Fei flew to a point not far from the Dark One. Oh, Dark One, is it truly justifiable to commit such acts for your ideals? Your sense of morality seems profoundly distorted. The Dark One furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, who is this person? He seems to possess knowledge. Below, Whis' eyes sparkled with intrigue. Who are you? The Dark One demanded. I am merely a Saiyan, Zhou Fei replied with a calm smile. The Dark One narrowed his eyes and in an instant unleashed a dark yellow energy sphere. In response, Zhou Fei swiftly conjured a similar energy sphere. Boom. A brilliant flash erupted. Your reflexes are impressive. It seems you are no ordinary adversary. Zhou Fei shook his head with a scoff, declaring, enough of these petty tricks. Show me your true strength. In a surge of power, he ascended to Super Saiyan. The figure of darkness brightened with recognition. So this is a Super Saiyan. What an honor. With a swift motion, both warriors charged toward one another. Who is that father figure? Date inquired. His name is Zhou Fei, also a Saiyan. Do not be fooled by his appearance. His strength is formidable, Vegeta elucidated. A Saiyan? Zhou Fei. There is no record of such a character in the future. What on earth has transpired in the modern world? Though puzzled, he did not dwell on it, for as the divine being had mentioned, time and space are indeed intricate matters. In the air, Zhou Fei moved with remarkable speed, delivering a straight punch toward darkness. The latter, displaying a look of disdain, effortlessly seized Zhou Fei's fist with his powerful grip. Zhou Fei smiled faintly, and suddenly, Kaio-ken felt an abrupt heaviness in his body as he plummeted rapidly, creating a pit 100 meters deep. He raised his hand, and with a resounding noise, the dark figure soared out of the pit, pushing towards the direction of the time-space rift. Whoosh! Like a rocket, it shot into the rift. Buzzing resonated as the rift sealed, restoring the sky to its original state. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Fei let out a sigh of relief. His primary objective was precisely this. Should he engage in combat with Sun Wukong, the strength of the dark beings would undoubtedly escalate significantly, while facing off against his opponent would certainly enhance his own prowess. It would hardly reach the extraordinary heights of Sun Wukong's capabilities, for he was not Sun Wukong. Hey, can you perhaps let me take the next one? Sun Wukong gazed at Zhou Fei with a look of complaint. Zhou Fei shivered and quickly exclaimed, all right, next time I'll leave it to you, definitely. Sun Wukong chuckled softly. Chapter 16, Journey to the Future, the Transformation of the Dark Being. Whis and Beerus took a sip of their beverages. Lord Beerus. That individual is indeed wearing something peculiar. Beerus responded, indeed. This situation has taken an intriguing turn. Moreover, I sensed a rather unusual aura emanating from that dark being. At that moment, Zhou Fei approached. Lord Beerus. Whis, I trust you both have noticed the item he is wearing? Beerus regarded Zhou Fei with keen interest. So, you are familiar with what that item is? Zhou Fei nodded. Indeed, only the Supreme Kai could don the time ring, correct? It is certainly true, however, at that moment, Sun Wukong and his companions approached. So, does this mean that the Dark One is the Supreme Kai? Piccolo queried, perplexed. He and Krillin had arrived only during Zhou Fei's battle with Black Goku. And it was only after future Trunks explained the circumstances that they comprehended the dire events transpiring in the future. No, among the Supreme Kais, There is no one who resembles Sun Wukong, and that fellow emanates a sinister aura. After speaking, Beerus took a sip of his chilled beverage. What shall we do now? We are unaware of the Dark One's true identity. Trunks clenched his fists, his expression tinged with despondency. Clap. Whis snapped his fingers. Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions. It is likely that one among us knows the identity of the Dark One. Who? The others chorused in unison. They followed Whis' gaze, which rested upon Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei let out a bitter laugh, realizing that he had not managed to conceal anything from Whis' keen eyes. He produced an earring. The Patera earring of the Supreme Kai. Everyone was taken aback, unable to fathom how Zhou Fei had acquired such a treasure. Whis, I trust you can investigate the origins of this earring. I leave it in your capable hands. In truth, he had hoped to keep it for himself. But Whis' perceptive gaze thwarted his plans. Whis accepted the earring, a glimmer of recognition flashing in his eyes. The aura felt oddly familiar. Whis, let me take a look. He handed the earring to Beerus. Compared to the malevolent energy surrounding Beerus, this aura indeed seemed reminiscent of something he had encountered before. But where had he seen it? Beerus pondered, but the answer eluded him, so he decided to wait quietly for dinner instead. 2 hours later, everyone dispersed. In the laboratory, Bulma and her daughter were engrossed in studying Bulma's future notebook, while the 3 little ones assisted them. Meanwhile, Trunks stood on the tranquil surface of the lake. Engaged in mental training, Vegeta was in the gravity chamber, seething with rage, not for any trivial reason, but because his future wife had perished. As for Son Goku, he had departed with Beerus and the others, while Zhou Fei retreated to the hyperbolic time chamber to train. Days slipped by, and 4 days later, Zhou Fei emerged from the time chamber, covered in grime, just as the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations! You have successfully opened the gift package and acquired the most powerful talent, the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm? The most powerful talent? Could you elaborate on what this entails? This is a realm attainable solely by deities, distinct from the realms of Son Goku and the others. It is the Saiyans' ultimate talent. Those who possess it experience an accelerated growth rate, and even without deliberate training, their strength will increase. That sounds splendid. However, your explanation of the Divine Realm seems rather dismissive. Regrettably, the system offered no further response. With a resigned smile, Zhou Fei reflected on how the system was rather capricious. Having acquired these 2 abilities, he felt as though he had not undergone any substantial transformation. Shaking his head, he decided to take a bath. And not long after he left, Son Goku also emerged. Having only entered the time chamber the previous day, he was astonished by Zhou Fei's remarkable increase in strength. He stretched his mouth into a grin and rubbed his shoulder blades before heading off to bathe. In the Capsule Corporation laboratory, Bulma gazed with satisfaction at the pristine time machine before her. Extracting energy alone had consumed a day, and the refurbishment had taken considerable time as well. But witnessing the final product made it all worthwhile. They should be returning soon, right? Bulma approached a button and pressed it, causing the time machine to transform into a capsule, which she placed into her pocket. Approximately 10 minutes later, Son Goku and Zhou Fei arrived at the Capsule Corporation, followed by Trunks a few minutes later, leaving only Vegeta unaccounted for. In the gravity chamber, Vegeta had finished his shower and appeared before everyone. Ah, Vegeta, you've arrived. Son Goku greeted. Vegeta merely scoffed, but when his gaze fell upon Zhou Fei, he couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. Something about him seemed different from before. Now that we are all gathered, watch closely, Bulma declared, retrieving the spatial capsule from her pocket. With a press of a button, the refurbished time machine materialized with a resounding thud, revealing a larger interior than its predecessor. Just as they were about to enter the time machine and initiate the journey, Beerus and Whis arrived. Oh, are we ready to depart? Whis inquired. Bulma nodded in affirmation, explaining, it is indeed best to return quickly. We have already delayed for too long. Hey, is there anything to eat? I'm quite famished, Beerus remarked, patting his belly. Bulma thought to herself, wishing to express her frustration, but considering he was a deity, she opted for a smile instead. Yes, Lord Beerus. I shall have someone prepare something immediately. Trunks activated the time machine, and they vanished. In the future world, a sense of desolation permeated the air, compounded by the dark sky and the remnants of shattered structures, painting a truly apocalyptic scene. The time machine descended slowly, and the 4 of them leaped out, with Trunks securing the capsule. How could this be? The future world has transformed into this. Son Goku exclaimed, filled with shock, alongside a burgeoning sense of anger. Indeed, this is the world I inhabit. Trunks clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with rage. Trunks, how many humans remain alive? Have they found refuge? Vegeta surveyed the surroundings. I haven't counted, but there may be fewer than 100 left. Aside from the fighters, only women and children remain. They have managed to hide. As Black Goku revels in the slaughter of humanity, having vowed to exterminate them entirely and take pleasure in their suffering and despair, Trunks' eyes were filled with concern. Who goes there? Vegeta bellowed, his voice low yet commanding. At that moment, a figure collapsed to the ground and called out. Recognizing the fallen individual, Trunks rushed over, joyfully exclaiming, Xiao Wu, you're safe. This is wonderful. He embraced her, causing her cheeks to flush. After an embrace lasting over 10 seconds, they finally parted, both blushing. Xiao Wu, I thought you had perished, Trunks stammered. She shook her head. After I regained consciousness, I joined the resistance. I ventured out this time to search for food. And I didn't expect to encounter you. Is there no food left? Indeed, there is very little remaining. Their conversation continued for a while, after which he introduced Xiao Wu to his father and the others. Vegeta retrieved a box from his pocket and handed it to Trunks. Take this. It contains food and essential supplies. Bring it back to the remaining humans. Trunks accepted the box, bewildered by his father's intentions. Trunks, in this battle, you are to act as an observer and need not interfere, he said, glancing at Son Goku and Zhou Fei. Very well, Vegeta, I have no objections, Son Goku nodded. Zhou Fei shrugged, indicating that it was no trouble at all. Both were acutely aware that Vegeta was seething with pent-up frustration. However, there was no room for debate. You must hasten back and ensure the safety of the remaining humans, for that is your duty, Vegeta admonished sternly. Trunks' expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and declared resolutely, No, Father, allow me to join. This is my home, our world. And I must put an end to this nightmare with my own hands. What I say is final. Vegeta retorted. Enough of this chatter. You still have that girl with you. If the situation deteriorates, you both can quickly return to the past, understood? At this, both Trunks and Mai felt their cheeks flush. Ahem. Zhou Fei lightly coughed twice and said, All right, Vegeta, your son has grown up and knows what to do. It is time for us to depart. The four then soared into the sky, landing in a relatively intact area. Vegeta unleashed a burst of energy towards the heavens. This way, he won't have any trouble finding us. Sure enough, moments after his energy was released, dark clouds roiled, and a shadowy figure descended from the stormy sky, landing atop a domed structure. Oh, you certainly have some courage to come here. Aren't you afraid of not being able to return? The figure revealed a sinister smile. It is only by coming here that we can defeat you, Dark One, Goku declared. Ha. Foolish, ignorant humans. You think you can defeat a deity? You are far from worthy. The Dark One sneered. Goku furrowed his brow. Did he just mention deities? Let me tell you something. You will perish at my hands. With that, Vegeta raised his energy to its peak, transforming into his super blue form. The Dark One's eyes gleamed with approval as he clapped his hands. Impressive. To master the aura of a god. It seems you have put in considerable effort. However, you are still no match for me. Suddenly, his energy surged dramatically, and in an instant, he transformed, creating a powerful wind that stirred the dark clouds, flashing with lightning. What is this? Vegeta's gaze grew serious. How about this? The brilliance, the hue, according to your Saiyan naming conventions, let us call it Super Saiyan Magenta. The Dark One laughed heartily as he soared into the air, clenching his fist. Goku, you should feel honored, for I have absorbed all your power. In my form, your strength can reach unprecedented heights. Observing the Dark One's self-indulgent monologue, Goku felt an inexplicable chill. Your opponent is me. No matter what form you take, you will never be my match. With that, Vegeta unleashed a furious assault on the Dark One. Chapter 17, God Super 4, 2 verses. 2 Confronted with Vegeta's earnest and forceful punch, the Dark One displayed disdain. He effortlessly dodged the blow and swiftly delivered a knee strike to Vegeta's chest. Ugh. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of foam, his eyes wide with shock. How could this be? His power surpasses Super Blue. No, this is absolutely impossible. Below, Trunks felt cold sweat trickle down his face, filled with frustration at his inability to assist. Sensing his turmoil, Zhou Fei stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder and softly saying, It's all right. This will all come to an end. Trunks nodded. Indeed, it would come to an end, and he needed to remain strong. In the sky, the Dark One taunted, Vegeta. You are merely an appetizer. You bastard. Vegeta managed to utter before plummeting from the sky. The weight of that strike was overwhelming, exceeding what Vegeta's body could bear. Resulting in his current state, Trunks rushed forward to check on him, realizing he had momentarily been caught off guard. Haha, Goku, and you damn Saiyan. It is now time for the main course. Having recently returned from the past to the future, he discovered his earrings were missing. Fortunately, he had slain enough Kaioshins previously to collect many earrings, so it was not a significant issue, but this humiliation would not be forgotten. Goku transformed into Super Blue, raising his power to its maximum. He knew that without doing so, he could not hope to contend with this foe. Dark One, let me test your strength. Goku waved his hand, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. The Dark One flicked his wrist, forming a blade of energy. And with a sweeping motion, the blasts detonated with thunderous roars. Amidst the ensuing smoke, Goku had already closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch. Only for it to be easily caught by the Dark One, who then retaliated with a kick. Bang! The blow sent Goku crashing into the ground, creating a crater. How can your power be so formidable? Goku struggled to rise, utterly incredulous. After nearly a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, to be beaten like this was unfathomable, and he instinctively glanced at Zhou Fei, noticing his calm demeanor amidst the chaos. The Dark One landed on a dome, gathering energy between his palms. Is he preparing the Kamehameha? Just as the Dark One was about to unleash his attack, Zhou Fei interjected. Have you been watching for so long without revealing yourself, Zamasu? Do you truly wish for your foe to perish at his hands? Nanny. Goku and the others gasped in surprise, recognizing the name that had been investigated by Whis as that of the trainee Kaioshin of Universe 10. The Dark One relaxed his stance, and at that moment, radiant golden light burst forth from the sky, revealing a figure descending slowly. It was none other than Zamasu. It seems you know quite a bit, he spoke, his tone calm yet laced with menace. Lord Zamasu. Goku and the others could hardly believe their eyes. The Dark One and Zamasu were not the same person. What could this possibly mean? I don't know much, just what I ought to know. He pointed at the Dark One. You hail from a parallel timeline adjacent to ours, and your body was merely traded through a wish made with the Super Dragon Balls. The Dark One narrowed his eyes, sensing an increasing danger from this individual. As for you, you are nothing more than a worthless Kaioshin granted immortality by the Super Dragon Balls. Zhou Fei gazed upon the Zamas of this dimension, his expression mirroring the disdain previously exhibited by the dark figure. You wretched human, how dare you belittle the divine? The sanctity of the gods is not to be trifled with by a mere mortal such as yourself. Prepare to meet your demise. In an instant, he vanished. Yet despite his swiftness, Zhou Fei moved with greater alacrity, appearing before him in the blink of an eye, with a powerful kick aimed at his abdomen. Zhou Fei's immense strength penetrated the dark figure's form, propelling him over 1,000 meters and crashing him through numerous dilapidated structures. The dark figure, taken aback, was about to retaliate when Zhou Fei swiftly approached, unleashing a gravitational force that sent him hurtling away. Simultaneously, he called out to Trunks. Take your father and Goku and return to heal. We are out of Senzu beans here. However, Zhou Fei noticed Trunks hesitating. There is no room for doubt. Do as I say swiftly. With a bow, Trunks assisted his father towards the time machine, followed closely by Goku. Zhou Fei, you must not come to harm. Goku urged with concern. Zhou Fei turned back and smiled at him. Trunks activated the machine and vanished. Moments later, Dark Man and Zamasu appeared. You foolish human. How dare you attempt to obstruct us? Dark Man glared ominously at the human before him. Zhou Fei stretched his limbs and chuckled. Delusions? I do not perceive it that way. As he spoke, a sphere of energy erupted forth. Boom. The two were enveloped in a cloud of dust. In the next moment, the violent fluctuations generated by their fierce clash caused the earth to undergo a dramatic transformation. Zamas also joined the fray. Zhou Fei was immediately engulfed in a surge of golden radiance, an intense wave of energy sweeping forth. Such a formidable aura. The Dark One furrowed his brow. In an instant, he transformed into the Super Saiyan God form, silently invoking the activation of his divine realm. Instantly, the golden flames enveloping him began to morph into a state reminiscent of the Limit Break Super Saiyan form, albeit with a distinct difference. His hair remained jet black, while the flames shimmered with particles akin to the cosmos, rising and falling in a mesmerizing dance. The Dark One and Zamas stared at each other, sensing an undeniable threat, indeed. A threat unlike any posed by Goku and Vegeta. A Saiyan, how is it that you possess divine power, yet differ from them? Zhou Fei had no intention of elucidating anything to the Dark One. He was indeed traversing the corporeal path. However, having attained a divine realm, He could now embark on the dual cultivation of both law and body. Very well, let us commence a new round. In an instant, his figure flashed before Zamasu, catching him off guard with a sudden punch that shattered his visage. Simultaneously, one of his feet struck the Dark One's waist. These two maneuvers were executed with impeccable timing, sending both adversaries hurtling away. Casting a glance towards their trajectory, he unleashed a gravitational force of 500 times its normal weight upon Zamasu, directing his attention towards the Dark One. You truly are audacious. Do you believe this will lead to our defeat? Such delusions are the musings of a fool. Veins bulged on his forehead, and an energy blade materialized. With a fierce shout, he contorted the blade into a scythe-like form. How does it feel to recognize your own impotence? Ha! The rage of you Saiyans is indeed a formidable force. The Dark One laughed with arrogance. Zhou Fei squinted his eyes, and at that moment, a deafening explosion echoed from a distance as the earth shattered. Zamasu, with a swift motion of his hand, unleashed a furious blade of energy and charged forward with unbridled rage. Stop! The figure cloaked in darkness called out to halt him. Yet, in his current state of utmost fury, Zamasu paid no heed to the plea. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Zhou Fei raised his hands to unleash a new energy cannon. A powerful surge of energy erupted, reverberating with a thunderous roar. The relentless waves of energy battered against his body, allowing him to be reborn amidst destruction. An agonizing cycle repeated time and again. The final strike of the energy cannon sent him flying thousands of meters away. How outrageous! I am immortal. You fool, such attacks are futile against me. Zamasu shouted in a fit of madness. Zamasu soared back into the fray, only to be struck by an energy blast to his head, yet he instantaneously recovered. How could this be? Both Thomas and the Dark Man were astonished to discover that their opponent possessed two forms, just like them. He employed the four bodies fist. The two Zhou Feis exchanged glances. With synchronized movements, their hands opened and closed, energy surging forth to coalesce into a colossal energy sphere that hurtled towards Zamasu and his companion. This maneuver was a replication of their adversary's attack, following the narrative closely. Chapter 18, The Return of the Trio, the Manifestation of Absolute Divinity. The explosion echoed across the surroundings. The Dark Man and Zamasu were propelled away, and the two Zhou Feis pursued them. The first, Zhou Fei himself, confronted the Dark Man, while the second doppelganger engaged Zamasu. Do not let your triumph cloud your judgment, Saiyan. The Dark Man steadied himself and executed a swift kick. Zhou Fei swiftly bent down, evading the strike while attempting to ensnare his waist with his legs to hurl him away. However, the Dark Man countered with a knife hand strike. Clang! A sharp sound resonated as the Dark Man felt a tingling in his palm. Zhou Fei's lips curled into a smirk as he swiftly executed a somersault, using force to drive his opponent's head deep into the ground. Boom! The earth quaked violently as the Dark One flipped over and leaped, gathering energy into his side with one hand, sweeping it across. Whoosh! He instantly countered, and at the moment of collision, a shockwave radiated outward, sending debris flying. On the other side, Zamasu was being overwhelmingly suppressed. The real world had already succumbed to the night. In the expansive area of the Capsule Corporation, a massive table was set, where Beerus and Whis were indulging in delectable dishes. Suddenly, both Beerus and Whis froze and gazed skyward. Back so soon? Beerus remarked, somewhat surprised. The time machine descended to the ground, and Trunks emerged, carrying Vegeta and Goku. Bulma exclaimed, rushing over to support Vegeta. What happened? She inquired. Trunks' expression darkened as he spoke solemnly. It was the Dark One who left Dad and Uncle Goku in this state. He is already transformed into a Super Saiyan. He paused momentarily. Bulma frowned slightly. And what else? Speak up, Trunks. Taking a deep breath, Trunks finally revealed, the Dark One and Zamasu are essentially the same entity. They are accomplices. I witnessed them in the future. I knew that Zamasu was no good. It infuriates me to see how wicked he truly is, Bulma exclaimed, her anger palpable. She then produced a cloth bag from seemingly nowhere, retrieving 2 senzu beans to offer to Vegeta and Goku. After consuming the beans, the 2 Saiyans regained their strength. As soon as Goku regained consciousness, he shouted, Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei. Wait, where is he? We came back with only 3 of us. What happened? Vegeta, maintaining a serious demeanor, began to explain. Zhou Fei held off Zamasu and the Dark One to buy us time. Indeed, Goku and Trunks echoed in agreement. Moreover, Zhou Fei revealed that the Dark One hails from a parallel world strikingly close to the modern era. He acquired Kakarot's body through a wish on the Super Dragon Balls. And Zamasu possesses immortality. Vegeta added that generally the gist of it, and Trunks' account was similar, yet Goku was utterly bewildered. Clap. Whis snapped his fingers, suddenly enlightened. By combining what you have mentioned with my own findings, I believe I have pieced it together. What is it? Goku urged, still confused. Whis, please share what you know. Beerus added, his mouth full of chicken leg. The situation is likely as follows. Goku defeated Zamasu, who harbored resentment and sought immense power. Through some means. He learned the location and usage of the Super Dragon Balls, which led him to wish for immortality, thus becoming the Dark One's ally. Is that so? It seems plausible. Vegeta and his son grasped much of this, yet Goku remained in the dark, entirely unaware of what Whis was articulating. Vegeta sighed in exasperation, thinking of Kakarot's shortcomings. However, if they were indeed allies, why did the Dark One's energy resonate so closely with Zamasu? Beerus tossed the bones onto the table and picked up a toothpick to clean his teeth. Thank you for the hospitality. We shall take our leave. But before Bulma could respond, Whis' staff transformed into a beam of light, vanishing. They were not truly returning but traveling to Universe 10. As both suspected that Guas was in peril, though it was not their universe, the death of a Supreme Kai would mean the destruction of a god of destruction, disrupting the balance and inciting wrath from the Omni King, a consequence none could bear. Therefore, Beerus decided to gather evidence before resorting to destruction, which prompted their departure. After Beerus and Whis left, Vegeta turned and headed toward the gravity chamber. Dad, Trunks called out. Vegeta heard but did not respond. His mind was consumed with one thought alone, vengeance to restore his pride. As the proud Saiyan prince, being utterly defeated was an unbearable humiliation. Goku, meanwhile, instantaneously teleported to the King Kai's realm to train. Time passed, and by noon the next day, the three had recovered and prepared Senza beans. Re-entering the time machine amidst the eager gazes of everyone as they vanished. Boom. A great mountain shattered into fragments, dust rising like a mushroom cloud. The four had battled for 3 days and nights. Bang. Four figures intertwined in a dazzling display of light. Whoosh. They landed in the city. Saiyans. Your race is far too dangerous and must be eradicated. The Dark One and Zamasu roared in unison. Suddenly, Zhou Fei raised an eyebrow, instantly reverting to his Super Saiyan 4 form and dispelling the fourfold punch. You've begun to fear. Indeed, you are merely human, incomparable to the divine. The fate of humanity's inevitable extinction is unalterable. Zamasu mocked. Zhou Fei wished to avoid excessive verbal disputes with him, for he was exceedingly narcissistic. In the distance, a brilliant light heralded the arrival of the time machine, which descended gracefully to the ground. 3 figures emerged, with Trunks swiftly securing the time capsule. Vegeta and Son Goku propelled themselves towards Zhou Fei with unwavering determination. The foolish humans have returned to court death. Wouldn't he fleeing be a wiser choice? The Dark Ones, in our Saiyan lexicon, the term retreat does not exist. With a roar, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan blue form and charged at the Dark Ones. Seeking death. Are we? The clash erupted with a series of thunderous impacts. Zhou Fei, are you all right? Son Goku inquired with genuine concern. Zhou Fei shook his head to indicate that all was well. Sun Wukong retrieved a small cloth pouch from his pocket and poured out a magical bean from within. Upon consuming the bean, he experienced a complete restoration. Although he had expended considerable energy through his 4-body fist and the ascension into the divine realm, he was gratified to have validated his prowess, having attained a level surpassing the Ultra Blue, equivalent to a 20-fold increase of Sun Wukong's King Kai fist, as well as Vegeta's Deep Blue form. It seemed that the challenges ahead would not be so straightforward. Zhou Fei cast a piercing gaze over Zamasu and the Dark Man. Sun Wukong, you cannot hope to triumph over the divine. Why do you not comprehend this? Surrender. Zamasu sneered. Surrender? Zamasu, you underestimate humanity. To relinquish hope is to embrace death. To persist signifies the existence of hope. Thus, humanity shall never surrender, Trunks proclaimed passionately. You humans are devoid of hope. Zamasu unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Clang, clang, clang. Trunks deftly deflected each energy blast with his sword. At that moment, a flash of light heralded the arrival of the Supreme Kais from Universe 7 and Universe 10. Cease this, Zamasu, Gaosu intervened. You are Gaosu from that realm. So it is you. Zamasu replied with a faint smile. Supreme Kai, what brings you here? Sun Wukong inquired. In a swift motion, the Dark Man appeared beside Zamasu, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a glance at Gaosu without uttering a word. The old fool failed to grasp his ideals. Humans. The game ends here. Prepare to witness the true power of the divine. Kneel before the radiance of the gods. The Dark Man exchanged a glance with Zamasu. Zamasu's lips curled into a smirk as he donned the patera earrings on his right ear. They must be stopped. Yet Sun Wukong and Vegeta were a moment too late to intervene. Buzz. A blinding light illuminated half the sky. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, a resplendent fusion of Zamasu emerged, exuding a colossal aura that stirred tumultuous winds. My form embodies justice. My form embodies the world. Bow down in reverence. This exalted and magnificent form is that of the immortal, the supreme god Zamasu. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Fei's gaze sharpened as the worst-case scenario unfolded. Chapter 19. Half-Power versus Absolute Deity. Thomas looked down upon the crowd, then closed his eyes, completely unperturbed by their potential attacks. He reveled in the energy coursing through his body, a smile creeping upon his lips. I can feel two forces merging within me. Indeed, this is the energy I seek. Buzz. The moment he opened his eyes, a fierce aura erupted once more. Ugh. This scoundrel's power is escalating again. Everyone struggled to withstand it, but soon it dissipated, revealing a halo of light behind Zamasu. What? Zamasu's posture was unprecedented, except for Zhou Fei, who had witnessed it before. Zamasu. Why are you resorting to such terrifying measures? Guavas questioned. Zamasu, smirking while resting his forehead upon his hand, replied, terrifying? Ha ha ha. Guavas. You are exceedingly naive. Only when humanity is utterly extinguished can the world regain its true beauty. And what else? Guavas was puzzled. Whoosh. Boom. A powerful energy orb was unleashed. You will perish for the third time at my hands. However, as the dust settled, it became evident that Zhou Fei had intercepted his energy. Zamasu, how could your heart be so twisted? A tumult of emotion surged within him. The reason he had chosen Zamasu in the first place was due to his remarkable talent, coupled with his calm demeanor and understanding of divine duty. Yet now Guavas could only sigh inwardly. Zamasu spread his hands wide, and within the halo, thunder erupted. Crack, crack, thunder crashed down. Sun Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously unleashed their energy waves to counter the lightning. Ha ha ha. Behold, this infinitely enhanced physique is the testament to the mightiest of gods. He narcissistically admired his own form. Zhou Fei felt a shiver run down his spine, disgust washing over him. Zamasu narrowed his eyes, the crimson light within his halo flickering ominously. Judgment Blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The red blades of light descended with a menacing tilt. In an instant, Zhou Fei moved to stand before Sun Wukong and the others, unleashing his energy to shield them from the oncoming energy blades. They exchanged a knowing glance. And understanding Zhou Fei's intent, the duo separated to launch an assault on Zamasu. Insignificant humans, do not dare to lay your filthy hands upon the divine. Crack, crack. Zamasu grasped with both hands, a cacophony of sharp sounds resonating as Sun Wukong and Vegeta's fists collided painfully against his grip. Ah, wah. Their anguished cries echoed through the air. With a casual flick of his wrist, Zamasu sent them hurtling away, crashing into the remnants of the ruins. Ha ha, foolish humans. Listen well. I am the sun that illuminates this world with my very being. The light that radiates from me embodies justice, a truth you must acknowledge. I am now the wisdom of the universe, the law of the cosmos, and the very essence of its power. Where my light shines, you shall all vanish. And the zero plan for humanity shall reach fruition today. Once I eradicate every last one of you, the unprecedented ideal world I envision will finally take shape. Zamasu's voice reverberated throughout the realm. You're talking nonsense. Trunks, filled with fury, charged forward with his sword raised. Swish. Clang. His strike was effortlessly blocked by a mere finger from Zamasu. Trunks was taken aback. His full-force attack had been thwarted so easily. Not even during his battle with Uncle Wukong had he encountered such a disparity. Was he truly powerless to avenge his comrades? He cast aside such thoughts, no. He could not entertain such notions. He was the hope of all humanity. With a determined roar, he surged with energy. Golden flames enveloping him as blue particles of light began to emerge within. Zamasu's gaze sharpened, his single finger now transformed into two. So this is the form of hope. Zhou Fei gazed intently at Trunks in this form, a derivative faction of the Super Saiyans. The moment Zamasu unleashed his aura, Trunks let out a scream and was propelled backward. In a swift motion, Zhou Fei darted forward to catch Trunks. Are you all right? He inquired. Trunks shook his head and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhou Fei let out a sigh, acknowledging that he was indeed just as formidable as your father. He urged the individual to seek out his father and Sun Wukong, for previous observations indicated that both had sustained different injuries, although they were capable of fighting. It was evident that they were doing so with great difficulty. Thus, he had come. Mr. Zhou Fei. Trunks was eager to express something but found himself at a loss for words. He patted Trunks on the shoulder, reassuring him. Trunks nodded and departed. Suddenly, Zamasu raised his hand, launching an energy blast towards Trunks. However, Zhou Fei's energy barrier intercepted it effortlessly. Human, Zamasu remarked, I must admit, you possess remarkable courage. I have made my decision. If you agree to become my servant, I shall spare your life. What say you? Zamasu chuckled. Zhou Fei rolled his eyes in disdain, simulating a gagging gesture. You are utterly repugnant and shameless, he exclaimed. Good, good, good. Zamasu repeated thrice, his fury palpable. A colossal purple bird emerged from the halo behind him. Let the essence of a new era take root on this planet. Crack! Two bolts of lightning converged into one, striking Zhou Fei. With a thunderous roar, the scene was engulfed in billowing smoke. Buzz! Zhou Fei transformed into a divine Super Saiyan 4, dispersing the thick smoke while simultaneously releasing a burden 400 times his weight. His aura surged dramatically, resembling a straight line on an electrocardiogram. Zamasu furrowed his brow slightly, bringing his hands together in a swift motion to condense a sphere of fiery energy. With a gentle touch, he propelled the energy sphere towards Zhou Fei. With a swift motion, Zhou Fei unleashed a formidable force, dispelling the energy of his opponent. In an instant, he materialized before Zamasu, offering a slight smile. Zamasu retaliated with a powerful punch. Upon their fists colliding, a surge of energy erupted, unleashing a fierce gale and flashes of lightning. The very space where their fists met shattered with a crack. Both combatants stumbled back, astonished. What is the matter? Is this all the divine power you possess? Zhou Fei teased, his grin widening. Zamasu's forehead bulged with veins, and the divine halo behind him radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, enveloping his entire being. With a hum, he unleashed a punch, causing energy to spread and form a colossal vortex surrounding Zhou Fei. Humph! Such trivial tricks cannot deter me, Zhou Fei declared, his divine aura obliterating the vortex as he leapt over Zamasu's head, appearing behind him. A fierce energy erupted from his tightly clenched fist, manifesting as a mighty dragon. Zamasu gathered energy in both hands, retaliating with a resounding explosion that reverberated through the air. The cataclysmic clash of their energies reduced the surroundings to dust, creating a massive pit with a diameter of 1,000 meters. The earth trembled as their energies collided. Among the ruins, King Kai observed with exhilaration, there is hope. Zhou Fei has suppressed Zamasu. However, his excitement was met with skepticism from Guavas. Zamasu has yet to reveal his true strength, he cautioned. King Kai, confused, questioned Guavas' doubts. With a sigh, Guavas explained. The true power of the Patera earrings has not yet been fully manifested. Do you truly believe this is his ultimate capability? Surely you are aware of the earrings' true nature. They are, after all, two halves of the same entity, resulting in an energy that transcends mere fusion. It is an infinite expansion. At that moment, a voice interrupted their discussion. So, according to you, Lord Guavas, if one can harness an energy even greater than his, one could defeat him? The speaker was none other than Son Goku, who approached from a distance. The three of them settled in a discreet corner against a wall, catching their breath. After a few minutes, Goku stood up first. Though not fully recovered, he had regained about 70% of his strength, and Vegeta was nearly at the same level. Zhou Fei had been fighting for quite some time. It was evident that he was running low on stamina. It's time for a change, Vegeta. Let us go. In unison, they transformed into their super blue forms and charged at Zamasu. Zamasu, Gallic Gun, Kamehameha. They shouted in unison. You wretched vermin, do not taint my vision. Zamasu roared, raising his hand as a blinding red energy wave erupted from the second halo behind him, carrying a devastating aura. Thunderous energy waves radiated outward, causing the very planet to tremble, mountains to crumble, and fierce winds to surge. Humans hiding underground emerged, stunned by the spectacle above. Some knelt in fear, their faces pale. Succumbing to despair, they beheld the celestial beings in the sky, convinced that humanity could never triumph against such divinity. Yet, as Trunks had stated, humanity would not relinquish hope. Even when hope seemed distant, it provided the impetus to endure and the courage to resist. With energy colliding incessantly, Goku and Vegeta transitioned from offense to defense, struggling to hold their ground. Suddenly, Trunks appeared beside his father, transforming into his Super Saiyan form and channeling energy into a powerful blast. His energy wave merged with those of Goku and Vegeta, momentarily matching Zamasu's onslaught. Humph! The strength of ants, Zamasu scoffed, slightly intensifying his output. Goku and his allies staggered back, on the verge of being overwhelmed by Zamasu's energy. Vegeta exchanged a knowing glance with Goku and then shouted to Trunks. Unleash your full power. Yes, Dad. Trunks replied, and with a mighty shout, his energy surged dramatically. The father-son duo unleashed their combined might. while Goku discreetly conserved his strength. After enduring for several tense seconds, the explosive energy wave finally sent Vegeta and Trunks flying. Haha, ants will always remain ants. Zamasu laughed. But then he noticed a blazing blue light igniting to his left. Turning, he was met with the sight of Son Goku. Son Goku, this time, I shall ensure your demise, Zamasu declared, condensing a searing fireball in his palm. Goku spat out blood, declaring, Zamasu, I will extinguish your light. Kamehameha, foolish Saiyans. It is your light that shall be extinguished. Be pierced, O holy wrath. Zamasu hurled the fiery orb, and Goku unleashed his Kamehameha in response. The two forces collided with a cataclysmic impact, generating a powerful wave of energy. Under the might of Goku's aura, he momentarily gained the upper hand. Zamasu's expression shifted in disbelief. How could he be outmatched? It was inconceivable. He was the sole god of this realm. Meanwhile, Zhou Fei, still alongside King Kai, shook his head. Alas, engaging in a battle of energy with the Sun family is a precarious endeavor, especially on the left flank, he muttered. While resting, he awaited the opportune moment for the emergence of the true king. Yet, Zamasu, embodying the essence of the ultimate antagonist, amplified his energy output, swiftly overpowering Goku's Kamehameha. Goku felt the weight of immense pressure bearing down on him. Ugh! He coughed up blood yet refused to yield. I will never surrender, Zamasu. With a fierce roar, Goku unleashed a surge of energy, his Kamehameha gaining unparalleled strength as his aura reached its zenith. Do not be so presumptuous, you fool. You dare oppose a god? Zamasu countered, raising his other hand to unleash the Blade of Judgment. The crimson blade struck Goku, eliciting a pained cry, yet he steadfastly refused to relent. Summoning his full strength, tenfold Kaio-ken. In an instant, the aura surged once more, amplifying the might of the energy wave, which pierced through Zamasu's sacred defenses. A violent explosion ensued under Zamasu's incredulous gaze. After executing this technique, Sun Wukong found himself in a precarious state, his hands nearly rendered immobile. Nevertheless, he did not relent. He plunged into the smoke, elevating the King Kai fist to the pinnacle of what his body could endure, landing a powerful kick on the right side of Zamasu's face. Whoosh! Zamasu was sent flying sideways, crashing into the ground and creating a crater resembling a meteorite, while the halo behind him shattered at that very moment. Witnessing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Zhou Fei's eyes. Sun Wukong, having returned to his normal state and taken a few breaths, plummeted from the sky, only to be caught by Zhou Fei, who brought him to the concealed ruins where Trunks and Vegeta had recently arrived. Thankfully, Vegeta and Trunks had absorbed most of the energy fluctuations earlier, otherwise, both father and son would have been incapacitated. The Supreme Kai, Shin, entrusted 2 Senzu beans to Trunks. Concerned about damaging the beans, Trunks handed them back to the Supreme Kai, who, after all, was the disciple of the Supreme Kai of the future world in the manga. Although there was no connection in the animation, he still deserved that respect, and the Supreme Kai was a sensible individual, recognizing the importance of these items. At this moment, both individuals regained some clarity. As for Zamasu, Sun Wukong, enduring great pain, inquired. Before the Supreme Kai could respond, a burst of colorful light erupted from afar, a terrifying aura soaring into the heavens. Sun Wukong. He was now exceedingly twisted and filled with rage. As the sole deity, he could not accept being so bested by a mere mortal. Raising his right hand, he proclaimed loudly, "Let the light of justice strike me. A weak and inept god who cannot vanquish evil has no reason to exist." Boom. Crack. Amidst the dark clouds, bolts of pinkish-purple lightning descended, converging upon Zamasu. At that moment, the right side of his face contorted grotesquely, resembling that of a toad, while his right arm writhed like a puddle of liquid, soon expanding to an enormous size. Bang! His hand crashed down upon the ground like a colossal boulder. What on earth was happening? Why did his body not revert to its original form? Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were deeply perplexed. Guas sighed, blinking his eyes slowly, lamenting. Although Zamasu's body has become immortal, the dark entity is not truly invincible. Are you implying that the mortal darkness affects the body of the immortal? Guas nodded, surprised by the intelligence of the human named Vegeta. He continued, if Zamasu's body and spirit lose their balance, our opportunity to defeat him will arise. However, even so, we will require an even greater power than before to achieve that. Trunks glanced outside, pondering. Win? How do we win? Where can we find a greater power now? With Zhou Fei's support, Sun Wukong slowly sat up, straightening his posture to gaze at the unfolding scene outside, when suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. I have thought of a solution. Everyone turned their attention to Sun Wukong. Since they confuse, then Vegeta and I confuse as well. You mean the Patera earrings? As he spoke, the Supreme Kaishin removed the earrings, recalling the time they had fused to combat Majin Buu, displaying an unparalleled form. However, he was puzzled as to why they had separated after that. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta immediately turned his head away, refusing. No way, Kakarot. I absolutely refuse to fuse with you, you bastard. Trunks looked on in surprise at his father and Uncle Wukong. Unable to fathom what it would be like for his dad and Uncle Wukong to merge, son Wukong rubbed his forehead, anticipating this reaction. But realizing there was no other option, he could only persuade him. Vegeta, come on, we VE fused once before. This time won't be much different. Bastard. How dare you mention that? Vegeta's expression darkened, for that fusion had made him acutely aware of his inferiority to Kakarot, fueling his resentment toward merging with him ever since. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind swept through, causing all the structures to collapse. Vegeta, please, if this world faces destruction, he will surely slaughter countless more. Even crossing into other realms to annihilate Bulma and Trunks. By then, it will be too late for regrets. Hearing this, Vegeta closed his eyes, engaging in an internal struggle. After a few seconds of contemplation, he smirked, accepting the Senza beans and the Patera earrings from Son Wukong, his expression growing solemn. Bastard, Kakarot. This is the last time I will fuse with you. With that, he donned the earrings and consumed the Senza bean. Just as Son Wukong was about to wear the earrings, a question suddenly struck him. Supreme Kai, I don't understand why the fusion would be undone after wearing the earrings. Wasn't it supposed to be a permanent fusion? Guas explained, because only the Supreme Kai can fuse indefinitely. For others, the fusion lasts merely 1 hour. An hour? Huh? Time was indeed of the essence. Nevertheless, he secured the earrings and swallowed the Senza bean. As the light flickered, the enraged Zamasu turned his gaze toward the source of the radiance, spotting the earrings adorning Son Wukong and Vegeta. Damn humans, how dare you use divine artifacts? Buzz. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, heralding the arrival of Vegeta. Who are you? Zamasu's gaze fixated on him, sensing a menace. Hiki. Vegeta smirked. I am the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta. I am Vegeta. Remember this, for I am the one who will defeat you, and this is Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. In an instant, a dazzling blue radiance erupted, enveloping half the sky and piercing through the dark clouds. The intense, explosive aura left Trunks in awe. Unable to believe his eyes, the fusion of his father and Uncle Wukong had unleashed such formidable power. Zhou Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, the King Bee remains unchanged. A constant in this realm. Were it not for the constraints of the animated narrative, Zamasu would have truly met his demise. In Chapter 21, the annihilation of entities occurs. As the Omni King erases all existence. With such a transformation, do you truly believe you can conquer a deity? Zamasu unleashed an energy orb with a wave of his hand. Vegeta, unfazed, gazed at the orb hovering nearby, effortlessly raising his hand to unleash a powerful surge that obliterated the energy sphere. What? Zamasu was genuinely taken aback. Yet, despite his astonishment, he quickly regained his composure. After all, it is an undeniable truth that humanity cannot triumph over the divine. This realization brought a manic smile to his face. Haha. O humanity, you persistently strive to emulate the divine, mirroring every action of the gods. Yet what the gods enact is benevolence, while you, mere mortals, are utterly flawed. Enough of this idle chatter, let us engage in battle swiftly. For there are matters to attend to back home. Zhou Fei's displeased voice echoed as he materialized beside Vegeta. Vegeta, taken aback, exclaimed, Zhou Fei, you. Zhou Fei shook his head, stretched his limbs, and transformed into the god Super Saiyan 4 form. This transformation astonished everyone, even Vegeta. Mr. Zhou Fei, is this? Trunks swallowed hard. Guas nodded in agreement. Indeed, this emanates the aura of a deity, but what? Lord Guas? Trunks inquired, perplexed. His father had elucidated the realm of the gods to him, which explained the blue particles in his new form. Guas shook his head. Uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, the divine aura he sensed from Zhou Fei was exceedingly peculiar. Zamasu, come forth. Zhou Fei made a provocative gesture towards him. Zamasu's forehead throbbed with veins, and in an instant, he vanished without leaving a trace, appearing right before Zhou Fei. His fist, as large as a cooking pot, swelled with power. Just as Zhou Fei prepared to raise his hand in defense, Vegeta intervened, blocking Zamasu's strike. In the very moment he grasped Zamasu's hand, his other fist launched a powerful blow, which was swiftly countered, unleashing an explosive force. The sounds of their fierce clash echoed through the heavens and earth, resonating amidst the clouds. Suddenly, Zamasu reappeared right in front of Zhou Fei, unleashing a devastating energy wave. Zhou Fei concentrated his energy into his fist. and at the moment of its explosive release, a brilliant radiance enveloped the two combatants. It was then that Vegeta materialized amidst the energy, and the three figures began to weave in and out of one another. Gulp. How astonishing. Trunks swallowed hard, marveling at the spectacle of this battle. The fusion of his father and Uncle Goku, alongside Mr. Zhou Fei, had reached an extraordinary level of combat. He clenched his fist, wondering if he too might possess such power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three figures separated. Zamasu was severely injured, while Zhou Fei and Vegeta bore wounds, though not critically. I am a god with an immortal body. Your attacks are utterly ineffective against me. He roared, and with that, his injuries began to heal. Unfortunately, as the dark counterpart, his other half remained unchanged. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, his foot shifting slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Zamasu, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. The impact of their fists collided, and the air shattered instantaneously. A fierce gale erupted, the energies of the two warriors clashing, unleashing a dazzling burst of power. Zhou Fei's figure flickered as he appeared to the left of his opponent, launching an attack against him. Thus, amidst the dual onslaught, three distinct colors of energy became locked in a stalemate. Zamasu roared in fury, his energy surging dramatically, an imposing aura soaring towards the heavens. He hurled both Vegeta and Zhou Fei away simultaneously. Mid-flight, the two regained their balance and unleashed their energy waves. The golden blue energy wave and the fiery orange wave converged from both sides. Damn it. Don't get too complacent, human. With a swift motion of his hands, he unleashed an energy blast to counter the incoming waves. The overwhelming energy radiated as the three were engulfed in the tumultuous waves. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated, and Zamasu's eyes bulged as an energy beam pierced through his body. He stared incredulously at Zhou Fei, bewildered by how this human could accomplish such a feat. In an instant, Vegeta materialized beside him, a sort of light piercing through his heart. Trunks. Vegeta shouted. Trunks, momentarily taken aback, met Vegeta's gaze and seemed to grasp the situation. He powered up into the Super Saiyan Hope form and charged towards Zamasu. Zamasu, your demise is imminent. With a swift slash, he cried out. Ugh, this is impossible, impossible. Three Saiyans cannot overwhelm me. The collective energy of the three Saiyans erupted, engulfing him entirely. Consumed by the energy, Zamasu could hardly fathom how he had come to this state, nor could he comprehend the reasons behind it. No, I possess immortality. I cannot die. I will not die. Zamasu laughed maniacally. Suddenly, Zhou Fei's indifferent voice interrupted his laughter. Zamasu, do not forget that your other half is not immortal. Your downfall lies here, and you underestimate us Saiyans far too much. Instantly, he unleashed the King Kai fist, amplifying his power to 150 times. The explosive aura causing the energy to surge rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling brilliance illuminated the sky, piercing through the atmosphere and soaring into outer space. The three Saiyans crashed into the earth, and Vegeta reverted from his transformation. As time ticked away, the colossal mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, and the four Saiyans rose to their feet. Surely, this time, he has been completely annihilated. Zhou Fei pondered deeply, recalling how, in the saga of Majin Buu, Vegeta had managed to vanquish the fiend despite its nearly unholy regenerative abilities. The Super Saiyan Blue form was even more formidable. And with the combined might of Trunks' hope energy and his own, they should ideally not encounter the infinite resurgence depicted in the original narrative. Yet, while such notions were beautifully optimistic, reality proved to be harsh. Suddenly, a chilling sensation surged within him, and the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. How could this be possible? Was death truly eluding them? Zzzzz. A dark red energy, exuding an aura of destruction, surged towards the heavens. In mere breaths, it enveloped the earth and, indeed, the entire universe seemed to be ensnared within its grasp. Humanity! I have proclaimed my immortality. I am an eternal god. The sky was filled with countless shadowy visages of Zamasu, their voices resonating like thunderclaps. This was infuriating. If only I could acquire the seed of the universe, this immortal form would be obliterated in an instant. Alas, it seems the only hope now rests with Son Goku to summon the future Omni King. Zhou Fei pondered to himself. What on earth is happening? Trunks and the Saiyan duo were perplexed. This could hardly be classified as the realm of immortality. The expression on Gavas's face darkened. Zamasu's ambition was to transform into the universe itself. He had discarded his divine appearance, singularly focused on becoming the embodiment of justice and order. And now he had begun merging with the cosmos. The idea of becoming the universe was absurd. Kakarot, Trunks, Zhou Fei, let us strike together. As he spoke, He became enraged and attempted to transform into his super blue form, but he reverted back to his normal state almost instantaneously. Vegeta, conserve your energy. You and Goku have already depleted your ki during the previous battle, Zhou Fei remarked. Yet, before Vegeta could finish his sentence, Zamasu unleashed a barrage of dark red energy beams from his mouth, relentlessly bombarding the Earth. In an instant, the entire planet was engulfed in a storm of energy beams. The four Saiyans struggled to withstand the onslaught. Wherever the energy beams struck, the Earth crumbled, and the hidden humans were obliterated in the blinding light. After a few breaths, everything came to a standstill. Amidst the ruins, Goku spat out blood, laboriously rising to his feet. Damn Zamasu. Goku's words came with great effort, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Vegeta, Trunks, Zhou Fei, and Lord Kaio-ken, are you all right? Suddenly, he froze. His gaze met a desolate landscape shrouded in gray. Trunks also witnessed the devastation, closing his eyes to sense the presence of any surviving humans. But no trace of life could be found no matter how thoroughly he searched. This situation could only suggest one dreadful possibility. He opened his eyes, fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, and pounded the ground weakly with his fists. All humans, save for themselves, had vanished. Trunks let out a furious scream towards the heavens, unwilling to accept the reality. But what could he do? Everything was already a thing of the past. Goku, equally filled with frustration, clenched his fists tightly, searching his body for any senzu beans. If he could find one, they could once again fuse to unleash the ultimate Kamehameha wave to eradicate this monster. After a thorough search, he suddenly produced a button. Upon seeing the button, Goku's eyes sharpened as he turned to Lord Kaio-ken. Lord Kaio-ken, is the Omni King still present in this world? The Kaio-ken nodded. No one can eliminate the Omni King. Thus, he still exists. Goku smiled broadly, understanding the implication, and pressed the button, just as Trunks was bewildered by what Uncle Goku intended to do. The future Xeno appeared in a flash. Upon sighting the Omni King, both Kaio-kens immediately knelt, while Goku joyfully embraced the Omni King, leaving Trunks puzzled. Uncle Goku. Who is he? Zhou Fei elucidated to him that this was the most esteemed deity in the universe, which left him profoundly astonished. The Omni King scrutinized Sun Wukong for a moment before glancing at the others, his voice childishly inquiring, "Who are you?" Sun Wukong immediately released his grasp and proceeded with an introduction. The Omni King surveyed the desolate surroundings and exclaimed, "What is this? How dreadful! There is nothing here." "Did you do this?" Pointing towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong fervently shook his head and gestured towards the sky. No. It was that fellow," he exclaimed. The Omni King looked up and beheld the malevolent presence of Zamasu, remarking coolly, "This is truly abhorrent. Such a world should not exist." Instantly, the expressions of Sun Wukong and Zhou Fei shifted dramatically as they shouted, "Trunks, prepare the time machine. Don't just stand there. Hurry. Lord Supreme Kai. You two must leave this place at once." Trunks, momentarily taken aback, quickly retrieved a capsule, readying the time machine. He and Mai entered the device and activated it. While the two Supreme Kais vanished from the scene, the Omni King ascended slowly, his hands emanating a resplendent glow, contemplating the state of such a world. In the fleeting moment when the three Saiyans embraced the time machine's legs as it ascended, I wish for this world to vanish. Ahe, Zamasu, whose anguished cries echoed throughout the universe, disappeared in a blaze of light. As the blinding radiance faded, everything descended into a profound silence. At a critical moment, Zhou Fei and his companions returned to the modern timeline. Chapter 22. Farewell, battling with Sun Wukong in the modern era. As the phenomenon dissipated, the time machine materialized, and everyone exhaled with relief, fearing that adversaries might emerge from the strange occurrence. Upon landing, Sun Wukong, momentarily overwhelmed, sat down on the ground, gasping. Zhou Fei and Vegeta fared better. The glass canopy of the time machine slowly opened, and Trunks leapt out, followed closely by Xiaowu, whose stunning appearance captivated everyone. As she was indeed quite beautiful, the two exchanged glances, and Trunks, upon noticing Xiaowu, blushed and hid behind Bulma. At that moment, Beerus and his companion arrived. "Lord Beerus," Sun Wukong greeted, holding Goten. Beerus observed Sun Wukong and the others, noting, "It seems you have encountered quite a predicament." Just as Sun Wukong was about to respond, the two Kaio-kens appeared. Gava stepped forward and bowed to Beerus, saying, "I apologize for causing you concern, Lord Beerus." Beerus replied coolly, "In the future, be sure to choose your disciples wisely." "Yes," Gavas nodded earnestly. Initially, Beerus had no intention of involving himself in the affairs of Universe 10, but since the issue arose within his own universe, he felt compelled to intervene. He waved his hand, signaling Gavas to step aside. Trunks, prepare the time machine. Hey, Uncle Wukong, Trunks said, as son Wukong nodded and glanced at Zhou Fei, who shook his head, indicating his disinterest. Trunks activated the machine, and he and son Wukong vanished. In the future world, a vast expanse of white stretched before them, when suddenly, an inconspicuous beam of light flickered, heralding the arrival of the two travelers in the time machine. Son Wukong surveyed his surroundings. What do you see, Uncle Wukong? After a moment of observation, he noticed a blinding light ahead. That's it. Trunks guided the machine closer to the radiant glow, and son Wukong called out to the Omni King. Lord Omni King. The Omni King, engaged in play, paused and looked in their direction, tilting his head in curiosity at the previously encountered human. Lord Omni King, I'm taking you to a fun place. The Omni King expressed delight. Really? Son Wukong smiled warmly. Of course. In the modern world, as the time machine reappeared, Beerus, munching on a grilled sausage, looked on in confusion at how swiftly the machine had returned. Son Wukong and Trunks disembarked, and just then, the head of the Omni King peeked out. Upon seeing him, Beerus dropped his sausage in shock and hurriedly flew to the time machine, bowing deeply to the Omni King, while the two Kaio-kens knelt in reverence, and Whis stood nearby, also bowing. Zhou Fei and Vegeta were not present, as they were indulging in a hot spring bath. Son Wukong smiled at the King of Worlds. I shall trouble you. Esteemed Lord of Worlds. The King of Worlds appeared somewhat bewildered, pondering what he was being asked to do. The scene shifted to the palace of the King of All, where the king walked ahead, taking small, jovial steps, followed by the Grand Minister and his four companions. Son Wukong was exceedingly delighted. Not for any other reason, but because he had found a good friend for the King of All. How could he not be joyful? He had fulfilled his promise to the king. When the two kings met, the guards of the modern-era King of All were utterly perplexed, wondering how to distinguish between the two sovereigns. Meanwhile, the Grand Minister, observing the joyous introductions, whispered to Whis. Whis, was this your idea? Whis replied. This was entirely of son Wukong's own making. The Grand Minister smiled faintly. I truly envy you of Universe 7. You are always welcome to visit, my dear. The Grand Minister smiled lightly. With this matter concluded, son Wukong and his companions returned to Earth. Beneath the starry night sky, a grand table laden with food was set on a spacious balcony, where Beerus, Zhou Fei, son Wukong, and Vegeta feasted heartily. Midway through the meal, Whis paused, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and addressed Trunks. Trunks, you should be able to return to the era before your disappearance. Really? Trunks exclaimed, both astonished and elated, as he had never dared to dream that he and Mike could return. Whis nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Beerus halted his actions and snorted. Whis, you were saying too much. Moreover, if that were to happen, the time rings would increase, and it would be impossible to explain the situation to the King of All. Whis looked at Beerus with an expression of mild exasperation. Even now, you speak such words? Did you not also create an additional time ring yourself? When you eliminated Zamasu, did not another timeline where Zamasu was not destroyed come into existence? Beerus was left speechless, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Zhou Fei gazed at the pair of master and servant with a sense of bemusement, utterly at a loss for words. After a thorough discussion, the Te had resolved to return to the future, albeit a future that included another Trunks and Xiao Wu. He believed it would be fine, and Xiao Wu felt the same. Whis would also communicate with the god of destruction from that timeline, ensuring the sealing of Zamasu, thus preventing any occurrences from his current timeline. Once the deliberations concluded, the mood was lifted, and after indulging in a meal for over an hour, everyone parted ways to rest. The following day, after breakfast, Bulma had replenished the energy required for the time machine. Everyone gathered together. Thank you, Uncle Goku. Mr. Zhou Fei, Trunks exclaimed, shaking hands with both son Goku and Zhou Fei. Embrace your new life. Zhou Fei encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. Trunks nodded in response, turning his gaze towards Vegeta. With a cold demeanor, Vegeta let out a scoff and threw a punch at him, which Trunks deftly blocked. And the two shared a knowing smile. This was Vegeta's way of imparting wisdom to his son. After securing the spatial capsule prepared by his mother, Trunks and Xiao Wu boarded the time machine, which ascended slowly. At that moment, in the distance, Piccolo and son Gohan soared towards them, their eyes fixed intently on Trunks within the machine. With a hand raised high, they shouted, Trunks, take care. Trunks, gazing at Gohan, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, tears welling in his eyes. He wiped away the tears and nodded at Gohan. The future. Here they come. Amidst the farewells, the time machine vanished from sight. After seeing off Trunks, Gohan and Piccolo were about to return when Zhou Fei called out to them, leaving everyone puzzled. Hey, Gohan, let's have a match. I wish to gauge the extent of your current strength. Upon witnessing Zhou Fei's earnest expression, Gohan contemplated for a few moments before agreeing, eager to discern the disparity between himself and the Saiyan before him. Son Goku, upon hearing that his son would fight Zhou Fei, instantly became excited. Piccolo, observing Gohan, nodded in agreement. You certainly need to test your strength now. Indeed, I understand, Gohan replied. They arrived above a forest, a private estate purchased by Bulma, where any potential destruction could be remedied by collecting Dragon Balls and making a wish to restore it. The two faced off, Gohan adopting a serious stance as he focused intently on Zhou Fei. In stark contrast, Zhou Fei maintained a demeanor of tranquility, his actions aimed at preparing for the forthcoming battle. Gohan concentrated, searching for the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, he moved, dashing forward at high speed to appear before Zhou Fei, unleashing a powerful punch. Zhou Fei's lips curled into a smirk as he unleashed a powerful straight punch. A resounding bang echoed through the air, shattering the stillness as a formidable shockwave obliterated the surrounding forest. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, contemplating the display of strength. Is this all he possesses? No, this cannot be his true power. Ha! With a mighty roar, he transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form. Super Saiyan 2, indeed. Quite impressive. He then too ascended to the same form, beckoning Wukong forward with a playful gesture. In an instant, Wukong vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Zhou Fei smiled faintly, his eyes glancing as he turned and unleashed a powerful punch towards the rear right. Gohan's figure was sent flying, crashing through numerous trees, creating a distinct divide in the earth. He collided with a tree so immense that it would take 5 or 6 adults to encircle it, steadying himself as he shook his arms. Despite having absorbed much of the force, his arms still tingled with numbness, just as he was shaking off the impact. Zhou Fei was already alarmingly close, prompting him to kick out instinctively. Zhou Fei seized his ankle and executed a Thomas spin, launching him into the sky before employing the prince's strategy. A series of explosive sounds resonated across the heavens. The citizens of the city mistook it for the Capsule Corporation's fireworks. Yet, as per the law of smoke without harm, suddenly Gohan flashed behind Zhou Fei, delivering a punch to his left rib that sent him soaring hundreds of meters away. The moment Zhou Fei regained his footing, he was met with the Kamehameha wave. Boom! A powerful shockwave engulfed the surroundings. Heaving and panting, Gohan struggled to catch his breath. Vegeta, observing the battle, scoffed. Kakarot, look at your son. His strength has diminished so significantly. Goku scratched his head. Alas, it cannot be helped. Chi-Chi doesn't want him to train. As the smoke dissipated, Zhou Fei emerged unscathed, having blocked the Kamehameha with a single hand. Ah, son Gohan, if one day Goku and Vegeta are no longer on Earth and formidable villains arise, will your current combat prowess suffice? It is truly inadequate. You should return and train diligently. In that moment, Zhou Fei darted like the wind. In the next second, Gohan's eyes bulged. With a gasp, he spewed forth a mouthful of foam, reverting to his usual state before collapsing unconscious. Witnessing this, Zhou Fei shook his head, hoping it would serve as a lesson for him. Piccolo flew over, catching Gohan, and expressed to Zhou Fei, "Thank you, Zhou Fei. I believe he will understand." Zhou Fei smiled at Ku, patting him on the shoulder, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly about the weariness of being a godfather. Soon after, everyone dispersed, returning to their respective homes, leaving only Zhou Fei temporarily residing at Bulma's house. Chapter 23. A second battle with hit time quietly slipped away, passing uneventfully for 2 days. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Zhou Fei sat cross-legged in mid-air, his eyes shut, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. To his right, not far away, lay a heap of discarded puppets, numbering approximately 20. He had spent nearly half a year in the mental time house. The initial 2 months were dedicated to battling those puppets to enhance his abilities, while the remaining time was devoted to intention training. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath of stale air. Standing up, he stretched lazily, the sound of his bones cracking resonating throughout his body. Zhou Fei glanced at the hourglass, calculating that the time was indeed drawing near. He departed from the time chamber, but not before indulging in a refreshing shower within the temple. On a certain planet in the 6th universe, Hit had accomplished a mission objective. Standing before a grave, he scrutinized the mission chip in his hand, his gaze piercing as he focused intently on the target depicted on the chip. With a swift motion, he crushed it. He then turned and vanished into the night. Back on Earth, Zhou Fei was dining at a restaurant, leaving everyone around him in a state of astonishment as his table overflowed with bowls. This guy can really eat. Could he possibly be the reincarnation of a starving ghost? They whispered among themselves. If only I had an appetite like his. Zhou Fei sighed, pondering the unnecessary fuss over a mere meal. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and glanced at the time. Only 2 days remained until the week's end, leaving him curious about what might unfold. Satiated, he settled the bill and exited the restaurant, strolling down the street when he abruptly halted, turning his gaze toward a particular direction. A faint smile graced his lips before he vanished into the throng of people. 2 hours later, he found himself in a place strewn with jagged stones. Zhou Fei performed a set of stretching exercises, casting a serene glance around as he smiled gently. I know you are here. Are you not planning to reveal yourself? However, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. After a few moments, a cold voice pierced through the stillness. Zhou Fei, I have received a task to eliminate you. Oh? This is quite intriguing. Do assassins actually disclose the names of their employers? No, I merely wish to inform you. So you won't be left wondering how you met your demise. Zhou Fei grinned with fury as he transformed into his Super Saiyan form. Let's see what you've got, he declared. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than his figure flickered, and the ground beneath him suddenly shattered. His senses were indeed quite sharp. Concealed behind a massive boulder, it suppressed his presence. Moments later, Zhou Fei reappeared at his previous location, smirking slightly. Truly, he was worthy of being a top assassin. Managing to erase his aura entirely. Hey, hit, I have a suggestion, Zhou Fei called out, but his words went unanswered. Suddenly, he pivoted sharply, unleashing an energy blast that erupted with a thunderous roar, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Well, can you hear my suggestion now? After all, you can't assassinate me. After a brief silence, Hid's voice finally broke through. Go ahead, I'm listening. Zhou Fei chuckled. In that case, let us have another match like the last one. Are you jesting? Zhou Fei, I am an assassin, after all. Zhou Fei shook his head and replied. I am not joking. After all, I am aware of who commissioned you to take my life. You know? Zhou Fei nodded casually with a faint smile. As Shi Te observed his expression, a sudden thought struck him, leading him to the massive boulder nearby. Very well, let us engage in another duel. In an instant, both of them exchanged a knowing glance and swiftly relocated their battleground. Several minutes later, they found themselves on a solitary island. Perfect. Here, we shall not disturb anyone else, he exclaimed with glee. Zhou Fei entered a state of explosive fury, his magnificent golden aura erupting like a towering fountain. As golden light flickered and the earth trembled, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Very well, Hit. Allow me to witness the extent of your power. In an instant, a blur darted past. Hit's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch, and with a resounding crash, their fists collided, producing a deep thundering sound in the air. Hit let out a muffled grunt, retreating repeatedly, surprised that his time skip had proven utterly ineffective. Truly impressive. Just then, Zhou Fei was almost upon him, a steel fist enlarging in Hit's vision. Yet, at the moment of impact, Zhou Fei's attack passed right through Hit's form, striking nothing but air. As Zhou Fei descended to the ground, Sheikah unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending transparent energy projectiles hurtling through the air. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of thunderous explosions, Zhou Fei obliterated each energy projectile with a single punch, leaving the earth in utter ruin. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, the sound of violent collisions echoed through the chaos. Whoosh! Zhou Fei emerged from the swirling dust, pausing in midair just before landing. He had indeed created another space through the manipulation of time, proving to be quite formidable. What should he do next? He scratched his head as his mind raced, thoughts swirling. After all, both time and space were troublesome entities. Meanwhile, on the island, at a vantage point, Xiang Pa and Ba Do Si observed the unfolding battle. What form is Zhou Fei taking? Ba Do Si inquired, perplexed. And why is he unable to land a blow on it? Xiang Pa pondered aloud. Ba Do Si replied softly, according to Weiss. It is referred to as Super Saiyan 4. As for why he cannot strike Hit, it is because Hit exists in a different space at the moment. Xiang Pa remained somewhat confused, questioning what it meant to be in another space. Ba Do Si, with a hint of exasperation, elucidated further. He is able to occupy this alternate space because he has stored time from his time skip and utilized it to create a separate realm, essentially a parallel space, allowing us to see him, yet not reach him. Well, even if I don't fully comprehend it, it certainly seems impressive, Ba Si shrugged, bemused by the explanation. Suddenly, Hit materialized before Zhou Fei, launching a punch at close range. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Fei released his 100-fold gravity aura, causing a sudden surge of strength. With a swift motion, he narrowly grazed Hit's cheek with his fist, yet stumbled backward, each step leaving a deep imprint in the ground. Impressive. You've discerned my movements so swiftly, Hit remarked with a smile, unperturbed by the encounter. The two warriors assumed their stances once more and charged at each other. Purple and yellow energy clashed in midair, resembling a dazzling fireworks display. Both had grown considerably stronger, reminiscent of a martial arts tournament revival. Ba Si observed their battle with a calm smile, yet sensed other faint auras emanating from Zhou Fei. Xiangpa grinned at Ba Si. It was quite astute of you to hire someone to eliminate Zhou Fei. If the Omni King truly intends to host a universal martial arts tournament, Zhou Fei poses a significant threat, along with that Son Goku. Best to eliminate one at a time. At this, Ba Si smiled knowingly. That wasn't team I doing. I merely acted as an intermediary. Really? Xiangpa questioned, puzzled. Their battle raged on, shaking the island to its core. As they reappeared, both were slightly out of breath. Not bad, Hit. I didn't expect that transforming into Super Saiyan 4 would only allow us to match each other evenly. Match evenly? Zhou Fei, you dare say such a thing? I know you have yet to unleash your true strength, just as I have not. Zhou Fei touched his nose and chuckled softly. So what are your plans next? You wish to kill me, yet you find yourself unable to do so, especially since I am the one who issued this task. Shite smiled knowingly. I anticipated as much. Very well, let us reserve our battle for another time. This time, I shall concede my mission as a failure. Zhou Fei gazed at the other in astonishment. A failure in the mission? Does this imply that he, Zhou Fei, has claimed the first blood of the legendary assassin Hit's career, marking his initial defeat? Wow. Zhou Fei, how could you engage in battle with Hit without summoning me? That seems rather ungracious. Suddenly, the voice of Sun Wukong resonated. The two turned towards the sound to behold Sun Wukong, along with Vegeta, Beerus, and their attendants. And not far off, Kampa and his retinue. Kampa and Beerus exchanged a glance, snorted disdainfully, and averted their gazes. Thus, this confrontation dissipated in such a manner. Next time, let me fight alongside you, Sun Wukong exclaimed, patting Zhou Fei's shoulder, his face alight with excitement. Zhou Fei smiled helplessly. He never expected that Sun Wukong, after their previous encounter in the Spirit Time Room, would still be eager for a rematch. All right, I'll definitely make time for that. Soon after, everyone parted ways. Chapter 24. An appetizer before the Universal Martial Arts Tournament time flew by. 2 days had passed since Zhou Fei's battle with Hit. Awakening early from the room prepared for him by Bulma, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The gift package opened successfully, granting him the self-healing technique and the ultimate magic convergence Turtle School Kamehameha. This Kamehameha seems to be used in conjunction with others, he mused. Could this self-healing technique mean that as long as it's not a direct headshot, I can recover from any injury? Before Zhou Fei could inquire further, the system responded. Remarkable. This is akin to the most basic version of immortality. With his spirits lifted, he accepted the 2 skills and cheerfully made his way to breakfast. His current abilities included Dragon Fist, Gravity Manipulation, 4-Body Fist, Limitless King's Fist, New Kamehameha, Divine Realm, Weight Training, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 Transformation, the strongest Saiyan talent, Ultimate Magic Convergence Turtle School Kamehameha, and the self-healing technique. On another note, the God of Destruction's realm was intriguing. This Daifuku tastes delightful, Beerus praised. If you enjoy training so much, why not become a God of Destruction yourself? Sun Wukong shook his head repeatedly, suddenly recalling something. What about that matter you mentioned? Lord Beerus? The Universal Martial Arts Tournament? Upon hearing Sun Wukong refer to the king of all as a Qian, Beerus was taken aback, choking on his food. Was quickly handed him some water, allowing him to swallow before angrily tugging at Sun Wukong's ear. Be respectful. You must address the king of all properly. Furthermore, the Universal Martial Arts Tournament you speak of is utterly impossible. Why is that, Lord Beerus? Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. As this was supposed to be agreed upon by the king of all. Beerus snorted, releasing his grip and speaking in a grave tone. Sun Wukong, I warn you once more, do not mention this again. You have no idea how powerful the king of all truly is. Sun Wukong, observing Beerus' serious demeanor, touched his nose. I am aware of the king of all's prowess. You know nothing. Indeed, the king of all is pure and noble. But it is precisely because of that purity that he possesses a terrifying side. Do you understand? I understand, Sun Wukong exclaimed, pulling out the button given to him by the king of all, grinning. I'll be back shortly. With a press of the button, he vanished. Beerus, incensed, ground his teeth in frustration and retreated to a corner to sulk. Wish shook his head, uncertain whether the ensuing events would be fortuitous or disastrous. Before the king of all's palace, the grand doors opened slowly, revealing the grand priest. Ah, it's you. The grand priest ushered him into the palace, where Sun Wukong observed the two kings of all playing a game of planetary bumper cars. Sun Wukong, you've arrived. Would you like to join us? The modern-era king of all invited. Well, I can't tell you two apart, but a Chin mentioned hosting the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. What is the current status? I've been eagerly waiting. Ah, I forgot. The first king of all exclaimed. Ah, I knew it. Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. What is this martial arts tournament? The future king of all asked curiously. It's a lot of fun. The modern king of all replied. Is it more enjoyable than this? The future king of all pointed at the bumper cars. Of course. The first king of all nodded. Delighted, the future king of all inadvertently kicked the bumper car over, sending planets scattering everywhere. Sun Wukong looked at the two kings of all, who both raised their hands in agreement to host the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. This caused Sun Wukong to leap for joy. Laughter filled the air as the two kings of all joined in. At this moment, the Grand Priest spoke. Once the schedule and details of the tournament are confirmed, I will immediately notify the Supreme Kais of each universe. After bidding farewell to the kings of all, Sun Wukong returned to the God of Destruction's realm. Upon his return, Beerus scolded him, though fortunately, it was not too severe. No major incidents had occurred. If something had gone awry, Beerus might have been driven to madness. The three then made their way to the Supreme Kai realm. They hadn't even had a cup of tea when the Grand Priest emerged from the void. The two Supreme Kais and a Kai attendant, along with Beerus, all knelt in reverence. I shall now announce the schedule and details of the tournament. He unfurled a scroll, revealing the contents within. On the 355, 603rd day of the King's calendar, commencing at 1:57, the tournament will gather 10 selected fighters from each universe to compete in the Void Realm. After delivering the announcement, the Grand Priest descended gently. Sun Wukong posed a series of questions, all of which the Grand Priest answered, even mentioning that the defeated universes would face elimination by the King of all personally. This revelation sent shivers down the spines of the Supreme Kais and Beerus. Oh, by the way, Sun Wukong, the King of all has a favor to ask of you. Sun Wukong pointed to himself, bewildered. You want me to help? The Grand Priest nodded. Please have the fighters from Universe 7, including you, showcase their martial arts against fighters from other universes. As the future King of all has yet to witness it, select 3 fighters, and you will battle against those from Universe 9. Come to the King of all's palace in 1 hour. With that, the Grand Priest vanished. At Capsule Corporation, Sun Wukong insisted, I've said it many times. I want to go. My child is about to be born. I know that, but Sun Wukong scratched his head, looking hesitant. Vegeta coldly interjected, you can find your son. Or you could ask Zhou Fei. Sun Wukong clapped his hands in realization. Right. I can call Gohan and Zhou Fei together. By the way, where is Zhou Fei? Sun Wukong looked around, sensing no trace of him. I'll inform him shortly. Thanks a lot, Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta turned his head proudly. Sun Wukong then departed from Capsule Corporation and flew to Gohan's side in just over 10 minutes. After explaining the gravity of the situation, Gohan felt a sense of helplessness about what his father was getting into, but he still agreed, as he had someone he wished to protect. The father and son exchanged a few more words when Zhou Fei suddenly approached from a distance. Hey, Zhou Fei, you're here. Sun Wukong greeted. All right. Time waits for no one. With a knowing smile, Sun Wukong utilized his instantaneous movement to whisk the two away, and after a series of twists and turns, they arrived at the palace of the Omni King. Upon entering the Grand Hall, they soon encountered the contestants from the 9th universe, as well as the Kaio-kens and Gods of Destruction. The two groups respectfully paid their respects to the Grand Minister. With a mere wave of his hand, the Grand Minister transported everyone to a designated arena for the competition. All deities of the cosmos descend. With the Grand Minister's command, the gods from various universes materialized. As they gathered, a moment of silence enveloped the space before the Grand Minister spoke again. Esteemed Kaio-kens and Gods of Destruction from across the universe, you are likely aware that this strength tournament is held at the behest of the Omni King. Prior to the tournament, due to the presence of another Omni King from the future, who is unfamiliar with the nature of this martial arts event, a preliminary overview competition will take place. As the Grand Minister concluded his address, a radiant light emerged behind him, revealing the Omni King and his attendants. The deities promptly knelt on one knee in reverence to the Omni King. Just as Sun Wukong intended to greet the Omni King, he was halted by Zhou Fei. Subsequently, the Grand Minister clarified that this competition was proposed by Sun Wukong himself, who then delivered an impassioned speech. This overview competition would feature 3 contestants from both the 7th and 9th universes, engaging in one-on-one matches with no time limit. The contest would continue until one side conceded or the match could not proceed. The Grand Minister encouraged all participants to give their utmost in this contest. Now, let us commence the first match. I invite both sides to send forth their competitors to the arena. After the Grand Minister finished speaking, he positioned himself near the Omni King. At that moment, a red-furred canine from the 9th universe ascended the stage, while Zhou Fei from the 7th universe gracefully leapt onto the platform. Observing that both sides had taken their places, the Grand Minister waved his hand to signal the beginning of the match. Chapter 25. 1 Victory. 1 draw. You are my opponent? You don't seem all that impressive, Azer remarked with an air of disdain. Zhou Fei spread his hands, pondering the questionable sanity of his opponent. The red-haired dog darted forward, swiftly closing the distance between them, and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, Zhou Fei intercepted the blow with one hand, a faint smile gracing his lips as he seized the ankle and flung him away. The red-haired dog executed several flawless somersaults in midair before landing gracefully. In a flash, the red-haired dog began to move rapidly, soon creating numerous afterimages that surrounded Zhou Fei. These phantoms, imbued with concentrated energy, launched a coordinated assault against him. Just as the opponent's strike was about to make contact, a hum resonated in the air. Zhou Fei, consumed by fury, unleashed a powerful shockwave that scattered all residual shadows. His eyes quickly pinpointed the true location of his opponent, and in an instant, he darted around to position himself behind. What the? In the astonished gaze of the red-haired canine, Zhou Fei seized its tail and executed a deft maneuver reminiscent of an Indian pancake. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sounds reverberated throughout the space, accompanied by the anguished cries of the red-haired dog. Azer, show some strength. Do not allow your opponent to underestimate you, shouted the blue-haired canine, Belgamo. The moment his elder brother's words hung in the air, the red-haired dog erupted with a crimson aura, breaking free from Zhou Fei's grasp. You brought this upon yourself. A flash shockwave. Whoosh. Gathering immense energy in his leg, he launched a fierce kick towards Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei curled his lip, dismissing the trivial energy with disdain. With a swift motion of his hand, he unleashed a powerful shout, conjuring a formidable wall of energy. A resounding explosion echoed as the arena shattered. Yet Zhou Fei remained unscathed. How is this possible? The red-haired dog glanced down at its own feet, perplexed. Could it be that the force of the shockwave was insufficient? This is inconceivable. Hey, is this truly the extent of your abilities? Zhou Fei spoke in a calm tone. The red-haired dog gazed at Zhou Fei, and for reasons unknown, a surge of anger welled up within him upon witnessing Zhou Fei's placid expression and unremarkable words. Roar. He erupted once more, unleashing a fierce crimson aura, concentrating energy in his feet. Let us see how this move fares. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of laser-like energies surged forth. Now this is intriguing. Zhou Fei transformed into the Super Saiyan form, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that collided with the energy emanating from the red-haired dog. A series of thunderous explosions echoed through the air. Amidst the chaos, Zhou Fei swiftly appeared before the red-haired dog, landing a powerful punch that sent it crashing against a pillar, ultimately tumbling out of the arena. However, the spectacle was far from over. For the Omni King yearned for a more exhilarating display of combat, compelling the fight to persist. The red-haired dog shakily climbed back onto the stage and shouted to the Supreme Kai, "Give me that thing." Supreme Kai Laurel produced a pill and tossed it into Bazel's mouth. In an instant, his energy surged exponentially. Haha. Now, let me demonstrate the disparity in our power. He leapt into the air, unleashing a series of kicks that generated continuous shockwaves, his ultimate technique known as the Wolf Impact. The sheer force enveloped the entire arena like a devastating artillery strike. The blinding light dazzled the audience's senses. Under the cover of the explosions and radiance, Zhou Fei stealthily approached the red-haired dog from behind. "Ha! Do you now recognize my might?" he taunted, just as he was reveling in his triumph. Zhou Fei's calm voice echoed in his ear. "Indeed, you possess some strength, but relying on drugs to reach this level is merely your limit. Enough. This battle concludes here. As the red-haired dog prepared to move, golden energy enveloped it, followed by the sound of explosions and anguished cries. A flash of light revealed the red-haired dog plummeting from the smoke onto the arena floor, lying motionless, clearly incapacitated. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Fei had transferred energy onto his opponent, then negated the 200 times gravity, unleashing the full potential of the Super Saiyan energy, which resulted in a devastating explosion that severely injured the red-haired dog. His brother carried the fallen warrior away while Zhou Fei leaped back to the 7th universe. Victory for Zhou Fei from the 7th universe in the first round. The Grand Priest snapped his fingers, restoring the battered arena to its original state. Now, may the contestants for the second round step forward. On the 7th universe side, Gohan removed his glasses, entrusting them to his father before ascending to the arena. While the 9th universe sent forth the brown-haired dog, Lavanda. Lavanda glared at son Gohan with a foreboding expression. Gohan narrowed his eyes, unable to sense Lavanda's energy, yet acutely aware of the formidable strength he possessed. The second round begins. With the Grand Priest's command, the two warriors engaged in close combat. They exchanged blows for several rounds until Lavanda seized Gohan's hands, executing a menacing maneuver that released a cloud of toxic gas into Gohan's eyes. Gohan staggered back, clutching his eyes, giving Lavanda the opportunity to envelop his fists in poison and launch a relentless assault. Ugh! A heavy punch struck Gohan's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. My poison is no trifling matter. Gohan rose, but Lavanda, adhering to the principle of taking advantage of an opponent's weakness, unleashed a fierce barrage of attacks. Unable to see, Gohan could only endure the onslaught passively. With a resounding kick, Lavanda sent Gohan flying several meters away. Gohan struggled to his feet, standing tall. Lavanda grinned ominously at him. My poison will insidiously seep into your body, gradually decaying your very essence. Yet, Gohan was not swayed by his taunts. He focused intently on sensing Lavanda's movements and strikes. Just as Gohan honed his perception, Lavanda stealthily approached from behind, grinning malevolently before attacking, only to be blocked by Gohan, who countered with a swift retaliation. Struck by Gohan's punch, Lavanda quickly recoiled. How could this be? You shouldn't be able to hit me. You can't even see. As he spoke, he closed the distance, launching a series of attacks. But Gohan deftly parried each one. Why? How can you defend against me? In his confusion, Gohan landed a kick to Lavanda's chin, sending him flying several meters away. I see through your intentions clearly, Gohan declared. Lavanda spat in anger. Damn it. I will kill you. Gradually ascending off the ground, he unleashed poisonous energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. A series of toxic projectiles struck Gohan, the poison within them beginning to spread through his body. Gohan, resilient as ever, staggered but endured the onslaught. After being propelled a significant distance by the toxic blasts, he steadied himself, gasping for breath. As his breathing intensified, the poison proliferated more rapidly. This is not the end. My power exceeds this. With a fierce shout, he transformed into the Super Saiyan form. As he did, the toxicity within him surged more violently. Enduring the excruciating pain, he launched a furious counterattack against Lavanda. The arena trembled under the intensity of their battle. Aha! Gohan elevated his Super Saiyan energy to its zenith, achieving a perfect Super Saiyan state akin to his time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Are you prepared to go all out? But this will only exacerbate your poison. Lavanda taunted. I am fully aware of that. It is time to conclude this battle. Their forms collided in the air, generating powerful shockwaves. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. Gohan and Lavanda unleashed energy waves that clashed, but Gohan, burdened by the accelerating poison within, found himself overwhelmed by Lavanda's assault. He was sent hurtling through the toxic shockwave. Lavanda conjured a toxic wind as a defense, yet Gohan charged through it without hesitation. Before Lavanda could utter another word, Gohan broke through the poisonous gust, swiftly encircling him and capturing him tightly. Ascending to great heights, Gohan turned sharply and dove toward the arena. Let me go. With a resounding crash, the arena was left with a massive crater. As the dust settled, both Lavanda and Gohan lay on the ground, unable to move. Gohan attempted to rise but found it impossible. The poison had spread throughout his body, leaving only his head untouched. I must grow stronger. This was his final thought before slipping into unconsciousness. Observing that neither combatant could move, the Grand Priest declared the round a draw. Goku approached the arena, producing a Senzu beam to feed Gohan. Instantly, the toxins dissipated, and Gohan awakened groggily from his stupor. Apologizing, the father and son duo returned together. Zhou Fei gazed at son Wukong with a sigh in his heart. It appeared that during their last battle, Wukong had not taken their encounter to heart. Otherwise, He would not have presented himself in such a manner upon entering the arena. One can only hope that this time he comprehends the significance of strength. The Grand Priest once again restored the arena, and now the third round of combat was about to commence. Before the third round began, the Grand Priest proclaimed, "Esteemed gods who have journeyed from afar, I shall now declare the divine decree in its entirety." The assembly of gods perked up their ears in anticipation. As beings of a human caliber, they had originally occupied the lowest tier, yet had exhibited such a splendid contest that the Omni King was profoundly moved. Just moments ago, the Omni King evaluated the 12 universes and ranked them accordingly. His gaze briefly fell upon Universe 7. The average level of the planets in Universe 7 stood at 318, placing it second to last, while Universe 9 languished at the bottom with a mere 186. Zhou Fei stifled a laugh, remarking that at least they were second to last, while being last was rather excessive. The expressions of the Kaio-ken and the God of Destruction from the 9th universe turned awkward, as they felt utterly humiliated in front of all the deities. The Grand Priest spoke once more. The purpose of this power tournament was initiated due to the Omni King's frequent remarks on the excessive number of universes. Coincidentally, Sun Wukong from Universe 7 had also made such a request, thus providing an opportunity for the universes that falter in this tournament to be personally eradicated by the Omni King. As the word eradicate echoed through the air, the gods began to murmur among themselves, resolutely deciding to select better contenders to ensure their survival in the power tournament. Additionally, I must add that universes 1 and 12, along with 5 and 8, shall be exempt from participation in the tournament, as the average power level of their inhabitants has already surpassed 7. Now, the will of the Omni King has been declared. Let us proceed to the third round. Sun Wukong and Belgamore leaped onto the stage. The gods, particularly those from the competing universes, cast disdainful glances at Sun Wukong on the platform, the atmosphere shifting palpably. On the stage, Sun Wukong faced off against the blue-haired dog. "Heh, you must be Belgamore. This match does not concern the survival of the universe, so I implore you to showcase your true strength." The blue-haired dog narrowed his eyes, glaring menacingly at Sun Wukong. "You scoundrel, silence yourself." Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback by this retort. The blue-haired dog took a deep breath and addressed the assembly of gods. "All gods, please heed my words. I am Belgamore, the eldest of the dangerous trio, known for my technique of destruction, and I am the warrior from the 9th universe, deemed the weakest among humans by the Omni King." He paused, his expression contorted with rage as he pointed at Sun Wukong. "This individual is far inferior to even the weakest of the 9th universe. Had it not been for this fool's request, we would still be enjoying our peaceful existence." As the blue-haired dog unleashed his tirade, the gods regarded Sun Wukong with increasingly hostile gazes. Though his eloquence was impressive, it seemed he had underestimated Sun Wukong significantly. Zhou Fei chuckled softly as the two combatants on the arena finally engaged in battle. They moved swiftly, and suddenly their fists and feet clashed with intense ferocity. After several exchanges, they momentarily distanced themselves from one another. "Your strength is quite commendable," Sun Wukong remarked with admiration. The blue-haired dog scoffed. "I have no need for your foolish praises." He extended his arms in a grand gesture, taunting, "Come, attack me, and I shall show you the origin of my title." The Crusher of Begamo. Sun Wukong scrutinized his opponent, observing that he truly had no intention of defending himself. "Very well, then. I shall not hold back." With a series of thunderous punches, each capable of shattering stone, Sun Wukong unleashed his might. Yet, Begamo remained unfazed. After a minute of relentless assault, Sun Wukong withdrew his fists, a smirk gracing his lips. Begamo bore numerous imprints of punches upon his abdomen, and with a grin, he let out a low growl. Upon closer inspection, the marks glowed faintly with a red hue. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted as Begamo's form began to swell, reminiscent of Piccolo's giant form. With a sinister grin, Begamo's clenched fist radiated red energy as he charged at Sun Wukong. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong crossed his arms to block Begamo's punch, but the force sent him leaping backward. Begamo's fist crashed into the ground, creating a crater. Dodging the attack, Sun Wukong surged forward once more, unleashing a barrage of strikes. As his assault intensified, Begamo's size grew ever larger, prompting Sun Wukong to transform into his Super Saiyan form. After numerous exchanges, Begamo had transformed into a colossal figure, causing the arena to tremble. "Can you grow even stronger?" Begamo shouted, angered by Sun Wukong's cheerful demeanor. He unleashed a powerful energy wave with one hand. Sun Wukong effortlessly deflected it with a flick of his wrist, then transformed into his super blue form, radiating a brilliant light that awed the gods. Here, take this immense energy, Begamo. He followed up with the Kaio-ken technique, an overwhelming force illuminating the surroundings. Enough of your bluster. Begamo countered, converting Sun Wukong's energy into his own and unleashing it with tremendous force, shaking the arena. Kamehameha. Wolf Fong Fist. The two formidable shockwaves collided in the air, red and blue lights flashing. Initially, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha was suppressed by Begamo, but as he increased his output, he began to turn the tide. Oh, never engage in a clash with a member of the Sun family. This principle holds true. Ultimately, Begamo succumbed, overwhelmed by Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave. As the space trembled and the arena erupted in an explosion of smoke, Zhou Fei sighed, shaking his head, to bestow energy upon the opponent. He has transformed into a blue realm, merely to combat a minor adversary. Was it truly necessary to utilize the Kaio-ken? Such a fuss over nothing. As the smoke cleared, the ruins revealed Begamo lying quietly, gazing up at the towering figure of Sun Wukong, a bittersweet smile forming as he murmured before losing consciousness. The seventh universe is truly beyond imagination. At that moment, the Grand Minister promptly declared the third round concluded, with the seventh universe emerging victorious. Begamo was assisted by his two brothers back to safety. Sun Wukong, addressing the gods, proclaimed with fervor, "Bring forth the finest warriors to confront me. I shall defeat them all." The gods murmured amongst themselves, their disdain for Sun Wukong growing. The future Xeno, too, seemed entertained. "Gods, have you all heard? The two Zeniths are quite pleased with the battle between the seventh and ninth universes. Therefore, please perform well in the tournament of power. I will now explain the rules of the tournament." With a wave of his hand, a radiant arena materialized. This is the platform that will be constructed in the Void Realm. To win, one must simply knock their opponent off the platform. Only martial arts are permitted. Weapons are forbidden, and causing death to an opponent is prohibited. The use of flight techniques is also banned, and the match duration is set for 100 ticks. After the Grand Minister concluded the rules, silence enveloped the arena. At that moment, a figure clad in a black robe leaped down. "Forgive my rudeness, Lord Zeno." He then removed his robe, revealing himself to Sun Wukong while striking a pose. "Sun Wukong, I am Toppo, the leader of the proud warriors from the brave and beautiful 11th universe. Come, fight me. If you oppose me with malice in your heart, my fist shall ensure your utter annihilation." "Excellent. I was just thinking I hadn't had enough fun with that fellow," Sun Wukong replied, exhilarated. The Universe 11 Supreme Kai requested Zeno's permission for the battle, which was granted. Thus, Sun Wukong and Toppo commenced their duel. Sun Wukong sensed Toppo's formidable strength and immediately transformed into Super Saiyan. As Toppo engaged in some verbal sparring, their battle finally began. He swiftly charged at Sun Wukong, leaping into the air and landing atop Sun Wukong's shoulder. With a powerful twist, he sent Sun Wukong spiraling into the air. At such high velocity, Sun Wukong felt his insides colliding violently, had his body not been resilient enough. This maneuver could have proven fatal. With a roar, Sun Wukong unleashed his energy, breaking free from Toppo's grasp and landing on the ground. Toppo followed suit, rushing toward him. Sun Wukong threw a punch, but Toppo deftly evaded, seizing Sun Wukong's arm and executing a joint lock, dislocating his shoulder and eliciting a cry of pain from Sun Wukong. The warriors of Universe 7 quickly realized that while Toppo was large, he possessed remarkable speed and expertise in joint techniques. Sun Wukong countered with a swift kick that sent Toppo flying, then reset his own arm. Flashing a grin at Toppo, he unleashed a fierce golden aura and charged at him. After several exchanges, they clashed with energy blasts. With a resounding explosion, the two energy spheres detonated, enveloping Sun Wukong's vision in smoke. In that fleeting moment, Toppo seized the opportunity and locked onto him. "Ah!" Sun Wukong cried out in agony, every bone in his body creaking under the strain. Zhou Fei observed the unfolding scene, a subtle smile gracing his lips, for the moment was nearly upon them. The magnificent blue energy erupted, breaking free from its constraints. "Oh, it seems you still possess quite a bit of strength," he remarked. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sun Wukong delivered a series of powerful kicks that sent his opponent soaring. Justice shall not perish. The two engaged in yet another round of combat, their forms weaving through the air in a mesmerizing dance. The spectators were utterly captivated. With a swift motion, the two reappeared on the arena, and as the intensity of their conflict escalated, The already dilapidated stage deteriorated further. Seizing an opportunity, Sun Wukong struck his adversary forcefully into the ground, unleashing the Kamehameha wave with lightning speed. A brilliant blue light enveloped Toppo. Boom! The energy detonated. And as the smoke cleared, Toppo emerged relatively unscathed, though not entirely intact, as a significant tear marred the shoulder of his uniform. Glaring at the gaping hole in his battle attire, Toppo's fury ignited. You dare to tarnish the uniform that only the proud members of my team are permitted to wear? I shall make you understand the true meaning of justice. As he spoke, his aura intensified. Sun Wukong, eager for battle, prepared to unleash the Kaio-ken. However, the Grand Minister intervened, halting the match. Though the two Xeno watched with lingering interest, the Grand Minister explained that the pause was necessary for the Tournament of Power, and they reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, the grand competition concluded. Upon learning that a foe even stronger than Toppo resided in Universe 11, Sun Wukong's excitement surged. Yet, this enthusiasm received a sharp reprimand from Beerus. The Grand Minister announced that the construction of the arena would require 40 hours, a speed that astonished both gods and mortals alike. All right, disperse. With the Grand Minister's declaration, all present vanished in an instant. Chapter 27, Assembling Contestants. The tournament approaches in the realm of the Kaio-ken. Sun Wukong and his companions materialized. Wow, 40 hours. That speed is astonishing. Sun Wukong exclaimed. Stop with the idle chatter. This is all you're doing. You better find me 10 reliable fighters. Beerus scolded, tugging at Sun Wukong's ear, his irritation palpable. Ouch, ouch, I understand. Lord Beerus, please let go. Sun Wukong grimaced in pain. Noticing this, Beerus huffed and released his grip. Rubbing his reddened ear, Sun Wukong declared, All right. Let us return to Bulma's place for a strategy meeting. We must eat while we discuss. Thanks to someone, if we don't indulge now, we might go hungry after a loss. What do you mean, Lord Beerus? You often destroy planets at whim. After a playful exchange of banter, Sun Wukong and Beerus ultimately made their way to Earth. At Capsule Corporation on Earth, Bulma was nearing the end of her pregnancy. Vegeta, glancing at Bulma's belly, turned away, pondering potential names for their child. Lost in thought, he found himself on the open balcony. Vegeta, I have wonderful news. Sun Wukong's exuberance caught Vegeta's attention, raising an eyebrow. What is it, Kakarot? Sun Wukong animatedly recounted the opportunity to battle against contestants from other universes. Vegeta, contemplating, regarded Sun Wukong with a perplexed expression. Kakarot, something feels off. Why are you so desperate for me to participate? Normally, you would be thrilled if I chose not to join. Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. Unable to persuade Vegeta even with Beerus's interjection, for the arrival of his child loomed large in his thoughts. Zhou Fei gazed at Vegeta and smiled. The current Vegeta had transformed into a perfect embodiment of an exterior that is cold yet interiorly warm, possessing a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Subsequently, Whis intervened, employing divine power to ensure that Bulma could give birth to their child safely and without pain. This remarkable feat nearly prompted Zhou Fei to exclaim in admiration. Once the child was born, Bulma bestowed the name Bra upon her. Vegeta raised no objections to the name and also consented to participate in the martial arts tournament featuring 80 participants. 2 hours later, Goku and his son set out as scouts to seek out competitors for the event. Zhou Fei retreated to his room for slumber, while Vegeta, after tending to the child for a brief moment, entrusted the little one to Bulma and proceeded to the gravity chamber for training. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the day of the competition arrived, with merely 3 hours remaining until its commencement. At Capsule Corporation, Krillin and the others glared at Goku with unrestrained fury, rendering him quite embarrassed. He had not anticipated that Bu would fall into slumber at that moment. In exasperation, Gohan revealed the truth regarding the Tournament of Power. Among those present, only Zhou Fei maintained an air of tranquility. All right, everyone, let us not be angered. After all, Goku acted with both intention and inadvertence. Had Lord Zeno chosen to intervene directly, do you think we would still be conversing here? Additionally, Goku, you ought to apologize to everyone, as you have indeed deceived them. Zhou Fei expressed sincere apologies to everyone. Observing Sun Wukong's earnest demeanor, along with Zhou Fei's previous remarks, the group chose to forgive him. The primary objective now was to swiftly locate the final participant. As Zhou Fei's words resonated, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Where could they possibly find the last individual? In the midst of this silence, Sun Wukong suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, I have thought of someone. Who? The others looked at him in bewilderment. Frieza. We can have Frieza as the 10th participant. Ah, Frieza. Everyone was taken aback. Was this truly something Sun Wukong would suggest? Relying on Frieza was a bold move. Krillin hesitated, knowing Frieza's notorious wickedness. What if he were revived and harbored rebellious thoughts? Do not worry, Sun Wukong reassured them. I will ask the fortune-telling lady to revive him for 24 hours. Even if he does rebel, Vegeta, Zhou Fei, and I will put a stop to him. After contemplating Sun Wukong's proposal, the group reluctantly agreed. With Frieza's participation decided, Sun Wukong instantaneously transported himself to King Yenlua's realm. At that moment, Zhou Fei's gaze fell upon a tree, and he smiled faintly before retreating. A figure with ostrich-like legs and green skin stealthily observed from the shadows. Just as he turned to leave, Zhou Fei's voice startled him. Hey, have you seen enough from Universe 4? If you've seen enough, hurry back, or I might just kill you. Ganos was taken aback, wondering how he had been detected despite his concealed aura. He sensed Zhou Fei's overwhelming murderous intent. This was no jest, and he could truly perish here. All right, I am leaving now. Ganos swallowed hard and vanished into the darkness. 2 hours later, Sun Wukong and Frieza arrived. Though it was evident from Sun Wukong's attire that a battle had ensued, the group briefly discussed their combat strategy. But the three Saiyans and the nefarious Frieza seemed disinterested in their plans. Thus, only Gohan, Piccolo, and a few others retained the discussed strategy in their minds. As time drew near, Whis urged everyone to unite by holding hands, which irked Vegeta, as the prospect of clasping hands with Frieza was intolerable. In an effort to expedite their journey to the Void Realm, Zhou Fei took the initiative to switch positions, grasping Frieza's hand with a smile. Zhou Fei understood that this was merely a whimsical indulgence of Whis. Enveloped in brilliance, they suddenly emanated an intense light and vanished. In the grand arena of the Void Realm, the radiance flickered, and they reappeared. Within mere moments, warriors from other universes began to emerge. While Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the Saiyans of Universe 6 were engaged in conversation, they suddenly sensed a formidable surge of energy approaching. They turned their gazes toward the distance, where the 11th universe, home to Toppo, materialized. Sun Wukong was about to extend a greeting when Zhou Fei intervened to halt him. Zhou Fei pointed at the bald, gray-skinned individual. That fellow is Jiren, the person referred to by Whis as the human who transcends the god of destruction. Indeed, Jiren is exceptionally formidable. Sun Wukong gazed intently at Jiren. Now that all the universes have gathered, I invite everyone to listen to the solemn address from the Omni King. Upon the conclusion of the Grand Priest's words, the two attendants joyfully opened the door, exclaiming their delight. Welcome, everyone. I have eagerly anticipated this grand assembly, so let us engage in a lively competition. As the Omni King's voice faded, some warriors swallowed hard, for this battle would determine the fate of the universe and should not be underestimated. Thus, the Tournament of Power was about to commence. Chapter 28, The Disappearing Universe. The Grand Priest surveyed all the warriors and reiterated the rules. The duration of the match would be 100 taka. The pillar positioned at the center will gradually descend with the passage of time, and once it reaches the ground, the tournament will conclude. Weapons and lethal force are strictly prohibited. In essence, the objective is to throw your opponent off the stage. Furthermore, a warrior who loses their combat capability but remains on the stage will not be deemed defeated. With the rules explained, I hope everyone keeps them in mind. The warriors on the stage readied themselves for battle. Observing their eagerness, the Grand Priest turned to the Omni King and proposed, Your Majesty, shall we commence the competition? Yes. Yes. Let us begin. The Grand Priest nodded and turned back. Warriors from all universes, please prepare yourselves. 10 seconds later, with a wave of his hand, the Grand Priest announced the start of the Tournament of Power. As his words echoed, chaos erupted. In no time, a dazzling array of energy auras burst forth. The two attendants watched with beaming smiles, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. What a lively scene. I shall not hold back, one remarked. Sun Wukong surged toward Toppo, only to be intercepted by a warrior from Universe 4, prompting an intense clash. Dad, remember to work as a team, Gohan shouted just as 17, Vegeta, 18, and Frieza broke away from the group. Gohan's expression twitched, realizing he could not manage these individuals. Moments later, Gohan and his companions assumed their stances, surrounded by enemies from 3 different universes. Meanwhile, Zhou Fei's side engaged. You are from Universe 7, aren't you? Zhou Fei turned his gaze in response to the sound and beheld a masked figure from the 3rd universe, a being named Zha Puli Chao, adorned with insect-like wings. Accompanying him was Boon, a member of the proud warriors from the 11th universe. You wicked beings shall ultimately face defeat, Boone declared with righteous fervor. Zhou Fei curled his lips in disdain, for justice has always been a construct defined by the victors. In an instant, Zha Fei unfurled his wings and attempted to swiftly embrace Zhou Fei from behind, yet to Zhou Fei, his speed seemed woefully sluggish. With a resounding thud, Zhou Fei pivoted sharply and delivered a powerful kick to Zha Fei's face, sending him hurtling several meters before crashing to the ground. Without pause, Zhou Fei unleashed a highly dense energy orb towards Boone. Boone, possessing a measure of prowess, reacted in time to counter the energy orb with his own. A crackling sound ensued as the energies clashed, holding their ground for a few seconds before erupting in a violent explosion that propelled Boone dozens of meters away. "You scoundrel!" Boone began to voice his indignation, but Zhou Fei had already materialized before him. With a resounding punch, Zhou Fei struck, and Boone crossed his arms in a futile attempt to defend himself. "Nanny!" he exclaimed, having underestimated Zhou Fei. What appeared to be a light punch bore an immense force that surged through his body, sending him soaring like a kite severed from its string. He wished to halt his trajectory, yet found himself powerless to do so. Boone rushed towards Boone at breakneck speed, intent on intercepting him. However, just as he approached his landing point, an energy orb hurtled towards him. Sensing the orb's formidable power, he muttered a curse under his breath, "Damn it," and narrowly evaded it, regrettably failing to rescue Boone, leading to the elimination of one from Universe 11. Zhou Fei clapped his hands. Was this not rather splendid? Moments ago, he had astutely anticipated the opponent's landing point and thus unleashed a blast of energy to obstruct them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several figures darted forth, encircling him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the perilous trio from the 9th universe, accompanied by 2 additional competitors. He had initially presumed they would target Sun Wukong first. Yet it was he who became their immediate focus. "First, we shall eliminate you, and then it will be Sun Wukong and that oily-haired fellow," the red-haired canine sneered. Licking its lips with malice, Zhou Fei discerned from his words the principle of targeting the most vulnerable. The 5 individuals simultaneously launched an assault on Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei effortlessly evaded the attack. At the very moment when the second member of the trio lunged forward, Zhou Fei bent down to avoid him, releasing a noxious gas. Buzz. Unperturbed by the poisonous fumes, Zhou Fei concentrated his energy in his palm and waved it, creating a gust of wind that dispersed the toxins. Is this truly possible? The second member was momentarily taken aback, astonished at how easily his poison had been neutralized. "Let me take my turn," exclaimed the red-haired dog as it leaped into action, unleashing a powerful energy blast. "Oh, you've made a slight improvement since last time, but I shall not hold back." With a roar, it transformed into its second form, immediately sealing its energy within, achieving a state of perfection. In this form, it could wield its power more effectively, ensuring no energy was wasted. Zhou Fei's transformation captured the attention of many, including Jiren, who cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. With a swift motion of his hand, he sent all energy blasts flying. The afterimage startled the red-haired canine. Wow! The red-haired dog was struck by Zhou Fei's powerful punch, sending him hurtling towards the edge of the arena. This scene left the god of destruction of the 9th universe in a state of alarm. Should he be eliminated, the combat effectiveness of the notorious trio would be significantly diminished. Just as he was about to tumble off the platform, Oregon from the city universe used a web to pull him back. "Thank you." The red-haired dog expressed his gratitude. The 3 brothers swiftly formed a perilous triangular formation, with red, yellow, and blue lights swirling around him, each rotation executed with impeccable timing and distance. It became clear why Sun Wukong found it difficult to break free. Zhou Fei had sensed the trio earlier but was unable to detect their presence. Suddenly, with a fierce roar, he unleashed the energy that had been sealed within him, forcefully creating an opening in the triangular formation. Seizing this opportunity, he quickly escaped their confinement. However, as soon as he broke free, all the contestants from the 9th universe converged upon him. What an uncouth universe, relying on numbers to bully the few. Let us see how this unfolds. Zhou Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. In a flash, he launched an attack on the 2 opponents, Tue Bing and Fong Si, demonstrating his decisiveness and skill, which made them realize that he was indeed the current master of this realm. Zhou Fei unleashed a wave of energy, and the brilliance of the explosion sent both of them flying off the stage. The god of the 9th universe was utterly flustered, shouting, "Let's take him down together, quickly." The remaining contestants from the Earth universe began to unleash their ultimate techniques to assault Zhou Fei. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared, blocking the attacks from the three adversaries. I'm here to assist you, but Zhou Fei, are you sure you're all right? Aren't you supposed to conserve your energy? Zhou Fei shook his head, pondering the futility of conserving his energy. His Super Saiyan 2 form hardly drained his stamina, and he had already honed his physical prowess within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. Thank you, son, he exclaimed, before charging towards the trio of wolves. You damned fiends. As the trio attempted to form a cohesive defense, Zhou Fei seized the opportunity, unleashing a powerful energy blast that disrupted their formation, and he swiftly dismantled their defenses one by one. A flurry of intense combat ensued, with all four combatants darting across the arena. Yet, how could the trio withstand the might of his Super Saiyan 2 form? In a mere 10 seconds, he had forced them to the edge of the stage. The god of destruction from the ninth universe swallowed hard at the sight, noting that his own fighters continued to fall from the arena, returning to the audience. In total, 7 had met this fate, leaving only the 3 beleaguered brothers teetering on the brink of defeat. The trio glanced at one another, and with a shared understanding, their colors, red, yellow, and blue, erupted simultaneously. Zhou Fei was acutely aware that the 3 brothers were poised to unleash their ultimate technique. Without hesitation, he assumed his stance, eager to test the might of the newfound technique he had recently acquired. Triangular formation, dangerous ray, ultimate magic piercing flash turtle style. With a swift motion, he launched a massive energy wave composed of the vibrant hues of red, yellow, and blue, which collided with the golden blue energy wave Zhou Fei emitted, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The air vibrated with a resounding hum as the energy waves from the dangerous trio rapidly dissipated, engulfing the 3 in a cataclysmic blast. Consequently, they plummeted from the arena, returning to the audience. Once the energy wave was released, Zhou Fei reverted to his normal state, thoroughly satisfied with the potency of the technique. Simultaneously, the 2 Omni Kings observed on their divine iPads that all warriors from the ninth universe had been eliminated from the arena. The Grand Priest squinted slightly, delivering his declaration in an exceedingly calm tone. With all warriors of the ninth universe disqualified, its imminent demise is inevitable. At that moment, the fighters on the arena ceased their battles, captivated by the unfolding scene. The 2 Omni Kings clasped their hands together, and a brilliant light flashed from the ninth universe's seat, causing all beings, save for the angels, to vanish, along with the entirety of the universe itself. This extraordinary spectacle indeed struck fear into the hearts of some warriors whose powers were not particularly formidable. Zhou Fei observed the unfolding events with a remarkably calm demeanor. It was not that he lacked fear, but rather that he had unwavering faith in the skills bestowed upon him by his system, as well as in his own capabilities. Chapter 29. Elimination of Frost. A subtle test. With the disappearance of the ninth universe, all warriors momentarily ceased their battles. The central pillar of the arena gradually descended by 1 level. The Omni King gazed at this scene with wide, perplexed eyes. Hey, everyone has stopped fighting, exclaimed one. Indeed. What is happening? The Grand Priest, surveying the entire arena with a cheerful demeanor, responded, The battle shall resume shortly. Warriors are visibly restless. Just as the Grand Priest had predicted, the fighters were indeed astonished by the sudden vanishing of an entire universe. Thus, in a bid to ensure the survival of their own universes, the combat resumed. Brilliant and vibrant light erupted once more. The Saiyan duo sought their targets and soon spotted Hit and Bergamo approaching. Vegeta, with a keen gaze fixed on Hit, coldly remarked to Goku, Kakarot, leave him to me. I owe him a favor, and do refrain from wasting your energy. Understood, Vegeta. But don't overdo it yourself, Goku replied before turning to seek his own opponent. Yaha! Vegeta shouted, transforming into Super Saiyan and charging at Hit, only to be intercepted by Bergamo, allowing Hit to vanish in the process. Thus, a fierce battle ensued between Vegeta and Bergamo. Meanwhile, Gohan's small team faced several waves of enemy assaults. Among them, Krillin and his wife teamed up to dispatch a foe who feigned unconsciousness, only to encounter another opponent with keen senses, who was ultimately subdued by Krillin. Just as he basked in his victory, Frost's figure suddenly appeared, his tail sweeping towards Krillin. Krillin and Android 18 were taken aback, knowing the impending danger, when suddenly, Zhou Fei appeared and seized Frost by his tail. Hey, you really never learn, do you? So fond of ambushing. You're the one, Frost retorted through gritted teeth. Although he had never fought Zhou Fei, he bore a deep-seated hatred for all Saiyans. Krillin, relieved, collapsed onto the ground, and Android 18 shared his relief. Thank you. Zhou Fei, Krillin expressed his gratitude. Zhou Fei shook his head to indicate that it was of no consequence, then turned his gaze towards Frost. At that very moment, as he pivoted, Frost launched a punch. Zhou Fei raised one hand effortlessly to block it, while the other hand, still gripping his tail, forcefully lifted it, sending it soaring into the air. Whoosh! A few energy projectiles were released. What? In midair, Frost executed several evasive maneuvers to avoid all the energy blasts. He prepared to unleash a scornful taunt towards Zhou Fei, only to realize that Zhou Fei had already vanished from his original position. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder, and he plummeted rapidly. Frost, the life of a fugitive is fraught with hardship. Do you now comprehend the sentiments of the inhabitants of the planets you once invaded? Zhou Fei, employing his grappling techniques, held firmly onto his shoulder, casting a disdainful glance at him. Ah! Frost, in a fit of rage, bellowed loudly, yearning to break free from his restraints. Zhou Fei let out a cold snort, exerting greater force. With a sharp crack, Frost emitted a cry of anguish, yet his arm remained intact. You damn Saiyan, I shall end your life. Frost was now consumed by a fury beyond measure. Zhou Fei let out a few hisses, suddenly grasping him and dragging him towards the enormous boulder. Ah! Frost cried out in agony. Just as they were about to collide with the massive stone, a crimson laser struck the boulder, shattering it into fragments. And Zhou Fei came to an abrupt halt. What do you mean? He questioned. Indeed, the one who intervened was none other than Frieza. Oh ho ho ho. It's nothing. I merely noticed you seemed to be enjoying yourself so much. So? In the next moment, beams of light shot forth from Frieza's fingertips. As Zhou Fei narrowed his eyes, he began to comprehend Frieza's intentions. Since you wish to perform, I shall indulge you, allowing me to witness the extent of your progress. Amidst his swirling thoughts, his hands remained in motion, deftly deflecting every energy attack. Suddenly, Frieza teleported behind Zhou Fei, presenting an overwhelming challenge, while simultaneously ensnaring Zhou Fei's hand that grasped Frost. Seizing upon a fleeting opening, Frost swiftly unleashed his energy, freeing himself from Frieza's grip. On the observation platform, Beerus was in a furious uproar, lamenting his decision to allow Frieza's resurrection, as the villain now appeared to be rebelling. In contrast, Whis observed the unfolding chaos with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, in Universe 6, Kappa danced with glee, directing his laughter towards Beerus. It seems your warriors are far from united. Beerus, it has been long, and already they are embroiled in internal strife. I eagerly await the moment when they are both weakened, leaving the spoils to another. Feeling his temper boil, Beerus shouted at the combatants on the arena. Frieza, if you dare to defeat Zhou Fei, I shall obliterate you on the spot. Frieza, engaged in battle with Zhou Fei, flashed a sinister smile. Senior, do you require my assistance? Frost inquired. Frieza cast a sidelong glance at him and chuckled. You truly are paranoid. Very well. As he spoke, a surge of energy pushed Zhou Fei back, his body radiating a brilliant golden light. Moments later, Frieza underwent a dramatic transformation, emerging with a new, more formidable appearance. Frost, witnessing this metamorphosis, was both astonished and envious. Krillin and Gohan recognized that Frieza was indeed serious about eliminating Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei raised an eyebrow, silently uttering the command, "Release all gravity." In truth, the removal of gravity did not yield significant changes. He then began to gather energy, a golden aura erupting forth, accompanied by the crackling sound of lightning. Zhou Fei's hair gradually extended to his waist, marking the completion of his transformation into Super Saiyan 3. In a swift motion, the two opponents charged at one another, engaging in a flurry of strikes that numbered in the dozens. Frieza's attacks were relentless, aiming directly at vital points. At that moment, Frost unexpectedly launched a punch to Zhou Fei's abdomen. After landing the blow, Frost joined Frieza in unleashing an energy wave. A resounding explosion echoed as Zhou Fei was hurled into a massive rock. Senior, I did not anticipate your strength to be so formidable. You truly are impressive. Frost praised. Frieza cast a sidelong glance at him, responding with a smirk. With specialized training, you too could attain such power. This sparked a glimmer of hope in Frost's eyes, prompting him to inquire, what must be done? Frieza reverted from his golden form, channeling energy to transform into a muscular state. If the golden form is insufficient, this should suffice, he asserted. Frost nodded, gathering energy to morph into a similar muscular form. Very well. Would you like to learn how to engage in combat efficiently in this state? Yes, please teach me. Suddenly, an energy wave pierced through the rock. And with a disdainful smirk, Frieza executed an R flash, vanishing as overwhelming energy engulfed Frost, casting him from the arena. Upon returning to the audience, Frost remained in a dazed state. What just happened? Wasn't that Saiyan rendered unconscious? How did it come to this? Lost in confusion, Zhou Fei emerged from the dissipating smoke. Appearing unscathed, his attire unmarred. Frieza, observing Frost with a sneer, remarked, "Do you truly believe I would ally myself with a minor character like you?" Frost's fury surged, his eyes bloodshot as he raised his hand to retaliate. At that moment, the Omni King clenched his tiny hand, causing Frost to vanish on the spot. This startled Zampa, who hastily knelt an apology. Frieza walked past Zhou Fei with a sinister grin. Externally, it appeared that Frost had been eliminated, yet this was merely Frieza's covert test, a fact that Zhou Fei was keenly aware of. In the viewing area, Beerus exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that the situation had not unfolded as he had feared. The potential loss of a warrior like Zhou Fei would have been dire, especially as Beerus sensed a unique aura emanating from him, leading to his anticipation of Zhou Fei's future performance. Chapter 30. Brief engagement of the original Super Saiyan watching Frieza as he sought out prey. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhou Fei's eyes. It must be acknowledged that Frieza's training in the afterlife had proven exceedingly beneficial, based on their recent skirmish. He now rivaled Goku at the time of his battle against Hit from Universe 6, utilizing a tenfold Kaio-ken. Moreover, the most significant factor was that he was, in essence, dead, much like Goku during his Super Saiyan 3 transformation against Majin Buu, thereby conserving stamina. This was particularly evident during the latter stages of his battle with Dispo. Well, if a rebellion truly occurs, I would not hesitate to cast him from the arena. Zhou Fei pondered to himself and turned to search for his target. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when Carly and her junior, Kaio, came running towards him, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Hey there, what was that transformation you just performed? Could you teach me how to do it?" Zhou Fei was puzzled. Was she not supposed to seek out Sun Wukong? Why had she come to me instead? His gaze swept across the scene, and lo and behold, a fierce battle was underway against the Adrat aliens from the second universe. "Why should I instruct you?" he queried. Come now, my friend, do not be so stingy. Do you not wish to witness how the scions of our sixth universe surpass those of your seventh universe?" Zhou Fei observed Carly Flaw with great interest and pondered for a few moments before speaking. To ascend to Super Saiyan level 3, one must first master level 2. By the way, are you capable of transforming into level 2? Carly Flaw shook her head. "I can only transform into level 1. There was a time I successfully achieved what you refer to as level 2, but since that singular instance, I have been unable to recapture that sensation." Zhou Fei stroked his chin, contemplating the situation. "Let's try gathering more energy at the back." Carly nodded and began to channel energy in her back, while the junior student, concealed behind a stone, cautiously observed this unfolding scene. Zhou Fei offered him a slight smile, causing Kaio to instinctively withdraw his head. It is difficult to fathom that such an introverted Saiyan possesses the ability to transform into the primal Super Saiyan. He is eager to ascertain the true strength of this primal Super Saiyan. Based on previous portrayals in both animation and manga, it indeed surpasses Goku's Super Blue form. He wonders if his fully powered Super Saiyan 3 form could triumph over his opponent, and he is filled with anticipation. "Hey, Zhou Fei, what are you doing? Hurry up and get them off the stage," Beerus shouted. Zhou Fei grinned and said, "Lord Beerus, please do not say such things. I believe this will add a great deal of enjoyment. You should not be playing around. This is a matter concerning the very existence of the universe." He added with a chuckle, "Rest assured, Lord Beerus." After exchanging a few words, suddenly, Kale's aura surged as she ascended to Super Saiyan 2, exuding a strikingly heroic presence. "Now, can you teach me the Super Saiyan 3 transformation?" Kale fixed her intense gaze upon Zhou Fei. "It is not yet the right time. You have not fully mastered Super Saiyan 2. Let us wait until you can completely control it," he replied. "No, you must teach me. And what if I refuse?" In an instant, the atmosphere between the two Saiyans shifted dramatically. "Then I shall have no choice but to defeat you and compel you to teach me." With a swift motion, Kale unleashed a wave of energy as a feint, while Zhou Fei responded by releasing his own energy wave. Boom! From the cloud of smoke. He charged at Zhou Fei with a punch, which Zhou Fei effortlessly intercepted. The two engaged in close combat. Goku and Vegeta glanced over toward Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei and Kefla were locked in a fierce battle, each equally matched, though Zhou Fei concealed his true prowess. After exchanging blows for several dozen rounds, he seized upon a fleeting weakness of hers, delivering a powerful kick that sent her flying several meters, crashing into a massive boulder. With a swift leap, He burst forth from the dense fog, unleashing a ki wave that propelled her towards her junior. "Impressive, young man," Kefla exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with determination. She was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity for growth, disregarding her junior, and charged once more at Zhou Fei. Kaio, observing the spirited clash between her senior and Zhou Fei, felt a surge of jealousy rising within her. "I cannot let my sister fight alone. I must assist her," she murmured, raising her hand to unleash an energy blast. Zhou Fei effortlessly deflected the sudden assault, bringing the skirmish with Kefla to a halt. "What? Do you wish to engage me as well? However, given your current strength, it would be wise to refrain from causing any disruption," he remarked. Kaio, feeling somewhat intimidated, looked at her sister. "Sister, I'm not causing any trouble, right?" Kefla instinctively glanced at Zhou Fei, and this small gesture ignited Kaio's jealousy, causing tears to spill down her cheeks as she mumbled Zhou Fei's name. In that moment, an immense energy erupted from her being, releasing a cataclysmic aura that captured the attention of everyone in the arena. "Oh, what is that? It looks incredibly powerful," came the murmurs from the crowd. Indeed, the two champions are truly exhilarated. The competition grows ever more intense and thrilling, they remarked. The explosive energy surged forth, knocking both Zhou Fei and Kefla away. As Kefla teetered on the brink of falling off the stage, she was saved by Hit. "What manner of energy is this? It feels ominously potent," Vegeta observed gravely, directing his gaze towards Zhou Fei. "It seems we have a problem. Kale has transformed," Jabe remarked. Meanwhile, Goku, having shifted his focus to another opponent, was filled with excitement as he witnessed Kale's successful transformation. He had not anticipated that a Saiyan from Universe 6 could possess such formidable power. Rebounding from the blast that had pushed him back, Zhou Fei stood, suddenly hearing Vegeta's voice. "Zhou Fei, be cautious. That might be the true form of a Super Saiyan as it was originally intended to be." Zhou Fei nodded to Vegeta in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze towards Kale, whose energy continued to surge uncontrollably. Without hesitation, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. The two energies clashed, creating sparks that danced in the air. "I will kill you, Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei." "Ah!" Kale roared, charging forward with reckless abandon. In the instant they were close, she unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Zhou Fei crossed his arms to block the strike, yet the ground beneath him shattered. Kaio relentlessly pushed Zhou Fei backward, causing him to carve two deep trenches with his feet until he was driven forcefully against a colossal rock. The strength was indeed formidable, but still insufficient. Zhou Fei murmured softly, and immediately thereafter, he forcefully thrust his knee, sending his opponent staggering back several steps. Clenching his fists tightly, his energy surged. He was about to unleash the true might of his Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta form. The surrounding stones levitated, an overwhelming golden aura soaring toward the heavens. At that moment, Jiren, who had been in a state of deep meditation, opened his eyes, concluding his contemplation. "Jiren, it appears you are indeed concerned about that individual," Toppo murmured softly. During the Universe Survival Tournament, he had noticed that this Saiyan named Zhou Fei possessed extraordinary abilities, perhaps even surpassing Son Goku. Nevertheless, he had faith that Jiren would not be defeated. Zhou Fei's formidable aura drew the attention of the gods, who gazed upon him with intrigue. Remarkable. A mere mortal can possess such tremendous power, with proper guidance. He may very well become the next candidate for a god of destruction. The fox god of destruction chuckled lightly. While the humans of Universe 7 may be deemed lacking, these Saiyans certainly pique interest. This contest promises to be captivating. The fish god of destruction from Universe 12 scrutinized Zhou Fei and Kale. Realizing that to deal with Son Goku, he must first address this formidable challenge. The Kaio-ken of Universe 3 adjusted his glasses, his gaze sparkling with intensity. Aha! Lightning dances around the fiery aura, as if performing a mesmerizing ballet. Zhou Fei beckoned to Kaio with a subtle gesture of his finger. Veins throbbed on Kaio's forehead, her eyes brimming with murderous intent as she charged fiercely towards Zhou Fei. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, the ground erupting beneath them as terrifying waves of energy shattered the surrounding boulders. Although it appeared they had exchanged dozens of strikes without a clear victor, in truth, Kaio found herself at a disadvantage, unable to harness the overwhelming power coursing through her. In an instant, Zhou Fei executed a swift maneuver, delivering a powerful kick. Kaio raised her hand to block, but as she did, she was forced to retreat repeatedly, struggling to regain her balance. Just before she could steady herself, a brilliant and colossal wave of energy surged towards her. Indeed, This was the ultimate Kamehameha wave. Ah! Kaio screamed in furious rage. A thunderous explosion reverberated, releasing a mushroom-shaped cloud of smoke. Quite impressive, yet it would be wise to master this power before seeking to determine a true victor once more. Zhou Fei uttered a phrase and promptly relinquished his transformation. Moments later, Khalifa leaped gracefully to catch Kefla, securing her hair before departing from Zhou Fei's vicinity. How remarkable! It is truly astonishing that Zhou Fei could suppress such a transformation. Sun Wukong gazed at Zhou Fei with eyes alight, eagerly anticipating another chance to battle him. As for Vegeta, he clenched his fists in frustration. Zhou Fei was infuriatingly unpredictable, his power fluctuating with each encounter. Yet, this only solidified Vegeta's resolve to carve out his own evolutionary path, aspiring to surpass all Saiyans. Chapter 31. The Invisible Enemy. The disappearance of Universe 4. If Zhou Fei were aware, he might cheer. Go for it. Keep pushing. Having reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 form, Zhou Fei scanned the audience, noting the increasing number of eliminated participants, including Universe 10. Just as he assessed the situation, an extraordinarily swift pink heart-shaped energy wave surged towards him from behind. Zhou Fei turned and raised his hand, releasing an energy blast that shattered the incoming assault. His gaze drifted towards the distance, where the warrior Ribrian from the second universe approached him. Frankly speaking, the transformation was a stark contrast to her untransformed state. The difference was nothing short of extraordinary. In her natural form, she was quite appealing, but in her transformed state, she appeared rather unappealing, particularly during her rapid rolls. Vegeta's instinctive reaction was to evade, highlighting just how absurd her appearance was. He found it perplexing why the inhabitants of the second universe possessed such an unusual aesthetic sense. As Ribrian charged forward, she waved her hands, projecting heart-shaped energy waves while chanting, "Love, love, love." Zhou Fei, consumed by rage, entered his Super Saiyan form. His arms swinging as energy waves were effortlessly deflected. He swiftly maneuvered behind Ribrian. The witch exhibited remarkable reflexes, their figures intertwining in a breathtaking display. The tournament of power had reached a fever pitch, with numerous contestants eliminated, including Krillin, Master Roshi, and Tien Shinhan from Universe 7. Currently, the arena was dominated by the fighters from Universe 11. Meanwhile, Goku faced off against the Pride Troopers from Universe 11. He found himself grappling with an opponent capable of manipulating weight, a test of his core strength. Suddenly, a small goat-like warrior launched a surprise attack, unleashing a whirlwind of high-speed energy. Goku's body trembled under the force. How about that? My high-speed spinning attack packs quite a punch, the goat warrior boasted with arrogance. In a moment of explosive power, Goku broke free from his restraints, delivering a powerful punch to the goat and a kick to Toppo's abdomen, sending both flying. Just then, an energy barrier from another dimension confined his movements. Perplexed, Goku touched the spatial shield. The female warrior, Kakarot, chuckled, "That's my dimensional barrier. There is no way you can break it." Goku's gaze sharpened as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, unleashing a fierce aura that shattered the dimensional sphere. "Nanny!" Kakarot exclaimed, stumbling back in shock. At that moment, two other warriors charged at Goku, encircling him with 5 members of the Pride Troopers. On the other side, Gohan's group was also on high alert. "Gohan, be cautious. I sense a concealed presence around us," Piccolo warned. Gohan nodded, sensing the elusive energy as well. Android 18 and her brother were also vigilant. Suddenly, 18 leaned forward and nearly fell off the stage, but Piccolo extended his arms to save her. "Be careful," she exclaimed, expressing her gratitude. However, at that moment, Piccolo was attacked, forced to retreat under relentless strikes. Evading the unseen blows, he gathered energy for a powerful explosive wave, which devastated everything in its vicinity. After the eruption, Piccolo panted heavily. Gohan turned to his mentor, "Uncle Piccolo, are you all right?" Piccolo gestured that he was fine. In the audience, Beerus observed the unfolding drama with a serious expression, puzzled by the unseen assailant targeting Piccolo. The god of destruction from Universe 4 laughed mischievously. "Hey, Quitella, what are you laughing at? Have you resorted to some underhanded tactics again?" Quitella's smirk was laced with disdain. Master Roshi remarked, "We can't see the enemy or the attacks. It's as if we're dealing with an invisible foe." Piccolo's revelation struck a chord with Beerus. Shaking his head, he pondered the plausibility of such a tactic. Could it really be an invisible enemy? Gohan furrowed his brow, realizing that while he knew of the adversary, the inability to see them posed a significant challenge. With Piccolo expending considerable energy, Master Roshi suddenly shouted, "Gohan, Use something to spray at him. Gohan scratched his head, pondering where to find something to use. However, inspired by the suggestion, he devised a plan, instructing Piccolo. Together, they leaped into action, releasing small energy blasts onto the arena. Though their impact was minimal, the resulting dust cloud obscured the invisible enemy's outline. The god of destruction from Universe 4 scoffed, pathetic. Whatever you do is futile. You think such clumsy tactics can defeat Gamesalaris? You cannot catch him. You will simply tire yourselves out and be eliminated. His mocking laughter echoed, irking Beerus. Yet, Quintella underestimated Gohan's strategy as the swirling dust revealed the hidden opponent's form. Piccolo swiftly appeared before Gamesalaris, delivering a kick that sent him crashing into a massive boulder. Enraged, Gamesalaris charged at Piccolo, who effortlessly dodged and unleashed a series of energy blasts, propelling him back into another boulder. As long as I can see you, it's manageable, Piccolo declared, unleashing a powerful energy wave that illuminated the arena, resulting in the elimination of Gamesalaris. With that, Universe 4 was left with only one warrior. Quintella's confidence had evaporated, replaced by a grimace. Now, it was Beerus's turn to revel in the moment, teasing, "See, Quintella? Your little scheme is utterly ineffective against our Universe 7. Although Quintella feigned anger, he secretly smirked. You can laugh all you want. This is just the beginning. On the stage, shortly after Gamesalaris' defeat, Piccolo was once again under attack. Clearly, his opponents were intent on capitalizing on his fatigue. What is happening? Piccolo braced himself against the onslaught. After enduring multiple strikes, he realized that this assailant was different from the previous invisible foe. He could distinctly sense their energy. As long as I can detect your energy, I can handle this. With a flurry of energy blasts, Piccolo obliterated a boulder. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly reached the edge of the arena. As he focused on his surroundings, he suddenly sensed movement and swung his arm, but it met only air, startling him. Just as he prepared to turn, a series of attacks rained down on him from behind, causing him to tumble off the stage. Back in the audience, Piccolo glanced at his hands, bewildered. I could feel the invisible foe's energy, yet I couldn't land a blow, as if they had no physical form. Nanny. Beerus was taken aback, astonished by this peculiar phenomenon. Android 17, having leapt from a boulder, felt something amiss. He swiftly turned and kicked, only to find emptiness. Echoing Piccolo's earlier experience, his back was soon assaulted by a relentless barrage, propelling him toward the edge of the arena. In a flash, Gohan dashed to the edge, catching 17 just in time. Are you all right, 17? He asked. Yes, 17 replied, observing a small cloud of dust on the ground. He leaped onto a large rock and began to analyze the situation. After some investigation, he discovered that the opponent was not invisible, but rather a diminutive insectoid being. The insect warrior taunted, "Even if you find me, your efforts are futile. You cannot hit me." Both 17 and Gohan unleashed energy blasts, but the insect evaded them all effortlessly. It was clear they were unable to land a hit. He evaded through leaps, and if he could be prevented from finding a stable position to jump, perhaps there would be a solution. Upon hearing Android 17's words, Gohan conceived an idea. He then struck the ground with a powerful punch, causing the earth to crack, which bewildered the insectoid opponent and momentarily disrupted his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Android 17 unleashed a series of energy blasts, sending the insect warrior hurtling away under the relentless assault. Once he caught sight of his adversary, Android 17 swiftly deployed a small protective sphere, encasing him within. Grasping the sphere firmly, he rendered the insect unable to escape, no matter how vigorously he struggled. Android 17 then launched the sphere high into the air and, with a decisive kick, sent it soaring directly off the stage. Thus, the final combatant from Universe 4 was eliminated. The Omni King pressed a button on the avatar of Damon, causing it to turn black. The Grand Priest promptly announced the outcome. Competitor Damon from Universe 4 has been eliminated. The god of destruction, who resembled a mouse, was now trembling in fear, his eyes ablaze as he fought desperately in his final moments. However, the Omni Kings had no intention of granting his wishes. With a mere clasp of their hands, he, along with his universe, vanished. At this juncture in the tournament, 3 universes had been erased, leaving only 5 remaining. Chapter 32, The Anticipated Battle. The Warriors, witnessing yet another universe's obliteration, seemed accustomed to the grim reality, paying little heed to the event, for time was running short. On Zhou Fei's side, behold my beauty. The maiden's charge. A pink aura erupted from Luribrian as she launched a fierce assault against Zhou Fei. I must achieve victory and seize the Super Dragon hand, Luribrian declared amidst her relentless onslaught. Zhou Fei chuckled nonchalantly. After acquiring the Super Dragon Balls, what do you intend to do next? Naturally, I aspire to become a deity. The goddess of love, cherished by all of humanity across the universe. Zhou Fei could not help but scoff internally, pondering how one could still harbor affection for a goddess with such an appearance and physique. Yet, the female destroyer of the second universe, Helis, stood up in response to Ribrian's words, exclaiming in admiration, "Truly, you are the beautiful warrior of our second universe, Ribrian. Your exquisite soul makes my very being tremble." The destroyer and Ribrian shared a moment of profound gaze, filled with emotion. How should Zhou Fei express himself? In what other ways can he convey his thoughts? What, pray tell, is the purpose of your participation in this battle from the perspective of the seventh universe? Zhou Fei shrugged his shoulders. I have no particular aim. I merely heard that this competition attracts numerous skilled individuals, so I wish to engage in a contest. Zhou Fei indeed speaks the truth, with a system. What further aspirations could he possibly harbor? None, it seems. His life has already ascended to its zenith, although he must await a week. This is but a trifling matter for him. Librian, however, harbors skepticism towards his words, yet she concedes one undeniable truth. She is indeed a master, if not a superlative one. At this moment, among the trio of celestial maidens from the second universe, Kakunsha, along with another contender named Luaji, produced a glowing stick from an unknown source to rally support for Librian. Upon receiving the encouraging energy from her sisters, Librian radiated a resplendent aura, and within moments, a colossal pink heart enveloped her, cocooning her form. In mere seconds, it shattered, revealing Librian adorned with pink wings. Thank you all for your love. I have been reborn. I am now the Super Librian, she proclaimed, striking a heart-shaped pose as hearts pulsated rhythmically around her. Zhou Fei raised her eyebrows, pleasantly surprised by the significant enhancement of her abilities. In accordance with the classification of Saiyan strength, she had reached a level comparable to that of a Super Saiyan at its peak. Zhou Fei elevated his aura to the pinnacle of Super One's perfection. The two combatants relentlessly unleashed waves of energy, leading to a series of explosive detonations that cast a thick cloud of dust into the air. Buzz. Encircled by the 5 members of the Pride Troopers, Sun Wukong transformed into his super blue form, swiftly dispatching all 5 before reverting to his normal state. His gaze fixed on Jiren. Toppo was about to intervene to drive him away when Jiren raised a hand, signaling him to remain still. Thus, Sun Wukong and Jiren stood in a tense standoff. In the audience of Universe 11, the god of destruction, Kai, adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Is the battle finally about to commence? This confrontation has garnered significant attention. Are you concerned for Jiren? Fear not, for no one can triumph over him, regardless of who they are. The tone of the clown god of destruction was laced with both indifference and pride. Kai glanced at the clown god, puzzled by his assertion. However, such confidence indicated that Jiren's strength must indeed be formidable. The clown god of destruction closed his eyes, conveying a telepathic message to Jiren. Jiren, Jiren. Yes, I hear you. The time to conserve your energy is past. First, eliminate Sun Wukong, and then take out the others. Let the gods of the various universes witness your might. Understood. It shall be done, Jiren. As Jiren advanced, the entire arena, nay, the entirety of the void, quaked under the weight of his aura. Sensing Jiren's presence, all present ceased their actions, captivated by the intensity of his energy. The battle between Zhou Fei and Jiren came to a halt as they turned their gazes toward Goku. In this fight, push your limits, Goku thought, not lingering too long before launching an attack against Jiren, forcing her into a defensive position. Oh ho ho ho, a formidable monster has entered the fray, Frieza remarked, flicking his tail and narrowing his eyes at Jiren, who was approaching Goku with measured steps. On a boulder, Toppo murmured to himself, Jiren, give it your all for the sake of your wishes and to obtain the Super Dragon Balls. The changes in the void caught the attention of the two Zeniths. Wow, amazing. That person deserves our close attention. What will happen next? I'm eagerly anticipating it. The two Zenith's eyes sparkled with excitement. Goku observed Jiren as he readied himself. At last, you are willing to engage me, Jiren. No sooner had Goku spoken than Jiren unleashed an unparalleled wave of ferocious energy that swept across the arena. The gods of destruction, including Beerus, displayed expressions of astonishment. Goku, with a grave demeanor, watched Jiren, and his sweat dripped from his forehead. He unleashed the Kamehameha as a test. Swish. Boom. The Kamehameha was effortlessly repelled by Jiren's overwhelming aura, failing to breach his defenses. Realizing he could not break through, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 1 for an attack. Yet Jiren remained unmoved, merely enduring the barrage like a mere massage. When Super Saiyan 1 proved ineffective, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2, which only elicited a slight movement from Jiren's head. Neither his kicks nor punches had any significant effect on Jiren. After dozens of strikes, Goku leaped back and transformed into Super Saiyan God, launching another assault. This time, it was different. At least it prompted Jiren to extend a single finger in defense. A glimmer passed through Goku's eyes as he executed a fluid series of punches, yet Jiren blocked them all with that one finger. The ground beneath them crumbled in layers. Despite the elegance of Goku's movements, they bore no fruit against Jiren. It seems this tactic won't compel you to reveal your true strength. Fine. I shall not hold back any longer. Reverting from Super Saiyan God, he began to gather energy. Soon, a blue aura enveloped him as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. The real battle between Jiren and Goku was poised to commence. The Universe 11 Supreme Kai adjusted his glasses. Goku had finally showcased the power of Super Saiyan Blue, marking the onset of an important confrontation. This is merely a futile struggle, chuckled the clown god of destruction. Yet, Kai disagreed, shaking his head. Goku from Universe 7 is a formidable fighter. If Jiren defeats him in his full state, the remaining warriors on the stage will soon lose their will to fight. The clown god chuckled softly, unconvinced by that assertion, as they remained unaware of Jiren's true strength. Are you suggesting that to demonstrate Jiren's absolute advantage, Goku should be used as a warning example? If you think so, you underestimate Jiren. I've stated before that he will not lose, regardless of the opponent. Kai, observing the clown god's unwavering confidence, found himself at a loss for words, given the gravity of the situation. Goku was the first to strike, delivering a powerful punch that sent Jiren crashing into the mountainside, causing a chaotic clash. Their exchanges were rapid and relentless. However, to Jiren, Goku's onslaught was trivial. With a hint of seriousness, Jiren quickly subdued Goku. In the face of absolute power, Super Saiyan Blue Goku was rendered nearly ineffective. Jiren seized Goku's leg and delivered a merciless beating. Realizing he was outmatched, Goku had no choice but to activate his red-blue buff mode. Under the 10x Kaio-ken boost, Goku's speed and strength surged exponentially, allowing him to evade Jiren's attacks momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed the Kamehameha once more, but it was futile. The two resumed their fierce battle, and this time Jiren revealed a fraction of his true power. Amidst the flying debris, they chased each other until Jiren caught Goku by the ankle, forcefully slamming him into the ground. Goku, undeterred, charged at Jiren. Their figures flickered across the arena, their attacks relentless like the ceaseless flow of a river. Regrettably, in the face of overwhelming strength, Goku once again found himself bested, this time pinned beneath Jiren's foot. Goku struggled against the pressure as Jiren gripped his hair, lifting him up and coldly stating, "It's over, Goku." A punch to Goku's stomach forced the air from his lungs, followed by a devastating energy wave. Goku was sent hurtling through several massive stones, resembling a bullet as he flew toward the edge of the arena. Jiren turned slowly, for a true man never looks back. Just when it seemed the battle would conclude, Goku managed to grasp the edge of the arena, entering a 20x Kaio-ken state. "Jiren, it's not over yet," Goku bellowed, his energy multiplying geometrically as his output relied heavily on his roar. He dashed toward his opponent, though his impressive display lasted merely a few seconds. With a glare, Jiren unleashed an invisible shockwave that sent Goku flying, causing him to relinquish the 20x Kaio-ken form. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of collisions, Goku was hurled to the ground near the timekeeping pillar. Damn it! Goku gritted his teeth through the pain as he stood up, feeling as if his body was on the verge of collapse. This is truly troublesome. I never imagined that even in the 20x Kaio-ken state, I wouldn't inflict any damage on you. With that, Goku reverted from Super Saiyan Blue, a move that resonated with his son and Krillin in the audience, both sensing something significant. "Dad," Goten murmured. Goku leaped to a high point, raising his hands in supplication. "Everyone, lend me your energy." Indeed, Goku was preparing to execute the Spirit Bomb. The few remaining fighters from Universe 7 contributed their energy, including Toppo, and even Frieza joined in, though Vegeta refrained. It's still not enough. Gathering this energy is taking too long. Goku's expression grew anxious, fearing Jiren might strike him during this vulnerable moment. Who would refuse such an opportune opening? However, Jiren calmly declared, "Goku, I will wait for you. That must be a special technique for you. If that's the case, unleash your full power." Goku understood that Jiren intended to withstand his most potent attack to ultimately defeat him. "Haha, you truly underestimate me." Despite this, Sun Wukong was filled with exhilarating anticipation. As the energy continued to converge, the spirit bomb grew to the size of a small planet. Standing atop a high vantage point, Zhou Fei observed this spectacle with gleaming eyes, knowing that the moment had finally arrived. Chapter 33. The ultimate challenge approaches. Zhou Fei takes the stage. The spirit bomb was now fully formed. Jiren, do not regret granting me this time to prepare, Sun Wukong declared boldly, hurling the colossal spirit bomb towards Jiren. The overwhelming energy reverberated throughout the void. All eyes were fixated on this moment. Who would emerge victorious in this grand contest? Oh! Sun Wukong strained to propel the spirit bomb forward. Yet to his astonishment, Jiren stood firm as a war god, pushing the spirit bomb back. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sun Wukong immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, unleashing the tenfold Kaio-ken technique. However, even with this power, they merely reached a stalemate. If that is the case, I shall unleash the 20-fold Kaio-ken. The formidable forces of both combatants propelled the spirit bomb with immense might. The violent energy caused the ground to collapse in layers. The tremendous auras they emanated created a pressure that caused the spirit bomb to compress and expand repeatedly. Well done. Jiren, destroy Sun Wukong. The clown god of destruction muttered to himself. How could he be this strong? Truly an insurmountable peak, but I shall not concede so easily. Sun Wukong pushed his energy to the utmost limit, continuing to resist fiercely. Jiren cast a fleeting glance at him, his tone indifferent, a futile struggle. Buzz. This time, the spirit bomb began to expand rather than compress, reaching its ultimate limit. Aya! With a defiant roar, Sun Wukong ultimately succumbed, the spirit bomb rapidly contracting, followed by an indescribably brilliant light illuminating the entire void. Boom! Wukong was engulfed by the spirit bomb. An immense explosion erupted, and a terrifying wave of energy spread, leaving a gaping hole in the arena, accompanied by a deafening roar that resonated through the void. The explosion persisted for several minutes before finally subsiding, the brilliance fading, and starlight cascading from the sky. Yet within the crater, Sun Wukong's presence was nowhere to be found, only the lingering aura of destruction. Upon witnessing this, Beerus stood up, tense with disbelief. Impossible, Wukong cannot be dead. Krillin shook his head, unwilling to accept that Sun Wukong had perished, having witnessed countless miracles before. He believed this time would be no different. Beerus's voice interrupted his thoughts. No, there is no trace of his energy left in the entire void. Krillin clenched his fists, bewildered. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Beerus, if Sun Wukong was slain by Jiren, should Jiren not also be eliminated? No, he will not be eliminated, Beerus replied, shaking his head. Why not? Krillin questioned, perplexed, as the rules clearly stated that killing another would result in elimination. Just as Krillin was about to demand an explanation for his fallen friend, the Grand Priest spoke. Since this energy was released by Sun Wukong himself, regardless of the circumstances, he has ultimately destroyed himself, thus it can only be considered self-destruction. Therefore, the contestant from Universe 11, Jiren, will face no punishment. The clown god of destruction and the supreme Kai of Universe 11 bowed to the Grand Priest in gratitude. Wukong. Krillin lamented bitterly. Jiren stood calmly, and soon after, explosions erupted nearby. Contestants from Universe 2, Universe 3, and Universe 6 emerged from the dense mist. Though they had witnessed Jiren's might, they were undeterred. They still had their ultimate techniques to unleash, and only half the time had elapsed in the tournament. The two Omni Kings observed Sun Wukong's visage on their divine iPad, poised to press the button, when suddenly the void began to tremble. As Zhou Fei squinted his eyes, the exhilarating moment had finally arrived. What was happening? The entire realm of nothingness trembled. Could it be that the turtle hermit, gazing at the deep pit, suddenly had an epiphany? He spoke in disbelief. Krillin displayed a faint smile. Ah, it must be so. I knew he would be fine. A sacred beam of energy surged skyward from the pit. Amidst the radiance, a disheveled figure slowly rose. Was it Sun Wukong? Quite intriguing. Jiren's gaze was fixated on the silhouette within the light. As the white glow dissipated, Sun Wukong emerged, enveloped in a translucent aura. He gradually opened his eyes, and his pupils were no longer the familiar black but a shimmering silver. Simultaneously, the transparent aura around him transformed into a wave of heat. Sun Wukong, this fellow. Toppo and Dispo exchanged glances before leaping into the pit to launch an assault on Sun Wukong. However, the astonishing occurred in the next moment. Sun Wukong raised both hands. Seemingly slow, yet in reality, he countered their fist with unparalleled speed and precision. With a resounding clap, he grasped their fists and effortlessly flung them against the wall. How could this be possible? The god of destruction from Universe 11 widened his eyes in disbelief. What did he just witness? Sun Wukong had flawlessly neutralized the combined attack of Toppo and Dispo. Surely, he must be dreaming. After all, his opponent was gravely injured. A glimmer of insight flashed in the eyes of the Grand Priest as he remarked with subtle significance. Oh dear. It appears something quite fascinating has transpired with the contestant Sun Wukong. He cast a sidelong glance at the Saiyan named Zhou Fei. The two Omni Kings were also exceedingly pleased. Sun Wukong was alive and had grown even stronger than before, which intrigued them greatly. Sun Wukong paid no heed to Toppo and Dispo, instead advancing toward Jiren. To others, it seemed he was walking toward Jiren, but in Sun Wukong's perception, he arrived before Jiren in an instant, executing a swift kick, only for Jiren to duck and evade. Rising from his crouch, Jiren swung his fist, yet Sun Wukong seemed to have anticipated this, tilting his head to dodge while retaliating with a punch. Jiren calmly sidestepped this attack. Bang, bang, bang. In that fleeting moment, their assaults reached an apex of speed, eluding even the deity's attempts to fully capture their movements. Vegeta, observing from atop a massive boulder, grimaced, gritting his teeth. What on earth has happened to Kakarot? He can execute attacks that even the Super Saiyan blue form could not achieve. The Ultra Instinct, such power is truly formidable. Zhou Fei gazed enviously at the power displayed before him, while admiration filled his heart. He remained confident that the perfect form of Super Saiyan 4 he would eventually reveal would not be lacking in strength, it simply was not the right moment yet. He knew he had to wait until the opponent's transformation into their battle form. However, there were still matters at hand that required his attention. As Beerus observed the fierce clash between Goku and Jiren, his gaze sharpened. The silver hue of Goku's eyes and the aura radiating from him led Beerus to a profound realization. To confirm his suspicions, he posed a question. Could it be that he indeed, just as he suspected, Lord Beerus, was affirmed with a nod? A slow smile crept across Beerus's lips. So it is true. He has finally achieved it. Ultra Instinct. This revelation left the other gods of destruction in a state of shock. Staring in disbelief at the mortal figure suspended in the air. Ultra Instinct was a divine technique. How could it possibly manifest in a mortal warrior? It seemed utterly impossible. What is this Ultra Instinct? The bald trio and Piccolo exchanged puzzled glances, bemused by the intensity of the gods' reactions. The Kaio-ken, Shin, cautiously inquired, what exactly is Ultra Instinct? As a deity, he had been entirely unaware of such a phenomenon. If only you had taken the time to read more, you would not find yourself in this predicament. The old Kaio-ken mused, though he too was uncertain. Whis chuckled softly and elaborated. Ultra Instinct transcends the traditional combat techniques reliant on sensing ki. It necessitates a reflexive response from the body, bypassing conscious thought, thereby maximizing speed and reaction time. It allows the body and mind to fight independently, representing a further manifestation of one's potential after surpassing their limits. Remarkable! The others exclaimed in awe, even if they grasped little of the explanation. The sense of its significance was palpable. A series of thunderous sonic booms echoed through the air. As the battle intensified, it became evident that Goku's attack speed had escalated since the beginning, accompanied by a palpable wave of scorching energy emanating from him. It appears that Goku has yet to fully master Ultra Instinct, was noted. His current state is merely a result of the spirit bomb breaking the shackles on his body. The other gods sensed Goku's condition, and a sigh of relief washed over them. If a mere mortal were to wield such power, it would be a significant blow to their pride. Achieving this level is commendable, yet you are still no match for Jiren. The clown god of destruction remarked confidently. Crack, crack. The clash of their energies manifested as arcs of lightning, raising a cloud of dust around them. Suddenly, Goku unleashed a burst of energy, propelling Jiren away with a kick and executing the Kamehameha wave. However, Jiren merely flicked it aside with a glance. Goku bit his lip and unleashed his final surge of energy, condensing all his ki into a single punch aimed at Jiren. Smack. Boom. Jiren effortlessly absorbed the impact of Goku's punch, the sheer force tearing the ground apart, yet he remained unfazed. In stark contrast, the fiery aura surrounding Goku had vanished. Goku, I must admit you are quite formidable, but this is where it ends. As he spoke, Jiren unleashed a crimson aura, delivering a punch to Goku's abdomen that sent him flying with overwhelming force. An explosion rang out mid-air, accompanied by Goku's anguished cries. As the dust settled, Goku plummeted from the sky, but a figure swiftly emerged to catch him. It was none other than Zhou Fei. You've done well, Goku. Allow me to share some of my energy with you. Rest for a while. Zhou Fei transmitted a small amount of energy to him. Just enough for Sun Wukong to move. Thank you, Zhou Fei. I never anticipated the existence of such a formidable figure. Sun Wukong, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, managed a wry smile. Son, this is not your fault. After all, you have yet to fully master the ultimate freedom technique. However, even if you were to master this skill, the strain on your body would still be considerable. Zhou Fei spoke candidly. Sun Wukong, seemingly unfazed, nodded in acknowledgement. So, it was this simple mastering that form would enable him to engage in battle with Jiren? He was determined to attempt to enter that state once more. Patting his shoulder, Zhou Fei loosened his muscles. Now, it was my turn. In the audience, no one anticipated that this Jiren from Universe 11 was indeed the fabled mortal whose power surpassed that of the gods of destruction. Beerus chuckled wryly. Just then, Krillin exclaimed, prompting Beerus to follow his gaze. He saw Zhou Fei from Universe 7 standing before Jiren. Oh, how intriguing. I never expected Zhou Fei to wish to battle Jiren. Whis smiled subtly. Jiren regarded the contestant from Universe 7, whose name he recalled as Zhou Fei, with his characteristic calm demeanor. You too wish to engage in combat with me? As he spoke, an incredibly formidable aura surged forth, bearing down upon Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei delicately touched his face, unleashing his aura to counteract that of his opponent. In an instant, Jillian's gaze underwent a subtle transformation. Chapter 34. vs. Jillian, a staggering revelation. Jillian, Toppo called out. However, Jillian paid him no heed, his eyes fixed intently on Zhou Fei, sensing a formidable surge of energy emanating from him. Indeed, Jillian, I surmise you have yet to reveal your full potential, and coincidentally, I find myself eager to engage. Zhou Fei smiled lightly. Apart from the 7th universe, all the deities regarded him with unusual gazes. This human truly possesses remarkable audacity. Very well, I shall grant your wish. What? Everyone, both mortals and gods, were astonished. Even Jiren had acquiesced. Zhou Fei transformed into his Super Saiyan form and unleashed a rapid assault. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, his attacks were entirely thwarted. The Kaio-ken multiplied 60-fold. A potent aura surged forth. Suddenly, the force of his punch erupted, forcing him back several steps. To Purunga's astonishment, he could actually push Jiren back a few paces in this form. Jiren retaliated with a kick. Whoosh. Zhou Fei darted like a beam of light and swung his fist once more. Bang. The two exchanged blows, creating a sonic boom in the air. Boom. Zhou Fei retreated more than 10 steps, shattering numerous mountains in the process. Amidst the billowing smoke, an overwhelming aura surged once again, causing most of the colossal rocks to be obliterated by the tempest of energy. Ultimate magic. Flashing turtle school Kamehameha. Buzz. Whoosh. A golden beam of energy erupted forth. Faced with the dazzling force rushing towards him, Jillian remained as impassive as ever, his eyes narrowing in focus. A formidable aura formed a barrier, akin to the battle with Sun Wukong, repelling the Kamehameha wave. Unexpectedly, after a few seconds, a fissure appeared in the aura barrier. Jillian intensified his aura, causing the crack to vanish. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Fei reappeared behind Jillian without warning. As Jillian turned, Zhou Fei vanished once more, this pattern repeating several times until crack. The ground splintered. In the thick smoke, Jillian seized Zhou Fei's fist. This little trick should come to an end now, Jillian remarked coolly. Zhou Fei nodded, acknowledging the truth. Indeed, such trifles would not serve you well. He withdrew, relinquishing the Ultra Super Saiyan form. While its power was commendable, it was insufficient to match Jiren's prowess. Taking a few steps back, he began to gather energy, and a resplendent golden aura erupted fiercely around him. His presence captured the attention of the gods, an unparalleled energy emanating from Zhou Fei, causing the void to tremble. The dazzling brilliance stimulated the visual senses of all present. As the radiance dissipated, his hair turned jet black, a fiery red fur enveloping his form, exuding a scorching aura. What an intense heat! It surpassed even that of Goku. Krillin swallowed hard, having never witnessed Zhou Fei's Ultra Instinct form before. Weiss. This is the evolutionary path he has chosen, Beerus declared. Weiss nodded, noting that Zhou Fei's current strength had seen a significant enhancement compared to his initial transformation into Ultra Instinct. This was the primal form of a Saiyan. Diverging from the path taken by Goku and the others, Weiss remarked with calm assurance. Beerus squinted at Zhou Fei, a smirk gracing his lips. Jiren, let the true battle commence. With a swift motion, both Jiren and Zhou Fei vanished. Thud, thud, thud. The sound reverberated like a heartbeat throughout the void, ripples forming in the emptiness. Their clash was nothing short of spectacular. However, the other warriors were not idle either, eager to witness the spectacle. They recognized that time was of the essence, and they must hasten to eliminate their rivals. Bang! Bang! Whoosh! Zhou Fei and Jiren appeared atop a towering monolith. Surely your strength transcends this, does it not? Facing me, you still harbor the intent to conceal your true power. Such audacity is commendable. Jiren regarded Zhou Fei with an unwavering gaze. His words struck a chord of astonishment among the gods and the onlookers, particularly the god of destruction from Universe 11, who exclaimed, "How dare you hold back against my Jiren? Are you unaware of the meaning of defeat? I could certainly arrange for Jiren to enlighten you." "Oh, come now. Let's not be so harsh. After all, you have arrived." Zhou Fei chuckled, his gaze turning solemn as the heat radiating from his body dissipated, or rather, was retracted and confined within himself. In that moment, he appeared as though he were enveloped in a luminous red phosphorescence. This represented the perfect Ultra 4, a principle akin to that of the flawless Ultra Blue. However, fundamentally, Ultra 4 belonged to the Saiyan Great Ape ancestral form, rendering it superior to the perfect Ultra Blue. Simultaneously, he silently invoked the most potent innate talent of the Saiyans. In an instant, an extraordinary energy surged forth, and he felt a clarity envelop his mind. Yet, beyond this, he sensed nothing else. Damn, surely, this cannot be a trick, can it? Zhou Fei muttered under his breath, recognizing that now was not the time for trivialities. The divine being sensed a distinct shift in the aura surrounding Zhou Fei. Perplexed by the presence of so many humans in the seventh universe who possessed powers that transcended the realm of the divine. Particularly intriguing was this human before them, who, unlike Sun Wukong, did not exude a divine essence yet wielded divine strength. What could this mean? Could he be yet another mortal who surpassed the destroyers? How remarkable! Who could that be? Indeed, we must pay close attention. The two curious onlookers, full of intrigue, gazed intently at Zhou Fei, while the Grand Priest observed him with keen interest. Zhou Fei was far too preoccupied to concern himself with trivial matters. In a flash, he appeared before Jiren, his speed having multiplied manifold since their last encounter. He unleashed a punch imbued with formidable power, causing the very fabric of space to resonate with a deep hum. Jiren's eyes widened, and his protective barrier shattered under the force, prompting him to retaliate with a punch of his own. The sound that erupted was akin to a planet's explosion, reverberating throughout the cosmos as the ground beneath them fractured. The two engaged in close-quarters combat. A flurry of blows exchanged amidst a cacophony of energy waves. Suddenly, Zhou Fei delivered a knee strike to Jiren's abdomen, propelling him backward. Following swiftly, he executed a spinning kick that sent Jiren soaring into the air. Zhou Fei then soared upwards, his palms merging into a single fist, and he struck Jiren down into the ground with tremendous force, subsequently unleashing several powerful energy waves. The earth erupted in a violent explosion, engulfing the area in thick smoke. Moments later, Jiren waved his hand, dispersing the haze. A flicker of change appeared in his usually tranquil gaze, while the god of destruction from Universe 11 stood in shock. Bewildered by what he witnessed, Jiren was indeed injured. A gash marred his back, and several fine wounds dotted his skin. Astonishing. To inflict injury upon Jiren was a testament to Zhou Fei's true prowess. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, sprawled atop a massive boulder, was taken aback by the spectacle. On the other side, Vegeta, engaged in battle with Toppo, clenched his fist in frustration. He felt a sense of bitterness. Kakarot had surpassed his limits, and Zhou Fei's strength eclipsed his own. Yet, he remained stagnant, unwilling to accept this reality. With a roar born of his discontent, he unleashed his energy, causing a brilliant blue aura to radiate around him. Moments later, the azure glow faded, revealing a slight increase in his muscular bulk, and the starry particles within his aura shimmered brighter and larger, forming a cross-star pattern. Indeed, he had evolved into his deep blue form. Sun Wukong cast a glance toward Vegeta, surprised to see his rival had also breached his limits. He could sense that Vegeta's power now rivaled his own in his 20-fold Super Saiyan Blue state. Feeling the immense energy coursing through him, Vegeta offered a slight smile to Toppo and resumed his onslaught. At this juncture, Zhou Fei landed, realizing that the Saiyan's greatest talent was harnessed in such a manner. In their previous skirmishes, he had discerned Jiren's techniques, enabling him to evade them. The series of combos he had just executed were a manifestation of that supreme talent, which had significantly augmented his combat effectiveness, combined with the unparalleled strength of his perfected Super Saiyan 4 form. It was this synergy that had finally allowed him to wound Jiren. It seemed you were unlike Sun Wukong, yet to me, you remain inconsequential. Zhou Fei did not counter Jillian Che's words. Indeed, there is merit in his statement. After all, the ability to shatter one's attire could effectively subdue the completely unrestrained Sun Wukong. Were it not for the emotional trauma, victory would have been elusive. As you so aptly put it, despite the circumstances, it has undeniably caused you harm. Zhou Fei's words were strikingly candid. Jiren's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light. In the audience, the god of destruction, the clown, shouted fervently, "Jiren, do not squander any more time. Swiftly eliminate him." Jiren acknowledged with a nod and began to stride towards Zhou Fei. However, in the next moment, he halted abruptly as an overwhelmingly terrifying aura emanated from Zhou Fei, with red starry particles manifesting on his surface. This sudden transformation compelled Beerus to rise to his feet. He had never anticipated that Zhou Fei had mastered the divine realm, which explained the peculiarity he had sensed. The remaining gods exchanged astonished glances, each recognizing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. Realizing that this human harbored the realm of the divine, the Grand Minister regarded Zhou Fei with a hint of surprise. Unlike the other gods of destruction, he perceived far more. At this juncture, Zhou Fei could be said to have transcended the mortal coil, reaching the status of a deity. Jiren's gaze sharpened. For the first time, he felt a twinge of danger. Boom. Yet, before he could fully react, he was propelled backward. A tremendous roar reverberated as the entire arena shook. A surge of red flames erupted, generating a heat wave that obliterated all boulders in its path. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he fixed his gaze on Zhou Fei and declared emphatically, "I have indeed underestimated you. You possess such hidden strength. Nevertheless, I am the strongest. You stand no chance of defeating me." Surrounded by searing red flames, the two charged at each other, testing their might. Chapter 35, The Return of Ultimate Freedom, Part 1, Zizi. The formidable aura generated by Zhou Fei and Ji Lian continuously collides with one another. Everything around them was reduced to dust within the formidable aura. For a moment, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, still perched upon a giant rock, gazed in the direction of Zhou Fei, realizing that even with the power of the 20-fold Kaio-ken, he would not stand a chance against him. It seemed that only a fusion with Vegeta could allow him to engage Zhou Fei in battle. As he contemplated this, an energy wave suddenly surged towards him. Alarmed, Sun Wukong leaped back to evade the attack, but in the next instant, ugh! A solid iron fist struck his abdomen, delivered by a robot. Following this, several other robots swarmed him, launching a relentless barrage of attacks that forced Sun Wukong to retreat step by step. As he neared the edge of the arena, a red energy wave surged forth, sending one of the robots flying. In quick succession, a figure dashed past, delivering a series of kicks that sent the remaining robots sprawling, landing gracefully before Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong recognized the individual as a Saiyan from Universe 6. "You must be Sun Wukong," she declared imperatively. "Can you transform into Super Saiyan 3? If so, teach me at once." It was Kefla, her tone bordering on command. Sun Wukong paused momentarily. He could indeed transform. "You haven't even mastered Super Saiyan 2 yet, so focus on that before asking for Super Saiyan 3. However, Kefla was not deterred. "Is this how all Saiyans from Universe 7 are?" Zhou Fei said the same, "And now you too." "I need power, immense power, to protect my team," she asserted. Her fists clenched resolutely. "Very well then, do not blame me for being ruthless," she exclaimed, her energy exploding as she transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong observed her with a serious expression, uncertain if he could withstand her might, yet his heart urged him to give it a try. He assumed a combat stance, believing that actions speak louder than words. Kappa, watching this unfold, was amused. Sun Wukong was fatigued after his battle with Jiren, and now was the perfect opportunity to eliminate him from the ring. "Kefla, throw Sun Wukong out of the ring," Kappa shouted. "Hey, Kappa. Only Sun Wukong's ultra instinct can defeat Jiren," Beerus interjected, casting a glare at Kappa. Kappa shrugged dismissively. "It's not necessary to defeat Jiren. The rules state that the universe with the most participants remaining at the end will win." Upon hearing this, Beerus recalled the situation and glanced at the stone pillar, noting they still had 20 minutes left. Universe 7 had 6 fighters remaining while Universe 6 had 5. On the battlefield, Kefla charged at Sun Wukong, unleashing a torrential assault. Tap, tap, tap. Sun Wukong deftly blocked each attack. "Watch this," Kefla shouted, delivering a kick aimed at him, but Sun Wukong merely leaped over her, landing behind her and retaliating with a kick that sent her crashing into the rock face. "How is that possible?" Kefla gasped, disbelief etched on her face. She had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, yet here she was, struggling. Kappa could hardly believe his eyes. He rubbed them vigorously, confirming that his vision was correct. "What's the matter? Is that all you can do? With such meager skills, you cannot hope to defeat me," Sun Wukong responded, his gaze sharp. "That was just a fluke. Don't get cocky," Kefla retorted, charging at him once more. Yet this time, Sun Wukong evaded her attacks with greater ease. Thwack! He delivered a precise strike to her neck, sending her stumbling back. Kefla quickly regained her footing and swung her fist at Sun Wukong. He ducked under her punch and countered with a blow aimed at her abdomen. Kefla, having learned from her previous mistakes, seized the opportunity to evade his strike and executed a perfect crescent kick that landed squarely on his midsection. But she did not stop there. Following up with a powerful punch to his face, Sun Wukong staggered back, nearly losing his balance. He wiped the corner of his mouth. Not bad. This is what happens when you underestimate me. At this moment, Kefla felt a surge of confidence. Sun Wukong smiled at her and unleashed an array of afterimages and instant transmissions, countering her onslaught and briefly overpowering the Super Saiyan 2. Kefla grew anxious, realizing that if she couldn't defeat Sun Wukong now, their situation was dire. What is going on? This defies logic. At that moment, was calmly remarked. Martial arts is not merely about fighting. It requires an understanding of distance, the ability to sense your opponent's breath and movements, achieving a unity of mind and body. That is the mark of a true martial artist. Beerus, observing Kappa, spread his hands in resignation. Compared to Sun Wukong, you are simply not in the same league. This struck a nerve with Kappa. Swish, swish, swish. Sun Wukong, employing multiple instant transmissions, appeared behind Kefla and unleashed a punch. Just as she turned to face him, Kefla sensed his energy and instinctively pivoted to block his fist. After both retreated a short distance, they engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. The battle raged on with fervor. Meanwhile, Gohan was locked in combat with two Namekians from Universe 6, while androids 17 and 18 were battling the robots from Universe 4. Frieza was facing off against the speedster from Universe 11, and Hit was engaged with the magical warriors from Universe 2. Boom. The collision of fists reverberated, causing the ground to tremble and erupt. Keep attacking. One of the spectators cheered, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. As for Zhou Fei, the spectators had lost sight of him and chose to focus on Sun Wukong's fight instead. After exchanging numerous blows, Kefla adapted to Sun Wukong's style. Thwack! She landed a punch directly on his abdomen, following it with a kick that sent him flying several meters. You better get serious now. Transform, or you might find yourself eliminated. Sun Wukong nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. He began to gather energy, shouting as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 after a few moments. Whoosh! Bam! 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 The battle resumed with a series of intense exchanges, akin to a whirlwind, and neither combatant could afford to relent. As their formidable energies clashed, violent sparks of lightning and fire erupted, affecting weaker contestants caught in the fray. It was a divine clash where mere mortals suffered, leading to the elimination of two participants from Universe 2. Consequently, Universe 2 was left with 4 fighters, 3 males and 1 female. Realizing they were at an impasse, the 2 fighters steadied themselves and prepared to engage in a key blast duel. Swish, swish, swish. The energy of the 2 combatants surged and clashed, unleashing a brilliant radiance and a thunderous explosion, while thick plumes of smoke billowed forth. The smoke came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, vanishing in mere moments. Although mastering Super Saiyan 2 was no easy feat, I had underestimated your ability to wield it to such an extent, Kefla. Goku remarked. Kefla chuckled softly, for reasons unknown. As the battle raged on, an unrelenting power surged from within her body. Being a Saiyan truly was magnificent. Their golden auras flared, coalescing into massive energy spheres. Both sides moved in synchrony, exchanging a flurry of punches. Each collision sent shockwaves that obliterated the surrounding rocks. In the midst of the fight, Goku sensed a similar power welling up within him. Suddenly, Kefla unleashed a crimson energy wave, but Goku, with remarkable agility, leaped aside to evade it. In the instant he landed, he was already before Kefla, delivering a kick that she managed to block with her crossed arms. Nevertheless, the force of the impact shattered a colossal boulder. Sister! Kale, who had been watching from a safer vantage point, called out. Goku turned to Kale and asked, "What do you plan to do now? Will you flee with your sister or join the fray?" Kale hesitated, uncertain of her choice. At that moment, Kefla emerged from the rubble, spitting defiantly. Kale, don't listen to his nonsense. Together, let's eliminate this guy and grow stronger, surpassing Super Saiyan 3. Kale looked at her sister, her face lighting up with enthusiasm as she nodded vigorously. She transformed into a green-haired Super Saiyan. Kefla charged at Goku, with Kale swiftly taking her position on his right, exploiting an opening to land a punch squarely on his face, sending him hurtling several meters away. The 2 sisters pursued him relentlessly. As Goku was propelled backward, he did not forget to counterattack, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from his hands. The sisters deftly dodged, one attacking to the right and the other to the left. Although Goku's defense was commendable, he found himself momentarily suppressed. Suddenly, Kale dashed in front of Goku, blocking his line of sight. At the very instant her sister launched a beam of light, Kale swiftly maneuvered behind Goku and kicked him toward the beam to ensure a precise hit. With a resounding boom, black smoke enveloped the area. As the dust settled, Goku emerged, having withstood the attack, though not without sustaining considerable injury. That move was quite intriguing. Goku mused, feeling inexplicably exhilarated. While fighting alone was thrilling, he discovered that battling alongside others could be equally exhilarating. Kefla grinned. Keep it up, and throw Goku down. Zampa began to stir once more. Kefla and Kale exchanged determined glances and launched into a fierce assault against Goku. Although Goku's defense was not flawless, he managed to withstand the onslaught. As the sisters increased their speed, Goku's defensive maneuvers quickened in tandem. Zampa was taken aback, astonished that two Super Saiyans could be challenging for Goku's current stamina. Beerus observed Zampa's expression with satisfaction, although he was unaware of Goku's current state. As long as he did not succumb to defeat, everything was satisfactory. Master Roshi, having keenly observed Goku's movements, spoke up. Could it be that? He wondered, recalling a similar phenomenon during Goku's prior battle with Jiren. This is truly remarkable, Roshi thought, while Piccolo stroked his chin in contemplation, and Tien and Krillin expressed their awe. Meanwhile, in another arena, Gohan found himself locked in a fierce battle with two Namekians, sensing that these foes were not ordinary warriors. Their speed, strength, and attacks were unlike any he had previously encountered, making it feel as though he were battling against hundreds. Nonetheless, Gohan felt a surge of excitement. This was a prime opportunity to showcase his true strength. Entering his god form, he charged toward the two Namekians, resolved to take them down, even if it meant his own elimination. On the other side, the sisters simultaneously struck Goku, forcing him back and quickly launching two highly condensed energy blasts. Rather than evade the approaching blasts, Goku summoned his energy, and the two blasts collided with his aura. With a tremendous explosion, a deep crater formed where Goku had stood. As the dust cleared, the sisters beheld Goku in his long-haired form. What an incredible aura! Kale gasped, swallowing hard. Kefla, captivated by Goku's appearance and the overwhelming energy he exuded, exclaimed, "So this is Super Saiyan 3. Goku nodded. Indeed, during our battle, I felt my power surging. And before I knew it, I had transformed. However, it only lasted a few seconds before I reverted to Super Saiyan 2. Hey, are you looking down on us? Why have you reverted?" Goku scratched his head with a sheepish smile. Given my current stamina, I'm not fully recovered yet. Regardless, I have finally witnessed the power of Super Saiyan 3. Rest assured, I will defeat you and transcend to Super Saiyan 3. Kale, we shall transform together. Kale, observing her sister's excited expression, glanced down at herself. She clenched her fists and murmured, I too wish to grow stronger and fight alongside my sister. She then assumed a stance, gathering her energy. Noticing Kale's movements, Goku's expression grew serious. After all, she was about to transform into that form. As her voice echoed, a powerful and wild green aura erupted, forcing Goku and Kefla back a considerable distance. Once the aura dissipated, the primal Saiyan in her rage-filled state emerged. Veins pulsed on her forehead as she scanned the surroundings with fierce intensity. Kefla, filled with surprise, rushed over, reaching out to touch Kale. However, Kale seized her hand with brute strength, causing the ground beneath them to crack as Kefla knelt slightly. It seems you no longer recognize me. Even if you expend all your strength and reach your limits, forgetting yourself in the process. The only one capable of fighting by my side is you, Kale. You are my most cherished junior and my truest friend. As Kaya listened to her sister's words, tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. At the moment the tears fell to the ground, her pupils returned to normal, and a powerful aura enveloped her, restoring her robust form to its original state, though the essence of that aura remained unchanged. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, preparing himself for battle. As he took his stance, he trembled uncontrollably. The fact that I cannot stop trembling must stem from the instinct of a Saiyan. What an extraordinary individual if I let my guard down. I might indeed make a grave error. Yet, amidst his solemn expression, excitement flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes. Buzz. Roar. The three Saiyans erupted with energy, flames of intensity igniting around them. Let us go, Kaya. Yes, sister. Sun Wukong launched himself towards the two, while Kaya spun her sister around and hurled her towards him. A swift kick was thwarted by Sun Wukong, but Kaya soon reached him, delivering an uppercut that sent him flying. Taking advantage of the moment, Khalifa moved behind him and executed another kick. Crash! Sun Wukong tumbled through the air, landing after several rolls, as the sisters began their elusive dance, evading his attempts to track their movements. Suddenly, Kaio seized an opening, delivering a kick to his back that propelled him into a massive boulder, shattering it upon impact, which unleashed a wave of light that instantaneously split into several fragments. A series of explosions echoed, but thanks to Sun Wukong's timely evasion, he remained unscathed. However, before him appeared Kefla. As she charged at him, Sun Wukong unleashed the solar fist to obscure her vision, causing her to collide headfirst into a rock face. Moments later, Kaio pursued him, forcefully striking him, embedding him into the mountainside. The overwhelming force nearly stole his breath away. "Ha!" Kaio shouted, relentlessly propelling his body through several rocky outcrops. Such immense strength. Sun Wukong gathered energy beneath his feet, rebounding from her strike and landing gracefully. "Your cooperation is quite impressive. I hadn't anticipated you would reach this level. It seems I must showcase some of my own prowess." Clenching his fists, he transformed into Super Saiyan God. Although he still lacked the stamina for the Super Saiyan Blue form, the endurance and resilience of the Super Saiyan God offered a slight advantage. Starting with the red hair. "Regardless, we shall defeat you." The sisters charged at Sun Wukong, launching a coordinated assault from opposite sides. This time, however, Sun Wukong effortlessly defended against their attacks, responding with a punch and a kick. Kefla lunged at him with great speed, but he easily sidestepped her, delivering a heavy uppercut to her abdomen that caused her to double over in pain. "Sister!" Kaio exclaimed with deep concern. At that moment, Sun Wukong had reached her, initiating his own offensive. Observing the fierce struggle between the two, Kefla grit her teeth and seized an opportunity. She kicked Sun Wukong's leg, causing him to stagger. And Kaio capitalized on this moment to unleash an energy wave. Boom! The energy wave enveloped Sun Wukong. "Now, you're finished?" "Not necessarily." Sun Wukong punched through the energy wave, striking Kaio in the face and forcing her back, then unleashed two controllable Kamehameha waves in pursuit of the sisters. Kaio managed to deflect the waves with sheer force, but her sister, unable to evade, was ultimately blasted away by the energy. Seeing her sister potentially being thrown out of the arena due to the explosion, Kaio quickened her pace to catch Kefla, while Sun Wukong stood atop a high point. "Sister, are you all right?" Kaio exclaimed anxiously, witnessing her sister's pain. The recent explosion had caused Kefla considerable harm. "You two are truly remarkable. Your strength is indeed exceptional. But at the critical moment, you fell short. Once the power tournament concludes, let us have another match." With that, Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave, a cerulean beam that consumed both sisters, creating a massive hole as it tore through the arena. Shaking his head, Sun Wukong prepared to turn away when suddenly a figure darted out to block his path. Upon seeing this figure, Sun Wukong's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively retreated several steps. Meanwhile, Zhou Fei and Jiren both halted, gazing in Sun Wukong's direction, as they sensed an overwhelming aura that not only affected them but everyone present. They could hardly believe that yet another formidable presence had appeared at such a critical moment. Zhou Fei was certainly aware of who it was. Yet a glimmer flickered in Jiren's gaze. Could it be that? Sun Wukong, observing the earrings adorning the individual's ears, let out a wry smile. Indeed, they were the Patera earrings. "Haha, at last, you've arrived. Your secret weapon is finally put to use," exclaimed Kampa, his spirits soaring as he cast a smug glance at Beerus. Beerus was incensed. "Are you all brazen enough to cheat like this? Merging together, really?" he protested. However, the two warriors found it amusing and harmless, rendering Beerus's objections futile. He was left with no choice but to concede. Kampa shot Beerus a look that seemed to say, "If you have the ability, why don't you merge as well?" Beerus had indeed contemplated that, but upon considering the potential consequence of both being eliminated, he quickly dismissed the idea. It simply wasn't worth the risk. Chapter 37, The Return of Ultimate Power, Part 2, Yoshi. Since it's a fusion of kale and caulifla, let us call it caulifla. The newly formed entity, caulifla, joyfully announced her name. She felt the power surging within her, tightening her fists and stretching her limbs, her energy erupting with an overwhelming pressure that caused Sun Wukong's expression to shift, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. "Haha, this is truly magnificent. I feel an inexhaustible power flowing from deep within my being." Caulifla laughed heartily. Sun Wukong, however, regarded her with a grave expression. The magnitude of her energy was immense, beyond measure. Caulifla approached Sun Wukong, closing the distance of several meters. "Now, Sun Wukong, allow me to demonstrate the true might of this power." With a mere lean forward, she instantly appeared behind him. Sun Wukong's pupils dilated as he swiftly turned, raising his leg to kick, Yet Caulifla deftly evaded and landed a punch that sent him flying. As he tumbled through the air, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave, but Caulifla effortlessly deflected it, then closed in and struck him squarely in the face, propelling him over 100 meters away, a complete one-sided domination. Kiki, what do you think, Sun Wukong? Am I not impressive? Caulifla taunted, gritting his teeth against the pain. Sun Wukong stood up, incredulous. I never anticipated that your fusion would yield such power. Caulifla erupted into laughter at his bewildered expression. Honestly, the continuous surge of power after fusion is simply exhilarating. Caulifla's energy surged further. Kappa in the spectator area was ecstatic. Fantastic. Now, just throw Sun Wukong off the stage. Beerus, gritting his teeth, found himself at a loss for words, hoping only that Sun Wukong could endure. With her heightened energy, Caulifla lunged at Sun Wukong once more. Although he managed to evade her initial attack, the next moment, a devastating blow struck his abdomen, making him clutch his stomach and stagger back, trembling from the sheer force. It felt as though every bone in his body had shattered. Boom. Caulifla descended with a powerful punch, and though Sun Wukong raised his arms to block, he sank slightly under the impact. Is this truly all you can muster, old man? She mocked, kicking him away before rushing forward to ensnare his legs, initiating a whirlwind of affection. With a whoosh, Sun Wukong was sent flying over 100 meters, crashing through numerous boulders. This move, seemingly ordinary, wielded terrifying power in Caulifla's fused state. The impact he endured was magnified severalfold. Ugh! Sun Wukong's anguished cry echoed. Hearing his father's distress, Gohan instinctively wanted to intervene, but that small movement exposed him to attack. The two Namekians swiftly confined his actions, launching a series of counterattacks that forced Gohan to retreat repeatedly. Meanwhile, Vegeta faced a similar predicament. Distracted, he was caught off guard by Toppo's opportunity for a righteous chokehold. However, he underestimated the strength of Vegeta in his Super Saiyan Blue form. With a powerful elbow strike, Vegeta sent Toppo reeling, though he had no intention of aiding Kakarot. As for the others, they were equally preoccupied. Frieza was unresponsive, while androids 17 and 18 were delayed by competitors from universes 3 and 2. Zhou Fei, although not engaged in battle with Jiren, had no intention of assisting either. It was as if he and Jiren had reached an unspoken agreement, refraining from further conflict. Both found a position and entered a meditative state, preparing for the next true confrontation. Returning to the fray, Sun Wukong rose after being hurled away, only for Caulifla to appear before him like a gust of wind, launching a fierce assault. Rapid successive strikes forced Sun Wukong to struggle in defense. Whoosh. Boom. Try this. A green energy sphere hurtled towards Sun Wukong, erupting in a violent explosion upon contact. Yet amidst the smoke, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, successfully warding off the attack. Caulifla narrowed her eyes. I was anticipating your transformation into that blue form. If I were to hold back any further, I might commit an irreparable mistake. Sun Wukong responded. Without hesitation, Caulifla also entered Super Saiyan mode, her immense energy obliterating the ground, triggering violent explosions. Both burst forth from the haze, engaging in fierce combat. The deafening sounds of their battle resonated throughout the arena, debris flying and energy storms raging. After several rounds of hand-to-hand combat proved ineffective, both resorted to their prince techniques. Energy blasts collided and detonated, their strengths continuously escalating. The arena began to shake violently. With a swift motion, they both retreated a short distance. Caulifla raised one hand, releasing an ultra-dense energy sphere that startled Sun Wukong, who quickly activated his Kaio-ken. Empowered by the buff, he deflected the energy sphere with a single strike. Concern spread among the spectators regarding Sun Wukong's stamina. Forcing the use of Kaio-ken without full recovery was indeed a serious gamble. Sun Wukong, your skills are remarkable. I intend to defeat you and surpass you, haha. As Caulifla spoke, she unleashed two more energy blasts, both of which Sun Wukong deftly avoided, closing the distance. He delivered a powerful punch. Caulifla crossed her arms to block, yet she was still pushed back several meters, her arms tinged with white smoke and tingling sensations. This feeling is absolutely exhilarating. Yoshi, watch me defeat you in one go. Charging at Sun Wukong, she unleashed a rapid succession of heavy punches. Just as it seemed she would land a hit, Sun Wukong executed a quick dodge, retaliating with a heavy strike to her abdomen. Wow! Caulifla was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Kappa, alarmed, stood up with a pale face, shouting, "You used the Patera earrings. If you lose, I won't forgive you. Do you hear me?" Boom. Before he could finish, a loud explosion interrupted him. Be quiet. Let those watching enjoy the spectacle. Caulifla retorted, turning her gaze back to Sun Wukong. You've certainly inflicted some pain. I will return it tenfold. Buzz. Whoosh. Whoosh. As Kefla unleashed another pair of energy spheres, Sun Wukong retaliated with a Kamehameha wave, obliterating the orbs while declaring her techniques ineffective. To his astonishment, Kefla swiftly maneuvered behind him. Although he sensed her impending attack, he found himself momentarily unable to react. Bang! Sun Wukong was sent flying by Kefla's powerful kick, even losing his blue aura form. Nanny! Beerus's expression shifted dramatically in shock at this turn of events. Kampa gleefully commanded Kefla to swiftly throw Sun Wukong off the stage. Looking down at the fallen warrior, Kefla remarked, though battling you is enjoyable, this is a competition, and I must eliminate you. Just as she prepared to act, she froze in disbelief. Sun Wukong, akin to an unyielding zombie, rose once more. Gritting her teeth, Kefla conjured 3 energy spheres in each hand, determined to test his limits once more. The audience, particularly the bald-headed Lin, felt their hearts race. A direct hit would spell disaster. But as the spheres closed in, Sun Wukong effortlessly dodged each one. What? Kefla's eyes widened in disbelief. How did he evade her attack? Was it mere happenstance? Indeed, she reassured herself, it had to be a coincidence. Sun Wukong, that was just luck. You won't escape this time. She once again gathered a dense energy sphere and hurled it at him. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. He dodged it completely. Why? What was happening? As Kefla stood in shock, a wave of searing energy erupted from Sun Wukong, his hair shimmering with silver strands. Upon opening his eyes, his pupils transformed into a silver hue. Kefla's eyes widened in astonishment. That gaze was all too familiar. The audience gasped. This was reminiscent of his first battle with Jiren. Even Whis was caught off guard as Sun Wukong entered the divine realm once more. Beerus's face turned a shade of purple with envy. He had not anticipated Sun Wukong to surpass his limits yet again, entering the Ultra Instinct state. Humph. That half-baked form is futile. Kefla, unleash your full power and cast Sun Wukong off the stage. Kampa shouted. Kefla rolled her eyes, dismissing his instruction. Sun Wukong leaped back onto a towering boulder. A tremendous heat radiated from him, forcing Kefla to brace herself with both hands as the surrounding rocks shattered under his aura. You cannot defeat me, Sun Wukong stated calmly. Locking eyes with Kefla. Don't underestimate me. I will not be bested by you. I am the strongest. Aha. A fierce energy erupted from Kefla, her aura sparking with electricity as she ascended to Super Saiyan 2. The explosive energy rivaled that of Sun Wukong. Their auras clashed, breaking the stalemate that had ensnared the crowd. Well, Wukong's form has re-emerged, radiating heat. The 2 egg-shaped spectators widened their eyes in delight, reveling in the growing excitement. Indeed, it's emitting a significant amount of heat. The gods echoed, their attention drawn to Jiren and Zhou Fei, lingering momentarily before redirecting their gaze. Haha, here it comes. Here it comes. Here comes that power. Being a Saiyan is truly magnificent. Sun Wukong, I will continually rise, surpassing you in all Saiyans. Kefla proclaimed with confidence. With a sweeping gesture, several red energy spheres materialized in her palm, slowly spinning to form a swirling vortex. Heh. I feel this move could obliterate the entire universe. Sun Wukong, maintaining his calm demeanor, allowed the scorching energy to dissipate while preparing his stance. Kefla smirked. Is this where your power peaks? Yes. This is more than sufficient. Then allow me to send you flying off the stage, Sun Wukong. Whoosh. In an instant, the boulder shattered as she lunged at him. Yet Sun Wukong remained unfazed, deftly evading her attack. The powerful vortex of energy exploded in the distance, shaking the stage with its might. Chapter 38. Defeat. It takes action. Kefla, nearly thrown off balance by inertia, regained her footing and swiftly retaliated with a kick. Sun Wukong, unfazed, crouched down to evade, the force of her kick sweeping past him. Kefla, undeterred, executed a series of relentless attacks, but even in his crouched position, Sun Wukong dodged them all. Rising to his feet, he showcased an impressive display of agility, evading her every strike with ease, leaving her unable to graze even the hem of his attire. Damn it! Don't underestimate me, she yelled, but no amount of shouting could enhance her attacks enough to touch a single hair on Sun Wukong. On a nearby high ground, Frieza observed this spectacle, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes as he flicked his tail and chuckled. Oh ho ho ho! Sun Wukong, please continue to grow stronger. Vegeta watched Sun Wukong's movements, noticing a difference. He was now able to evade attacks with uncanny precision, as if his body naturally reacted. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted. Could it be? He recalled Whis' words about the necessity of instinctual reaction over thought, as the delay from brain processing could hinder speed. If every part of the body could autonomously assess and respond, that would be remarkable. Was Sun Wukong achieving this? With this realization, Vegeta clenched his fists. Despite his newfound power, he recognized that Sun Wukong had far surpassed him. Yet, he felt no despair. He would find his own path to break through his limits. That was the pride of Prince Vegeta, a warrior forging his own way as a Saiyan. Bang! Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful punch, sending Kefla flying and demolishing several massive boulders in the process. Observing his fist, he felt as if he had grasped something profound. Boom! Kefla burst forth from the rubble. Hey, old man, your previous attack was quite impressive, but its power fell short. Surely, you possess more than just this. I believe I am beginning to grasp something, Ultra Instinct. Two formidable warriors stood in confrontation. Sun Wukong found himself enveloped once more by a rising heat. And in that fleeting moment, Jiren, deep in meditation, opened his eyes. First, he glanced at Zhou Fei, realizing he was still in meditation. Then turned his gaze to Sun Wukong, where he could distinctly sense an enhancement in his power. The Saiyan truly grows more intriguing by the moment. Jiren's lantern-like eye shimmered with intensity. Kefla, looking down from her elevated position, addressed Sun Wukong. What does it matter if you augment your energy? Such attacks could never defeat me. Sun Wukong remained silent. Your demeanor is truly irksome, but I will surely vanquish you. Prepare yourself, Sun Wukong. With that, he assumed a fighting stance, poised to strike, when suddenly, a flash of light zipped past. By the time she processed this, Sun Wukong had already circled behind her. Kefla's heart raced as she prepared to counterattack. With a powerful leap, she soared into the air, yet instead of escaping, she was met with a barrage of rapid-fire punches. The force of his strikes penetrated her form, creating deep craters upon impact with the ground. As Sun Wukong retracted his fists, she was launched back down, crashing heavily onto the earth. Impossible! Kefla exclaimed as she regained her footing. Only to find Sun Wukong before her, delivering a punch. She raised her arm to block. And the collision of their immense energies caused the very ground to convulse beneath them. In the midst of their standoff, Kefla's arm trembled, overwhelmed by the strain. Retreating. She executed a kick. However, she seemed to forget that Sun Wukong had maxed out his agility, swiftly evading her and countering with a kick that sent her flying hundreds of meters away. In an instant, he appeared at the point where Kefla was about to descend, tightening his fists and unleashing an air punch that struck her as she fell. The impact transformed her expression, as the pain was far more severe than the previous assaults. The ground shattered beneath the force of her landing as Kefla gasped for breath, the damage evident. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was not faring much better. The energy expended in his last move had nearly drained him, leaving him panting as well. Your next move will be your last, Sun Wukong stated calmly. Kefla gazed into his eyes, her teeth clenched in frustration. She despised this feeling of being looked down upon. Sun Wukong, it's not over yet. Allow me to show you my ultimate technique. Kefla began to unleash her energy, her aura expanding explosively. She channeled all her power into a laser-like beam, slicing through the surrounding high cliffs with a display of lethal sharpness. What on earth is that? Incredible! Kampa marveled. Kefla's unleashed energy produced an attack akin to a laser, executing a full-spectrum assault that could rightfully be termed a final weapon. This could potentially defeat Sun Wukong, Beerus noted. Die, Sun Wukong. Kefla directed her energy beams towards him. The air crackled as the laser swept through, creating plumes of smoke, yet Sun Wukong managed to evade them all. He leaped onto a massive rock, and Kefla, controlling 3 beams of energy, shattered the stone into fragments. Yet, Sun Wukong danced upon the debris, hands clasped at his waist, preparing to unleash the Kamehameha. With a few leaps, he initiated his attack, but Kefla seized the moment, gathering her remaining energy into her hands, forming a swirling vortex of red and green. You're airborne now. Let us see how you evade this. Her timing was impeccable. With a swift motion, she launched the attack at Sun Wukong, but he narrowly grazed past the energy wave. Just then, he had completed his own charge, erupting with a radiant energy wave. Kefla was engulfed by the energy blast, her form stretching as she was propelled off the stage. The force of the Kamehameha shattered the Patera earrings, reverting her and Kale back to their original forms. Aha! Kampa nearly lost his mind, having witnessed 2 eliminations at once. This gamble was indeed not worth it. The 6th universe as Caulifla and Kale have been eliminated, the Grand Priest declared, as the 2 competitors pressed their buttons on the divine iPad. As Sun Wukong landed, ready to catch his breath, he was suddenly struck by a purple figure S-punch. It was Hit, eager to test his prowess against Sun Wukong. Kampa was bewildered. What is Hit doing? Sun Wukong is in no condition for him to confront. Hey, Hit, you need to get away from Sun Wukong. He is not in a state you can handle right now, Kampa shouted in desperation. Yet, Hit ignored him, intent on 3 objectives, ensuring the victory of the 6th universe. gauging the gap between him and Sun Wukong and eliminating Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was heavily panting, realizing he could not maintain his current state for long. He needed to defeat Hit swiftly, or he would be unable to withstand Hit's onslaught in his weakened state. After adjusting his breathing, he gripped Hit's hand and flung him away. Hit flipped through the air, landing gracefully. The moment he touched down, he employed his time skip to appear before Sun Wukong, only to be met with a punch that disrupted his technique. Bang! Hit's eyes widened as he was sent flying, crashing through several boulders. Kappa observed, shaking his head in discontent. See? This is what happens when you don't listen to me. Lord Kappa, perhaps Hit has his own plans, Beerus suggested. Kappa scoffed in response. Hit rose from the rubble, wiping the blood from his lip. Impressive, but for the victory of the 6th universe, I will not relent. Even if it is out of character for me. With that he vanished, reappearing in front of Sun Wukong, eyes locked onto him. Seconds ticked by. Sun Wukong suddenly crouched, and Hit's attack came from behind, while the Hit before him shattered like glass. Crouching low, Sun Wukong swept his leg, and Hit vanished, only to reappear beside him, launching a relentless series of strikes. What is Hit doing? The time skip isn't working against Sun Wukong, yet he persists. Caulifla remarked, scratching her head in confusion. No. Although we may not understand Hit's intentions, he is executing excellent defense while under attack, Goku observed. Meanwhile, Gohan had sent Piccin flying. As Saiyan flashed to Gohan's side, unleashing a barrage of energy blast upon him. The explosions erupted with intensity, and while Saiyan smirked, he suddenly found himself on the defensive, retreating repeatedly. Saiyan, with a sudden exclamation, Polina called out. Nair shook his head to indicate that he was fine. And with a surge of strength, he regenerated his arms, albeit at a considerable cost of energy. The warrior from the 7th universe was indeed extraordinary, able to engage us in such a fierce and intricate battle. Indeed, but it seems we are nearing the end, Nair, Polina remarked, casting a glance at him as he shifted his form. Nair struck downward with a knife hand gesture. Gohan, unarmed, intercepted the blade, blocking it before delivering a knee strike that sent his opponent flying. Polina seamlessly transitioned into the attack, their synchronization impeccable and precise. Gohan, struck by Polina's powerful blow, was propelled backward, his feet carving a long trench in the ground. However, Gohan's resilient spirit flared anew as he charged at the two with renewed vigor, igniting an intense skirmish. Meanwhile, on Goku's side, he had just kicked Hit away, who was now slowly rising from the rubble. Goku's condition was dire, the radiance surrounding him was nearly extinguished. He had nearly grasped the situation, and whether he would succeed hinged on this moment. Clenching his fists and focusing his gaze, he unleashed an invisible energy blast. Whoosh! Bang! The translucent energy orb struck Goku in the abdomen, forcing him back several dozen meters. Instantly, Hitter flashed into Goku's path and landed a powerful punch on the very spot that the energy orb had hit, sending Goku flying hundreds of meters away. Suddenly, Goku felt his body stiffen, and everything around him began to slow. A faint purple glow enveloped him. Nice move, Hit. Toss Goku down this time. Kappa, though somewhat puzzled, recognized the favorable turn of events. Oh dear. Lord Kappa, didn't you just say he should separate from Goku? Why insist on throwing him down now? Bados interjected. That's called adapting to circumstances. Kappa waved dismissively. Bados teased, well, Lord Kappa's adaptability is quite commendable. On the side of the 7th universe, the expressions of his companions were grim, for they understood that Goku's ultra instinct was nearing its conclusion. With Goku cornered like this, how would he overcome the looming crisis? As Goku, immobilized, gazed at Hit, he summoned what little strength remained for a final push. Hit's expression shifted. This technique was equally taxing for him. In that case, I shall resolve this with a single decisive blow. He concentrated all his remaining energy into a purple energy orb, pressing it toward Goku. As it approached, a torrent of scorching energy erupted from Goku, shattering the purple barrier and sending Hit soaring. Seizing the opportunity, Goku clasped his hands together, gathering the dwindling energy within them, preparing to unleash the Kamehameha wave. Meanwhile, Gohan, having simultaneously repelled both opponents, stood firm on the ground, channeling his energy into his hands in a mirror image of his father's stance, ready to unleash the Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha! Ha! Both father and son shouted in unison. Two radiant beams of light soared across the sky. Although Hit had been defeated, the two Namekians managed to endure slightly longer than him, having assimilated all Namekians before their arrival. Nair withstood Gohan's energy wave, while Polina countered with his own version of the Kamehameha wave, though they may have underestimated Gohan's potential. Ugh! Ha! Gohan's energy surged once more, causing the Kamehameha wave to swell beyond its previous limits, hurling the last hope of the sixth universe out of the arena. Goku exited his Ultra Instinct state, panting heavily as he collapsed onto the ground, while Gohan fared considerably better than his father. Hit, Puli Na, and San Nair are eliminated. With that, the entire sixth universe faced annihilation. I declare the sixth universe is about to vanish. Upon the Grand Priest's announcement, the two attendants swiftly accessed their devices, locating and selecting the sixth universe. Meanwhile, in the audience, Kompa rose with a stoic expression, stepping within a meter of Beerus to make a face just before the universe's impending disappearance. Kaba offered his blessings to Vegeta, while Hit exchanged glances with Goku and Zhou Fei, offering a knowing smile as they vanished in a flash of white light. Say something, Beerus muttered. Lord Beerus, how do you feel? Whis inquired, glancing at Beerus. Beerus refrained from directly responding, instead suggesting, let us watch the match. On the battlefield, Vegeta clenched his fists. Kaba's demise intensified his resolve to obtain the Super Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Goku, having released his Ultra Instinct, now found himself exceedingly weak, quickly attracting the attention of the fighters from the second universe. Indeed, it was Ribrian and her 5 companions who surrounded him. I didn't expect you all to come at once, Goku exclaimed, struggling to maintain his footing. Love always strikes unexpectedly and suddenly, Ribrian declared. The 2 female warriors launched a coordinated attack, while the 3 male companions cheered them on, as their combined assault unleashed a formidable energy surge aimed at Goku. The timely arrival of androids 17 and 18 thwarted the attack. Thank you, 17 and 18. Goku expressed his gratitude. The 2 acknowledged him, assuring him it was nothing. You 2 can step aside. We want to help him up, so please don't interfere, Roji urged. That's absolutely out of the question, they replied in unison. Indeed. We cannot let Goku fall. You are quite infuriating, Roji directed at Ribrian. Do not fret, Roji, our love will always overcome obstacles. For true love is only realized by transcending barriers. Roji found Ribrian's words profoundly enlightening. Ribrian then addressed the 3 male competitors from her universe. Please help keep an eye on Goku and ensure he doesn't escape. They nodded as if hearing heavenly music. Leave it to us, they chorused. Goku focused intently. Could he keep up with their energy? Roji furiously pointed at Android 17. Ribrian, I'll take care of that guy. It's time to avenge Kakunsa. Ribrian nodded in understanding. The 2 female warriors charged toward Androids 17 and 18, unleashing a flurry of attacks, but the siblings easily evaded them. The remaining 3 adversaries kept a watchful eye on Goku. Struggling, Goku managed to stand, staggering backwards several steps before regaining his balance. Unable to stand. Yet you still wish to resist? An alien, adorned with a gem on its forehead, jested, the only true contribution we can make is to cast him aside. Given that we have yet to achieve anything noteworthy, we damaged the Bora earrings, thus, abandoning him would be our genuine act of service. I concurred. The 3 of them debated how to deal with Sun Wukong. Since you 3 wish to engage, then let it be so. Sun Wukong positioned himself, bracing for their assault. A thunderous clash ensued. Number 17 and Rogi were locked in fierce combat. With a swift motion, Number 17 retreated, and Rogi seized the moment to unleash energy spheres, directing 2 toward him. Number 17 managed to obliterate one with energy, yet the other detonated nearby, just as Rogi reached him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. And the chase commenced. The scene mirrored on Number 18's side as well. In a short span, the siblings reunited, and through their collaborative effort, utilizing Ribrian's techniques alongside Number 17's attacks, they successfully eliminated Rogi. The sight of Ribrian's pancake face contorting in fear was quite the spectacle. At that moment, an energy wave from Number 18 struck her, sending her crashing into a boulder and reverting her to her normal state, which was somewhat more aesthetically pleasing. However, this was merely a ruse. As they exchanged words, her attack seeped underground like seeds sprouting, ensnaring Number 18, culminating in a heart-shaped aura enveloping her. Krillin panicked, fearing his wife might be eliminated here. This maneuver was Ribrian's giant love. Such overwhelming affection would surely bind her, rendering escape impossible. As she rose, encouraged by the voices of her comrades, her form grew tremendously, astonishing Number 18 with this unexpected twist. The second universe certainly had its share of surprises. Is this where it ends? She mused, watching the colossal fist approaching. With a bittersweet smile, she closed her eyes, bracing for the impending blow. Yet memories of Krillin and their daughter flooded her mind. Abruptly, she opened her eyes, unleashing a surge of energy that broke her bonds. Resulting in a collision between her fist and the massive hand, creating a resounding impact that forced her back. What is happening? How can someone devoid of love possess such strength? Ribrian exclaimed in astonishment. Number 18 gazed at Ribrian, retorting, what is the matter? Perhaps you should ponder that yourself. I have nothing to reveal. With a fierce shout, she shattered Ribrian's fist and swiftly scaled her enormous arm. Just then, number 17 arrived, employing a protective shield to deflect the energy wave emitted from Ribrian's mouth. Number 18 leaped into the air, timing her attack perfectly as Ribrian gathered energy for another explosion. Instead of evading, she threw a punch, miraculously dispersing the energy. I concede, Ribrian admitted as the siblings worked in unison to eliminate her. Ribrian from the second universe has been defeated, declared the Grand Priest, prompting the Omni King to press the icon on his iPad. Number 18 exhaled in relief before she and number 17 rushed to assist Sun Wukong. He was faring well, for this was his own choice, striving to surpass his limits. After exchanging blows for numerous rounds, the 3-on-1 situation proved futile against him. In pursuit of victory, the 3 contestants from the second universe unveiled newfound powers, transforming into the 3 figures of Ribrian. Just then, the siblings arrived, resulting in a chaotic 3-on-3 battle. The arena shook with the violent clash of energies, leaving a significant dent in the stage. Seventh universe, your strength and our love are evenly matched. We recognize you as valiant warriors of love. However, for the sake of the second universe's triumph, we must elevate our love to its utmost limit, exerting ourselves fully to eliminate you. As they spoke, a radiant pink energy enveloped them, converging above their heads to form a massive black heart. Number 18 unleashed a ki blast, only for it to be absorbed by the black heart, which swelled in size. The god of destruction from the second universe rose, her eyes sparkling with determination. Indeed, this is Ribrian's ultimate technique, one she has yet to master. Excessive love can bind and inflict pain, yet when love reaches its zenith, only those who can control its weight may unleash this beautiful yet destructive move. The 3 warriors chanted in unison, beautiful black hole. A powerful gravitational force enveloped Sun Wukong and his companions, rendering them unable to resist as the black heart continued to descend. The sheer gravity of this attack was likely unparalleled, even exceeding that of Bulma's gravity training chamber. My instant transmission is futile against this, yet Sun Wukong struggled to rise, adjusting his breath. Compared to love, what truly suits me is sheer determination. With a mighty roar, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, merging his hands to prepare for the Kamehameha wave. Given his current stamina, this would be his final attempt. Failure would spell his doom. Kamehameha. A brilliant azure beam erupted, initially arcing upward before Sun Wukong focused his energy, straightening the blast. As he unleashed his full power, the Kamehameha pierced through the heart's exterior, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed the 3 adversaries. Amidst their cries, the scene shifted back to the audience. All contestants from the second universe have been eliminated. I hereby declare that the second universe is on the brink of obliteration. The 2 Omni Kings pressed the icons of the remaining 3 contestants from the second universe on their iPads, clasping their hands simultaneously. In their final moments, the inhabitants of the second universe left behind a heart before vanishing into oblivion. With only 12 minutes remaining in the competition, 5 universes had already been erased, leaving 3 behind. In the audience, the god of destruction from the third universe, Moscow, emitted a peculiar sound. On the stage, the crystal orb atop Pepperoni's staff radiated light. This is the command from Lord Moscow. Come forth, warriors of the third universe. At his command, the final 4 robotic warriors, Kitskai, Pangaea, Bororita, and Baiara, gathered around him. The primary objective now was to eliminate the 7th universe, which had the highest number of contestants. Baiara, leave this to me, he declared. However, just as he charged forward, he was intercepted by the sibling duo, number 17 and number 18, leading to a fierce battle that ultimately resulted in his elimination. Indeed, he barely made an entrance before being dispatched. The light from Pepperoni's crystal orb intensified, and he fused with the remaining 3 robots. After a dazzling display of light, a towering figure radiating an overwhelmingly fierce aura was born. The powerful presence of this colossal being caused Sun Wukong and his allies to shift in apprehension. Chapter 41. The Disappearance of the Third Universe, the Final Showdown. Buzz. Oniraza unleashed a torrent of brilliance, erupting with dozens of diffusion-like energy orbs. The arena trembled resoundingly. Oniraza surveyed the surroundings and fixed his gaze on the meditating Zhou Fei. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward. This is bad. I must assist Mr. Zhou Fei. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Just as he was about to act, Sun Wukong interposed, shaking his head in disapproval. Father? Wufang questioned, bewildered by his father's reaction. At that moment, The crowd's demeanor shifted as Zhou Fei opened his eyes. In an instant, a tempest formed from his aura swept through the arena, causing it to sway incessantly. Oniraza halted his advance. Zhou Fei stretched lazily, feeling as if he had indulged in a refreshing slumber after this session of meditation. He beheld the towering Oniraza, whose form sprang into the air, unleashing a powerful punch forged from the very essence of the atmosphere. Oniraza raised his hand and delivered a mighty blow. Boom! His colossal figure staggered back several steps, causing the arena to tremble momentarily. Zhou Fei descended before Sun Wukong and his companions. Time is of the essence. Leave this formidable adversary to me while you attend to the 11th universe. Very well. Do exercise caution, for he may not be as simple as he appears. Rest assured. Zhou Fei patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder and made his way towards Oniraza. As Oniraza beheld the diminutive human approaching him, he let out a furious roar and raised his foot to stomp down upon Zhou Fei. With a thunderous crash, a cloud of dust erupted, shaking the arena and revealing the sheer power behind the blow. Just as he prepared to unleash a cacophony of laughter, a series of muffled thuds echoed, reminiscent of a hammer striking an anvil. Oniraza realized that his foot was being pushed upward, and a surge of alarm compelled him to increase the force of his stomp, aiming to overpower Zhou Fei. Boom. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Oniraza was forced to retreat repeatedly, crashing into and demolishing several massive boulders before finally regaining his balance. You think you can crush me? You are far too premature in your attempts. Zhou Fei scoffed. Roar. Oniraza, enraged, unleashed a beam of crimson energy from his gaping maw. Buzz. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, he executed a formidable energy wave. Boom. A colossal cloud of smoke erupted. Oniraza, with a powerful punch, struck the smoke, creating a resounding crack in the earth, as though possessed by madness. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the thick haze. The entire arena tilted precariously to one side, swept by violent gusts, engulfed in dense clouds of dust. Roar. Suddenly, the appendage resembling an ear flickered. Whoosh. In an instant, he vanished, and boom. An energy blast detonated at the very spot he had recently occupied. He managed to evade quite swiftly, yet, with a sweeping gesture, Zhou Fei murmured, "For 100 times the gravity field." Crack. Crack. The ground within a 2-kilometer radius around him began to collapse in layers. Thud. Oniraza stumbled and found himself prone on the ground, overwhelmed by the sudden gravitational force. What is happening? The god of destruction, Mosca, emitted a peculiar sound, while the angel, Cambry, translated, "Why are you lying there? Get up quickly." What is it? Why did he suddenly fall down? The two Omni Kings expressed their bewilderment. The Grand Priest clarified, it is due to Zhou Fei's application of gravity in that area. Wow. How impressive. Indeed. Magnificent. The two Omni Kings exclaimed with excitement. Buzz. Roar. Oniraza, filled with rage, struggled to rise. However, adapting to 400 times the gravity was no simple task. Zhou Fei, having returned to normal, approached him with a smile, assumed a stance, and unleashed a new energy attack that sent Oniraza flying off the stage, dispelling their merge. Truly unfortunate for Oniraza, as he had barely initiated his attack before facing defeat. The entire third universe has been eliminated. I declare that the third universe is about to vanish. In the audience, the god of destruction, Ale, remarked cheerfully. Just accept your fate calmly. You can say there are no regrets. At that moment, a door on the machine god of destruction opened, revealing a smaller figure with 2 horns, who waved cheerfully at Cambry, saying, "Thank you for your care. Farewell." In an instant, the 2 Omni Kings vanished. Cambry shook his head. Consequently, only the contestants from the 7th and 11th universes remained in the arena. Meanwhile, Goku and Jiren faced each other. "Jiren, the time for our final battle has come," Goku declared, his gaze fierce. Jiren's expression remained largely unchanged, though he remarked, "Impressive. It is surprising you have survived until now, but this is where it ends." "Haha. I beg to differ," Goku retorted as they advanced toward one another, standing face to face. After several tense seconds, Goku unleashed his full power, transforming into Super Saiyan, causing an explosive effect. Thud. Vegeta landed on a high point, disdainfully sneering, "Just pointless tricks." Whoosh. Whoosh. The two charged out from the smoke, engaging in a fierce battle. Bang. 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 They exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, testing each other's strength. As they landed simultaneously, Goku prepared to launch a second attack. But Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and charged at Jiren. "Jiren, show me your strength." Unfazed by Vegeta's aggressive onslaught, Jiren stood motionless, neglecting even to defend against the torrential barrage of attacks. "I've never encountered anyone with such a resilient and formidable aura." But the one to defeat you and claim the Super Dragon Balls will be none other than me." At these words, Jiren's gaze shifted, delivering a knee strike to Vegeta's chest, followed by an elbow to the back of his neck. Vegeta was sent skidding across the ground, while Jiren raised his hand to unleash an energy wave, only to be kicked away by Goku. "Jiren, come fight me." Goku charged towards him. Jiren steadied himself and unleashed a flurry of ultra-fast punches, causing Goku's expression to shift as he quickly crossed his arms to defend. Unfortunately, he underestimated the power of Jiren's blows. Bang, bang, bang. After several strikes, Goku was sent flying. Meanwhile, Vegeta, observing the relentless punches, caught onto Jiren's rhythm. Goku, having rolled on the ground twice, spat out blood just as Jiren appeared before him. Bang. Their elbows clashed, and though Goku managed to endure, Jiren's other elbow struck Goku's head. At that moment, Vegeta charged in, but Jiren effortlessly knocked him away without even glancing. Seizing the opportunity, Goku aimed to execute a Lushan Rising Dragon Fang, but Jiren anticipated his move, easily dodging and kicking him away once more. Vegeta landed and immediately rushed at Jiren again. Jiren merely stepped back, and Vegeta realized too late, only to be seized by the ankle and spun around in a whirlwind of love, sent flying through the air. Vegeta tumbled several times before landing and charging back. So persistent, Jiren assumed a stance and unleashed an ultra-fast barrage of punches, yet Vegeta, with a smirk, managed to evade and landed a punch to Jiren's abdomen. This unexpected twist surprised Jiren, while Beerus in the audience was astonished, exclaiming, "He actually evaded that attack. Well done." "Truly remarkable, Vegeta," Piccolo explained, as Jiren launched a series of high-speed punches to knock Goku away. He had already meticulously observed his movements. Vegeta unleashed a continuous assault on Jiren. At this point, "Can't you take things a bit more seriously?" Zhou Fei murmured to himself, observing the fierce battle between Vegeta and Jiren from a high point. Suddenly, a figure flashed into view. "What? Are you planning to sit back and watch the fight?" Toppo inquired. Zhou Fei chuckled softly, shaking his head. He gazed at Tuapa, whose expression bore a hint of seriousness, and said, "I noticed you during the Grand Overview Conference, and now I must eliminate you to ensure that Jiren secures the Super Dragon Balls. Tell me, Tuapa, do you truly believe this is the right course of action? Until his heart is unburdened, he will never truly integrate with your group." Zhou Fei exclaimed as his pupils constricted momentarily, but he swiftly regained his composure. Regardless of the circumstances, victory belonged to Jiren. He charged forward towards Zhou Fei. Chapter 42, The Confrontation with the God of Destruction, Toppo. Zhou Fei remained motionless, fully aware that this was merely a feint from his opponent. As anticipated, just as it was about to reach him, a sudden flash materialized above him, unleashing a barrage of rapid finger strikes. Whoosh! Zhou Fei unleashed a wave of energy. Boom! Black smoke billowed forth. Bang! He instantly pivoted and delivered a powerful punch, shattering the crossed arms that were tightly pressed against the ground. Thud! He crashed into a boulder, finally coming to a halt. With a sudden flip, he sprang to his feet and swiftly charged towards Zhou Fei. However, midway, he abruptly altered his stance, leaping high to strike down with clasped fists. Zhou Fei did not flinch. Instead, he slowly raised his hand, and with a resounding bang, the air reverberated. Crackling sounds ensued. His entire being sank as his legs became ensnared in the earth. The ground buckled in layers, swiftly forming a circular pit. "Are you looking down on me? Why aren't you engaging with me seriously?" Tuapu exclaimed indignantly. "Our elder brother does not speak of the second. Do you still intend to cling to this so-called righteousness?" Zhou Fei smiled as he gazed at him. "You have no comprehension of what my sense of justice truly entails. The universe is on the brink of annihilation. What relevance does justice hold now? Do you believe the ideals you steadfastly uphold possess any merit?" At that moment, Tuapa fell silent, and suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the arena trembled as three formidable forces collided. Zhou Fei cast a glance into the distance. Son Goku, utilizing the Kaio-ken technique, and Vegeta, having entered the enhanced Super Saiyan blue form, launched a relentless series of assaults against Jiren. After a fleeting look at the stone pillar, he realized that time was running short. There was no room for delay. With a swift motion, Zhou Fei seized his opponent's wrist and flung him into the air, where he spun several times before crashing to the ground. His gaze was piercing. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred, and two figures darted through the air, intertwining in a fierce struggle. The sound of their powerful fists colliding resonated like thunder. Each impact unleashed a violent flash of energy that radiated outward. Whoosh! Bang! The two combatants clashed once more, generating a tempestuous wind that spread from their epicenter, causing the earth to fracture and cave in. The fearsome gust surged upward, as if a tornado were ruthlessly demolishing a parking lot. Oh, the battle has commenced. Such intensity. The onlookers, captivated, alternated their gazes between Jiren and Zhou Fei, utterly engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. What will it be? Is Toppo finally prepared to showcase some true prowess? Zhou Fei chuckled. As he squinted, he realized that with his current strength, he was still unable to eliminate him. Was it truly necessary? Just then, the voice of the High Priest resonated. Contestant number 18 from the 7th universe has been eliminated. Zhou Fei raised an eyebrow, perplexed. How could number 18 be eliminated? He glanced towards the audience, and indeed, number 18 was seated there, while the god of destruction from Universe 11, the Joker, continued to chuckle. Tro's speed has surpassed that of sound. Trying to leverage numerical superiority is futile, the Joker remarked. Beerus snorted disdainfully, implying that the words were a veiled jab at the ineffectiveness of his warriors from Universe 7. Very well. Since you are so resolute in your battle, Tro, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. With a swift clench of his fist, he erupted into Super Saiyan 4, his fierce aura propelling him several meters back. As he lowered his arms, Zhou Fei had already materialized before him. With a palm pressed against Tro's chest, a surge of energy erupted, sending him hurtling away. In a flash, Zhou Fei followed, positioning himself at the spot where Tro was about to land, raising his hand in the stance for a new Kamehameha. Aiming directly at Tropical, the energy coalesced incessantly. With a resonating hum, he unleashed a barrage of 8 blasts. The deafening explosions reverberated through the air. Tro, the Joker of Destruction, shouted in alarm. Amidst the billowing smoke, Tro plummeted. Zhou Fei stood still, a stillness that was both commanding and foreboding. With a low hum, the thick smoke dissipated, revealing the tattered figure of Toppo, who emerged cloaked in a faint purple luminescence, his countenance as dark as stormy waters. I understand now. It is time for me to unleash my true power, and I hope you can withstand it, for this is of your own making. As his words echoed in the air, intricate patterns manifested upon his skin, and he seemed to grow taller, enveloped in a shroud of violet energy. The unusual energy did not escape the notice of Beerus, who found himself unable to remain still, sensing a familiarity that stirred within him. Could it be? A subtle smirk crept upon the lips of the god of destruction. At long last, Toppo had revealed his genuine strength. Indeed, Beerus. The energy coursing through Toppo is precisely what you surmised. He has now truly become the god of destruction, Toppo. This transformation is all thanks to my training. Dear friend, the angel, Margarita, smiled serenely. On the arena, chaos reigned. What is this overwhelming surge of energy? Goku and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the unexpected turn of events as they approached the climax of the battle. Jiren cast his gaze into the distance. It appears you have made your resolve. Toppo. Zhou Fei scrutinized the individual before him. Destruction. With a swift motion, he unleashed a projectile of destructive energy. Zhou Fei's gaze sharpened, for he sensed a hint of threat emanating from the energy projectile. A gravity domain of 100-fold. The destructive energy orb abruptly paused for several seconds, as fragments of stardust traversed its periphery before resuming their advance. Is it truly that formidable? Can it even disrupt gravity? Or is it that my control over gravity remains insufficient? With no time for further contemplation, he summoned his breath, casting forth a sword of energy aimed squarely at the destructive orb. Boom. Zzz. In the instant of impact, it was evident to the naked eye that his energy sword was dissipating. With a low growl, he intensified his energy output, and shortly thereafter, with a crack, the destructive orb and his energy sword erupted simultaneously. A cataclysmic explosion reverberated throughout the surroundings, its magnificent radiance nearly enveloping the entire arena. Crack. Half of the arena was obliterated by the unparalleled shockwave of the explosion, reduced to countless fragments of varying sizes and shapes. Crash. Zhou Fei emerged from the tangled stones, exclaiming, "Oh, goodness. What a formidable force, indeed, Toppo." Zhou Fei beamed with joy as she gazed at Toppo, who stood not far away. Toppo said little, but with a swift movement, he appeared before Zhou Fei in the blink of an eye, reaching out to grasp her, intending to allow her to experience the essence of destructive energy. Zhou Fei, filled with rage, unleashed a powerful punch. A formidable shockwave erupted upon the collision of his fist and palm, obliterating everything in the vicinity. The energies clashed. How could this be? How was he able to confront destructive energy with nothing but his bare hands? The supreme Kai was utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. Even the god of destruction, the clown, shook his head in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how such annihilative energy could fail to dismantle this man's own power. Little did he know that Vegeta's energy was inherently unique, especially in its Super Saiyan 4 form. Suddenly, a surge of destructive energy erupted once more, coinciding perfectly with the release of energy from Zhou Fei's fist. Dragon Fist. The two warriors were propelled backwards simultaneously as the Dragon Fist collided with the destructive energy, generating waves of cataclysmic force. With a crack, it seemed as if something had shattered, followed by an earth-shattering explosion of their combined energies. A dazzling brilliance illuminated the entirety of the Void Realm, while the terrifying tempest spawned by the explosion swept across the heavens. Fortunately, all present were shielded by protective barriers. Otherwise, they would have faced severe injury or even death from such a tremendous release of power. After several tense seconds, calm returned. The fragments of the arena that had once floated above vanished into the void. His strength extends far beyond this. That individual named Zhou Fei is destined for elimination, declared the clown god of destruction with confidence. Not necessarily, countered Piccolo. The clown god cast a nonchalant glance at him, unconcerned with his words, firmly believing that victory belonged to Universe 11. On the battered arena, Son Gohan, Frieza, Android 17, and Toppo stood in a standoff. Ho ho ho. Zhou Fei is truly impressing me more and more, Frieza remarked with a smirk. Frieza, Android 17, I entrust you both with restraining his movements. I shall be the one to eliminate this fellow, Son Gohan instructed them. Ho ho ho. Then I shall heed the captain's words for now, responded Frieza. Understood, replied Android 17. As they moved back and raised their hands to unleash a web of energy beams. Subsequently, Son Gohan surged toward Toppo, charging onto a fragment of the arena at the edge. Zhou Fei feigned fear, patting his chest, then gently caressed his slightly trembling arm, a smile gracing his lips, clearly embodying the formidable prowess of destructive energy. In a series of swift movements, he arrived near the vast arena where Sun Wukong and the others stood. I have come to comprehend the might of your destructive energy. Let us commence the final round. As you wish, Zhou Fei, Toppo replied, facing him resolutely. Chapter 43. A change of combatants, a battle renewed against Jiren. The two warriors' auras clashed in the void, creating a thunderous resonance as arcs of electricity cascaded around them. In that fleeting moment, both sprang into action. With a series of explosive strikes, they exchanged dozens of blows, each collision resonating like rolling thunder. Suddenly, they created some distance between them, and Zhou Fei vanished in an instant. Toppo scanned his surroundings. A sharp blast struck him, causing him to stagger slightly. Without glancing back, Toppo raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of righteous energy blasts in all directions, infused with destructive energy. The projectiles hissed like a machine gun, disintegrating any stone that dared to intercept them. Abruptly, he lifted his hand to launch an upward attack, yet it was still a moment too late. Zhou Fei's palm was engulfed by a high-density wave of energy. With a thunderous roar, the arena beneath him erupted, sending a colossal cloud of smoke into the air. Buzz. Crash. Toppo surged forth from the haze, delivering a fierce punch towards him, to which Zhou Fei responded without hesitation, striking back with an open palm. The terrifying aftermath reverberated in all directions, causing both combatants to retreat. Whoosh. Zhou Fei was enveloped in a golden aura as he clapped his hands together, concentrating to form a sphere of high-density energy. Toppo likewise conjured a destructive projectile, just as they were about to unleash their attacks. A sudden beam of laser surged from the distance. The moment the energy made contact with Toppo, it vanished into thin air. Zhou Fei and Toppo gazed into the distance, only to find that the one launching the attack was none other than Frieza. Oh ho ho ho. My apologies. I seem to have slipped, Frieza remarked with a light chuckle. Zhou Fei raised an eyebrow. What are you doing here? Frieza chuckled. I merely wish to assist you, having observed your spirited performance. Interesting. Do you think I desire your help? Need it? How could I not? Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned his gaze towards Toppo. Hey, how about we strike a deal? I help you eliminate Zhou Fei, and upon your victory, you resurrect me. What do you say? Toppo cast a disdainful glance in his direction, his expression one of utter contempt. It seems that that's not an option. Apologies, but I shall eliminate you instead. Frieza's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a barrage of purple energy waves. Yet, upon striking him, they dissipated entirely. Quite intriguing. I have already encountered a god of destruction. It holds no significance for me. Golden Frieza. In his golden form, he regarded Toppo with a dismissive sneer. Annoying. Toppo retaliated by hurling a destructive sphere. Oh, this technique seems familiar. Frieza scoffed. As the destructive sphere hurtled towards him, he raised his hand to block it, still smiling. Such a trivial attack holds no consequence for me. Yet, in the next moment, reality struck hard. The sphere engulfed him, and before he could finish his sentence, a scream escaped his lips. A brilliant light erupted, releasing immense energy waves. Well then, the noisy one has vanished. Now, let us proceed. Toppo's gaze remained placid as he fixed his eyes on Zhou Fei. At that moment, however, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Jiren arrived on the scene. Suddenly, he exchanged a subtle glance with Jiren, and Toppo swiftly positioned himself to block Vegeta, leaving only Son Goku unimpeded. Vegeta, Son Goku called out. But in the instant he was distracted, Jiren landed a powerful punch, sending him flying. Zhou Fei seized the opportunity to replace Sun Wukong. This marks our second encounter. Does it not? During our initial clash, neither of us revealed our true prowess. Thus, do you intend to hold back this time? Jiren let out a cold snort, launching a kick towards him. With a swift motion, Zhou Fei raised his hand to block the strike. Instantly, he darted behind Jiren, delivering a precise knife-hand strike. Without even glancing back, Jiren raised his hand to defend, resulting in a thunderous impact. The sound of the shockwave echoed as the force surged forth. Jiren grasped Zhou Fei's hand, executing a swift maneuver to toss him aside. However, Zhou Fei stabilized himself mid-air in an instant. Whoosh, 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 the invisible fists erupted. Zhou Fei emulated Jiren's style of assault. The sound of thunderous explosions reverberated through the air. Suddenly, with a swift movement, Jiren appeared before him. His palm pressed firmly against Zhou Fei's abdomen. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a fierce surge of energy erupted from Jiren, propelling him backward. He skidded along the ground for several dozen meters before coming to a halt. Ah, excellent. It seems you are finally taking this seriously. Zhou Fei looked at him with a beaming smile. In the next moment, the ethereal shadow of Jiren flickered and appeared before him. Zhou Fei deftly sidestepped Jiren's onslaught. The formidable force of the punch slicing through layers of rocky terrain. Jiren's gaze shifted momentarily as he swiftly retaliated with another strike. The collision of their fist resounded with a thunderous boom, an overwhelming burst of energy radiating from their encounter, followed by a fierce exchange of kicks. The earth trembled beneath them, resonating with the intensity of their battle. With a swift leap into the air, Zhou Fei delivered a devastating downward kick that reverberated like a cataclysm, unleashing an unparalleled surge of energy. This mighty blow sent Jiren crashing into the ground. A tremendous aura erupted like a geyser, fracturing the already battered arena. The relentless wave of energy surged outward, with Jiren's pressure creating an almost suffocating sensation. As though it could crush the very essence of his being, Tu Lin struggled to swallow, sensing that Jiren was now ready to unleash his true power. Big furrowed his brow, taken aback by the intensity of Jiren's aura, a sight he had never witnessed before. The god of destruction, with a sly grin, remarked that Jiren had indeed begun to take the fight seriously. With a crackling sound, a crimson energy orb was expelled from his hand. Zhou Fei executed a swift strike with his hand, producing a sharp crack as his surroundings erupted in a dazzling explosion. In that fleeting moment, a terrifying sphere of energy formed, rapidly shrinking to the size of a shuttlecock, and was hurled towards him. Sensing the imminent danger, Zhou Fei furrowed his brow and channeled his energy, unleashing a powerful ki wave. As the two forces collided, a tumultuous shockwave surged through the air. Meanwhile, Toppo and Vegeta were locked in a fierce battle. With a swift leap, Toppo gathered energy in his palms and unleashed the ultimate flash, while Toppo retaliated with a destructive energy blast. The two energies clashed, crackling with intensity. "I will not be defeated by destructive energy," Toppo proclaimed, his voice dripping with disdain. After a tense standoff lasting over 10 seconds, the destructive energy finally overwhelmed his attack, prompting Vegeta to evade with a swift maneuver. "Is this all the power you possess after enhancing your energy?" Toppo scoffed. "Such a level of strength is insufficient to defeat me." As Vegeta regarded Toppo, the latter closed the distance in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that sent Vegeta sprawling, before quickly repositioning behind him and launching an energy blast that struck true, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. Vegeta emerged from the smoke, just in time to parry Toppo's assault with a well-timed block, simultaneously landing a kick to Toppo's leg. Stumbling, Toppo steadied himself with one hand on the ground and retaliated by kicking Vegeta away. "Is this the same individual I faced before?" Vegeta pondered, recalling their previous encounter, which felt like a distant memory compared to the current intensity. "It's absurd that one who speaks of justice has succumbed to destruction. I no longer require the justice that cannot protect our universe." With that, he dashed towards Vegeta, delivering a kick that sent him flying, while a wave of energy detonated around him. Vegeta crashed through several mountains, landing amidst the rubble. Toppo gazed at the debris where Vegeta lay. "What are the Saiyans' promises? Spare me your delusions. You bear too many burdens to ever hope to defeat me. I will survive at all costs. I have already sacrificed too much." As his words echoed, he raised his hands, gathering destructive energy. Just then, the voice of the Grand Minister resonated, announcing the eliminations of Universe 11's DYSS and Universe 7's Gohan. The Omni King pressed the button on his divine iPad, and Toppo's expression darkened. Chapter 44. Elimination of Toppo, all-out battle against Jiren. A colossal energy sphere materialized and was launched at Vegeta. Perish, Universe 7. As the destructive energy sphere hurtled towards him, Vegeta's thoughts raced. Trunks, Bulma, brah, the promise I made with Kaba, the pride of being a Saiyan, my everything. You claim to have cast aside all excess? Do not jest. I will never relinquish anything. At that moment, the energy sphere engulfed him. However, with a surge of fury, Vegeta unleashed a kick that sent the energy sphere flying away. In an instant, he charged at Toppo, delivering a punch that sent him reeling, followed by a series of relentless ki blasts. Despite the chaos, he adhered to the principle of evasion over injury. After a series of explosions, Vegeta pressed the offensive, launching a flurry of attacks that momentarily suppressed Toppo. With a thunderous impact, Toppo collided with a massive boulder. As he attempted to unleash energy, Vegeta closed the distance and delivered a punch that shattered his focus. Nanny! Before Toppo could comprehend the situation, a barrage of heavy blows struck him, forcing him to retreat. With such prowess, do not dare claim to have grown stronger. Vegeta concluded, delivering a final kick that sent Toppo flying far away. Remarkable! How did Uncle Vegeta achieve such feats, effortlessly disregarding Toppo's destructive energy? Gohan remarked. The god of destruction from Universe 11 wore an increasingly grim expression. In that case, obliterate his attacks. As long as he survives, we can do anything. Move now. The last 3 words were shouted in desperation. Toppo regained his footing just as Vegeta charged at him. No matter the cost, we shall survive, he declared, enshrouded in a deep blue aura. With a powerful punch, Vegeta shattered the destructive orb. What? I could comprehend the earlier attack being dispersed, but why can he dismantle even the destructive energy with a single blow? What is the reason? Toppo mused, incredulous. I, Vegeta, shall not be defeated by a coward who cannot even protect his own pride. In a moment of steadiness, Toppo launched 3 destructive blasts, yet Vegeta deftly evaded them. Destruction. With that, he countered, striking Toppo back just as the destructive blasts formed, sending him airborne with a powerful kick. Vegeta did not pursue but declared, I shall show you an attack that cannot be destroyed. With a fierce determination, he rapidly amplified his ki, creating a protective aura that enveloped him. Meanwhile, Toppo stood ready, each hand coalescing destructive energy, merging them into one. The destructive energy rapidly expanded as he thrust it towards Vegeta. The collision of their energies produced a violent shockwave, shaking the very fabric of the void. Both warriors shouted, exerting their utmost energies. After a tense standoff of over 10 seconds, the destructive blast slowly encroached upon Vegeta, but as Toppo prepared to exhale, his expression shifted. The blast was shattered by Vegeta's energy. Toppo stacked his hands together, attempting to block Vegeta's energy surge, yet he underestimated the might of Vegeta's technique. A resplendent golden light engulfed him, and a cataclysmic sound erupted. As the brilliance and noise faded, all that remained was a vast crater. In a flash, Toppo returned to the spectator area. Toppo of Universe 11 has been eliminated, announced the Grand Minister, who pressed a button on his divine iPad displaying the corresponding icon. And now, only one remains. One individual must face 5 from Universe 7, the Omni Kings remarked joyfully. However, the atmosphere among Universe 7 spectators grew tense. After more than 10 seconds with no sign of Vegeta, they could only surmise one possibility, that Vegeta had self-destructed. Alas, Master Roshi sighed, about to speak when Krillin suddenly pointed excitedly at the arena. Vegeta is alive. Look. Following Krillin's gaze, they indeed saw Vegeta, his upper garments completely torn away, gasping for breath against a massive rock, transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue, and having transcended beyond even that state. He had survived a technique that had previously cost him his life, now empowered to withstand its might. On the arena, Jiren delivered a swift kick that sent Zhou Fei soaring through the air, before leaping to a high vantage point. With an indifferent gaze, he cast a glance over the audience. How unsightly, it seems this is the extent of their abilities. The members of the proud team's expressions shifted slightly. Yet they remained silent. Ah, how utterly aloof you are. Zhou Fei materialized not far in front of him, followed by Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Android 17, and Frieza. I did not expect you to have so many remaining, he declared. Very well. Allow me to present you with something extraordinary. As he spoke, a powerful aura surged around him. Sun Wukong and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. Humph. Zhou Fei elevated his aura to counter the impending threat. Boom. A searing energy surged skyward as the high ground beneath him erupted, sending debris flying. This aura was truly extraordinary. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Sun Wukong's face. Damn, is this fellow a monster? Number 17's expression turned grave. Buzz. With a fierce glare, Jiren unleashed a fiery aura that instantaneously dispelled Zhou Fei's energy, dominating the arena. All his companions had already been eliminated, at last. You seem to be taking this seriously, though it may be too late. Defeat you, the last one standing, and we shall claim victory. Vegeta spoke slowly. Humph. Do not jest. Your ragtag group isn't capable of such a feat, Jiren scoffed. Do not underestimate me. I will unleash my power and charge towards Jiren. Number 17 and Sun Wukong followed suit, leaving only Zhou Fei and Frieza inactive. Oh ho ho ho. Do not look at me like that. I am merely observing his patterns of movement, Frieza remarked, grinning at the gaze Zhou Fei directed towards him. A cold smile curled at the corner of Zhou Fei's mouth. He was well aware of Frieza's intentions. Attempting a sneak attack on Jiren was no simple feat. Suddenly, a series of dull thuds echoed, sending Goku and his companions hurtling backward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They then surged toward Jiren, unleashing a coordinated assault, plunging into a fierce melee. A glimmer flashed in Jiren's eyes as he waved his hand, unleashing an energy attack that sent Android 17 flying. He then elbowed Vegeta, propelling him into the air, and executed a suspended split kick, sending Goku sprawling away. Each movement flowed seamlessly, devoid of hesitation, as Android 17 collided with the edge of the arena. Goku and Vegeta unleashed a simultaneous wave of energy blasts. With a resounding clash, 3 beams of energy converged upon Jiren, resulting in an explosion. Yet, Jiren remained unscathed. He emerged from the smoke with a swift kick aimed at Android 17. Just as it seemed destined to strike, 17 collided with Vegeta. Bang! A cry of anguish escaped 17's lips. 17! Called out Android 18 from the audience. Jiren retaliated with another energy sphere. Goku, fueled by rage, charged at Jiren, closely followed by Vegeta. With a disdainful snort, Jiren seized Goku's wrist and hurled him into the sky. A deafening explosion erupted mid-air. Goku! Shouted Tu Lin, filled with concern. In an instant, Zhou Fei appeared, catching Goku. Thank you. Goku gasped, wincing in pain. The recent explosion had inflicted significant damage upon him. Be careful, he nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Fei placed him upon a modest stone and departed. At that moment, Jiren unleashed a ki blast at Vegeta, sending him flying, and then turned to engage in battle with Son Goku. A series of flickering phantoms danced in the air as Goku landed, with Jiren in hot pursuit. Just then, a barrage of ki blasts surged forth, compelling him to leap backward in evasion, only to be met by Vegeta's formidable fist. With a resounding clap, Jiren seized Vegeta's fist and remarked coolly, "Your skills are quite commendable. It is no wonder you defeated Toppo. However, such prowess alone will not suffice to vanquish me." As he spoke, he raised his fist, enveloped in a crimson glow, ready to strike, when suddenly he halted. He found himself ensnared by a sphere of energy. Ho ho ho. Tell me, can you move now? This is what we call being pinned down. Following this, Frieza unleashed a relentless flurry of ki blasts. The sounds of explosions resonating in all directions, eliciting gleeful laughter from Frieza. Yet, before long, the crimson aura erupted, shattering his psychic restraints. In the blink of an eye, a red specter darted past, and Jiren materialized before him. Nanny! Frieza's pupils constricted as he braced for defense. A thunderous impact reverberated. Wow! The force of Jiren's punch pierced through his body, causing him to spew a copious amount of white foam. His pupils vanished, and his eyes rolled back as he was sent hurtling away, crashing into the arena wall and leaving a substantial fissure in its wake. He turned to face Son Goku and Vegeta. Chapter 45, The Shattering Battle of Vegeta. Do you not comprehend, Son Goku? You are not on the same plane as I. Victory over me is utterly unattainable. Jiren's gaze was fixed upon Goku and his companions. One should not speak so confidently, Jiren. His eyes shifted to Zhou Fei, a cold scoff escaping his lips. I am aware of your intentions with the Super Dragon Balls. Since the individual is already deceased, why cling to the past? After being betrayed by friends, you tread this path of strength alone, devoid of trustworthy companions. It is indeed a lonely existence. Zhou Fei spoke eloquently, completely disregarding the increasingly sullen expression on Jiren's face. Silence. Jiren thundered, his voice resonating across the expanse, abruptly interrupting Zhou Fei's discourse. You know nothing at all. Cease your unfounded judgments of me. A ferocious aura erupted, sweeping across the heavens. Wow! The formidable energy sent Sun Wukong and his companions, aside from Zhou Fei, hurtling through the air. Such overwhelming power. The members of Universe 7 murmured, astonished that he had yet to unleash his true strength, truly a being of monstrous caliber. In an instant, another wave of intense energy surged forth as Zhou Fei ascended to the divine realm, elevating his aura to its zenith, thus achieving a balance. Jiren's gaze flickered with intensity. Suddenly, a crimson phantom flashed, seemingly traversing space to arrive before Zhou Fei, delivering a swift kick. Bang! Zhou Fei deftly intercepted the strike. And in an instant, a powerful shockwave emanated from the two, causing the ground to collapse in layers. In a blur, the two vanished simultaneously, and soon thereafter. A thunderous clash echoed, shattering the mountains in their wake. Their exchange of rapid-fire blows dazzled the onlookers with its sheer velocity. Just then, an energy wave surged forth, interrupting their fierce duel. I have endured enough losses at your hands. I will not allow you to claim the Super Dragon Balls. With that, Frieza charged at Jiren, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Indeed, it was Frieza who had initiated this onslaught. Zhou Fei shook his head, realizing that Frieza was recklessly courting death. Emboldened by his origin from the underworld and the rules governing this battle, the incessant clamor, Jiren turned and delivered a powerful kick, sending him soaring. He crashed onto the remnants of the arena, his forehead pulsating with veins, a visage of ferocity. To hell with the rules. You are destined to perish by my hand. Frieza screamed in a fit of desperation. Instantly transforming into his golden form, he charged at Jiren, the stones behind him shattering in an instant. Jiren narrowed his eyes, unleashing an unseen assault that penetrated Frieza's defenses, causing him to revert from his golden state in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! His body hurtled through the air like a cannonball. A stone fortuitously struck Frieza, sending him plummeting from the sky. Time is running out, Jiren. It is time to determine the victor. Zhou Fei clapped his hands and spoke. Jiren glanced at the stone pillar, noting that only 4 minutes remained. Narrowing his eyes, he approached Zhou Fei with deliberate steps. Zhou Fei, Sun Wukong called out with difficulty. Rest assured, I shall secure this victory. Zhou Fei replied with a grin directed at Sun Wukong. In a moment, he stood before Jiren, and the two faced each other, their formidable auras colliding. Buzz! Suddenly, Zhou Fei's aura shifted, revealing particles reminiscent of a starry sky. The immense pressure forced Jiren to take a slight step back. It was just that slight movement. Yet Zhou Fei seized the opportunity to strike. Bang! A shadow of his fist flashed as Jiren crossed his arms to block the blow, however. His figure was rapidly propelled backward. With a roar, he steadied himself, glaring fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, all of Zhou Fei's unseen attacks were deflected. In an instant, he vanished, his palm magnifying within Jiren's pupils as he pushed through layers of colossal boulders. A crimson aura erupted, propelling Zhou Fei away. Snap! Jiren combined his palms to form an energy orb, pushing it towards Zhou Fei. The originally shuttlecock-sized orb expanded tenfold in an instant. As the formidable energy sphere surged toward him, Zhou Fei took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and concentrated his aura, letting out a low growl as he unleashed a fist forged from his energy. Buzz! A ripple traversed the void. Bang! Crack! When his energy-infused fist collided with the energy sphere, they remained locked in a fateful struggle before the sphere shattered. Nanny! The energy fist struck Jiren's abdomen with unerring precision. Veins bulged on Jiren's forehead as his body was forced backward, each retreat leaving deep impressions in the ground beneath him. Jiren, the god of destruction, clown, stood up in shock. Incredible! Zhou Fei was able to land a hit on Jiren, inflicting damage. Tulin's eyes widened in astonishment. Mr. Zhou Fei possesses such hidden strength. Sun Gohan gazed intently at Zhou Fei. Whis observed Zhou Fei, casting a glance at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, as a glimmer of light danced in his eyes. You wretch! Jiren grimaced, feeling the pain radiating from his abdomen and the visible imprint of Zhou Fei's fist, his gaze fixed sternly on Zhou Fei. Jiren! Zhou Fei and Jiren turned to see who was speaking. It was none other than the breathless Vegeta. Zhou Fei, step aside. Jiren must be eliminated by me. Zhou Fei raised an eyebrow. What can you possibly do now? Surely you do not think you possess the capability to eliminate me. That is utterly impossible. Humph. This is precisely my sentiment, and I find your air of confidence quite displeasing. He prepared to gather energy and transform into a Super Saiyan form, but alas, his current stamina was insufficient. Before he could coalesce the energy, it dissipated. What is this? No transformation? Against you, this will suffice, He charged towards Jiren, unleashing a flurry of punches. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, each of his strikes was feeble, easily thwarted by Jiren. Zhou Fei let out a quiet sigh. Vegeta had relinquished his dignity, fighting for the sake of a promise and to protect what he cherished. Earth had indeed transformed Vegeta profoundly. Stop straining yourself. You might as well descend, Jiren remarked nonchalantly. Enough chatter. I am determined to eliminate you. Jiren tilted his head slightly to evade the attack, seizing Vegeta's fist with his other hand. Very well, let the just come to an end. A powerful uppercut sent Vegeta soaring, his head spinning throughout the flight. He landed on a small section of the arena, clinging to a tiny crack with his remaining strength. How infuriating. I cannot yield just yet. In moments of despair, he recalled his promise with Goku and thought of Bulma, along with his son and daughter, their protection, and the commitment he had made to safeguard those he loved. Once more, Vegeta straightened his trembling form, gazing steadfastly at Jiren as he declared, the victor will undoubtedly be Universe 7. This scene left Beerus profoundly astonished. Not only was he impressed by Vegeta's willpower, but he was also astonished that he had withstood the previous blow. Do not underestimate the Saiyans. With the pride of a Saiyan, he launched his fist forward. Faced with such a feeble strike, Jiren merely leaned back slightly, mercilessly delivering another punch that reverted Vegeta to his original state. His face and body were bruised and battered, reaching a true breaking point. Nevertheless, Vegeta still managed to rise with his battered frame. It is not over yet. He charged at Jiren once more. This assault was even weaker, allowing Jiren to effortlessly block it. In the instant Vegeta's hands faltered, Jiren counterattacked. Bang, bang, bang. A relentless barrage of heavy punches rained down upon him. Vegeta felt as though every bone in his body was shattering. In a final desperate attempt, a knife hand strike landed on his shoulder, causing him to drop to his knees. Zhou Fei, you must help Vegeta, shouted the bald man in the audience. Zhou Fei shook his head. It wasn't that he lacked the desire, but rather that he was incapable. This battle belonged to Vegeta, a fight fought in defense. You have no chance of victory. Jiren's tone was devoid of emotion. Even if I cannot win, as long as the 7th can prevail, that suffices. With determination, he seized Jiren's hand, intent on breaking it. Unfortunately, a mere flicker of Jiren's aura sent Vegeta staggering back several steps. Vegeta rose once more. Observing the relentless spirit of Vegeta, an inexplicable stirring arose within Jiren's heart. Boom. With a punch devoid of any flamboyance, Vegeta was sent flying, suspended precariously at the edge of the arena. His head spun, and the voice of Bulma echoed in his ears. Driven by love, he summoned the strength to rise again, despite his grievous injuries and overwhelming fatigue. Armed with unwavering willpower and the weight of promises and the expectations of his beloved, Vegeta expended his final reserves of strength to unleash the final flash. Thunderous roars echoed. Yet he could not escape the law of smoke and no injury. Damn it. Vegeta launched a desperate punch, which Jiren effortlessly countered. I acknowledge your proud dignity, but this is where it ends. With impeccable timing, a powerful blow sent Vegeta tumbling out of the arena. This time, he was utterly devoid of strength. I truly am a fool. I'm sorry, Bulma and Kaba. From here on, it's up to you, Zhou Fei and Kakarot. A faint glow emanated from his hand, transmitting energy to Goku. Vegeta from Universe 7 has been eliminated. The future Omni King extinguished the image on his divine iPad. Sensing Vegeta's energy, Goku rose to his feet and glanced at Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei nodded in acknowledgement and leaped onto the elevated ground. He fully comprehended the intent behind Sun Wukong's gaze moments ago. Beyond the desire to challenge Jiren once more, it seemed he also aspired to transcend his limits and achieve the ultimate mastery to defeat him. Chapter 46. On equal footing, Sun Wukong gazed intensely at Jiren, inhaling deeply as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. He wished to employ the Kaio-ken technique, but alas, his stamina was insufficient, thus, he could only proceed in this manner. I still cannot fathom the true value of what he entrusted to you, he mused, remaining silent. Trust is utterly worthless. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong finally sprang into action, assuming a fighting stance. Is that truly how you feel? No sooner had he spoken than Sun Wukong initiated his assault. The two engaged in close quarters combat, exchanging powerful blows, each strike resonating with tremendous weight. After several rounds of confrontation, Sun Wukong executed a backward somersault, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Unfortunately, he fell prey once more to the unyielding law of smoke and mirage. As the smoke dissipated, Jiren charged at Sun Wukong, who narrowly evaded the attack through instantaneous movement, attempting to strike from behind. However, Jiren quickly discerned his maneuver, delivering a crushing elbow strike that sent Sun Wukong sprawling, gasping for breath against the stone wall, reverting to his original form. In the audience, Tulin observed Sun Wukong's plight with a distressed expression, while Piccolo turned pale with fear. At this rate, Wukong will be eliminated. Master Roshi averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. Struggling to regain his footing, Sun Wukong braced himself on one hand. gritting his teeth as he rose unsteadily, his body battered and drained of strength. Is this truly your limit? Jiren regarded him with an impassive demeanor. To Jiren, only overwhelming strength mattered, and the only one he truly respected was Zhou Fei. Panting heavily, Sun Wukong rallied his resolve. I absolutely cannot lose here. He charged once more at Jiren, but his efforts proved futile, as the chasm of power between them was insurmountable. Soon, Sun Wukong found himself on the defensive, pushed back to the edge of the arena by Jiren's relentless onslaught. With one more blow, he would plummet into the abyss, leaving only himself and Zhou Fei remaining in the competition. Once Zhou Fei was dealt with, the Super Dragon Balls would be his. Meanwhile, Zhou Fei, observing from the sidelines, cast a casual glance at the uneven cracks on the arena floor, a smirk gradually forming on his lips. It's over, Sun Wukong. A fist charged with fiery energy surged toward him. In the audience, the comrades from Universe 7 felt their hearts leap into their throats. Would Sun Wukong truly be defeated like this? Simultaneously, images of his teammates and the voices of his friends echoed in Sun Wukong's mind. As Jiren's fist descended, it pierced through his form, startling him as he realized it was merely an illusion. Turning around, he beheld the radiant figure of Sun Wukong, emanating a silver aura, his eyes gleaming like silver. Had he triggered it once again? This time, it was indeed the final opportunity he hoped he could endure. Hold on, Sun Wukong. Zhou Fei whispered softly, drawing a parallel to Sun Wukong, whose relentless pursuit of surpassing physical limits only exacerbated the obstacles posed by his body, with the resultant side effects proving incalculable. Yet, curiously, the bug that had previously augmented his combat prowess post-injury had vanished, had it still been in effect. The implications would have been intriguing. Jiren charged at Sun Wukong, unleashing a flurry of punches, all of which were deftly evaded by the latter. After all, max-level evasion was no trifling matter. The audience watched in rapt attention, their eyes widening, as Sun Wukong's current state mirrored that of his earlier confrontations, particularly the first encounter and the one with Kefla. Beerus observed the unfolding scene, a flicker of jealousy illuminating his gaze, his expression tinged with purple. Even the god of destruction, the clown, found it hard to fathom. Just how many limits could Sun Wukong transcend? The Kaio-ken appeared equally perplexed. At such a critical juncture, the activation of this ability posed a significant dilemma, especially with Zhou Fei still in the fray. Other deities acknowledged Sun Wukong's strength to some extent. The two full eggs were immensely pleased, as Sun Wukong exuded an undeniable charisma, epitomizing coolness in their eyes, and they eagerly anticipated how the battle would unfold. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong closed his eyes and, upon reopening them, traversed over 10 meters to stand before Jiren. The collision of their fists produced a force akin to a nuclear explosion, shattering the already battered arena into several fragments. The two engaged in an intense exchange amidst the chaos, their rapid transitions between offense and defense leaving spectators in awe. Within mere seconds, they had completed dozens of exchanges. A fierce roar erupted as Sun Wukong unleashed a punch, its accompanying wind laying waste to everything in its path, yet Jiren narrowly evaded the blow. In a flash, Jiren retaliated, only to be deftly sidestepped by Sun Wukong. For a brief moment, a cyclical dance of attack and defense ensued. Suddenly, Sun Wukong executed a sweeping kick, causing a series of explosions in the air. Jiren, undeterred, stared fiercely, unleashing a concealed attack. However, Sun Wukong effortlessly blocked it. Seizing the opportunity, Jiren launched a counterattack, causing the entire arena to tremble with the intensity of their confrontation. What a spectacular display of combat! Sun Wukong's movements grew increasingly precise, the Supreme Kai remarked. Nevertheless, the old Supreme Kai interjected, cautioning that, at crucial moments, power still fell short. At this juncture, was elucidated that Sun Wukong's overthinking, similar to his bout with Kefla, hampered his effectiveness. When he aimed to strike, myriad thoughts and judgments swirled in his mind. In the state of ultra instinct, such overanalysis merely slowed his techniques, preventing him from fully unleashing his potential. Currently, no attack had proven as effective in injuring the opponent as Zhou Fei's, resulting only in a futile expenditure of time and stamina. As was elaborated, the battle between the two remained in constant flux. Sun Wukong landed on a relatively stable boulder, preparing to employ the Kamehameha, much like he had against Kefla. Unbeknownst to him, the technique had long since lost its efficacy. As the Kamehameha wave enveloped him, the arena was filled with an overwhelming blue radiance. The spectators gasped in astonishment, witnessing Jiren repel Sun Wukong's attack with sheer force. With a tremendous energy surge, the void erupted. Fortunately, at the last moment, Sun Wukong erected a barrier with the Kamehameha to shield against the explosive shockwave, descending from the aftermath. That kid is truly formidable, the 11th Universe's Supreme Kai remarked with a serious expression. The clown god, however, dismissed the concern with disdain. There's nothing to worry about. Regardless of how adept the defense is, without sufficient offensive capability, victory remains elusive. Even the Angel Margarita concurred with the clown's perspective, noting that defenses could falter under exhaustion. And once Sun Wukong's energy depleted, Zhou Fei would likely prevail. Humph! Such naive delusions, Vegeta scoffed. At that moment, the clown god rose, questioning, "What do you mean? Is it not premature to draw conclusions?" Throughout this match, our Saiyan brethren have repeatedly surpassed their limits, a fact you cannot deny. As a god, failing to recognize this would be exceedingly reckless. The clown narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting that in this scenario, he could still achieve Ultra Instinct? That is sheer fantasy. Everything you have just stated is mere folly. Yet, the unwavering determination in Vegeta's gaze stirred a flicker of unease within the clown. Time was running out for Jiren, and he needed to eliminate Sun Wukong swiftly. Gathering his energy, Jiren surged towards Sun Wukong. In that moment, Vegeta shouted, "Kakarot! I have entrusted my pride and my promise to you. If you lose here, I shall never forgive you. Transcend the realm of gods and defeat Jiren before me. Do you hear me, Kakarot?" As Sun Wukong steadied himself amidst his descent, he unleashed a fierce roar, his blazing aura washing over the arena. The pinnacle of his power was finally upon them. Zhou Fei wore a smile, his eyes brimming with excitement. The opportunity to observe at such close quarters was a source of immense joy. Chapter 47, The Pinnacle of Freedom and the Shattering of Jiren. The deities and mortals alike held their breath, fixated on the unfolding spectacle. A formidable wave of energy swept through the realm of nothingness, momentarily forcing Jiren back. Even Zhou Fei, positioned at a distance, felt its repercussions. Jiren's gaze shifted subtly as he sensed an alteration within his opponent. The two plummeted from the sky, with Jiren landing first, followed closely by Sun Wukong. Yet, no sooner had they touched ground than Jiren launched an assault, delivering a powerful punch that sent Sun Wukong reeling backward. Their forms flickered as they exchanged blows, each strike imbued with the potential for annihilation. Indeed, this was a celestial battle that wreaked havoc upon the arena. Zhou Fei's vantage point suddenly collapsed, leaving him no choice but to relocate to another spot to continue observing. He yearned to join the fray, yet he knew that his participation would likely displease Sun Wukong. So he opted to remain a silent and handsome observer for the time being. Whoosh! With the aid of a massive boulder, Sun Wukong executed a stylish maneuver, turning to launch a counterattack. The two fighters once again engaged in a fierce struggle, each clash infused with the crackling power of thunder. Jiren's offensive surged like a tidal wave, and Sun Wukong was equally relentless. The terrifying energy erupted with relentless ferocity, illuminating the remaining arena with blinding explosions. Amidst this intense conflict, an unexpected scene unfolded. Sun Wukong closed his eyes. Strangely, his movements remained unaffected. Instead, they became even sharper, his attack speed noticeably increased. It appeared that Wukong had regained some strength. However, it could only be said that he had returned to square one. The situation had not improved. The previous roars had manifested during his initial battle with Jiren as well. This does not bode well for Wukong. His companions whispered anxiously among themselves. Looking at the two engaged in fierce combat, especially Sun Wukong, was stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems that my worries are unfounded. The companions turned to Whis, puzzled by his statement. I can sense that Sun Wukong's heightened aura is not a sign of mental disarray, but rather a pure acceleration from the impact of battle. At this moment, he faces Jiren with a mind unclouded by distractions, fully embracing the fight itself. The annihilation of the universe, the disparity of power, confusion, anxiety, and fear, all these emotions dissolve into nothingness within his fiery aura. Currently, Wukong perceives only himself, his opponent, and the battle intense and swift. He aspires to transcend his instincts, with the path ahead illuminated by the notion of. At this point, he paused. Yet, even without further elaboration, some deities understood his implication. Buzz! Jiren unleashed a crimson aura, dispersing Sun Wukong's fervent energy, and delivered a kick that sent him crashing onto a small platform. Then, with a fierce glare, he unleashed an invisible assault. As the fight reached a fever pitch, Jiren's attacks became increasingly sharp. The shockwaves from his punches and rapid-fire strikes merged into one, forcing Sun Wukong into a defensive stance. The small platform gradually shrank to accommodate only a single standing figure. With an abyss of unfathomable depth lying beneath him, there was no retreat. His companions began to grow anxious, chattering amongst themselves, yet Beerus remained as calm as ever, urging them to watch in silence. Toppo and the others exchanged glances. All they could do was trust in Sun Wukong and Zhou Fei. Crackle! The sound of explosions echoed continuously as Jiren maintained his offensive. The god of destruction was quite pleased, believing that if this trend continued, Sun Wukong would soon be eliminated. However, Toppo sensed something amiss. Within Sun Wukong's defense, he noticed sparks. This fellow is shifting from defense to offense. As they spoke, Jiren intensified his assault. But at that moment, Sun Wukong slowly raised his arms. When he opened his eyes, a brilliant energy surged through Jiren's onslaught, striking him fiercely in the abdomen. Jiren was sent spinning onto the arena floor, incredulously clutching his stomach, the burning sensation akin to Zhou Fei's attack. Roar! Sun Wukong bellowed, his aura exploding forth, taking the shape of a galaxy. The two full-blooded Saiyans were visibly thrilled by this scene. Even the Grand Priest showed signs of astonishment. Jiren gazed at the dazzling and searing galactic energy emanating from Sun Wukong. At that moment, Sun Wukong took a deep breath, drawing all his energy inward. I have felt the impact of your previous blow, and your fervor to defeat me. In return, I shall utterly vanquish you. Jiren erupted with fiery energy, compressing his gathered power to its utmost, forming an ultra-dense energy sphere. If this energy sphere were to explode in the universe, it would lead to the annihilation of everything. This is the end for you, Sun Wukong. He hurled the sphere towards him. Faced with such terrifying energy, Sun Wukong underwent a remarkable transformation. He merely shifted his toes, and the previously chaotic and blazing battlefield fell into an eerie silence, as though everything that transpired was merely an illusion. Their essay saying, nothing is more frightening than a sudden silence. The onlookers, both mortals and deities, were left in shock. Jiren paused for a moment, then shifted his gaze, only to find Sun Wukong standing behind him. He radiated a silvery light that obscured his features. But the crimson energy sphere in his hand was unmistakable. It was his own energy. With a slight flick of his fingertip, Sun Wukong caused the crimson energy to dissipate. Zhou Fei, seated cross-legged on a distant stone, sprang to his feet in excitement. The path of the gods has finally reached its pinnacle. He referred to it as the initial peak because later on, the concept of mastery would become trivial, overshadowed by the likes of Vegeta's self-mastery in the universe's mightiest warriors. Just as he thought this, Jiren unleashed a powerful punch, but Sun Wukong, as if oblivious, moved with remarkable calmness, creating the illusion that time itself had been frozen. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! Sun Wukong executed a simple roll, landing over 10 punches on Jiren, who staggered to the edge of the arena before barely regaining his balance. Stabilizing his form, he erupted with invisible attacks. Yet, to Sun Wukong, these assaults were utterly insignificant. He effortlessly deflected the invisible strikes, resulting in a violent explosion in the distance. In that moment, both the god of destruction and the Kaio-ken rose to their feet, showing their respect for one who had reached the zenith of self-mastery, eager to witness the true strength of this ultimate technique. Boom! Jiren charged at Sun Wukong once more. Refusing to believe that strength was not the ultimate path, he was the strongest. In a mere instant, his aura dissipated, and countless attacks erupted around him. With a deafening crash, he pierced through layer upon layer of massive rocks before finally halting. Shortly after Jiren was launched away, the silvery light surrounding Sun Wukong peeled away like an eggshell, revealing his flowing silver hair and exuding an aura of noble divinity. Jiren gazed at Sun Wukong's transformed visage and inexplicably felt a flicker of fear. He shook his head, dismissing such unrealistic thoughts. He could not afford to feel fear. Not now, absolutely not. Who is he? He is Jiren. With a swift movement of his toes, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of light, leaving a crimson mark across Jiren's face. Do not presume that a mere increase in power grants you the right to look down upon others. Jiren clenched his fists tightly, charging at Sun Wukong in a fit of exasperation, launching a series of relentless attacks. In his moment of disarray, how could he possibly hope to strike the pinnacle of the carefree and supreme Sun Wukong? With effortless grace, Wukong evaded each blow, swiftly countering in a matter of mere turns. Now, each of Wukong's strikes found their mark on Jiren with unwavering precision. The mastery of the carefree supreme technique is indeed nothing short of perfection. If I could attain such a form and combine it with transformations like Super Saiyan 4 or even Super Saiyan 5, would I not ascend to an entirely new realm? Zhou Fei restrained his excitement as he contemplated the unfolding events. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying several meters away. Jiren leapt into the air, raising his hands to channel a terrifying surge of energy, and without a moment's hesitation, he hurled it down towards Sun Wukong. Calmly, Sun Wukong raised a hand and unleashed a shockwave that nullified Jiren's energy. However, the ensuing explosion still engulfed the battlefield. How could he have negated my energy? This is impossible. Fueled by determination, Jiren charged at Sun Wukong once more, engaging in another fierce clash. After several intense exchanges, it became evident that Jiren was being thoroughly overpowered by Sun Wukong. With each punishing blow from Sun Wukong, Jiren's composure began to unravel. with a thunderous impact. A fist laden with immense force struck Jiren in the abdomen, causing him to arch his back and spit out a mouthful of foam as he was sent hurtling away. The sounds of destruction echoed as he crashed into a pile of rubble. Sun Wukong stood poised, watching the debris intently. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted, obliterating the remnants of stone. Gasping for breath, Jiren gazed at the seemingly invincible Sun Wukong, particularly fixated on his unwavering silver eyes. It is impossible. I will not be defeated. Absolutely not. Strength is righteousness. Strength is absolute. If I cannot prevail, then everything is meaningless. Losing would mean the loss of everything. Just as it was before. I refuse to endure such treatment again. Jiren gritted his teeth, proclaiming these words. In that moment, he transformed the wounds of his past into a wellspring of power, unleashing a primal roar as his aura exploded forth, liberating his true self. Cataclysmic flames erupted from within him, causing his muscles to swell and tear through his clothing. This searing energy swept across the arena, forcing even the effortlessly composed Sun Wukong to retreat. In this state of explosive power, Jiren's combat prowess could indeed suppress Sun Wukong's mastery, a feat that, were it not for the narrative constraints, might have guaranteed his victory. Zhou Fei shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret within. Chapter 48, Victory and Wishes. The tempest of ferocious energy engulfed everyone, making them feel as though they were trapped in purgatory. The terrifying shockwaves obliterated the arena, leaving devastation in their wake. As if the apocalypse had descended, in an instant, the entire battleground was shrouded in Jiren's fiery aura. In the depths of the inferno, Jiren advanced towards Sun Wukong like a demon. Sun Wukong gazed gravely at Jiren, whose energy had undergone an explosive enhancement compared to before. Swiftly, two streaks of light, one red and one silver, intertwined. Each collision unleashed a cacophony of sound waves, causing the void to tremble under their onslaught. As they landed, they engaged in close-quarters combat, with each clash generating shockwaves that leveled the pockmarked ground around them. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged blows countless times. The eyes of the gods struggled to keep pace with their speed, relying solely on instinct to follow the battle. Damn it, he's forced me into a corner. Vegeta recalled the mental scars from the past, unleashing his latent potential. This is not good, he thought, his expression grave. However, he glanced at Zhou Fei, pondering that perhaps with his assistance, victory might still be attainable. With a resounding thud, the two engaged in a straightforward exchange of punches, yet no explosion ensued. No matter what happens, I will not be defeated. With a fierce shout, energy erupted from Sun Wukong's fist, launching him into the air. In that instant, he unleashed a devastating energy wave. The ground erupted in flames as the wave passed, and Sun Wukong found himself on the defensive, leaping onto a massive rock while a relentless barrage of energy blasts rained down upon him. For the moment, he could only withstand the continuous bombardment. With a leap, Jiren ascended into the air, releasing an energy wave, to which Sun Wukong responded with a Kamehameha. The powerful energies clashed, producing a brilliant display of light. Yet, adhering to the ancient principle that the left wave must lose, Sun Wukong was predictably overwhelmed, consumed by the searing energy. A thunderous explosion resonated across the realm, creating a gaping chasm in the arena. Jiren, expressionless, stared into the thick smoke, believing it to be the end. However, to his astonishment, Sun Wukong's figure burst forth from the haze. The moment he emerged, Jiren vanished, and Sun Wukong's foot shattered the ground beneath him. After several clashes, they began to test their strength against one another. Unexpectedly, you still possess such formidable power. You truly are an indomitable spirit. The energies of both combatants collided, instantly fracturing the ground, and in that moment of billowing smoke, Wukong launched his counterattack. However, the current Jiren was a far cry from his former self. And under the weight of absolute power, Sun Wukong found himself unilaterally suppressed. An energy wave sent Sun Wukong hurtling through the air, and Jiren swiftly followed up with a powerful strike that landed heavily upon him. Sun Wukong plummeted, yet it was not enough. He released another energy wave of immense density. Boom! Sun Wukong crashed to the ground under the impact of the energy wave, resulting in a colossal explosion. As the enveloping smoke began to dissipate, Sun Wukong lay quietly within the crater. His companions grew anxious upon seeing him motionless, especially Tulin. No matter the circumstance, you have always managed to make a comeback. I believe you can defeat Jiren, Wukong. In response to his friend's words, Sun Wukong, with an exhausted body, miraculously stood once more. Jiren was taken aback, his pupils widening in disbelief. He could not fathom how this warrior still stood. Logically, his stamina should have been nearly depleted. Was he truly an unkillable cockroach? Jiren, it is not over yet. Why? Why can you still stand after suffering so much damage? Perhaps it is because so many people place their hopes in me. and in return for their faith, I cannot fall here. Silence. Do not jest. In the face of my overwhelming power, trust is utterly worthless. Suddenly, without warning, Jiren unleashed an energy wave towards the audience. Just as the wave was about to strike, a figure flashed into view, deflecting the energy wave with a swift palm. The one who appeared was none other than Zhou Fei. Hey, Jiren, do not go too far. Zhou Fei's gaze was profound. Although he was aware that a protective barrier shielded the audience from the divine officials, the audacity of his approach still left him feeling somewhat shameless. You scoundrel! Though I am no hero, your assault on my friends and family is unforgivable. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong unleashed his fury, his breath erupting like a hot spring. His speed reached its zenith as he delivered a furious punch that struck with tremendous force. Jiren, struck by this devastating blow, nearly lost his teeth. A dazzling display of red and blue light streaked through the air, accompanied by the crackle of explosions that resonated throughout the battlefield. Fueled by rage, Sun Wukong's attacks became increasingly ferocious, momentarily overpowering Jiren. In a series of swift movements, Sun Wukong appeared before him, evading Jiren's frenzied counterattacks with remarkable precision. With a swift glide, he landed a powerful blow to Jiren's left rib. Ugh! Jiren cried out in pain as he was sent flying. At that moment, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity and launched an unprecedented Kamehameha wave. A brilliant blue light erupted, engulfing Jiren in a sea of energy. The ground shook as a terrifying explosion consumed the entire battlefield. Zhou Fei exhaled, bracing himself against the explosive shockwave that violently carved a deep pit into the arena. As the thick smoke dissipated, the once mighty Jiren lay sprawled on the ground. The crimson aura that had enveloped him vanished, leaving only his bulging muscles and the scars adorning his body as testament to the formidable power he had previously exhibited. Now, stripped of his ability to resist, the convictions he held so dearly crumbled into mere illusions. What are you hesitating for? Act now, Sun Wukong, Beerus shouted anxiously. Victory was within reach for Universe 7. All that was needed was to eliminate Jiren, so why linger any longer? Under Beerus's urging, coupled with the pressing time limit, Sun Wukong gathered energy in his hands, aiming it at Jiren. Resigned, Jiren closed his eyes. Just as he prepared to unleash a final strike, his body suddenly convulsed, blood erupting from him. And a terrifying energy burst forth from within, causing Sun Wukong to cry out in anguish as he collapsed, writhing on the ground. This unforeseen turn of events left their companions bewildered. Only Whis sighed softly. Jiren had repeatedly pushed beyond his limits. The divine power he had previously showcased brought about tremendous side effects, and now those repercussions were erupting violently. In that moment, Zhou Fei appeared beside Sun Wukong, transferring a portion of his energy to alleviate some of the pain caused by the side effects. Jiren, you should now comprehend that trust and bonds are not mere trifles, he declared. And even if I understand, what of it? The victor reigns, while the vanquished are cast aside. Come, eliminate me. Jiren closed his eyes once more, awaiting his fate. However, from the audience, Toppo shouted, Jiren, what are you doing? Are you truly content to lie there before your enemy? Is this pitiful state your final stand? Stand up, Jiren. Jiren opened his eyes and spoke slowly. I have no friends. I know you never trust others, Toppo replied. But why have you trained to become stronger? Is it not for your pride? So fight until the end. Even if you doubt your own strength now, I will believe in you until the very last moment. Toppo's heartfelt words resonated deeply. Listening to his friend's plea, Jiren suddenly rose to his feet, a blazing energy surging through him once more. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed his final aura, a wall of energy crashing forth in a spectacular display. Zhou Fei nodded. Indeed, Jiren was Jiren. Even in a state of severe injury, he could still exhibit such formidable strength. Among the 12 universes, the title of the mightiest mortal was truly well-deserved. Zhou Fei clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful blow that shattered the barrier of energy. Then he slowly advanced towards Jiren. In truth, your defeat stems primarily from your own past and a profound lack of trust. Therefore, seize the opportunity to engage in battle once more. Upon hearing Zhou Fei's words, for reasons unknown, a faint smile graced Jiren's lips. A resonant hum. Amidst the radiant glow emanating from Zhou Fei's hand, he soared off the stage. With all competitors from the 11th universe eliminated, I hereby declare the imminent disappearance of the 11th universe. The audience gathered around Jiren, expressing their gratitude. Jiren, thank you, Toppo exclaimed. Why? He still couldn't comprehend it. Yet, despite his confusion, he felt an inexplicable joy as he smiled, watching the 11th universe fade away. On the arena, Zhou Fei shook his head throughout the entire encounter. He had truly engaged in a full-fledged battle, making it seem as if he had merely come to this competition for leisure. However, Opportunities would surely arise in the future. He surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "You two have rested long enough. It is time for you to emerge." His companions were puzzled, wondering who he was referring to. Yet, in the next moment, several stones shattered. Frieza and Android 17 appeared. Android 18 stood up in delight. "I never imagined we would win this match in such a manner." Android 17 winced as he touched his painfully sore shoulder. "Ho ho ho. Truly, you are remarkable. Son Goku, I have not misjudged you. However, do remember our agreement." Frieza gazed at Son Goku with a sly smile. Having regained some strength, Son Goku gradually stood up. And just as he was about to speak, the Grand Minister approached the group and inquired, "Zhou Fei, have you made a decision regarding your wish?" Zhou Fei nodded. Upon witnessing the High Priest summon the Super Dragon, the entrance of the majestic creature was as spectacular as ever, prompting even the two Supreme Eggs to rise in solemn respect, which sparked a glimmer of brilliance in Zhou Fei's eyes. "Now, speak your wish." The High Priest said with a gentle smile, "Let it be the restoration of the universe that was eradicated during the competition." Zhou Fei's wish was one that neither the gods nor the humans present had anticipated. "Are you certain this is the wish you desire?" Indeed. There is still time to make changes." The two egg spirits reminded. Zhou Fei shook his head, simultaneously expressing that this was the wish he desired. The two full-blooded beings nodded, while the Supreme Dragon conveyed this wish to the Super Dragon. The reason Zhou Fei articulated such a statement was rooted in the belief that, within the intricate framework of the multiverse, declaring the complete eradication of certain universes might inadvertently lead to the revival of those 6 unknown realms. The Super Dragon's eyes flickered with crimson light, and a dazzling stream of golden radiance swept across the multitude of universes, resurrecting all those that had been eliminated during the competition. As the Super Dragon dissipated, bringing the events to a close, a few minutes later, everyone followed Whis back to Earth. Thus concluded the matter of the universe's survival, yet a new crisis was on the horizon. Chapter 49. A new enemy approaches Capsule Corporation on Earth. "You all return quite swiftly," Bulma remarked, somewhat surprised, considering that barely 40 minutes had passed. Son Goku and his companions emerged from the Cosmic Cube, promptly taking their seats upon the grass. "Bulma, please prepare some delectable food. I am famished," Vegeta stated. Bulma paused for a moment, looking at Vegeta with a hint of astonishment. As a partner of many years, she sensed a peculiar change in him, shaking her head. She dismissed it as perhaps just her imagination. However, seeing everyone's exhausted demeanor, she instructed the chefs to prepare a grand feast. Hey, Goku. You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? If not, you should send me back to hell first, Frieza's voice echoed. Goku nodded. He certainly had not forgotten. Don't you still have some time left? Frieza scoffed. Watching all of you bask in this joyous reunion is akin to hell for me. With a dismissive sneer. Frieza felt a shiver run down his spine. In that case, why not let you experience happiness as well? Whis chimed in, smiling as he waved his staff, enveloping Frieza in a vibrant green light. Immediately, the halo above Frieza's head vanished. This is a gift from Lord Beerus, Whis explained. He mentioned that you performed commendably in this battle. Frieza's expression stiffened. Is this truly acceptable? I had no intention of abandoning my nefarious ways. At that time, let either me, Vegeta, or Zhou Fei defeat you. Goku replied. Zhou Fei was rendered speechless. With the presence of just the two of you, isn't that sufficient? After a span of over 10 minutes, Frieza, accompanied by Whis, departed first, returning to his home planet. An hour and a half later, 2 grand tables were laden with an abundance of delectable dishes, and the crowd indulged heartily in the feast. As time flowed by, a month later, on an island situated 1,600 kilometers south of West City, Bulma, her daughter Bra, along with Beerus and his attendant, and the 3 Saiyans, Zhou Fei, were gathered there. Goku and Vegeta were naturally engaged in a fierce combat training session upon the ocean's surface. In contrast, Zhou Fei sat atop a lofty cliff, immersed in meditation. To be candid, during this month, he occasionally ventured into the time chamber within the temple for rigorous training, and at times, he practiced in the God of Destruction's realm. In essence, he was either training or en route to training. This month, he had unlocked 5 items from a gift package. The reason he specified 5 was due to 3 instances of receiving empty packages, which left him rather astounded. He had not anticipated that the system could yield empty gifts. The items he acquired included the ability to create matter out of nothing, supernova, seeds of the Tree of Might, the power to manipulate energy, and instantaneous movement. He had experimented with the ability to create, simply crafting some clothing and a few sturdy objects. As for the Tree of Might seeds, he was quite curious about them. Yet he understood that planting them would have a tremendous impact on the planet, thus refraining from any reckless attempts at cultivation. Lastly, regarding instantaneous movement. His version was akin to that of Jebet. Upon gaining this ability, a multitude of coordinate information had appeared in his mind, allowing him to teleport to any planet within the universe, provided it was within the 7th universe. However, should the opportunity arise to collect the Super Dragon Balls and make a wish for all cosmic coordinates, combined with his instantaneous movement, it would be an exhilarating experience. Bang, bang, bang. With Goku and Vegeta colliding fiercely, the waves crashed violently against the island. Beerus, reclining on a lounge chair, abruptly opened his eyes, covered his ears, and rushed out, shouting, "You rascals are making a racket. Can you not be quiet while fighting?" Goku, startled, ceased his sparring with Vegeta, leaving their battle unresolved. Zhou Fei opened his eyes and shook his head. A group of individuals gathered beneath a large sunshade, indulging in delectable dishes. As they feasted, Whis unexpectedly posed a question to Sun Wukong. "Wukong, what drives your pursuit of greater power? Are you perhaps interested in the position of the God of Destruction?" Upon hearing Whis' words, particularly the last remark, Beerus could no longer remain composed. Sun Wukong promptly waved his hands in denial. "Not at all. I have no interest in such a thing." Beerus felt somewhat foolish for his earlier assumptions. During the recent Universal Martial Arts Tournament, formidable opponents from various universes emerged, truly igniting a fervor within him. "Indeed, your combat aspirations do seem to encompass fighters from other universes," Vegeta remarked. At that moment, Whis shifted his inquiry towards Vegeta and Zhou Fei. Vegeta explained that his motivation stemmed from Frieza, as Sun Wukong had resurrected that fiend, prompting Vegeta's desire to grow stronger to prevent further devastation to Earth. Ultimately, the gaze of the group turned towards Zhou Fei. How could he articulate that he possessed a system that allowed for boundless enhancement? Zhou Fei shrugged and remarked, "The reason I wish to transform is quite simple. I merely hope to prevent the tragedies that befell me in my former time in space." As he spoke, a profound sense of melancholy flickered in his eyes, an emotion that was undeniably genuine, for this sorrow was a remnant of his past life. Sun Wukong patted his shoulder and laughed. "Zhou Fei, you have us by your side. Everything will be all right." Zhou Fei smiled, as several people engaged in conversation. Bulma's watch emitted a ringing sound. Upon answering, the screen revealed her son Trunks. After a brief greeting, Trunks informed them that their laboratory had been burglarized. Both the Dragon Balls and the Dragon Radar had been stolen, and the thief's silhouette had been captured on surveillance. When Bulma and the others caught sight of the thief's attire, they exchanged a resigned glance with Goku. This left Goku perplexed, wondering what he had done to warrant such looks from them. Only Zhou Fei's gaze differed, for he knew who would make an appearance next. After ending the video call, it became evident that the thief had been deliberately chosen for their low combat power to pilfer the Dragon Balls. But why? Wishes beyond the capabilities of the Eternal Dragon cannot be granted. Why? Foolishness, of course, it is for the sake of immortality. Goku remained confused, pondering how obtaining immortality would matter if they could not defeat their foes. Observing the escalating argument between the two holding Bulma sighed and stood up. "Enough arguing. They have already stolen the 6 Dragon Balls I had meticulously gathered. To acquire the last one, we must venture to that location." "What location?" Vegeta inquired, puzzled. "The Ice Continent. I refrained from going there due to the extreme cold." "The Ice Continent?" Bulma nodded, glancing at Zhou Fei, Whis, and Beerus. "Will you be joining us?" Zhou Fei nodded, while Beerus opted to skip the outing due to his need for a nap. Whis, finding the prospect entertaining, decided to accompany them. Bulma glanced at the now-awake Bra and smiled brightly at Beerus, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. "In light of this, I must trouble you, Lord Beerus, to look after my child." With that, she entrusted Bra to Beerus and the others as they boarded the aircraft and departed. This unexpected turn of events left Beerus in a state of bewilderment. Was he truly being asked to care for a child? What a ridiculous notion. Nonetheless, it was indeed remarkable that Bra was to receive the attention of the God of Destruction, a feat unparalleled among mortals. Chapter 50, The Saiyan Young Master vs. Broly, Part 1. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship in the depths of space, Frieza received word that 2 minions had located a particularly formidable Saiyan. He promptly arranged for a meeting. As Frieza scrutinized the Saiyan named Broly, he sensed an impressive energy emanating from this wild monkey. A glint of light flickered in his eyes. "Bellevue, please ensure that a reward is bestowed upon the 2 who facilitated this discovery." Bellevue nodded and led the 2 down to claim their reward. Moments later, Remo and Zilai, having received their bounty, departed in high spirits. "I've heard you struggled to survive on a desolate planet for quite some time due to your inability to leave," Frieza remarked, Paragus responded with a hint of melancholy. Turning his back to the father and son, Frieza continued, "Are you aware that planet Vegeta has been destroyed?" A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. "Indeed, I learned of its destruction on my way here. However, the planet's demise matters little to us. My only desire now is revenge." Paragus' teeth clenched, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Revenge? Now that is an intriguing notion. Paragus, did you know that the son of King Vegeta, Vegeta 4, still lives? Nanny, that Prince Vegeta is still alive, that scoundrel. Witnessing the wild monkey's furious expression, Frieza felt a sense of delight. Calm yourself, there is no need for such anger. I shall lend my assistance in your quest for vengeance. Paragus was overjoyed. With Frieza's backing, success in his revenge seemed assured. Frieza then instructed the elderly Bellevue to take the pair for a bath. It appears I will not need to intervene personally this time, he mused while gazing at the vast cosmos. On Earth, after 3 hours of intense flight, they finally arrived at the ice continent, discovering a small spaceship under Frieza's command. The group disembarked. While the two minions utilized their scouters to assess Goku and the other's combat power, only to find it exceeded the scouter's measurable limits, sending them fleeing in terror. However, Vegeta swiftly shot down their ship with a single energy blast. "Hey, you two, quickly return the Dragon Balls and the Dragon Radar to us," Goku exclaimed with a fierce demeanor. The two minions were paralyzed with fear. If they surrendered, Frieza would take their lives, but if they refused, the Saiyans before them would surely do the same. As they hesitated, Goku, Vegeta, and Zhou Fei suddenly glanced skyward. A small energy blast pierced through the clouds, rapidly dispersing them with a gust of wind. How troublesome, Frieza is making his entrance, Goku and Vegeta observed as the spaceship descended slowly. Bulma, witnessing this, hurriedly concealed herself behind a massive iceberg. Zhou Fei and Weiss stood at the designated landing spot of the aircraft. Click, click. Did you feel that, Kakarot? Sun Wukong nodded, his expression turning grave. It seemed that more than just Frieza had arrived. There was indeed a formidable adversary in their midst. The spaceship landed smoothly, and the hatch opened, with the guard squad rushing out to form two lines, awaiting Frieza's arrival. Frieza emerged leisurely, flanked by Broly and his father Paragus. The moment Broly stepped onto the scene, the two Saiyan youths sensed an overwhelming aura enveloping them, a chilling wind that tousled their hair. In the distance, Zhou Fei's eyes brightened. The legendary Saiyan, appearing once in a millennium, had finally arrived. Compared to other timelines, he found this version of Broly rather likable. Weiss observed Broly, lost in thought, for as a deity, he perceived far more than Sun Wukong and his companions. "What brings you here, Frieza?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Surely you are already aware," Frieza replied, gathering all 7 Dragon Balls into his hands using his psychic powers. "It is, of course, to make a wish with the Dragon Balls." "And who are the two behind you?" Sun Wukong pressed. Frieza, sporting a sly smile, responded, "These two are the newest members of my Frieza force, Broly and his father Paragus. As you might have surmised, they are also Saiyans." "I do not recognize them," Vegeta scoffed. "Enough with the banter. My son and I have come for revenge," Paragus growled, his face twisted with fury. "I cannot say I know anything about that," Vegeta retorted. "Revenge is rather trivial. After all, we are all Saiyans and should coexist harmoniously," the two Saiyan youths chimed in. However, Broly, standing behind Frieza, could no longer contain his anger. "Frieza, my king." Paragus noticed his son's agitation and glanced at Frieza. It seemed Broly had reached his breaking point. It was time to escalate the conflict. "Let me witness his true capabilities." Paragus nodded, his gaze fixed on Vegeta. "Very well, Broly, unleash your fury." At his father's command, Broly charged at Vegeta with a fierce battle cry. Vegeta smirked and effortlessly deflected the blow, sending Broly sprawling back. Broly retaliated with a punch, but despite his speed, he could not land a hit on Vegeta. Infuriated, Broly lunged again. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood relaxed, arms crossed, having discerned that although Broly possessed power, his attack patterns were alarmingly straightforward. Refusing to be a mere target, Vegeta seized the opportunity, delivering a swift kick to Broly's abdomen, sending him crashing several meters away, carving 2 deep grooves in the icy ground. After a brief warm-up, it was time for the real battle to commence. He shed his down jacket and delivered a precision punch to Broly's nose, causing him to lean back. Broly raised his right hand, feigning an attack, but it was merely a ruse. He swung with his left, yet Vegeta anticipated the move and evaded effortlessly. With a swift maneuver, Vegeta flipped, delivering a kick to Broly's midsection, followed by a ground spin that brought Broly crashing down. Before Broly could react, Vegeta followed up with a swift kick, almost appearing like a fluid dance, devoid of unnecessary flair. The two clashed on the expansive ice surface, their immense power fracturing the ground beneath them. After several exchanges, Broly tightened his fists, launching a heavy strike. Unfortunately, the move was too obvious, and Vegeta easily sidestepped, swatting Broly's hand aside. Broly stumbled, nearly losing his balance in midair. With a furious roar, he unleashed his energy and darted above Vegeta, blocking his path. Even Vegeta had to acknowledge the impressive speed. Regrettably, Broly's attacks remained overly simplistic and could be effortlessly countered. Most of Broly's combat techniques were inherited from his father, making them trivial to Vegeta. However, as time passed, Vegeta noticed a concerning trend. Broly was growing stronger at an alarming rate. Broly threw another punch, and although Vegeta blocked it, the sheer force sent him flying. Regaining his composure, Vegeta clenched his fists and struck downwards, causing a thunderous impact. Though Broly was sent reeling, he quickly retaliated, charging at Vegeta once more. Now accustomed to Vegeta's speed, Broly circled behind him. Vegeta, slightly taken aback, was caught off guard as Broly struck him hard. Yet, Vegeta was ready. The two locked fingers, suspended in midair, testing each other's strength. Vegeta grasped Broly's finger joints fiercely, incited by the earlier blow. Feeling the pain, Broly struggled to break free, but at that moment, Vegeta radiated a golden aura. "You are quite the nuisance," he exclaimed, delivering a headbutt that sent Broly flying, while simultaneously transforming into Super Saiyan. The transformed Vegeta regarded Broly with a cold gaze, and Broly, unable to withstand such intensity, swiftly maneuvered behind Vegeta, attempting the same tactic. However, Vegeta effortlessly raised his hand and struck Broly away. Paragus, witnessing this exchange, was taken aback. What on earth is happening with Vegeta? He wondered. Could it be that Broly cannot transform into a Super Saiyan? Frieza observed Paragus with curiosity. "Nanny? A Super Saiyan? You mean the legendary one?" Paragus gulped, panic setting in. If it truly was the legendary Super Saiyan, how could he possibly seek revenge? In the midst of the battlefield, the two engaged in a renewed clash, but this time, Broly found himself overwhelmingly suppressed. Chapter 51, The Saiyan Duo vs. Broly, Part 2. Broly roared in frustration. Unfortunately, his attack patterns were far too simplistic. Against an experienced warrior like Vegeta, Broly's combat experience was akin to that of a mere child. How could he not be overwhelmed? Yet, the most significant factor was that Broly had yet to unleash his full potential. Bang! Vegeta landed a powerful punch on Broly's face, but this time, Broly did not budge. He absorbed the blow with his face, glaring at Vegeta with an intensity that seemed ready to ignite flames. What is wrong with this guy? Vegeta sensed something was amiss. Yeah. Broly concentrated his energy into his fist and delivered a powerful blow to Vegeta's abdomen. Although Vegeta managed to block the attack, he was still sent flying by the immense force, crashing through a colossal iceberg. Damn it, this guy's rate of growth is astonishing. With a thunderous roar, Broly continued pushing Vegeta, cleaving the massive iceberg in half. Observing the fierce battle, Zhou Fei squinted at Broly, noting that his anger was steadily escalating. It would not be long before it was his turn to step into the fray, especially since he had scarcely showcased his abilities during the Tournament of Power. A rapid succession of energy blasts erupted. Vegeta deftly evaded them, changing direction to ascend higher into the sky, while simultaneously transforming into Super Saiyan God mode. A crimson aura erupted around him, forcing Broly to halt, as he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. Vegeta raised his hand, unleashing several air cannons that sent Broly hurtling away. However, this attack merely knocked him back without inflicting any significant damage. With a stoic expression, Vegeta skillfully dodged Broly's furious onslaught, effortlessly evading several rounds before seizing his fist and delivering a seemingly light punch. Yet, this seemingly gentle strike acted like a heavy hammer, propelling Broly thousands of meters away, smashing through several minor glaciers before diminishing the resistance of his flight. With a resounding crash, he ultimately collided with a sturdier iceberg, creating a massive breach. Witnessing the disparity in strength, Paragus sat despondently on the ground, contemplating surrender. However, upon noticing his son on the verge of losing control, he sprang back to his feet, frantically shouting, "Broly, stop. Come back. Are you ignoring my words?" "Broly." Frieza observed Broly with a contemplative expression. Broly howled, clutching his forehead. What is happening? Vegeta sensed an exceptionally potent energy radiating from him. Although he felt puzzled, such tricks were hardly impressive in his eyes. He raised his hand, releasing a brilliant energy wave. With a thunderous boom, the energy wave engulfed Broly, resulting in a violent explosion. As Vegeta scoffed and prepared to retreat, The sea suddenly began to tremble as if boiling. With a great splash, the ocean formed a colossal whirlpool, from which Broly emerged, his muscles bulging, and his eyes glowing with golden-green flames. Zhou Fei flashed to the side of the two. Hey, what's going on with this guy? Vegeta, Zhou Fei. Have you ever encountered such a Saiyan? Vegeta shook his head, and Zhou Fei remained silent, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ah! Broly roared in an enraged frenzy. Suddenly, a green energy wave erupted from his mouth. The three swiftly evaded, and with a deafening crash, an iceberg shattered into fragments, soaring into the sky and exploding violently. Vegeta, in a fit of rage, struck Broly in the face. However, to the current Broly, this attack was trivial. He retaliated, sending Vegeta flying and rapidly pursuing him. Boom, boom, boom. A flurry of punches ensued, forcing Vegeta into a defensive stance. A furious punch sent Vegeta crashing into several icebergs before he finally landed. Shaking his hand slightly, he realized that his arm had gone numb from blocking the earlier attack. Broly stood atop a mountain, roaring incessantly, "Hey, come and spar with me." Goku removed his jacket, stretching his limbs and adopting a fighting stance. In an instant, the two clashed. Their fists collided, generating a fierce whirlwind. They exchanged blows back and forth, the intensity of their battle escalating. After several rounds, Goku, still in his base form, found himself at a disadvantage against Broly, so he transformed into Super Saiyan. However, the results were still less than ideal, leading him to shift into Super Saiyan God. As Broly charged at him, Goku utilized a technique akin to using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, dissipating much of Broly's incoming force. Nonetheless, Broly's assault shattered the ice beneath them, akin to tectonic upheaval. Goku leaped backward, but Broly swiftly turned to face him. "Hey, calm down." Broly, consumed by rage, paid no heed and unleashed another reckless punch. Goku frowned slightly, raising his hands to temporarily restrain Broly's movements with divine energy. "Listen to me, we Saiyans are living peacefully on Earth, and you are not a villain. Believing the words of those wicked individuals will lead you astray, so please, stop fighting." Broly, however, disregarded Goku's words, his fury surging once more as he broke free from his restraints and used his own energy to bind Goku instead. Goku's heart raced in alarm. With a powerful punch to his face, Goku barely managed to withstand the blow before countering with a shoulder throw. The thick ice layer crumbled beneath their clash, creating a massive area of devastation. Goku soared into the air, but Broly stood up, roaring once again, unleashing a surge of green energy. Fixing his gaze on Broly, Goku charged in for close combat. Each collision cracked the earth beneath them. A punch sent Goku flying, and as he landed, Broly rapidly approached, aiming a kick at him. Goku rolled to evade, but Broly seized the opportunity, launching a relentless barrage of stomps. Each stomp carried tremendous force, causing the ground to sink beneath them. After several rolls, Goku regained his footing and gathered energy in his hands, directing it toward Broly. Broly effortlessly caught Goku's energy blast with one hand and crushed it, causing it to explode. Damn it! Broly seized Goku's hand and flung him forward, then caught his foot and swung him around like dough, slamming him into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Goku screamed in agony, each impact feeling as though his very bones were shattering, and even his insides quaked violently. After several rounds, he was nearly knocked unconscious. With a final hurrah, Broly hurled him upward, grasping his head and rubbing it against the icy wall before finally tossing him away. Goku landed, his body racked with pain. To think he could be this strong, truly impressive. Goku struggled to stand, tearing off his tattered outer garment. He unleashed his energy, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. With a flash, the two engaged once more, the intensity of their conflict markedly heightened. In mere moments, they battled from the heights into the lava below, only to emerge from the molten rock, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Meanwhile, Frieza had killed Paragus and shouted at Broly, who was locked in combat. "Broly, look here, your father has been ruthlessly harmed." Broly turned to discover that his father had lost all signs of life. In an instant, his pupils contracted, and a surge of energy erupted from within him. As Goku landed, he swallowed hard. This presence was extraordinary. At that moment, Zhou Fei appeared beside him. "You should rest. Leave the next part to me." Goku hesitated, for it was his first encounter with such a formidable Saiyan, and he felt reluctant to refrain from engaging in battle. However, upon seeing Zhou Fei's resolute gaze, he reflected on his previous fights with Vegeta and realized that he could not neglect Zhou Fei's opportunity. Thus, he nodded and soared away to join Vegeta and the others in observing the battle. Chapter 52, Zhou Fei vs. Super Green Broly. Conclusion. A brilliant and enchanting green flame swept across the heavens, and Broly, enveloped in this luminescent aura, underwent a dramatic transformation. Entering the Super Saiyan mode, he had completely lost his rationality. A powerful aura spread out, unleashing a multitude of energy blasts. Zhou Fei, consumed by rage, transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form. With a sweeping gesture, the energy orbs descending from the sky erupted in a cacophony of explosions. Buzz. At that moment, Broly's energy coalesced into a protective barrier reminiscent of an octagonal shield, expanding outward until a tremendous roar echoed, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated vast stretches of the icy continent, while magma erupted violently from the depths of the earth. Zhou Fei's gaze sharpened as he transformed into a streak of light, delivering a powerful kick that struck Broly in the abdomen. Broly's body merely bent slightly, showing no signs of being sent flying. He retaliated with a palm strike directed at Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei similarly unleashed a powerful strike, resulting in a thunderous clash as their palms collided, generating a formidable wave of sound and force. Both combatants were propelled backward by the sheer intensity of the impact, skidding a considerable distance before coming to a halt. Broly, his face contorted in a fierce grimace, regarded Zhou Fei with palpable intensity. In a flash, they engaged in a whirlwind of combat, their formidable energies colliding with such ferocity that the once solid ground of molten rock transformed into a seething inferno, akin to a hellscape reminiscent of the apocalypse. Suddenly, a fleeting red afterimage darted past, unleashing a tremendous force that ruptured the air, instantly creating a vacuum. A violent gale erupted forth, propelling Broly like a cannonball. He soared thousands of meters before plunging into the magma below. With a thunderous explosion, the magma erupted as Broly emerged unscathed, save for a few tattered remnants of his attire. Letting out a primal roar, he harnessed the green energy enveloping him, which swelled and contracted with ferocity, propelling him toward Zhou Fei with blinding speed. Remarkably, his velocity had surged once more, releasing the 500-fold gravity that had bound him. In that fleeting moment of heightened energy, Broly closed the distance, launching a devastatingly fierce punch at Zhou Fei. Bang! Zhou Fei nonchalantly received the powerful punch, causing a remarkable shockwave that rippled through the void. Grasping Broly's fist, he hurled him away, prompting Broly to unleash an energy wave in response. In an instant, Zhou Fei retaliated with his own energy wave to counter the attack. The two formidable energy waves clashed relentlessly, sending tremors through the atmosphere. Who exactly is this Saiyan? And why have we never heard of him before? Sun Wukong pondered in confusion. Did you not hear that scoundrel Frieza mention that they inhabit a very remote and harsh planet? Vegeta scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Wukong. Yet, truth be told, he couldn't deny that the Saiyan was exceptionally strong. He had a premonition that even transforming into Super Saiyan Blue might not guarantee victory over this Broly. Simultaneously, he felt a deep-seated resentment. Aside from Zhou Fei and Kakarot, there existed another Saiyan who surpassed him, the Prince. This was a blow to his pride. How could he aspire to surpass Kakarot and Zhou Fei when faced with such difficulty? On the battlefield, the two powerful energy waves remained locked in a stalemate for several seconds before ultimately dissipating. In that fleeting moment when the energy waves vanished, Zhou Fei seized the opportunity to strike Broly with a knee to the face. Broly staggered back but quickly retaliated. The two engaged in close combat, their fists colliding with earth-shattering force, echoing like thunder across the heavens. Meanwhile, the earth trembled under the impact of their battle, inciting panic among the global populace. On a different front, Beerus, who was tending to his child, opened his eyes. He gazed at Bra, who was joyfully playing on him, and wore a resigned expression before shifting his gaze toward the horizon. I hope you conclude this swiftly. I have a meal to prepare. In the midst of this, the two warriors continued their relentless exchange of blows. Zhou Fei instantaneously accelerated, delivering an elbow strike that sent his opponent crashing to the ground. Broly, true to his title as the legendary Super Saiyan, rebounded with remarkable swiftness the moment he touched the ground, launching himself back toward Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei's gaze intensified, unleashing a formidable aura that sent the charging Broly hurtling backward. Whoosh! Broly opened his mouth to unleash a powerful blast. Tenfold ultimate magic impact Kamehameha. Bang! Crack! The two energy waves collided, shattering the void in an instant, and both warriors plunged into the fractured abyss. Broly roared once more, his immense power tearing through his garments as his fiery energy surged to unprecedented heights. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Zhou Fei activated the 100-fold King S-Fist, instantly unleashing a formidable aura that overshadowed Broly's presence. This iteration of the 100-fold King S-Fist was markedly different from previous displays, the energy, honed through extensive training, surged explosively. There was a time in the Destroyer realm when he clashed with Goku and Vegeta, employing this very technique. At that moment, Vegeta and Goku, each utilizing their deep blue and king blue forms, could barely hold their ground against Zhou Fei. In the words of Whis, his power had already reached a level equivalent to 40 times that of Beerus. Reflecting on it now, it seemed likely that it had increased by an additional 5. Do not underestimate this increment. It brings him perilously close to half of Beerus's formidable strength. One must remember that Beerus is a master of concealment, and each surge of his energy is unfathomable. Zhou Fei speculated that he had intentionally sealed his own power. Zhou Fei swiftly lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent his opponent sprawling. Without missing a beat, he seized his adversary's form and executed a knee strike, followed by a swift maneuver that connected both feet to the chin. This flurry of actions left Broly momentarily dazed, shaking his head in a fit of rage. He let out a thunderous roar, summoning a colossal sphere of energy with his ferocious aura. With a single hand, he lifted the energy sphere and hurled it forth. Zhou Fei clenched his fist, concentrating his breath, and unleashed the Dragon Fist. Crack! The golden dragon pierced through the colossal energy sphere, yet Broly, undeterred, unleashed a tremendous energy wave with his outstretched hand. Boom! The energies collided once more, causing violent upheavals throughout the dimensional barrier, leading to its fragmentation. When the two returned to the realm of reality, they found themselves in an entirely different location. Broly shook his head and roared in fury again. At this moment, Broly had repeatedly tapped into energy that surpassed his own limits, and the earlier collision with the Dragon Fist had nearly drained him to the brink of exhaustion. Thus, he gathered his energy once more, erupting with intense power. The Super Saiyan was destined to engage in an unceasing battle until his energy was utterly depleted. Meanwhile, on Frieza's spaceship, Zilla and Remo were exceedingly anxious, clutching the Dragon Balls as they rushed outside. They had to prevent Broly from continuing his fight. Otherwise, he risked his life. It seemed the end was near. Whis smiled knowingly as he gazed into the distance. Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion, wondering why he did not sense the impending conclusion. Vegeta also appeared puzzled, but upon recalling Whis' status as Beerus' mentor, he felt reassured. Whoosh! Broly swiftly lunged at Zhou Fei, delivering a powerful punch, but Zhou Fei evaded it. The punch struck the ground, fracturing the earth and causing molten lava to spew forth. In no time, a lava pool formed in the newly created chasm. Zhou Fei appeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying, crashing directly into a towering mountain. The immense energy shattered the surrounding rocks, sending debris flying in all directions. At that moment, Zhou Fei seized the opportunity and instantaneously transported himself before his opponent. Channeling his energy into his fist, he struck with a powerful blow to the abdomen. Ah! Broly cried out in agony, clutching his stomach. However, as a legendary Super Saiyan, he was not one to succumb to mere pain. He grit his teeth against the searing discomfort and prepared to retaliate. Yet, Zhou Fei, having anticipated this moment, deftly evaded the incoming attack, unleashing another formidable strike upon him. Boom! 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 With a series of crushing impacts, Broly's body began to tremble, and he dropped to one knee. Just then, the sky darkened, and a smile crept across Zhou Fei's lips. His moment had finally arrived. He assumed a battle stance, energy coalescing in his hands. Wait, is Zhou Fei truly intent on killing him? I cannot allow this. Son Goku, poised to intervene, was halted by Vegeta. Vegeta, what are you doing? A Saiyan of such caliber cannot simply be discarded. We may never find another like him. Kakarot, can't you discern the situation? I have complete faith that Zhou Fei will not kill him, Vegeta replied with a disdainful snort. Is the situation not clear enough? Zhou Fei clearly intends to eliminate Broly. On the battlefield, Zhou Fei gathered a tremendous amount of energy. Tenfold Ultimate, Magic Flash, Kamehameha. Whoosh! A dazzling beam erupted from his hands, and the ground buckled beneath the force of the energy. Ah! Broly screamed as the energy engulfed him, just as the sky returned to its normal state. It seemed he had been vanquished. We look forward to our next encounter. Zhou Fei muttered a few words, deactivated his transformation, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, from Frieza's spaceship emerged a small craft, piloted by none other than Remo, who beckoned for Zilla to board and hastily escaped the scene. Frieza, observing the swiftly departing vessel, raised his hand, poised to unleash a beam of energy, when suddenly, a figure appeared and seized his wrist. There is no need for such petty antics, Frieza. It was none other than Son Goku, who had teleported in. Frieza's energy dissipated as he withdrew his hand with a disdainful snort. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. I shall return. With that, he erupted in fury and soared away. The group boarded Bulma's ship and returned to the island. 2 hours later, Son Goku teleported to the new Namek, requesting the Eternal Dragon to restore the Ice Continent and to erase the influence of this incident on Earth. The matter concerning Broly finally reached a conclusion, yet everything was far from over. Chapter 53, Prison Planet, The Malevolent Saiyan Kamba. 5 days later. Within the realm of the gods of destruction, bang! Zhou Fei seized Vegeta's arm and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. At that moment, Sun Wukong arrived before him, and Zhou Fei performed a swift somersault, delivering a kick that struck Wukong's chin. However, Wukong managed to block the attack, sending him flying backward, skimming across the water's surface and carving a watery path. Simultaneously, an energy sphere hurtled towards him. With a deft motion, Sun Wukong swatted the energy sphere aside, causing it to explode in the distance. In an instant, Zhou Fei appeared behind him and delivered a powerful punch that sent Wukong reeling. The blow coincidentally struck Vegeta, who had just regained his footing, propelling him several meters away. "Kakarot, get out of my way. You're a nuisance," Vegeta exclaimed. "Why must you speak to me in such a manner?" Wukong retorted. "You are obstructing my path." The two began to bicker. Observing this, Zhou Fei facepalmed, exclaiming, "Goodness. They're at it again." At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman rushed in from the distance. "This is bad. This is terrible. Trunks is missing," she gasped. "Xiaowu. What happened?" Sun Wukong inquired. Indeed, the woman was none other than future Xiaowu, who had arrived in this realm of destruction with Trunks just 3 days prior. Their arrival had been sanctioned by the Omni King, a consequence of an inadvertent slip of the tongue by Sun Wukong during the process of returning the future Omni King. Just as she was about to elaborate, a man suddenly appeared, declaring, "I know where Trunks is." Vegeta furrowed his brow, questioning, "Who are you?" The man smiled. "I am Fuyu, a friend of Trunks. Naturally, I must assist a friend in peril." "A friend? Humph." Vegeta scoffed. "Please, do not wear such a fearsome expression." "Trunks is currently on Prison Planet," Fuyu said with a smile. Sun Wukong, puzzled, queried, "Prison Planet? What sort of place is that? I have never heard of it." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhou Fei's eyes. "Fuyu," he continued, "the Prison Planet is a formidable realm housing numerous perilous inmates from across the cosmos. If we do not act swiftly, Trunks may find himself in grave danger." No sooner had he spoken than a coordinate manifested in Vegeta's hand, and he vanished in an instant. Whis' gaze flickered momentarily. He had just utilized his abilities to investigate, but found no trace of this individual. "Trunks always seems to attract trouble," he mused. "Kakarot, Zhou Fei, we must depart." In a flash, Son Goku executed an instant transmission, whisking the two away. Whis observed the trio's disappearance, contemplating, "It appears that the man named Fuyu has achieved his objectives." "Objectives?" The Supreme Kai looked at Whis with confusion. Whis offered no further explanation. At that moment, the Supreme Kai handed over the earrings to Xiaowu, and with that, she vanished. In a distant cosmic expanse, they materialized on a colossal planet linked by 7 celestial bodies. Son Goku, Zhou Fei, and the Supreme Kai, along with Xiaowu, had arrived. After bringing Xiaowu to this location, the Supreme Kai disappeared. "Is this truly the Prison Planet?" Son Goku surveyed the surroundings. "Will Trunks be here?" Xiaowu inquired. Her brow furrowed in uncertainty. Zhou Fei gently patted Xiaowu's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "Do not worry, we shall surely find Trunks." Amidst their conversation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta suddenly exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. "Did you feel that? What is this ominous energy?" Zhou Fei turned to gaze into the distance, where a figure soared towards him. As the silhouette descended, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were taken aback, while Zhou Fei remained composed. "Found you," the man murmured, instantly radiating energy as he transformed. "Nanny." Sun Wukong and Vegeta gaped at his transformation, then swiftly glanced at Zhou Fei in disbelief. How could this be? His transformation mirrored Zhou Fei's exactly. He dashed towards the figure behind him. But Sun Wukong mistakenly believed he was the target and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue to confront him. Bang! The two clashed, waves of energy erupting from their collision. "So it is, you are the counterpart from that side," Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong suddenly remarked. Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong was left puzzled, questioning the meaning of his words. Whoosh! An energy blast was unleashed, and Super Saiyan Blue Wukong leaped, colliding with an overhead structure, rubbing his head in pain. Futile. This space is entirely sealed. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he unleashed the Kamehameha, which Super Saiyan Blue Wukong mirrored. Boom! The two beams, though not particularly powerful, collided, resulting in an explosion. When the smoke cleared, everything appeared as if it had never transpired. "Who are you, really? How can you transform into Super Saiyan 4? Super Saiyan Blue Wukong inquired. Super Saiyan 4 Wukong raised an eyebrow, pondering how he knew this. Haha. At that moment, Fu laughed heartily. Truly worthy of being a Saiyan. Thanks to you too, son Wukongs, I have gathered some splendid intel. Hey, Fu, what are you talking about? Super Saiyan Blue Wukong demanded. At that juncture, Zhou Fei stepped forward. This prison is merely his laboratory. He abducted Trunks to lure us here. Fu turned to Zhou Fei, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. You are quite perceptive, just as you said. His gaze then shifted to Super Saiyan 4 Wukong. You intentionally allowed yourself to be captured, didn't you? Time Patrol? Time Patrol? Super Saiyan Blue Wukong scrutinized him. I am Sun Wukong from a different dimension, tasked with bringing to justice those who traverse time to commit malevolence, Super Saiyan 4 Wukong elucidated. So, you are the good guy. Super Saiyan Blue Wukong exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Zhou Fei felt utterly speechless and approached to gently pat his shoulder. Your reaction is truly lethargic. What on earth do you intend to do, Fu? Trunks is indeed here. Vegeta exclaimed sharply. Trunks is here, but to locate him, you must rely on your own abilities. Moreover, if you wish to depart from this place, you must gather the special Dragon Balls. Best of luck to you all. In a flash, he suddenly vanished. Damn it, that guy. Vegeta clenched his fists, his gaze fierce. Well then, let us proceed cautiously. For we are uncertain of the circumstances we may encounter, Zhou Fei remarked. Sun Wukong and Vegeta nodded. While the Sun Wukong from an alternate parallel universe cast a bewildered glance at Zhou Fei. In that case, you shall search for an escape route here on your own. I must continue my investigation to discern what he is truly up to. The group exchanged nods, and Wukong took to the skies. Subsequently, the four of them walked onward into the distance. After nearly half an hour, they abruptly halted. From afar, a figure cloaked in a black aura approached with formidable energy. Such overwhelming power, and why does it feel so sinister? Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment at the descending figure. Xiaowu, you should find a place to hide. Zhou Fei remarked. Xiaowu nodded and dashed away. Mere seconds after Xiaowu had departed, a barrage of energy projectiles surged forth. Zhou Fei unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles, effortlessly obliterating all of his opponent's energy blasts. Whoosh! Zhou Fei, consumed by fury, charged at his opponent. His fist enveloped in a fierce aura, he struck the adversary, and at the moment of contact, he sensed a malevolent energy eroding his own essence. The intensity of the corruption was striking, yet it posed little challenge for him. With a low growl, he unleashed his energy, instantly dispelling the wickedness. His fist collided with the opponent's face, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. Haha. Excellent. I yearn for battle. Engage me. I can feel the formidable power coursing through you, Kamba laughed heartily. The malevolent aura radiated from him, swiftly breaking free from its restraints. A powerful whirlwind of energy erupted, creating a tempest that surged forth. Incredible! Sun Wukong and Vegeta struggled to withstand the onslaught of this energy storm. Zhou Fei's gaze intensified, forming a barrier of aura that repelled the tempest. With a thunderous roar, the storm and the aura wall dissipated simultaneously. Chapter 54, The Great Battle with Kamba. In a swift motion, he appeared before him, launching a kick. Kamba seized his ankle with one hand while unleashing a punch with the other. Zhou Fei raised his hand to block while simultaneously exerting force in his legs to break free from his restraints. An energy projectile struck him, demonstrating the principle of smoke without injury to perfection. Buzz! With a single hand raised, a colossal energy sphere took shape and hurtled toward him. Bang! Zhou Fei delivered a powerful punch, shattering the energy sphere in an explosive burst that sent him flying, creating a massive crater in the ground. He skidded backward for a distance before finally coming to a halt. Just then, Kamba had arrived before him, charging headlong into him. With a thud, Kamba's body jolted and was unexpectedly sent flying backward. Shaking his head, Kamba was astonished that this fellow's head was so hard. The impact left his scalp tingling. Haha. Now this is entertaining. This is exhilarating. Kamba cackled wildly, his malevolent aura surging forth as it coalesced into two enormous, sinister claws that lunged at him. With a swift motion, Zhou Fei conjured a blade of energy, propelling himself towards Kamba with determination. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding impacts echoed, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds. As sparks erupted and the ground trembled beneath them. How formidable! That individual must also be a Saiyan. I never anticipated encountering such a powerful Saiyan here, aside from Broly. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement and vigor. Vegeta, with a contemplative gaze, scrutinized the sinister Saiyan radiating malevolence, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, a familiar voice reverberated from the void. Do exercise caution, for this Saiyan is the malevolent Kamba, whose dark essence can corrupt both body and soul. They recognized the voice belonged to Fu. On the battlefield, as the thick smoke dissipated, Kamba emerged, launching a punch towards Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei raised his hand, and a formidable force emanated from his being, forming a barrier that collided with his fist. With a resounding boom, it felt as though the entire space had momentarily solidified. Crack! The sound of shattering followed as energy surged wildly. Within this tempest of power, the two figures danced and intertwined, their formidable energies weaving together, creating a profound aura that flattened everything in the vicinity. With a roar, Kamba was sent reeling backward, crashing into a mountain peak before finally coming to a halt. The malevolent energy within him broke free from the shattered rocks, slowly emerging as he glared at Zhou Fei with a grotesque grin. "It has been an eternity since I encountered someone like you." He stretched his limbs, his entire being radiating dark energy that formed waves of power. The terrifying energy rippling through the space, distorting the very fabric of the environment. A torrent of overwhelming strength surged forth, and the palpable sense of pressure sent shivers through the hearts of Sun Wukong and his companions, while the sky darkened ominously. In a flash, Kamba unleashed his rage and transformed into a Super Saiyan, his form moving with astonishing speed until he appeared right before Zhou Fei, clenching his fist and preparing to strike. Zhou Fei let out a cold snort and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. With a slight motion of his hand, a formidable gravitational force emanated from him, momentarily halting Kamba's movement, causing his feet to sink deeply into the ground. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Zhou Fei struck Kamba's chest with a forceful palm. Kamba grimaced as he was sent flying, utterly defenseless against the blow. However, due to his robust physique, he sustained no significant damage from the attack. Regaining his composure, Kamba lifted his gaze just as Zhou Fei appeared before him, knee colliding with his abdominal muscles. In that instant, Kamba unexpectedly embraced Zhou Fei and charged forward, creating a thunderous impact that shattered the earth beneath them. As their fierce battle raged on, Trunks arrived on the scene. "Dad, Uncle Goku, and Little Wu. What brings you here?" he inquired. "It was that fellow named Fu who lured us here. I am uncertain of his intentions, but now that you are here, we must swiftly devise a plan to escape this treacherous place," Vegeta replied, his expression serious. "Fu? Could it be?" Suddenly, a purple figure flickered in his mind, as he vaguely recalled being rendered unconscious by a blade-like strike from that very figure. "All right, but Dad, who is Zhou Fei fighting?" Trunks asked with a hint of concern. "The malevolent energy emanating from that individual is profoundly unsettling," he added, observing the fierce clash in the distance. Vegeta then recounted the circumstances surrounding the wicked Saiyan, leaving Trunks marveling at the extraordinary events that had transpired during his captivity. Suddenly, an energy blast shot in from afar. Goku's reflexes were remarkably swift as he instantly appeared before Vegeta and Trunks, deflecting the energy with a swift motion. They turned to see that the source of the attack was none other than Cooler, Frieza's brother, causing them to furrow their brows. "Don't worry, Dad, Uncle Goku. Cooler is our ally," Trunks explained. Cooler crossed his arms and remarked, "Only a temporary alliance," as he directed his gaze toward the ongoing battle. A crimson glint sparked in his eyes. "Fu, you claimed that my brother's power has surpassed mine and that he has transformed into a golden form. As his brother, I shall demonstrate my own strength," he declared, gathering energy until a ferocious aura erupted, transforming him into his golden state. He raised his hand, conjuring a massive golden energy sphere and hurled it toward the fray. Both combatants halted momentarily and Kamba roared, unleashing a black energy wave that collided with the golden sphere, producing a cacophony of harsh friction. The ensuing explosion sent dust swirling into the air, and debris flew about as cracks appeared in the chains that bound the sky. In the shadows, Fu watched the spectacle with a hearty laugh, though his expression soured as his gaze fell upon Zhou Fei. He sensed that this individual possessed an extraordinary quality. Though he could not articulate it at the moment, he felt compelled to observe, for there might be an incredible energy to be gleaned from him. Meanwhile, after dismantling Cooler's energy sphere, Kamba delivered a crushing blow that sent Zhou Fei staggering backward. "Haha. This sensation is exhilarating. I crave more combat." Kamba cackled madly. Clapping his hands together, he gathered a colossal energy sphere, this time with an extraordinarily high energy density, causing the space around it to warp imperceptibly. "Die," he shouted. Zhou Fei's gaze sharpened as he unleashed the 100-fold King's fist, swiftly adopting a stance to release the ultimate Kamehameha. Two colossal energies collided, generating powerful waves of energy that surged forth, shattering the chains of the void with a resounding crack. Kamba's energy sphere was sent hurtling away. The tremendous energy wave engulfed him, resulting in a terrifying explosion. In an instant, a violent surge of energy erupted from the ground, overwhelming the earth beneath. The blinding radiance assaulted the visual senses of the onlookers. In the shadows, Fu laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. Excellent, excellent. Intensify it further. I require more energy to expedite my experiment. Just as he reveled in his amusement, an alarm blared, causing him to furrow his brow and glance at the screen, where a circle appeared, marking the location of the shattered chains. Damn it. I did not authorize you to escalate to this level. He rose abruptly and vanished. As the brilliance faded, Camber returned to his normal state, clutching his arm and panting heavily. Veins bulged on his forehead. Overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events, it was a humiliation. A second time suffering such severe damage after enduring great hurt in his previous battle against that wretch. This was unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. With a roar of fury, he gathered an irregular energy sphere in his hand and hurled it skyward. Damn it. Zhou Fei concentrated a small energy wave in his palm and aimed it at the erratic sphere, but it was too late. Camba's hair turned golden in an instant. His muscles surged, and his body rapidly expanded. The golden great ape form of Kamba emerged. Chapter 55. Kamba's defeat. Zamasu appears as his body grew larger. A terrifying sense of oppression washed over the onlookers. How magnificent! Is this creature truly one that can be defeated? Trunks swallowed hard, contemplating the formidable opponent before him. Zhou Fei, meanwhile, pressed his hand against his forehead, struggling to suppress the impulse to transform into a great ape. A sensation he had previously experienced in the God of Destruction S-Realm when he had transformed into Super Saiyan 4. After a few breaths, the urge to change subsided. Feel the fear, you insignificant beings. Kamba's tail swept through the air, stirring a tempest that sent debris flying. Crash. Son Goku and Vegeta were caught off guard and sent sprawling, while Kamba's massive hand reached for Zhou Fei. In that moment, several high-density energy blasts erupted from Kamba's arm, causing explosive detonations. Annoying insects. He unleashed an evil energy beam aimed directly at Gula. Whoosh. Gula narrowly dodged, the malevolent energy wave detonating into a molten pit below. Turning swiftly, he unleashed the energy wave towards Goku and the others. Buzz. Buzz. The two Saiyan youths transformed into Super Saiyan 2, simultaneously executing their ultimate techniques, the Kamehameha and Gallic Gun. The resulting explosion reverberated through the air, shaking the fabric of reality itself. The two Saiyan warriors were propelled into the mountains, crashing violently against the rocky terrain. Kamba brought his foot down towards them, but Zhou Fei appeared before him, unleashing an energy wave that struck Kamba squarely in the face, sending him stumbling back several meters, the ground trembling beneath them. I did not permit you to reach this extent. Fu materialized into view. Finally found you, Fuyu. Gula shouted, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards him. Fu smirked, slicing through the air with his weapon, creating a rift in space that absorbed all of Gula's energy blasts before he cleaved downward, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy from above. A thunderous roar erupted. Amidst the swirling smoke, Gula charged forth, only to find himself injured. Remarkable, Gula mused, his expression grave. How could he inflict such harm upon me? What was that energy just now? Having dealt with Gula, Fu turned his attention to the golden great ape, slashing the air with his blade, causing the irregular energy sphere to descend. With a leap, he shimmered with purple light. At the moment of landing, sparks of electricity erupted from the golden great ape, and in mere seconds, he reverted to his original form. As Kamba transformed back, he swung a punch. But Fuyu effortlessly evaded. Damn you, I will make you pay. Kamba bellowed, unleashing a surge of dark energy towards Fuyu. With a disdainful expression, Fuyu vanished, leaving only his voice to echo, you can fight amongst yourselves. Kamba, eyes filled with rage, roared at the heavens. At that moment, Zhou Fei suddenly materialized before him, delivering a punch that carved a deep trench into the ground beneath them, stabilizing his stance. Shaking off his slightly numb arm, Kamba thrust his foot forward, unleashing a surge of power that brought him face to face with Zhou Fei, detonating an energy wave at his chest. A tremendous explosion ensued, engulfing both combatants in blinding light. With the brilliance dazzling the battlefield, the ground continued to quake beneath them. This Kamba, even after recovering, possesses such formidable strength. What manner of monster is he? Son Goku was left speechless, fearing that this being surpassed even Broly. Vegeta wore a solemn expression, realizing the evil Saiyan had reached an unimaginable level of power, weighing the odds of defeating him in his deep blue transformation. He reluctantly acknowledged a bitter truth. Victory seemed unattainable. What in the world is happening? How could there be so many powerful beings? Lost in thought, he remained unaware that they were now amidst a multiverse, where individuals stronger than the two Saiyan youths were plentiful. Meanwhile, in his laboratory, you see that at the site before him, all his experimental facilities lay in ruins, the scene a desolate wasteland. Who could it be? He pondered angrily, realizing someone had dared to disrupt his endeavors. I will not let you go unpunished. He clenched his fist, masking his fury, though his voice dripped with malice. Fortunately, he understood the wisdom of preparing for the unexpected, and thus he had already made provisions for such a scenario. Fearing this very outcome, he faded away. On the battlefield, amid the smoke, two figures materialized, none other than Zhou Fei and Kamba. Zhou Fei, in truth, did not sustain any grievous injuries. However, Kamba's condition was markedly different. A vivid crimson gash marred his arm. How did this wound come to be? It stemmed from the moment of the preceding explosion. When Zhou Fei harnessed the force of gravity to create a sphere-like entity that ensnared the explosive energy, striking him and causing the injury. Remarkably, Kamba's defenses were formidable. Despite being assaulted by the combined power of his own energy and Zhou Fei's gravitational force, he merely bore a wound upon his arm. Had it been another warrior, they might have been rendered utterly incapacitated. Who are you, that you can contend with me? Kamba inquired, his gaze fixed upon Zhou Fei. Did you not already discern this? Zhou Fei replied, it is merely that our paths diverge. Zhou Fei's expression remained remarkably calm. How wonderful. It has been far too long since I encountered someone of your ilk. I suspect you have yet to reveal your true prowess. Come now. Let us engage in a battle to the bitter end. His final words erupted from him like a frantic roar. A resounding hum filled the air as a formidable and malevolent aura surged forth from him, darkening the sky once more and causing the earth to tremble beneath. Aha! He transformed into the malevolent Super Saiyan form, launching a fist toward Zhou Fei. In an instant, Zhou Fei raised his hands, deflecting the onslaught of turbulent energy that surged forth. In this Super Saiyan form, Kamba's ferocious power had escalated several tiers compared to before, inflicting a painful ache in Zhou Fei's arm. Truly, he deserved the title of the evil Saiyan King. Since you wish to witness, open your eyes wide and behold the might of the Saiyans today. Instantly, he transcended into the divine realm, a sacred aura enveloping Kamba's wickedness. Kamba suddenly retreated a short distance, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, feeling the very blood in his veins boil with anticipation for such a confrontation. Although he sensed his opponent's energy, he could perceive a qualitative change from before. The two stood opposed, their energies compressing against one another, causing the air around them to vibrate violently, resulting in a rapid drop in atmospheric pressure. The ground, unable to withstand such immense force, began to fracture, with magma erupting from below. What had once been a gloomy sky transformed into a tempest of dark clouds, crackling with thunder. Boom! Lightning bolts descended like serpents from the heavens, striking the ground, leaving it scorched and blackened, a vivid tableau of an apocalypse. Amidst their standoff, two figures materialized near Sun Wukong and his companions. You? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing them. How is this possible? How can there be both my father and Uncle Wukong? Noticing Trunks' incredulous expression, Shao explained that they were from the Time Patrol. Trunks nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, relieved as long as they were not adversaries. This place is on the verge of destruction. We must leave, Sun Wukong urged. But Zhou Fei is still fighting. Sun Wukong replied. Hey, look over there. Vegeta nudged Kakarot with his arm. Sun Wukong turned to Vegeta, eyes widening in shock as he beheld the unexpected sight. Super Saiyan 4? How is this possible? Beyond them, there were other Saiyans capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Wait, something seemed amiss. The version of that Saiyan he recognized from another parallel timeline indicated that Saiyans there had two evolutionary paths. Although filled with questions, he understood that this was not the time for speculation, as the magma's eruption from below accelerated dangerously. Stop dawdling. We must hurry. With that, he used instant transmission to whisk Vegeta away. Sun Wukong glanced back at Zhou Fei, gritting his teeth. You must return safely, Zhou Fei. He instructed them to place their hands on his shoulders, and with another instant transmission, they vanished. Zzzzz. The flames of their energies clashed in the void, igniting sparks in their wake. A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhou Fei's eyes as he launched the first strike, swiftly closing the distance between the two. With a thunderous impact, their fists collided mid-air, unleashing a dazzling and furious light, while a surge of power stirred the surrounding magma, scattering it as if it were mere dust. A sharp crack resonated, and the void before them fractured like glass, the fissures widening and shattering, releasing a terrifying energy. It seemed there was no time for hesitation. Muttering to himself, he clenched his fists tightly, evenly distributing his energy into them. Sensing Zhou Fei's movements, Kamba realized he was about to unleash his ultimate technique, which suited him perfectly. With a resounding roar, he summoned all his malevolent energy, coalescing it into an unparalleled sphere of dread, potent enough to obliterate an entire universe, ample for dealing with his adversary. Die, he bellowed, hurling the energy sphere forward as Zhou Fei simultaneously executed his own formidable move. With a powerful swing of his fists, two thunderous dragon roars erupted from his palms, and an overwhelming energy materialized into two colossal golden dragons in midair. The two forces collided with cataclysmic intensity, generating a fearsome energy whirlwind that soared towards the heavens. The explosive force shattered the very fabric of the prison planet's space. Amidst the terrifying explosion, a barely perceptible sound of agony echoed. Moments later, the ground lay in ruins, littered with crystalline shards. Kamba lay motionless on the ground, drenched in blood. Zhou Fei is relatively well. He was merely injured by the shockwave of the explosion, leaving his internal organs in considerable pain. It is truly remarkable that he survived such a powerful blast unscathed. Zhou Fei shook his head, poised to advance and eliminate him when, unexpectedly, a rift materialized above him. Unlike other void rifts, this one revealed several figures emerging from within. Among them, one silhouette stepped forth first, clad in tattered garments, a one-eyed man, Zamasu. Zhou Fei's pupils slightly constricted as the realization dawned upon him. How could he have forgotten this detail? Indeed, Zamasu was among them. It has been a long time, Saiyan. This time, I greet you, but next, it shall be your extinction, he declared. Gesturing as Kamba slowly ascended into the air, Zhou Fei raised his hand, preparing to launch an attack, but in an instant, his body froze. He understood that Hertz had employed gravity to bind him. He utilized a healing technique to mend his injuries, and with a surge of energy, he broke free from the gravitational restraint, momentarily surprising Hertz, who lurked in the shadows. However, Hertz promptly snapped his fingers, and in an instant, a square gravitational barrier enveloped him, rendering Zhou Fei utterly immobile, unable to even twitch a finger. Zamasu, accompanied by Kamba, retreated into the shadowy rift. TCH, he scoffed, vanishing with a teleportation. Mere seconds after his disappearance, the prison planet erupted in a colossal explosion, disintegrating into cosmic dust. Chapter 56, The Evil Intent of the Demon. The arrival of Golden Metal Gula in the realm of destruction, Sun Wukong and his companions materialized. Sun Wukong, who was conversing with Whis, paused. Now that you have returned, we too must return to report the situation. I hope we have the chance to meet again, Sun Wukong remarked, nodding at Sun Wukong's group, preparing to teleport away. However, Whis interjected, return and inform the Supreme Kai of Time to expedite the restoration of time. Otherwise, when Lord Beerus learns of this, she might face dire consequences. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback but nodded in understanding before vanishing. Whis, could you do me a favor and search for Zhou Fei? He was still engaged in battle with someone before the explosion of Golden Universe, which is why he could not return with us, Sun Wukong implored. Whis pondered for a moment and replied, first, recount the events you experienced in that prison. Before Sun Wukong could speak, Vegeta stepped forward to narrate the account, primarily to ensure that Kakarot conveyed the matter clearly. Minutes later, Whis nodded. It seems that a being named Fuyu is manipulating time. If this is the case, as deities, we must not act recklessly, he mused. Observing Whis' silence, Sun Wukong longed to say something, but Vegeta halted him, thinking, can he see that Whis is deep in thought? How can Kakarot be so oblivious? Meanwhile, in another realm, amidst a sky filled with bizarre, colorful entities, a figure suddenly appeared. Zhou Fei surveyed his surroundings with a sense of bewilderment. Everything here felt utterly foreign and evoked a profound sense of aversion. Where on earth have I ended up? On the prison planet, he had utilized teleportation without any particular destination in mind, merely wandering aimlessly, thus leaving him momentarily unaware of his current locale. Just as he pondered his predicament, a sudden energy blast struck from behind him. Zhou Fei appeared oblivious, standing dazed in place, while a shadow lurking in the darkness reveled in delight. The energy projectile struck Zhou Fei as he had wished. Just when he believed he had severely injured his opponent, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear, causing his hair to stand on end, prompting him to retreat hastily. How could you be unscathed? It's impossible. He felt an overwhelming astonishment, for according to his calculations, his attack should have undoubtedly found its mark. Zhou Fei gazed at the individual before him, and he began to comprehend the nature of his surroundings. Dr. W. Or perhaps it would be more fitting to address you as Dr. Willow. Dr. Willow's pupils constricted. Had his identity been unveiled? Surely not, for he had concealed it so adeptly. Yet, even if his true self were to be uncovered, what of it? He had meticulously prepared for every eventuality. As Zhou Fei raised his hand to grasp him, in that fleeting moment, Dr. Willow sensed the imminent threat of death and immediately shouted, "Evil thought wave." No sooner had his words left his lips than a figure enveloped in malevolence surged forth from the distance, colliding with Zhou Fei and sending him hurtling thousands of meters away. Evil Thought Wave, eliminate him. Only then will you achieve a more formidable evolution, commanded Dr. Willow. Chirp chirp, roar. The Evil Thought Wave emitted a bizarre cry, its entire being erupting with a fierce aura, darting towards Zhou Fei like a bolt of lightning. With a resounding thud, Zhou Fei was caught unawares and struck with such force that he was smashed into an array of indistinguishable objects. Boom. The unknown heap of debris burst forth in a dazzling display of light, swiftly transforming into fine powder. The ability to evolve to such an extent through resentment and data was remarkable, albeit still insufficient. Let us proceed with further experimentation. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he instantly entered a transcendent state. Sensing the shift in his opponent, the Evil Thought Wave let out a low growl and stepped forward, seemingly traversing the very fabric of space, reaching Zhou Fei in the blink of an eye. The two adversaries clenched their fists against one another, and a thunderous roar reverberated through the air as a tremendous wave of energy erupted from their collision, creating a colossal tempest of power. After their initial clash, they vanished instantaneously, leaving behind a series of muffled echoes in the void. Evil Thought Wave, you possess even greater potential in your evolved state. Defeat him. Dr. Willow bellowed. Chirp chirp. Both combatants flickered into visibility simultaneously, the Evil Thought Wave thumping its chest and rapidly amplifying its malevolent energy. From within the shadows, a pair of crimson eyes materialized in the void. The one possessing the transcendent state is not from the Temporal Patrol. Who is this individual? He recalled that within the ranks of the Temporal Patrol, there was one endowed with divine power. Divine power and the transcendent state are not synonymous. Divine power signifies a quantitative enhancement, whereas the transcendent state denotes a qualitative transformation. It is akin to an ordinary person who, upon attaining the transcendent state, can rival a deity, whereas one who possesses divine power may not necessarily measure up to a god. I must closely observe this individual. My plans cannot afford to falter. With that, the crimson eyes vanished. Bang! The ground trembled. Zhou Fei delivered a powerful and forceful punch, forcefully driving the malevolent wave into the ground, creating a humanoid crater. He soon stood up, his body writhing as if he had not sustained any significant injury. The malevolent wave displayed an expression of intense fury, and the dark energy surrounding it surged wildly. Buzz! A multitude of dark energy orbs coalesced around him. With a piercing cry, he surged forward alongside the energy orbs towards Zhou Fei. Whoosh! The energy orbs reached their target first. Yet Zhou Fei nimbly evaded them with a graceful flicker of his form, as a series of explosive sounds reverberated through the void. The sinister wave of thoughts, upon reaching him, did not initiate an assault but rather disintegrated and vanished into nothingness. Zhou Fei, possessing both exceptional talent and audacity, navigated his surroundings with his eyes closed, attuning himself to the ambient conditions. The surrounding space experienced a subtle fluctuation, prompting him to swiftly pivot and unleash a wave of energy. This energy wave detonated in the distance. In that fleeting moment, a foot magnified within his pupils, and with a resounding thud, a powerful kick halted midair, as if it had collided with an unyielding object, producing a dull reverberation. Suddenly, the entity known as Evil Thought seemed to be yanked by an unseen force, plummeting from the void. Gravity Fist. The instant he touched down, Zhou Fei's fist struck his abdomen. In that moment, Evil Thought felt as though his body was on the verge of being torn asunder, emitting a harrowing wail of agony. Subsequently, he seized Zhou Fei's arm, exerting immense gravitational force, resulting in a sickening crack as his entire arm was forcibly wrenched off. His cries intensified, echoing with greater anguish. Observing the scene, Dr. Willow shook his head in disbelief. His greatest creation was utterly bested by the opponent. This must be an illusion, surely. He retreated cautiously, but at that instant, he seemed to collide with something. Turning to glance back, he beheld a figure clad in metal, their gaze icy and radiating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Step aside. The voice was chillingly devoid of emotion. Instinctively, Dr. Willow complied, and in that brief moment of yielding, the figure vanished from his sight. Your power is indeed formidable, yet you are merely a mindless monstrosity. Zhou Fei raised his hand, and energy coalesced into a sphere, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction that could obliterate malevolent thoughts with a single strike. Just as he was poised to unleash his power, an enormous leg materialized out of thin air. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Fei swiftly released his grip, crossing his arms to shield himself from the incoming kick. He skidded along the ground for nearly 1,000 meters before coming to a halt. Are you the metal golem? Zhou Fei gazed upon the metallic figure, resplendent in its gleaming armor. You should feel a sense of pride, Saiyan. After your transformation, you are my inaugural adversary, Metal Gula stated in a tone devoid of emotion. Zhou Fei shrugged, his expression one of indifference. Buzz, allow me to demonstrate what true power entails. Before him, Gula clenched his fists, a faint golden light emanating from his entire being. As his voice resonated, the golden radiance intensified. In just a few breaths, the brilliance faded. The metallic Gula donned his second set of golden armor. With a swift motion, he launched a colossal golden energy sphere towards Zhou Fei. At such close range, the overwhelming pressure fractured the ground, causing numerous cracks to form, with some clods of earth even defying gravity. Zhou Fei's gaze sharpened, recognizing the formidable energy at hand. He assumed a stance and shouted, 30-fold super gravity ultimate magic piercing flash turtle wave. Buzz. Whoosh. At the moment of collision between the gravity-infused energy beam and the golden energy projectile, an unparalleled tempest of aura surged forth, spreading outward and annihilating everything in its path with an unstoppable force. The vast, boundless expanse of hell trembled as if on the verge of collapse. Chapter 57, Becoming a Member of the Time-Space Patrol, First Mission. ZZZZZ. The terrifying energy roared like an ancient beast. Buzz. Buzz. Both combatants intensified their energy output. The horrifying energy generated by their clash continued to compress. Crack. After a few breaths, a sound of rupture echoed. A pitch-black fissure appeared at the epicenter of the energy collision. This is bad. Zhou Fei immediately ceased his energy output, however. The inky black fissure appeared as if it had long been deprived of delectable sustenance, voraciously consuming the energy of both individuals. After devouring all their vitality, its size inexplicably expanded, and in a flash, it engulfed them entirely. The ominous waves of malevolence seemed startled and retreated into the distance. A low hum resonated as the dark chasm gradually transformed into a colossal vortex, drawing everything in its vicinity into its depths. Within mere moments, the realm of torment lost its vibrant hues, plunging into a static state of monochrome. Hey, wake up. A melodious female voice penetrated Zhou Fei's consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes, met by a blinding radiance. Had I not been consumed by the fissure? Where am I? Rubbing his eyes, he rose to his feet. Are you all right? The female voice echoed once more. As Zhou Fei turned his head, he caught sight of a girl whose features appeared to be delicately sculpted, as if chiseled from jade. This young woman seemed familiar to him, as though he had encountered her before. While Zhou Fei pondered this, she spoke again, inquiring, Are you mute? And how did you arrive in the realm of time? Zhou Fei's eyes sparkled as he recognized the deity of time, the supreme Kai of time, whose name was Cain. However, he was puzzled about how he had arrived in this realm. He recalled being engulfed by a rift, feeling a whirlwind of chaos before losing consciousness. Could it be that he was truly mute? No, I must investigate the origins of this entity. Just as he was about to turn away, Zhou Fei hurriedly spoke up, Esteemed Supreme Kai of Time, I am Zhou Fei, a scion from an alternate parallel universe. I am uncertain how I ended up here. Oh, so you can speak. I thought you were mute, Cain replied with a haughty demeanor, hands on her hips. Wait, you say you hail from another parallel universe. That shouldn't be possible, she mused, sizing up Zhou Fei while pondering the implications. To traverse time and space, one must possess a time ring, yet she noticed no such artifact on him. Suddenly, a vibration rippled through the void, and a vortex began to take shape, from which a figure emerged. I pay my respects to the great Supreme Kai. Cain immediately knelt on one knee in greeting. Zhou Fei merely greeted the Grand Priest with a simple hello, and made no further movements. However, the Grand Priest seemed unfazed. It has been quite a while, Cain. The god of time, his calm voice resonated. Cain nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it has been several million years since I last encountered you, esteemed Grand Priest. A warm smile graced the Grand Priest's face. I have come not for any other reason but to discuss the scion beside you. He hails from our universe. The Grand Priest's intention piqued Cain's curiosity. Given the recent series of events, I trust you are somewhat informed. We deities find ourselves unable to intervene. Hence I thought of a particular individual. With a sidelong glance at Zhou Fei, Cain pondered. Indeed, to address this incident, let us enlist Zhou Fei as a member of the Time Patrol. Zhou Fei pointed to himself, incredulous at the idea of being inducted into the Time Patrol. What a jest! What is the High Priest attempting to achieve? Your Excellency, surely this is not appropriate. It contravenes the regulations of time and space. Cain's face was a portrait of perplexity. The High Priest offered a faint smile. Fear not, for the Omni King is already aware. This is a special authorization from him. Cain gasped inwardly, astonished that this matter had received the Omni King's explicit approval. Who exactly is this human named Zhou Fei? I have conveyed my message, the High Priest continued. As for what comes next, that is for you, the King of Time, to decide. Zhou Fei looks forward to our next encounter. With that, a swirling vortex enveloped him, and he vanished. Cain remained bewildered. If the sole intention was to recruit Zhou Fei into the Time Patrol, The high priest need not have gone to such lengths to seek her out. Was there some underlying circumstance she was unaware of? After pondering for a mere few breaths, she decided to set aside her musings. Such matters were not her forte. Better to focus on her own domain. She turned to Zhou Fei. Since this is a special authorization from the Omni King and personally communicated by the high priest, your identity must pose no significant issues. With a snap of her fingers, Zhou Fei's entire attire transformed, adopting a black and red color scheme, adorned with the insignia of the Time Patrol on his sleeves. Zhou Fei felt a profound sense of bewilderment. After all, he had consented to join the Time Patrol, yet these deities seemed to converse as if he were not present. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Having arrived, he might as well indulge in this experience. Great Lord of the Time Realm, he inquired, what is my current task? At that moment, Kaio-ken produced a scroll from seemingly nowhere, unfurling it to reveal a peculiar energy emanating from its surface. This is the time scroll, she explained. With this, you can temporarily return to your parallel universe. Zhou Fei took the scroll and placed it upon himself, after which Kaio-ken produced another scroll. However, this scroll emanated a malevolent energy in stark contrast to the previous one. This was an infected time scroll containing the annals of history. Your foremost task now is to restore the past contained within this scroll to its rightful state, enabling you to return and assist the people of your world in vanquishing those wicked individuals who dare to alter the fabric of the universe. Zhou Fei nodded as he took the scroll, which emanated a radiant light that enveloped him. As the light faded, Zhou Fei vanished, and the scroll fell to the ground. Kaio-ken picked up the scroll, murmuring to himself, I must hasten my pace. If the two realms collide, who knows what dreadful occurrences may ensue. With that, he made his way toward the Temple of Time. A flash of light enveloped Zhou Fei, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself beneath a tranquil blue sky dotted with clouds. Indeed, he was on Earth. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming the familiar environment. Suddenly, he looked up to see familiar figures soaring through the sky: Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, and other Z warriors. Could this be the timeline he sensed? As his aura spread, the Z warriors froze mid-flight, their expressions revealing shock. Yet, after a brief moment, they resumed their journey, oblivious to the source of their disturbance. Zhou Fei exhaled. It was indeed the time of Cell. What could transpire during this period? Perhaps it was best to follow along. In an instant, he vanished. Chapter 58, The Malevolent Cell. You seem quite pleased at the Cell Games arena. The Z warriors descended, leaving Satan and his companions astounded by their display of power. Satan, in disbelief, declared this to be a new form of magic and illusion. The reporters, captivated by Satan's reputation as Earth's strongest, accepted his explanation without question. Cell opened his eyes, casting his gaze towards Sun Wukong. Moments later, Satan's disciples took the stage for a comedic performance, followed by Satan himself, the champion. Fortunately, Cell harbored no murderous intent. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated dramatically. Then, Sun Wukong stepped onto the stage. Concealed atop a massive rock, Zhou Fei observed the unfolding battle in silence. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong charged at Cell. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, culminating in a feint that sent Cell flying. The reporters cheered, believing Cell had been defeated. However, to their dismay, Cell soared back into the air. The reporters, stunned, turned to Satan for an explanation, only to find him equally astonished. Regaining his composure, Satan coughed lightly, suggesting that it was indeed some sort of illusion, as they were all characters seeking attention. The reporters, enlightened, relayed Satan's words to the camera. After several minutes, both Sun Wukong and Cell retreated, their auras unchanged as they faced each other, while a rift appeared in the distant void. Is this the place? A slender woman and a robust man emerged. The woman nodded and produced a sphere, tossing it into the distance. With a hum, the sphere vanished. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong began to gather energy, prompting Cell to smile as his companions looked on with grave expressions. In mere seconds, the energy surged, creating a massive dust cloud that sent ordinary bystanders flying. While everyone marveled at Sun Wukong's power, only his son remained calm, seemingly unfazed by his father's might. Cell, invigorated, regarded Sun Wukong, who radiated a golden, legendary aura. Cell too unleashed a formidable energy, rivaling Sun Wukong's, perhaps even surpassing it. At that moment, the sky darkened as tendrils of malevolent energy seeped into Cell. Sun Wukong's expression tightened, and his companions sensed the shift in atmosphere, their faces reflecting concern. Concealed, Zhou Fei's gaze fixed on Cell. The moment had arrived. Cell's eyes glowed red with malice. I will kill you, Sun Wukong. In a flash, the two figures blurred, creating afterimages that flickered between the arena and the sky. Waves of energy swept the warriors off their feet, while the comedic champion Satan was blown away, lost to the chaos. With a resounding crash, they collided with the ground, leaving a deep crater. How could this be? The spectators gasped at Sun Wukong's injury. Wiping the blood from his lips, he locked eyes with Cell. You've become quite formidable, impressive indeed. Rising to his feet, he barely had a moment before Cell appeared before him, delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. Ugh! Sun Wukong howled in pain, as Cell retracted his fist. Sun Wukong fell to one knee, grasping Cell's hair, his eyes burning with intensity as he unleashed an energy wave. Boom! Dense smoke enveloped the arena. Father! Uncle Wukong! Sun Gohan and the others cried out in desperation. Moments later, Sun Wukong burst forth from the smoke, leaping backward and spitting blood. Cell emerged from the haze, his malevolence surging as he charged at Sun Wukong with reckless abandon. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. It seemed Cell had lost his sanity. He immediately unleashed the Kamehameha wave, engulfing Cell in its energy. Just when everyone believed victory was assured, Cell emerged unscathed, his palm poised dangerously close to Sun Wukong as he prepared to retaliate. Boom! The energy erupted, illuminating the arena. Suddenly, Sun Wukong reappeared, the dust settling to reveal a devastated battleground. Breathing heavily, he wiped the blood from his forehead. Father, be careful! Sun Gohan shouted, but Sun Wukong's eyes widened as a dull thud echoed, sending him hurtling through the air. With a thunderous crash, he shattered a massive boulder. Suddenly, Cell raised a hand, unleashing a blast of energy into the rubble, creating a blinding explosion. Ha! Cell laughed maniacally, his malevolent energy surging once more. Then, clutching his head, he began to scream in agony. In an instant, the surroundings darkened. What is happening? Tian's expression grew grave as he perceived the ominous energy through his third eye. What kind of aura could be so wicked? Krillin felt his heart racing, the oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily upon him, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Vegeta and his son, sensing the peril, transformed into their Super Saiyan forms. At such a critical moment, they could not afford to remain powerless. Just then, a figure with golden hair appeared, seizing Cell's tail and hurling him away. What on earth is happening? Who is this person? Everyone was perplexed. But when they beheld that this individual possessed a tail, astonishment swept over them. Could it truly be a Saiyan? Emerging fiercely from the rubble, Cell glared menacingly at Zhou Fei and, with a thunderous roar, charged forward with great speed. Zhou Fei shook his head and, raising a hand, exerted a formidable gravitational force that pinned Cell to the ground. After casting a faint glance at him, he turned to gaze into the distance. Concealed within the void, a man and a woman were engaged in lively conversation when suddenly, a chilling voice echoed. You seem quite pleased with yourselves. Startled, the two exchanged glances, yet found no trace of anyone nearby. However, as their eyes turned towards the distant arena, they noticed Cell struggling frantically on the ground, while above him, a young man regarded them with a smile, albeit his gaze was exceedingly cold. The man and woman exchanged looks, and in an instant, one appeared from the void. Who are you? The enchanting woman inquired, her eyes scrutinizing Zhou Fei. Suddenly, she spotted the insignia on his arm. Ah, you are from the Time Patrol. I never imagined you would come here. What a twist of fate. Her tone turned ominous. I also did not expect to encounter you two. What is the matter? Couldn't T make it in the demon realm, so you've come to wreak havoc in another dimension? Tawa, Mira. I advise you to mind your own business and return whence you came. Otherwise, this place shall become your grave. Tawa replied. Zhou Fei curled his lips, his figure swaying as he instantaneously appeared before her, delivering a powerful strike. Bang! However, at that very moment, Mira beside her intercepted Zhou Fei's blow. The formidable shockwave radiated outward, propelling Mira backward for several dozen meters before he finally came to a halt, having exerted half his strength to do so. He gazed at his opponent in astonishment, pondering the source of such formidable prowess. He was well aware of the capabilities of the Time Patrol team. Yet this individual's strength seemed to surpass theirs by several magnitudes. Chapter 59, Completing the Mission, vs. Hertz's abilities are indeed quite impressive. Now, tell me, what brings you here? Zhou Fei regarded the two individuals with an expressionless gaze. Tova raised an eyebrow and scoffed, from what you're implying. Do you truly believe you can defeat us? Zhou Fei shrugged, and in an instant, a fleeting shadow appeared as Mira darted away like a startled rabbit. With a resounding thud, a deep explosion reverberated, shattering several massive boulders nearby. Threads of electric light emanated from the point where the two figures were locked in a standoff. Zhou Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, unleashing an explosive force that sent him hurtling away. Mira, taken aback, realized that even with 80 of his strength, he was still no match for this individual. You certainly are quite protective of your master, Zhou Fei scoffed. raising a hand to envelop Mira in an overwhelming gravitational field. His body leaned forward, plummeting like a meteor, crashing into the ground with a thunderous roar and creating a deep pit several dozen meters wide. At that moment, Tova seized the opportunity, waving her wand as a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from the sky, striking Zhou Fei with pinpoint accuracy. Observing Zhou Fei ensnared in the formidable lightning, she let out a cold snort, accompanied by a faint smile. Those who dare to oppose our demon realm shall not meet a good end. Below, the Z warriors wore expressions of utter bewilderment, questioning the unfolding situation. While they could not fully comprehend the specifics, one thing was certain: this woman, alongside the earlier man, were indeed villains. Exchanging glances, they charged towards Tova and Mira, while Gohan made his way towards his father. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupted, dispersing the barrel-thick lightning, and Zhou Fei emerged unscathed. He stretched his limbs and addressed the Z warriors. This does not concern you. His primary mission was to restore the history of his timeline. Any interference from them would be detrimental. Concentrating, he formed two energy spheres, propelling them in opposite directions, one towards Tova and the other towards Mira. The energy density within these spheres was extraordinarily high. The Z warriors felt a chilling sense of impending doom emanating from the two energy orbs, prompting them to recoil in fear. Tova once more waved her wand, summoning a small whirlwind that collided with the energy blasts, creating sparks of light. Suddenly, Tova felt an immense weight pressing down upon her, as if 1,000 pounds bore down on her being, causing her heart to race with alarm. However, the wand in her hand glowed, alleviating the gravitational force upon her. She quickly retreated, yet her hands remained busy, as a crimson aura emanated from the wand, drifting towards Mira, who was ensnared by the gravity. Zhou Fei let out a cold snort, his hand transformed into a claw as he reached for the wand. Thus far, he had not encountered any dark Dragon Balls or any other items of significance. The sole object of interest was the wand in Tova's possession. Therefore, acquiring this wand would signify the completion of his mission. Boom! A crimson beam of light shot up from the deep pit, and Mira emerged, moving like a streak of light. What astonishing speed! The Z warriors were taken aback, unable to perceive each other's velocities with their eyes. Even when attempting to sense the energy, they could only discern fleeting shadows. Zhou Fei's movements remained unrelenting as he delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the shimmering light merely quivered, while a pair of hands seized Zhou Fei's foot. An immense force emanated from those hands, and with a sudden tug, he was flung towards the distant rubble. Mid-flight, however, Zhou Fei abruptly halted, a cascade of troubles looming ahead. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Just as he prepared to take action, the wand in Tova's grasp radiated the same crimson aura as before, enveloping Mira and Tova, causing them to vanish into thin air. Zhou Fei furrowed his brow in confusion. What is this? Has it ended so soon? Does this mean I have accomplished my task? As he pondered, a radiant light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. In the instant of Zhou Fei's disappearance, the entire space seemed to freeze, only resuming its normal flow after several seconds. The Z fighters were momentarily taken aback. Once they regained their composure, they began to search for the figure of Sun Wukong, recalling how he had been struck away by Cell moments earlier. In the realm of the Time God, the Kaio-ken of Time paused in his organization of scrolls. A portal resembling a luminous gate appeared, and Zhou Fei stepped through it. To his surprise, the task had been completed so swiftly. Kaio-ken of Time, Kain, ceased his actions and remarked. Zhou Fei nodded. Kain produced a scroll, which now bore no traces of malevolence. Yet, an inexplicable strangeness lingered in the air. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an uncanny sense of unease regarding the situation. After all, Tawa and Mira had merely imbued Shala with a semblance of wickedness, without committing any truly grave transgressions, save for that wand. He shook his head slightly, realizing that no further clarity could be gleaned at this moment. He would have to wait for future revelations. What troubles you? Kain inquired. Zhou Fei shook his head, realizing that voicing uncertainties would serve no purpose. It was better to remain silent. Very well, since the task has been accomplished, you may return to your universe for now. You will be notified when there are further assignments. With that, he resumed organizing the scrolls. Zhou Fei felt a sense of bewilderment, pondering how he would return. Just as he was about to voice his query, his shoulder insignia formed a vortex that drew him in. Kain smiled and shook his head. On Earth, in the 7th universe, the sound of thunderous explosions echoed ceaselessly, revealing a city ravaged and in ruins. Swift figures flickered through the air. Short Flute and No. 17 utilized light waves to block the path, while Kamen and the Orion siblings merged once more into Kamen Orion. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong found himself firmly pressed to the ground by Hertz's overwhelming gravitational force. At that moment, The seed of the universe emitted a crimson glow. Hertz removed his coat without uttering a word and unleashed a formidable aura, causing Sun Wukong and his companions to change their expressions dramatically. Aha! Sun Wukong, undeterred, surged towards Hertz with a burst of energy, and the two engaged in a rapid exchange of ordinary punches to warm up. As their battle intensified, a radiant beam of holy light suddenly erupted from the sky, revealing Zhou Fei's figure. "You finally returned," Sun Wukong exclaimed with great joy. However, before he could finish his sentence, a fist sent him flying. Still distracted? The intensely charged Hertz, seething with rage, perceived this as a slight against him. He turned to Zhou Fei, scrutinizing him thoroughly, only to furrow his brow in surprise. His mind-reading abilities were ineffective against him. Intriguing. With a swift motion, Hertz gestured towards Zhou Fei, who was still assessing the situation, and he instantly felt an unseen force pulling him in. Zhou Fei let out a cold snort and, fueled by rage, broke free from the gravitational pull. In that fleeting moment of liberation, Hertz appeared before him. With a powerful strike, he unleashed the gravity fist. His hands were enveloped in peculiar cubes that spun rapidly, allowing him to deliver swift and forceful punches. Zhou Fei evaded with the agility of a rhythm maestro, each powerful punch creating a gust that narrowly missed its target. With every strike upon the ground, a crater was formed, illustrating the sheer force behind it. Suddenly, Hertz's pupils dilated in shock, his entire body seized as an overwhelming wave of agony coursed through him. Zhou Fei's iron fist had forcefully embedded itself into his 8-pack abs. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring thousands of miles away, obliterating numerous structures in his wake. The next moment, Zhou Fei vanished from his original position, but shortly after, a colossal elliptical energy shield with a radius of 1,000 miles materialized in the direction he had flown. Whoosh! Whoosh! A violet figure and a golden figure burst forth from the energy shield. Hertz, with an expression of indifference and an air of arrogance, dusted off his attire. "Your strength is indeed commendable, yet it pales in comparison to mine. Should you choose to serve under me, I could elevate you further. What do you say?" He grinned at Zhou Fei. Sigh. Zhou Fei wore an expression of disbelief. He was baffled by this man's thought process. To think he could eliminate the Omni King was a testament to his fantastical imagination. Did he truly believe that one could simply vanquish such a supreme entity? With a system at his disposal, he might even surpass the Omni King himself. Serving under Hertz would be a monumental loss. What a fool he was. Seeing that Zhou Fei remained unmoved, Hertz shrugged and tousled his stylish hair. "Refusing a toast only to drink a penalty, then do not blame me. Prepare to be annihilated along with this universe." He swiftly flew to the forefront of the cosmos, conjuring numerous gravitational cubes of varying sizes to envelop the essence of the universe, compressing it into a minuscule sphere. Grasping this small orb, his body was rapidly encased in cubes, gradually coalescing into a massive golden cube. At the center of this immense structure lay a sphere radiating with a spectrum of colors. A magnified version of the small orb. Zamasu and Kaminari stood in the way of everyone. Chapter 60, The God Slayer Hertz, Super Saiyan Form. Kaminari charged towards the Z warriors like a brute. Whoosh! Whoosh! Android 17 and Piccolo lunged at Kaminari once more, while Trunks and his father rushed towards Zamasu. Before long, Son Goku joined the fray on Zamasu's side. "You will all perish." Kaminari cackled maniacally. His energy surged rapidly and centered around himself. He unleashed a colossal energy wave that instantaneously engulfed Piccolo, Android 17, Trunks, Vegeta, Son Goku, and even Zamasu. In his frenzy, Kaminari showed no mercy to his own allies. The deafening explosion reverberated across the heavens. Son Goku and the others were hurled away by the blast. Zamasu, possessing immortality, emerged unscathed from the explosion. Glaring at Kaminari with irritation. "Were it not for my plans, that wretched mortal would have perished long ago. Behold, this is the might of Kaminari. I am the strongest." He laughed maniacally. "The strongest? Is this truly your limit? Can you show me something greater?" A calm voice echoed in his ears, and as he looked down, he saw an energy blade piercing through his body as a hand slowly withdrew, unleashing a burst of energy. Kaminari was torn apart, his fragments scattering everywhere. "Human!" Zamasu unleashed an energy blast that sent Vegeta and his son flying, then swiftly appeared before Zhou Fei, delivering a kick. Bang! Zhou Fei raised his hand to block, and shockwaves rippled outward. Instantly, Zamasu retaliated with a horizontal energy blade. Clash! Zhou Fei countered him with the same technique, the air blade sparking with fierce intensity. "One must admit, your persistence is remarkable. Do you truly believe that Hertz and the Cosmic Seed can vanquish the Omni King? Regardless of the outcome. As long as humanity can be eradicated, that is all that matters." Zamasu's expression was one of grotesque fury. Buzz. Two beams of holy light descended from the heavens, revealing figures shrouded in red and purple. "It is you," exclaimed Zamasu. The 11th universe and the 6th universe, truly grasping at straws. His gaze was icy as he addressed Jiren. "What brings you here?" Sun Wukong questioned in confusion. "I have received the command from the Supreme Kai to eliminate you lot." "Hence my arrival," Jiren replied coldly. "You foolish humans, seeking your own demise." Just as he prepared to strike, a golden cube behind him emitted waves of colorful energy, sweeping everyone off their feet. "Ha! Come forth. I can hardly wait," Zamasu declared with glee. The golden cube began to crack, and with a resounding snap, shards flew everywhere. In mere moments, Hertz emerged, having changed his appearance. Zhou Fei sighed in exasperation. Was there truly no other color? Why another golden form? With a surge of power, Hertz's expression resembled one in the throes of defecation, as spines sprouted from his back, and 12 green orbs materialized, marking his transformation into the Sage of Six Paths. The explosive aura spread, gradually darkening the sky and lowering the temperature of the earth. After completing his transformation, Hertz glanced at Zamasu from the corner of his eye. Noticing Zamasu's elation, he smirked coldly and waved his hand, ensnaring Zamasu in a formidable energy bind, rendering him immobile. "What are you doing, Hertz?" Zamasu seethed. "What am I doing? Ha! I believe it is best for all gods to vanish." Hertz chuckled darkly as numerous cubes of varying sizes consumed Zamasu, and in an instant, he was obliterated into nothingness. The Z warriors exchanged bewildered glances. What just happened? Is there infighting? Now that the troublesome one has vanished, are you prepared to embrace your fate? With a casual flick of his wrist, a powerful wave of energy radiated forth, obliterating the city below in an instant and resulting in countless human casualties. "Do you see? I am the ultimate devourer of gods, Hertz." The 12 orbs behind him glimmered with radiant light before shooting forth. Just then, a figure appeared, dispatching each orb with a kick. "I almost forgot. You are indeed the strongest among them, possessing unique abilities." However, before he could finish, Zhou Fei, having activated his God Realm mode, appeared before Hertz, catching him off guard with a powerful strike that sent him flying. "Oh, this is intriguing. You've evolved, have you?" "No, this must be your full power. Yet, it pales in comparison to mine." The 12 orbs began to spin rapidly once more, and with a sharp clap, Hertz commanded them to charge toward Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei unleashed his most formidable talent, and with its aid, he discerned the trajectory of every single ball with crystal clarity. Shadows flitted past him, reminiscent of an elegant dance, as he flawlessly evaded all incoming projectile assaults. Just as he had successfully dodged every attack, Hertz suddenly delivered a powerful punch. Zhou Fei swiftly raised his hand to deflect the incoming punch. However, the ferocious force instantly engulfed his entire arm, penetrating through his muscles and bones. A trickle of fresh blood immediately escaped from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, after absorbing the cosmic seed, his strength was markedly different. He quickly withdrew, retreating nearly 100 meters. "Zhou Fei, are you all right?" Sun Wukong swiftly flew to his side, inquiring with genuine concern. Zhou Fei shook his head. Yet he pondered why Sun Wukong cared so much about him. Sun Wukong chuckled innocently, stating that if something were to happen to him, losing a rival would indeed be quite a pity. Zhou Fei's expression darkened. Could he not utter a single pleasant word? In a flash, a fleeting silhouette darted by, and simultaneously, Sun Wukong and Zhou Fei soared into the air. With a series of thuds, they sent Zhou Fei and others flying. Each struck as if by a child's playful punch. Having absorbed the essence of the cosmic seed, Hertz's power approached the celestial tier. However, to truly attain the strength of an angelic being, it seems one must harness the energy from the cosmic tree, nurtured by the cosmic seed. For that represents the entirety of the universe. Zhou Fei emerged from the depths of the diamond, spitting forth a mouthful of crimson blood. The preceding blow had indeed been formidable. Even with his most potent talent, he could not discern the speed of his opponent's strike. "You possess quite a remarkable endurance." "Do you? But how will you withstand this?" He raised his hand, summoning a colossal golden cube from the ominous, cloud-laden sky. "Not good. Run," Sun Wukong shouted, preparing to evade, only to find himself immobilized. Not just he, but others too were ensnared in the same predicament. Suddenly, a barrage of swift and heavy cubes erupted beneath their feet, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. The descending cubes drew perilously close, within mere seconds. One made contact with Zhou Fei, erupting in a dazzling display of brilliance. A thunderous roar reverberated across the globe, the terrifying sonic boom obliterating all magnetic fields on Earth, plunging the planet into an unprecedented anomaly. Hertz flicked his hair and struck what he believes to be an impressively cool pose, laughing triumphantly. With such formidable power, who could possibly stand against me? Ha. In the midst of his arrogance, a figure emerged from the radiant light. This being radiated a golden aura. Yet his skin and hair were as white as snow, including the tail that trailed behind him. As the brilliance dissipated, he raised his left hand and gently waved it towards Sun Wukong, unleashing a powerful repulsive force that sent them sprawling. Although the strength of Jiren and Sun Wukong in his ultimate form could reach the angelic stage, time was not on their side. Moreover, activating the ultimate form at will was beyond Sun Wukong's current capabilities. Considering the multitude of factors, he chose to transport them to a slightly more distant location to recuperate. So, this is Super Saiyan 5. Zhou Fei surveyed himself, particularly admiring his strikingly handsome white fur. This form was acquired from a reward package during his return from the Timeless Scroll to the Realm of Time. Regrettably, it was the sole item he obtained, leaving him with a sense of disappointment. Yet, it was better than nothing. To his surprise, he found it useful in the present moment. One cannot deny the formidable strength of this transformation. Further metamorphosis? Ha, your tricks are indeed plentiful. However, I have asserted that no one can rival me. Ha. Hertz's golden aura surged into the clouds, as serpentine bolts of lightning cascaded down, his figure resembling that of a golden thunder god descending upon the earth. Chapter 61. Hertz's demise and journey to other parallel universes. On another front, the Grand Priest observed the unfolding events with astonishment. Noting that the energy had surpassed the level of a god of destruction, it appeared that the outcome of this battle was already determined. A gentle smile graced the Grand Priest's features. Not only the Grand Priest, but the old Supreme Kai and Shin, along with their attendant, also sensed this overwhelming aura. Zhou Fei's energy was astonishingly immense. What kind of transformation was this? Shin was utterly astounded. It resembled the moment when Sun Wukong achieved his Super Saiyan 3 form. Though at that time, the energy merely resonated within the Supreme Kai realm, whereas Zhou Fei's presence felt as if he were standing right beside them. The old Supreme Kai watched Zhou Fei through a crystal, utterly taken aback by the revelation of such a concealed transformation. On Earth, the formidable aura emanating from Zhou Fei brought the very tremors of the Earth to a halt. What a stance Zhou Fei assumes. Such an overwhelming presence. Even I can perceive an unfathomable depth of energy. Is this truly the extent of your strength, Zhou Fei? Why did you not reveal it at the Cosmic Conference? Opinions varied among the onlookers. A crackling sound resonated as the lightning swirling around Hertz gradually transformed into a brilliant gold. With a subtle flick of his finger, Hertz summoned the lightning to coalesce into a massive bolt that surged towards Zhou Fei. The colossal serpent of lightning expanded within Zhou Fei's gaze. Yet the moment it reached him, it dissipated into nothingness. Zhou Fei did not make any movements. The reason for his dissipating presence stemmed from the overwhelming aura he emanated. Zhou Fei clenched his fist, and in an instant, his body trembled and appeared before Hertz. His speed was so astonishing that even Hertz was taken aback. A fist, as large as a white clay pot, came crashing down. Bang! A tremendous vibration resonated, sending ripples of force radiating outward. Staggering backward, Hertz was propelled several hundred meters by Zhou Fei's overwhelming strength. Not bad. Yet, this is still insufficient. I am ultimately more powerful than you. Hertz spat. And a surging golden aura erupted, forming a tempestuous wind that ravaged the heavens and the earth. After a few breaths, the storm subsided, and he reigned in his formidable presence, his figure flickering as he unleashed a series of ethereal punches. Zhou Fei, like a drifting feather, deftly evaded all attacks. With a sudden motion, he seized a fleeting opportunity and delivered a powerful kick to his opponent's abdomen, interrupting the incantation and sending shockwaves through his innards. Clutching his stomach, he staggered backward, a fleeting grimace of pain crossing his features, though it quickly vanished. Just then, a hand lunged towards him. Hertz crouched down, but in that moment, a foot came crashing toward him. The impact resonated with a thunderous clap, leaving a shoe print the size of 40 yards on his face. The blow sent him reeling, causing his gums to bleed. Damn it! Hertz wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he rose to his feet, his arms spinning rapidly to unleash the gravity fist once more. Ah! He shouted, swiftly striking with his gravity fist. Zhou Fei, with a slight smile playing on his lips, raised a finger to deflect all of his opponent's attacks, the terrifying sound of sonic booms erupting like a chorus of firecrackers. In a laboratory somewhere, Fu gazed at the screen with a smile. Let us cheer on these subjects. May they allow the seed of the universe to absorb more energy, thus facilitating the advancement of my plans, he mused, his eyes gleaming with a flicker of intense contemplation directed at Zhou Fei, pondering some intricate scheme. On the battlefield, Hertz scoffed. Is this all the strength you possess? You can't even surpass this level, yet you dare to entertain thoughts of god-slaying? Truly laughable. Zhou Fei revealed a scornful expression. Observing Zhou Fei's demeanor, Hertz was engulfed in fury. A low hum resonated as the cosmic seed nestled in his chest emitted a faint glow, its aura swelling as he gradually rose to his feet. I shall liberate all of humanity. I cannot perish here. With a swift gesture, a tremendous gravitational force summoned a colossal meteorite from the cosmos. He intends to obliterate the entire Earth. Everyone, brace yourselves. Sun Wukong shouted. Yet, as they prepared to unleash their attacks, Zhou Fei halted them. You cannot impede this. Allow me to handle it. His tone was remarkably calm. Assuming a stance, a fierce energy surged, instantly creating a vacuum around him. Buzz. A formidable power surged forth like a dragon breaching the sea, colliding with the meteorite with a devastating force. The entire void trembled, emitting an ear-splitting friction sound. Crack. In mere moments, the meteorite, guided by Hertz, shattered like petals scattered by a celestial maiden, its immense energy engulfing him and resulting in a dazzling explosion of light. As the smoke cleared, Hertz's disheveled form was revealed. He gasped for breath, panting heavily. At that moment, Zhou Fei approached him with an impassive expression. His formidable aura binding Hertz's movements, gripping his throat and lifting him off the ground. With his other hand pressed against Hertz's chest, he whispered softly in his ear. I hope we have the chance to meet again. Hertz's pupils constricted sharply, and then, with a sudden exertion of strength, Zhou Fei's hand emitted a crack, shattering the small orb in Hertz's chest. His body disintegrated into specks of light. Indeed, I still favor humanity. With a smile, he transformed into nothingness. And Zhou Fei swiftly returned to his normal state. However, at that instant, an immense pain coursed through his body, quickly alleviated by his healing technique. Truly, my current physical prowess is insufficient to withstand such overwhelming energy. It is only thanks to my healing ability that I remain intact. He shook his head slightly and turned to soar towards Sun Wukong. Zhou Fei, you are truly remarkable for defeating Hertz. And what was that transformation you underwent? Sun Wukong inquired, his face alight with excitement, as if he had triumphed over Hertz himself. Just as Zhou Fei was about to respond, the emblem on his shoulder began to glow. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With a parting remark, the emblem's brilliance intensified. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving the others bewildered. Mr. Zhou Fei's insignia resembles that of Uncle Wukong from another parallel world, Trunks suddenly remarked. Vegeta raised an eyebrow. So, he has joined the Time Patrol? Heh. Regardless of whether Zhou Fei has joined the Time Patrol or not. It means we will have a formidable opponent to contend with in the future, Sun Wukong responded, his face beaming with excitement. Vegeta crossed his arms and huffed disdainfully. The group then departed, needing to search for the Dragon Balls to restore their strength. In the realm of time, the Kaio-ken of time paced anxiously. Buzz. A flash of light heralded Zhou Fei's arrival. Upon seeing him, her face lit up with joy. What has transpired? The Kaio-ken of time inquired. It is as follows. The denizens of the demon realm have developed the Dark Dragon Balls. To investigate this, Sun Wukong and his companions have found themselves in peril. And your urgent assistance is required, prompting your immediate recall. Zhou Fei nodded, indicating his understanding. The god of time produced a scroll, emanating a more potent aura of malevolence than before. The specifics of this historical moment elude me, and I am unaware of the exact whereabouts of Sun Wukong and his companions. Thus, you must embark on this quest alone. The god of time stated with a grave expression. Upon observing Zhou Fei's demeanor, she noted his calmness, which, for reasons unknown, brought her a sense of relief. The god of time unfurled the scroll, which immediately conjured a swirling vortex. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Fei stepped into the whirlpool and vanished. You must return safely. The god of time silently prayed. Chapter 62, The Arrival of Dark Broly and the Dark Dragon Balls in a realm painted in deep crimson. The sky was adorned with peculiar objects radiating a faint glow. Buzz. Zhou Fei emerged from the void, a subtle frown creasing his brow, as the oppressive atmosphere of this world weighed heavily upon him. Was this truly a historical realm? How could such an environment exist? After a brief contemplation, he released his energy and began to probe his surroundings. Approximately 10 minutes later, he retracted his aura, realizing he was in the demon realm. The reason for this conclusion lay in the myriad of bizarre creatures he had sensed earlier, reminiscent of those that appeared in the early Dragon Ball narrative within the Azura domain. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he gazed into the distance. He had detected an unusual aura and, in an instant, vanished from sight. In a desolate castle surrounded by colossal, withered trees, a mighty fist struck the ground with a resounding crash, shattering the earth and sending clouds of dust into the air. Truly a monster, the demon god Tao observed. her expression grave as a towering figure emerged from the swirling debris. Currently, Tao's demonic form was bestowed upon her by Lord Mechikabura, a reward for her role in resurrecting him. Despite this formidable transformation, she had sustained significant injuries. The imposing creature stepped forth from the smoke. Its skin was a dark crimson, with fiery red eyes and jet black hair. At its chest, a dark Dragon Ball glimmered, adorned with crimson stripes. If the Time Patrol were present, they would recognize this towering figure as none other than their kindred, Broly. As he prepared to attack, a black hole suddenly materialized in the void, from which a figure leaped forth. I knew I sensed you, Broly. It was none other than Son Goku of the Time Patrol. As the saying goes, enemies meet with fierce animosity. Upon seeing Goku, Broly bellowed Kakarot and unleashed a torrent of dark energy that shook the ground. Broly charged like a massive truck, delivering a punch that Goku narrowly evaded by leaping back. Meanwhile, Tao raised her wand, though this wand was markedly different from her previous one, its tip curving like a serpentine path. A surge of dark energy surged toward Broly as she intensified the brainwashing power. However, she underestimated Broly's madness. Anyone who encountered Kakarot would find it impossible to control him. In a swift motion, Broly spun around and struck the dark energy, resulting in a violent explosion that hurled both combatants away, causing Tao to lose her grip on her wand. Broly regained his footing and delivered a powerful blow, sending Goku crashing into the earth. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. With a loud crash, Tao was slammed into a wall, returning to her original form. As her consciousness began to fade, a black hole appeared, and a figure emerged from it. Tao, the figure whispered. Tao glanced at him and smiled. I have finally completed it, Mira. With that, she lost consciousness. Mira nodded, his dark power enveloping both Tao and himself. Moments later, the dark energy dissipated, revealing the fused Super Mira, whose upper body was covered in dense white fur while his lower half resembled Tao's attire. Broly roared in fury, launching a punch. In his current state, he recognized no distinction between friend and foe. At that moment, a surge of golden energy erupted as Goku broke free from the rubble. Wiping the blood from his lips, he found himself utterly outmatched by Broly. This adversary was truly formidable, yet now was not the time for such thoughts. He had no choice but to unleash his true power. Just as he prepared to transform into Super Saiyan 4, a hand suddenly rested upon his shoulder, startling him. He swiftly turned and unleashed a ki blast. Zhou Fei casually swatted away the energy orb, which subsequently detonated in a frigid explosion in the distance. It was at this moment that Sun Wukong realized that this individual before him seemed familiar, though he could not quite place where he had encountered him. Observing the perplexed expression on Sun Wukong's face, Zhou Fei sighed inwardly. No matter the timeline, Sun Wukong remained quintessentially the same. After scrutinizing him for over 10 seconds, a sudden spark of recognition illuminated Zhou Fei's eyes. You are a scion from another dimension, he exclaimed. But he abruptly halted mid-sentence upon noticing the emblem emblazoned on Zhou Fei's arm. To his astonishment, he realized that Zhou Fei had become a member of the Temporal Patrol. Zhou Fei smiled and nodded. He cast a glance into the distance, and with a flick of his finger, a brilliant light flashed, causing the void to shatter and revealing several figures. After observing for so long, do you not intend to take action yourself, Meichi Capula? Zhou Fei broke into a grin. Oh. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Meichi Capula's eyes as the year drew to a close. You were able to detect my presence. Your strength is quite impressive, he remarked, narrowing his eyes at Zhou Fei, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Buzz. With a sudden surge of energy, Broly materialized behind him, unleashing a powerful energy wave. Zhou Fei swiftly turned and countered with a palm strike. A muffled thud echoed as the energy wave dissipated, sending Broly hurtling backward, a corner of his mask shattering in the process. Ugh! Broly clutched his forehead, writhing in agony on the ground. The dark Dragon Ball embedded in his chest pulsed with flickering crimson and black light. In that moment, his muscles swelled dramatically, and his dark aura surged uncontrollably, his hair transforming into a golden hue. Kakarot! He bellowed, raising both hands to conjure a massive black energy sphere, hurling it towards Zhou Fei. In his fury, he had mistaken Zhou Fei for Son Goku. This highly concentrated dark energy sphere possessed the power to obliterate the universe. Zhou Fei entered the Ultra Instinct form, unleashing the 80-fold King S fist. His fist, the size of a large cooking pot, struck the energy sphere, producing an unparalleled ripple of shockwaves. Pop! It was akin to a bubble bursting as the energy surged and stirred up tumultuous waves of air. With a splutter, Broly coughed up a mouthful of blood, crashing down towards the earth. Zhou Fei stepped forward, but at that moment, the demon god Sarusa swiftly blocked his path. The Dark Dragon Ball cannot be entrusted to you. A weapon with a silver-white sheen materialized in his hand. This is non-negotiable. He unleashed the King of Worlds fist, entering the realm of the divine. In an instant, a sacred aura forced Sarusa back a considerable distance. Are you a god? Sarusa gazed at Zhou Fei with a hint of confusion. Are the gods of today so audacious as to venture into the heart of the demon realm? Meichi Capula slowly rose, his gaze fierce and unwavering as it fixed upon Zhou Fei. Sarusa, having no time for further contemplation, swung his blade toward Zhou Fei. A powerful energy slash surged forward, carrying the ferocity of a roaring tiger through the mountains. Zhou Fei condensed a blade of qi and struck forth, producing a resounding explosion that enveloped the area in a thick cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Zhou Fei's figure had vanished. Salus, with a hint of a smile, swiftly turned and charged towards Sun Wukong. However, in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming weight pressing down upon him, forcing him to the ground, where he created a deep crater. How could there be such formidable gravity? Salus uttered a low growl, unleashing the power of the demon god to break free from the oppressive force. With a flourish of his weapon, a dark whirlwind erupted forth. Zhou Fei let out a cold snort, unleashing a surge of energy from his fingertips, causing both energies to dissipate simultaneously. In the next moment, Zhou Fei appeared before him, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen that sent him flying thousands of meters away. Mid-air, he coughed up blood, crashing through several buildings in his path. Zhou Fei, utilizing gravitational forces, drew Broly towards him, placing his palm against Broly's chest. With a decisive force, he extracted the Dark Dragon Ball. Mika Kapura. I shall take this Dark Dragon Ball for now, he declared, raising the orb triumphantly before nonchalantly stowing it away in his bosom. A sinister glint flickered in Mika Kapura's eyes. He contemplated retaliating, yet his instincts warned him that this individual possessed a power capable of threatening him. Moreover, the energy he currently wielded was merely a fraction, 1/10,000th of his full strength, and overexerting himself would not bode well for him. Zhou Fei exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Wukong, who instantly comprehended the unspoken message. With a swift motion of his wrist, a black hole materialized, and the two of them stepped into it, vanishing from sight. Mechikabura emanated an overwhelmingly dark aura infused with malevolence, causing the void to tremble, and fine cracks began to appear in its weaker areas. However, after merely a few breaths, he reigned in his formidable presence, seated himself, and closed his eyes to meditate while pondering a solution. Chapter 63, Mission temporarily accomplished, the cosmic tree appears. In a certain dimension, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, battered and bruised, gasped as he confronted the demon god Shalom. Hey, you certainly possess tenacity, yet you are exceedingly bothersome. Since that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. The demon god swung his scythe, the blade's glow expanding in Vegeta's eyes. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rolled to the left, narrowly evading the strike as it cleaved a massive gash in the ground. You are no match for me now. This is truly a waste of time. If I do not return soon, I shall be reprimanded. Without so much as a glance at Vegeta, he turned and sliced open a rift in the void, preparing to step through when a booming voice interrupted him. Ultimate flash. A beam of energy surged towards him. A flicker of coldness crossed Shalom's eyes as he split the energy beam in two with a sweep of his scythe. If you wish to die, I shall oblige. Dark power coalesced along the blade. Oblige you? I am Vegeta. He made a gesture of defiance, igniting his aura, but only managed to emit a faint flicker of energy before reverting to his normal state. Vegeta's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the earlier attack would deplete his strength. With a low hum, a black blade of energy surged forward, stirring up clouds of dust as it raced toward Vegeta. Faced with the oncoming attack, Vegeta refrained from evasion, knowing it would be futile. He slowly closed his eyes, visions flashing through his mind as a faint smile graced his lips, welcoming the approach of death. However, after several seconds, he sensed something amiss and opened his eyes to find Kakarot standing before him, blocking the attack. Hey, Vegeta, when did you become so weak? Are you still the Vegeta I know? Super Saiyan 4 Goku's admonishment resonated in his mind like a thunderclap. As the saying goes, the one who knows you best may not be your spouse, but rather your closest comrade in life and death. Clearly, Goku understood Vegeta exceptionally well. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice emerged hoarse for reasons unknown. I can't believe you dared to return to court death. Well, one is as good as two. You can keep each other company. With that, he raised his scythe, channeling the power of the demon god within him, transforming into his demonic form, his aura surging exponentially. A terrifying pressure enveloped the space, causing the void to quake. With a swift strike, he unleashed a blow far more potent than before. Goku, undeterred, unleashed his own energy, concentrating it in his fist and launching a punch toward the blade of energy. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending shockwaves that formed a vortex over 100-mile radius. Ack! Goku tumbled through the air several times before crashing to the ground. You can't even handle a simple move like that? How disappointing. Sholuum smirked disdainfully. It was no wonder Goku struggled. He had already expended considerable energy during their fusion and in the battle against Broly, even without transforming into Super Saiyan 4, leaving him unable to withstand Sholuum's onslaught. In the next moment, Sholuum's mockery faltered as he felt a warm hand settle on his shoulder. As he turned, a fist, the size of a cooking pot, struck his nose, collapsing his nasal bridge and causing blood to gush forth. He spun mid-air, sent flying 100 meters before crashing to the ground, pain radiating from his nose as he wiped away the blood, revealing a fierce expression. You shall pay for this. He gritted through clenched teeth, vanishing in an instant only to reappear before Zhou Fei, wielding his scythe with immense force. Sholuum bore an expression of exhilaration, certain that this strike would be fatal. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Zhou Fei calmly raised a hand, effortlessly intercepting the blow. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound, the resulting shockwave causing their garments to flutter wildly. Sholuum was taken aback. He knew the force behind that strike was not trivial, and even someone of ancient might could not have received it with such ease, especially with one hand. Vegeta swallowed hard. Had that blow landed on him, he would have been gravely injured, yet this Saiyan, resembling them in form, had caught it barehanded. He understood just how formidable this demon god was, or else he would not have. Amidst his astonishment, Goku emerged from the rubble, joining him. Is this what shocked you, Vegeta? This guy is now one of us. He's quite formidable. Vegeta raised an eyebrow at this revelation, realizing the implication, yet he felt a sense of familiarity toward this individual. Goku, perceiving his thoughts, explained Zhou Fei's background. Vegeta nodded, clenched his fists, and cast aside his earlier frailty. He needed to grow stronger and surpass them. Zhou Fei seized the blade, executing a swift kick to his opponent's chest. A dull thud resonated as an indentation formed upon the breast of Sholumu, causing the weapon to slip from his grip and soar into a crevice, which then promptly sealed itself. Quite astute, indeed. As he spoke, the scythe in his hand transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. Zhou Fei dispelled the Super Saiyan God transformation, swiftly appearing before Sun Wukong and the others. Is there anyone else trapped besides you? He inquired. No, Trunks and the others should have returned, Vegeta replied. Zhou Fei nodded, his insignia shimmering with brilliance. And then the three individuals vanished. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, a fissure appeared from which Sholuum emerged, shattering a mountain peak upon his arrival. He halted abruptly, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling as the demonic energy within him diminished, returning to a more ordinary state as he knelt on one knee. Curse it! The next time I encounter him, I shall ensure his demise. A fiercely malevolent expression crossed his face. In the time realm, Trunks, Xiaofang, Sun Wukong, and Sun Goten, along with the Kaio-ken of time, anxiously awaited something. Just then, a flash of light heralded the appearance of Zhou Fei and the others. Upon sighting them, especially Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Trunks, Xiaofang, Sun Wukong, and Sun Goten rushed forward, calling out with exclamations of Dad and Grandpa, are you all right? They inadvertently overlooked Zhou Fei, who remained unfazed by their neglect. Thank you. The Kaio-ken of time stepped forward to express his gratitude to Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei waved his hand politely, saying, I am also a member of the Time Patrol. There is no need for thanks. Oh, by the way, here, take this. As he spoke, he retrieved a Dark Dragon Ball from his pocket. You actually managed to acquire a Dark Dragon Ball. This is splendid. Now they cannot gather all 7. The Supreme Kai of Time remarked with a hint of joy as she accepted the Dark Dragon Ball. Subsequently, she unleashed her temporal powers to seal it away. With this task completed, she let out a sigh of relief and expressed her gratitude to Zhou Fei once more. After all, 6 of the Dark Dragon Balls had already been taken by the denizens of the Demon Realm. Zhou Fei chuckled softly, feeling that his task had been temporarily accomplished. It was time to return. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he rummaged through his pocket and produced a handful of magic beans. Remnants from his last encounter with the Guardian of the Korin Tower, which he had forgotten about, stored away in his system space. These beans are for you, he declared. Now, I must take my leave. Farewell. With a mischievous grin, he activated his armband, which shimmered with light before vanishing. In the 7th universe, the skies above Earth were shrouded in ominous clouds, entwined branches emerging prominently, while the city S structures transformed into twinkling stars ascending into the heavens, not merely the edifices, but the very people as well. Ah, long time no see, everyone, exclaimed a beaming figure, Fu Yu, who had just materialized. Fu Yu, What on earth are you scheming? Inquired Sun Wukong. Must you be so fierce? After all, we are, in a sense, old friends. At that moment, a bird alighted upon his shoulder. Beerus narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep tone. Is this the bird that will bring calamity to the universe? Indeed, you are correct. Congratulations. This charming creature is called Kiki. Isn't it delightful? He added with a playful reminder. Have you noticed those vines in the sky? They are the roots of the cosmic tree, absorbing all nutrients to sustain itself. So make the most of the fleeting time you have and relish life. Ha. With that, he wielded his knife to slice through the void and departed. Barely a breath after his exit, a flash of light heralded Zhou Fei's return. Ah, Zhou Fei. You're back. This is wonderful, Sun Wukong exclaimed, rushing to embrace him in a warm hug. Zhou Fei was momentarily taken aback by Sun Wukong's actions. However, upon being released, he furrowed his brow at the sight above and muttered 3 words in his heart. Cosmic tree. He never anticipated it would escalate to such a degree. Evidently, Fu had nurtured the seed exceptionally well. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhou Fei's eyes. Chapter 64, The False Time Seed. Zhou Fei. Your return is most fortuitous. We are in dire need of assistance, exclaimed Sun Wukong with a smile. Zhou Fei nodded lightly, glancing around the surroundings with a look of perplexity. Although he understood the situation, he felt compelled to maintain an air of feigned ignorance. Observing his confusion, Sun Wukong prompted Vegeta to elucidate the events that had transpired earlier. However, it seemed that even Vegeta struggled to articulate the details clearly. As the conversation unfolded, a sudden grimace crossed the faces of Piccolo, Tulin, and others, who sank to one knee, gasping for breath. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, what is the matter with you? Son Gohan inquired with concern. I don't know what is happening. I suddenly feel so weak. It is excruciating, Krillin replied, his expression reflecting immense pain. Zhou Fei was undoubtedly aware of the situation. After all, the roots of the cosmic tree were no longer content with merely absorbing the energy from buildings and ordinary citizens. Instead, they had turned their attention to numerous warriors. Suddenly, Beerus, who had been observing quietly, soared into the sky, emanating destructive energy. In an instant, the roots of the cosmic tree shifted their focus towards Beerus. Listen closely, you lot. The cosmic tree is an entity that even I find difficult to destroy. So you must expedite your efforts to deal with the mastermind behind this. Do you understand? Beerus bellowed with authority. Understood, Lord Beerus, Sun Wukong replied, cupping his fists and displaying an expression of excitement. The warriors dispersed, while Sun Wukong, Zhou Fei, Vegeta, and Trunks from another parallel dimension, transported to a desolate planet. Guided by the information relayed by the Time Bird. Though Trunks and Little Fong were also members of the Time Patrol, they belonged to a different timeline. One that was closer to Universe 7. To put it simply, Zhou Fei's Time Patrol was from a period before the defeat of the Demon King Mechikabura, while Trunks' team operated after Mechikabura's demise. Thus, the 2 Time Patrols inhabited different timelines. This distinction was crucial because Trunks in Zhou Fei's timeline could not achieve the Super Saiyan transformation, whereas this Trunks could. Zhou Fei himself found it somewhat perplexing why he was situated in a Time Patrol prior to the defeat of Mechikabura. But he was not one to dwell on trivial matters. He held his own thoughts on the matter. Trunks, is this the place that the Time Bird mentioned? Vegeta inquired, furrowing his brow. Indeed, the Time Bird sensed the presence of the Time Bird right here on this planet, Trunks replied confidently. Suddenly, the group looked up simultaneously, witnessing a glowing point in the sky that gradually enlarged. They then heard the sound of energy blasts, akin to gunfire, as 2 energy spheres hurtled towards them. Sun Wukong and Vegeta effortlessly countered the attack with their own energy blasts. Gradually ascending into the sky, they encountered a Saiyan who bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, munching on a fruit. How astonishing! He looks exactly like Uncle Wukong, Trunks exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for the sinister aura surrounding the figure, he might have mistaken him for Sun Wukong himself. Darius, what are you doing here? I thought you were dead, Sun Wukong remarked with a furrowed brow. Darius swallowed the fruit and chuckled, cockroach. At that moment, another figure appeared. I've missed you all, Science. Bojack beamed at the assembly. I remember you. Your name is Bojack, Vegeta stated. You must be Sun Wukong. After killing you, my target will be Gohan, Bojack declared, disregarding Vegeta entirely as he charged towards Sun Wukong. Vegeta's expression darkened, feeling that he was being underestimated. In an instant, he blocked Bojack's path. Get lost, Bojack shouted, unleashing a flurry of energy blasts. Vegeta, undeterred, transformed into his Super Saiyan blue form and waved his hand, causing all the energy blasts to explode in midair. The two engaged in a fierce battle, unleashing a cacophony of clashes. Meanwhile, Darius crushed the spirit tree fruit in his hand, unleashing a dense, dark red malevolence. Kakarot, I heard from Fuyu that you've developed a new form. Come, let me witness it. Sun Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan blue form and joined the fray. The four figures flickered in the sky, their formidable energies causing the unknown planet to tremble, manifesting various phenomena. Below, Zhou Fei protected Trunks, Little Fong, and the Time Bird. However, for reasons unknown, the Time Bird suddenly flapped its wings as if stimulated, attempting to escape Little Fong's embrace. Time Bird, where are you going? Little Fong exclaimed, flustered as she clutched the Time Bird. The creature struggled fiercely, about to take flight, when Zhou Fei stepped forward and gently stroked its head, instantly calming it down. And it affectionately nuzzled against him. Now that we are here, why hide? Zhou Fei gazed coldly at the distant sky, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Ah, truly. You never fail to impress. Despite my well-concealed presence, you have managed to uncover it. The KK bird appeared alongside Fuyo. I suspect you have grown weary of this charade. Shall we not take action? Ah, you are indeed correct. It is high time for us to act. Fuyo adjusted his glasses, revealing a mischievous smirk that, if displayed on Earth in Zhou Fei's former life, would surely have captivated countless maidens. The KK bird took to the air, preparing to flap its wings when, suddenly, a projectile hurtled towards it. Bang! Yet it was neutralized by another projectile. The assailant was none other than Zhou Fei, while the countering shot belonged to Fuyo. Xiaofeng, take the Sure bird and return to the time realm, Trunks instructed. Xiaofeng nodded and promptly activated the device, vanishing from sight. Have they fled? Well, it matters little. My plan remains largely unchanged whether they are present or not. However He displayed an inscrutable expression. At that moment, the KK bird flapped its wings rapidly, emanating an enigmatic wave of energy. As the wave spread, Zhou Fei and his companions found themselves immobilized. What kind of power is this? I cannot move. Vegeta struggled with all his might. Yet he could not so much as twitch a finger. Hey, Fuyo, Kakarot is my prey. You should not interfere. Dale shouted in anger. Indeed. I have yet to slay Son Goku. Release them at once, for I wish to eliminate him here and now, Bojack added, his expression darkening. Oh. Do not be so hasty. There will be further opportunities for confrontation, Fuyo replied, snapping his fingers and transporting the two away. Among the four immobilized by the KK bird's ability, Zhou Fei sensed that its effect on him was not particularly strong. However, it was peculiar that these strange waves had infiltrated his body. The KK bird screeched and returned to perch upon Fuyo's shoulder. Consider this a minor lesson. We shall meet again. With that, he tore open a rift in the void and vanished within. At the very moment the KK bird disappeared, the peculiar wave that had surged into Zhou Fei transformed into a dark purple seed. What on earth is this? Zhou Fei could distinctly sense the seed nestled in the vicinity of his chest. Suddenly, the seed emanated a wave of energy, causing Zhou Fei to shudder as if jolted by an electric current, though he swiftly regained his composure. A radiant expression of joy illuminated his face. To his astonishment, it was a pseudo-time seed. Fortune favored him this time. Unlike the eggs laid by the time birds, this seed granted its bearer a modicum of control over time itself, enabling basic functions such as pausing or accelerating time. He was aware of this because a fragment of text inexplicably materialized in his mind moments ago. Whether this was the influence of a system or the work of another entity remained unclear, but for now, this pseudo-time seed held immense promise for him. Before the Grand Palace, the High Priest gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with profound contemplation as he murmured to himself. The cataclysm of the world was imminent. He hoped that growth would accelerate in those he cared for. Even he knew that a great calamity was approaching, yet the precise timing eluded him. With a sigh echoing in his heart, he maintained an outward facade of composure. His sigh was not for the myriad beings of the universe, but rather for the impending disaster that he feared would bring devastation. Dismissing further thoughts, he turned and entered the Grand Palace. Chapter 65, The Embarrassment of Vegeta. What is the true intention of this fellow? Vegeta clenched his fists, sensing that they were being toyed with. We know what he aims to achieve. A mysterious feminine voice resonated. Suddenly, a rift opened in the sky, from which two figures emerged. Salusa, Putton, what brings you here? Trunks unsheathed his sword, regarding the two with suspicion. Do not regard us with such expressions. We come as allies, Putton replied with a charming smile. Allies? Do not jest. You lot, Trunks retorted through gritted teeth. Enough. Whether you believe it or not, we are indeed here to assist you. However, The immediate priority is to make a trip to the underworld, Salusa declared solemnly. Zhou Fei's heart stirred. Hell? Could it be? Before Trunks could utter a word, a luminous glow emanated from Pudding's wand, enveloping everyone and causing them to vanish. Hell! The glass-like floor erupted in a tremendous cloud of dust, from which emerged the battle-worn figures of Super Saiyan Goku and Vegeta, both battered and gasping for breath, cackling with malicious glee. The data-enhanced malevolent wave soared forth from the swirling dust. In the distance, Dr. Willow, an observer of the unfolding drama, scoffed. Last time, my malevolent wave nearly succeeded, only for that fellow to escape through a time vortex. But you two stand no chance against my malevolent wave. His mind conjured images of the terror inflicted by that individual, igniting a fiery rage within him. Were it not for the peculiarities of hell, he and his malevolent wave would have met their demise. What a monster he is! What on earth is he? Vegeta's expression darkened. Despite their combined efforts, he and Kakarot found themselves utterly outmatched. This was beyond absurd. Vegeta, fueled by frustration, declared, "Do not command me." The two warriors assumed their stances. Kamehameha Ultimate Flash, a brilliant yellow and blue beam intertwined, charging forth like a wild stallion towards the malevolent wave. The malevolent wave, displaying a look of disdain, recognized instinctively that this assault would inflict little harm upon him. To taunt his adversaries, he unleashed a high-density emerald energy wave. Boom! A blinding explosion illuminated the hellish realm as if it were day. Moments later, the brilliance faded, and Goku and Vegeta crashed violently to the ground, creating a deep crater. The malevolent wave danced with delight, mocking them as if to say that those who could not defeat him were nothing but refuse. Just as he prepared to approach his vanquished foes, a rift appeared in the sky, and a group slowly descended from it. Is this truly hell? Goku mused, curiously surveying his surroundings, noting the distinct differences. Suddenly, a series of sharp whistling sounds echoed in their ears as emerald energy orbs rushed towards them from the distance. Zhou Fei stepped forward, his hand sweeping through the air as a surge of energy erupted, causing all energy orbs to explode. Enveloping the surroundings in a thick cloud of dust, the malevolent entity, Evil Thought Wave, glared with fierce intent, recognizing a familiar scent. In the distance, watching the spectacle, Dr. Willow, upon seeing that familiar face, cried out in desperation, "Hurry, kill him." With a roar of rage, Evil Thought Wave charged towards Zhou Fei, exuding a frenzied energy. Zhou Fei, however, merely snorted, releasing the burden of 400 times his weight, unleashing a scorching wave of energy from his 80-fold king fist that surged forth like a tumultuous river, sweeping across the area. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Fei teleported directly in front of Evil Thought Wave, causing the latter to momentarily falter. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Zhou Fei delivered a powerful punch to his foe's head, which burst apart like a watermelon, followed by another strike that pierced through his very being. Crack! The entire form shattered into countless fragments. Dr. Willow, observing the scene, wore a look of dismay, shocked at the sudden turn of events. "You will wait for me. I will have my revenge." He spat defiantly before vanishing in an instant. Zhou Fei rolled his eyes, wondering if other topics could be discussed. "You are truly remarkable," he acknowledged, to have vanquished him with a mere glance. Super Saiyan 4 Goku stepped forward to commend him. Vegeta, with a haughty snort, dismissed the praise. "Now that the matter is resolved, we must proceed to our next destination," Salusa stated, subtly gesturing to Pudding. With a wave of his wand, Pudding conjured a sphere that displayed the current state of the universe. The roots of cosmic trees sprawled across the cosmos, devouring planets as they vanished one by one. "Has it escalated to such severity?" "That damn Fuyo," Pudding muttered, closing the sphere with a flick of his wand, enveloping them in blinding light. In a temporal rift, beyond even the gods' reach, stood an immense celestial tree, its branches thick and lush, with gnarled roots sprawling beneath. At its center, a fissure emitted a radiant glow, accompanied by pulsating sounds reminiscent of a beating heart. With a flash, Goku and his companions materialized. "Is this the destination? I can certainly sense a formidable energy, though it is hardly impressive. Watch as I dismantle it," Vegeta remarked, a hint of disdain in his tone. Leaping high, he gathered a colossal energy sphere and hurled it forward. With a deafening crash, the cosmic tree remained unscathed, absorbing Vegeta's unleashed energy. "Nanny, what foolishness!" Salusa scoffed. "If it were that simple to destroy, would we even need you?" Pudding also expressed his contempt. Vegeta's expression darkened. It seemed he had made a grave miscalculation, a colossal blunder that left him utterly embarrassed. Trunks, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of shame. Despite not being from the same timeline as his father, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, glancing away, could hardly bear to look at his counterpart. What has happened to his intellect? Before Vegeta could voice his thoughts, Fuyo made his entrance. Ah, how timely your interruption is, rendering Vegeta speechless, he said with a grin. Thank you, Vegeta. You have provided much energy to the cosmic tree. His words were a blatant stab, deepening Vegeta's frown. You scoundrel, he shouted, clenching his fist in anger. Just as the Time Patrol team, including Goku and Vegeta, prepared to act, they suddenly vanished, accompanied by a woman's laughter. A woman clad in a white lab coat and possessing an alluring figure appeared before them. Tawa, what is your intention? Fuyo asked, slightly annoyed by her presence. This is all for you, Fuyo. Tawa replied with a smile, flicking her hair before vanishing. Fuyo furrowed his brow, resolving to settle the score with her later. Turning back, he wore a smile as he addressed the remaining individuals. Now, let us commence the experiment. Chapter 66, Super Blue Vegeta vs. Dark King Fuyo. Vegeta, seething with rage, transformed into Super Blue and charged at Fuyo, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face, only for Fuyo to effortlessly catch it with one hand. No matter how much force Vegeta exerted, he could not advance an inch, causing his expression to shift. Do not be so hasty. Vegeta is merely supplying energy to my cosmic tree. Fuyo teased, a smirk on his face. Damn him. Vegeta growled, a symbol forming on his forehead. As his energy surged, Fuyo unleashed a dark aura from his hand, shocking Vegeta. This malevolent energy was familiar to him, but before he could contemplate further, it began to consume him. Vegeta! Goku shouted, his expression shifting as he prepared to rush to Vegeta's aid, only to be halted by Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei appeared before Vegeta in a swift motion, delivering a powerful kick that struck his abdomen. In an instant, a surge of formidable energy erupted, dispelling the malevolent force that had been encroaching upon him. With his defenses shattered, Vegeta clutched his stomach, collapsing to one knee on the ground, gasping for breath, his face contorted in agony. Zhou Fei touched his nose, realizing he had perhaps exerted too much force moments ago. Vegeta, how are you holding up? Sun Wukong asked as he helped him to his feet. Vegeta shook his head, indicating he was fine. That guy possesses Kamba's energy. He won't be easy to handle. Let's fuse, Sun Wukong carefully suggested, eyeing Vegeta. At these words, Vegeta's expression stiffened. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. After all, cross-dressing could happen only once or countless times. Sun Wukong produced a pair of patera earrings from seemingly nowhere and tossed one to Vegeta. As they donned the earrings, their energies attracted and collided. A brilliant flash of light erupting between them, from which emerged a singular entity. Vegeta. Yash. Fuyu, let us go. Vegeta bellowed. Fuyu, slightly taken aback, chuckled at Vegeta. How amusing. You can even fuse. Impressive. With a fierce determination, Vegeta charged up, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that erupted into a violent blue aura, soon transforming into his super blue form. Fuyu, in turn, shifted into his super form, drawing his blade to swiftly unleash a barrage of text energy bombs. Whoosh. The text energy hurtled towards Vegeta. Vegeta raised his hand to release energy blasts, the two forces colliding in a spectacular explosion as Vegeta burst forth from the smoke, launching a series of energy blasts in quick succession. Fuyu deftly evaded each blast, remaining unscathed, yet he could not escape the next assault. Vegeta's fist connected with his right cheek, sending him hurtling away, closely followed by an energy blast. With a thunderous boom, a cloud of dust was kicked up, and Vegeta charged into it, leaping through the haze, landing a powerful kick to Fuyu's head. Fuyu emitted a muffled groan, propelled backward until he crashed against the cosmic tree, immediately followed by a wave of azure light. Boom. As the thick smoke dispersed, Fuyu was visibly battered and bruised. You possess such formidable power, Fuyu marveled incredulously at Vegeta. Vegeta, with an air of aloofness, sneered, Is this all the strength you have? Fuyu narrowed his eyes, preparing to retaliate, when suddenly the cosmic tree radiated a blinding light. Fuyu's expression shifted to one of exhilaration. The universe was finally on the verge of formation. A moment he had long awaited. Ha ha ha. Success. My new universe is about to emerge. His demeanor resembled one on the brink of a climactic moment. Yet just as quickly, the light from the cosmic tree extinguished. Nanny. His expression morphed into one of utter disbelief. Damn it. Fuyu waved his hand, conjuring multiple screens in the void, each displaying scenes of devastation across various planets in the universe. Upon scanning one particular screen, he froze, his rage igniting. The image revealed the Super Shenron summoned by the gods of destruction from two universes. He realized that this chaos was the doing of the Super Shenron. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He was nearly beside himself with fury. He had plotted for this day for so long. All he desired was to create his own universe and discover his lineage. Was that truly a fault? In the midst of his fury, Tao appeared. This isn't like you. Fuyu, she remarked with a smile. What do you want? Fuyu replied, his patience wearing thin. I have something for you. Tao tossed a pitch-black energy sphere, from which tendrils of energy emanated and entered Fuyu's body. Zhou Fei, observing the scene, refrained from intervening, curious to see the extent of Fuyu's potential. Fuyu clutched his head, howling in agony, as memories flooded his mind like a cinematic reel. After a few breaths, he comprehended the entire scenario. Should I call you Tao or Mother? You may call me whatever you wish. Everything I have done was for you. Fuyu nodded. Yet the next words he uttered left Tao momentarily speechless. Now that you have completed your tasks, you should leave. With that, he directed dark energy into the cosmic tree. Vegeta, sensing trouble, thought to himself, this is bad, and quickly dashed toward Dark King Fuyu. Fuyu casually fired off several dark energy blasts. Vegeta swatted them away effortlessly. Do not interfere with me. With a swift motion, their figures flickered as they commenced a fierce battle, instantly matching each other blow for blow. Crash. Their fists collided, releasing a tremendous energy that reverberated through the fabric of time itself. Bang, bang, bang. They fought fiercely, neither yielding an inch. At that moment, Tao and Mira raised their hands to unleash energy for an attack, but Zhou Fei appeared behind them, his gaze icy. A sneak attack is ill-advised. With a sudden impact, Vegeta delivered a heavy knee strike to Fuyu's abdomen. Ugh! Fuyu doubled over, gagging, just as an energy blast detonated before him, forcing him to retreat amidst the smoke to the side of the cosmic tree. He grasped the cosmic tree, feeling its energy surge and erupt into a malevolent crimson glow. I can now resurrect the cosmic tree with my own power, so be gone. As he spoke, the energy spread toward the leaves. Ultimate Flash Kamehameha. Whoosh! A wave of explosive energy surged forth, and Fuyu bellowed, unleashing a powerful dark energy to counter it. The two immense forces clashed, creating a terrifying maelstrom of energy that roamed wildly through the space around them. Zhou Fei observed everything with remarkable calmness, while Tova and Mira simultaneously activated their protective shields. The air crackled with an extraordinary energy, resembling dazzling blades that danced vividly. As time passed, Vegeta's energy began to wane unexpectedly. In a sudden turn, he abruptly reverted from his fused form. However, Fu's energy did not diminish. Instead, it intensified further, as the energy threatened to envelop them both. Zhou Fei instantly positioned himself before them, transforming into his Super Saiyan Blue form, and delivered a powerful punch against the opposing energy, resulting in a tremendous roar. The overwhelming energy erupted like tumultuous waves, shattering the space around them as a fierce energy storm swept through the area. Ugh! Fu cried out in agony amidst the colossal energy, his form resembling a kite severed from its string as he was propelled backwards, spewing forth copious amounts of tainted blood. Yet, amidst his suffering, he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha! My universe has finally manifested. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, using dark energy to manipulate a grotesquely twisted mass of cosmic energy that floated before him, seizing it with fervor. Chapter 67. Breaking Boundaries, Super Saiyan Broly. Hertz returns how beautiful yet distorted this is. Fu marveled at the sight. His gaze shifted as he slowly rose, looking at Zhou Fei with a mocking tone. My universe is complete. The implication was clear. No matter how powerful you are, it matters not, for I have created my own universe. Zhou Fei remained utterly unperturbed. Upon witnessing the expression of his opponent, Fuyu felt as though he had sustained a devastating blow. He shook his head slightly and snapped his fingers, employing dark magic to manipulate the very fabric of this space. Fortunately, they found themselves within a temporal rift, a realm so fortified that even celestial beings could not intervene, making it exceptionally conducive to dark energy. Thus, the effects of the dark magic were exponentially amplified. With a resonant hum, a blinding light akin to daylight enveloped everyone, causing them to shut their eyes. When they reopened them, they discovered they had been transported to a courtyard. Welcome to my courtyard. Fuyu graciously gestured in a gentlemanly manner. Fuyu, what trickery are you attempting this time? Vegeta scolded, though his voice lacked its usual vigor. The energy consumed by his fusion had left him rather drained. Come now, let us dance, he proclaimed, wearing an ambiguous smile. Before long, the entire courtyard began to tremble, and both Vegeta and Son Goku sensed an overwhelming aura approaching. What a powerful presence. Someone is nearing. Son Goku's expression grew grave as he assumed a defensive stance. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the glass overhead shattered, and a figure leapt into the courtyard. Tall and imposing, the individual sported grass-green hair and possessed only whites for eyes, devoid of pupils. Kakarot. This was none other than Broly, charging towards Son Goku with a fierce roar. At that moment, another pane of glass shattered, and another figure emerged, blocking Broly's path. This newcomer, with fiery red hair and a layer of purplish energy enveloping his form, emanated an exceptionally powerful aura. Vegeta observed with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Indeed, the figure who obstructed Broly was none other than Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. From the broken glass entrance, two more individuals appeared. Tao's expression turned serious as she addressed them. Demigra, I never anticipated you would assist them. Demigra said nothing, casting a cold glance across the assembly before finally fixing his gaze upon Zhou Fei. He sensed an immense power emanating from this individual. Kakarot. With a surge of energy, he unleashed a force that sent Vegeta staggering back, his aura surging wildly as he brazenly transcended into Super Saiyan 4 form without any diminishment in his power. Having freed himself from mind control and having endured multiple cycles of life and death, he had surpassed all limits, achieving an unexpected level of growth. Demigra spoke with a dispassionate tone, as if none of this were of any significance to him. His aura continued to rise, transforming his hair to a striking red with black undertones, while his golden flames shifted to a purplish hue, resembling particles akin to those of Super Saiyan Blue. Indeed, he too had attained the limit-breaking form, identical to that of the current Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Zhou Fei observed this spectacle with considerable admiration. Zhou Fei cast a glance at Demigula, then turned his attention to Fu Yu, who was surprisingly still engrossed in the spectacle, as if his previous state of disarray had never occurred. Upon sensing Zhou Fei's gaze, he revealed a peculiar smile. Although he had sustained considerable injuries moments ago, the flow of dark energy had healed him completely, rendering him entirely untroubled. Zhou Fei, do you possess any magical beans? Sun Wukong inquired at that moment. Zhou Fei raised an eyebrow, feigning contemplation for a moment before his eyes sparkled with realization. He began to search his person and finally produced a single celestial being. He tossed the last remaining bean to Sun Wukong, who, without hesitation, split it in half and handed one portion to Vegeta. Vegeta understood Kakarot's intent. Consuming the celestial bean would restore their energy. Without further ado, they assumed their stances and prepared for fusion. After a brief flicker of light, the illustrious Gogeta emerged. Transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, he instantaneously teleported before Vegeta, grasping Broly's hand and stating, "Leave this to me. You confront Fu." Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement and surged towards Fu with explosive energy. Fu, however, opted not to engage him head-on. Instead, he employed magic to create 6 identical copies of himself to create distractions. Though these duplicates possessed equal strength, they excessively drained his dark energy. Yet, he awaited an imminent opportunity, his gaze occasionally darting to a particular spot, all of which Zhou Fei observed keenly. Fu's replicas surrounded Vegeta, simultaneously launching their attacks, leaving Vegeta to defend while seeking a chance to counterattack. As the battle raged on fervently, the intensity escalated. The 3 factions led by Zhou Fei remained locked in a tense standoff. At that moment, a blinding radiance erupted from the twisted cosmic cluster placed outside by Fu Yu. His face lit up with joy, for it signified that he had successfully replicated any one of the 12 universes. Seizing the opportunity as Fu Yu dispelled his magic, Vegeta teleported directly before him and delivered a powerful punch. Get away. Bam! A tumultuous wave surged forth, resulting in a tumultuous clash. However, it is crucial to note that Vegeta's full power would consume a vast amount of energy, risking his very disintegration. Meanwhile, Gogeta propelled himself and Broly into the replicated universe, with Zhou Fei hot on their heels. Only Demigra and his subordinates remained motionless, standing at the scene. As the blinding light faded, Zhou Fei surveyed his surroundings, discovering himself in a rather dim environment, where everything was rendered in an eerie gloom. He released his energy to sense the area, detecting no signs of life, save for the presence of Son Goku. Thus, he focused on Goku's energy and teleported to a nearby location. Upon his sudden arrival, he was greeted with an unexpected welcome. Zhou Fei cast a fleeting glance before striking an energy orb with a resounding slap, leading to a cascade of explosions reminiscent of a domino effect. He then turned his gaze toward the spacecraft in the sky, relentlessly launching energy orbs. It was unmistakably the vessel of Frieza. After several more energy projectiles were fired, Zhou Fei effortlessly shattered each one with the same technique. Inevitably, the spacecraft's hatch swung open, and Frieza along with his brother cooler emerged. This cooler was not the metallic variant, but rather the standard form. So it is you. You've come as well. Splendid. I shall eliminate you here, declared Frieza, transforming into his golden form. Step aside, Frieza. The Scions belong to me. Cooler followed suit, adopting his own golden transformation. Suddenly, Zhou Fei sensed a familiar aura, causing his intentions to quell. Just as the two golden figures were about to approach him, numerous blocks descended from the heavens, pinning them firmly to the ground. Striding forward with an air of indifference, hands tucked into his pockets and a halo hovering above his head, Hertz made his entrance. "Ah, long time no see, gentlemen," he greeted. "How did you come back to life, Hertz?" inquired Sun Wukong. Hertz gestured towards the halo above him, shrugged nonchalantly, and replied, "I was pulled from the depths of hell by a self-proclaimed demon god." Sun Wukong, momentarily bewildered, found himself at a loss for understanding the situation, ultimately redirecting his attention to Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei nodded. "You must not be here merely to exchange pleasantries. Speak your mind. What brings you here?" Hertz revealed a mysterious smile. "Very well, in the spirit of candor, I shall speak plainly. Fuyu has not only toyed with me, but also with all of humanity, and thus I seek to exact my revenge upon him." "Agreed, that poses no difficulty." Zhou Fei agreed without hesitation. Hertz was momentarily taken aback. Such a swift affirmation without a hint of skepticism? Little did he know that Zhou Fei had already revealed the details. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had no objections. Thus, a temporary alliance was forged. Chapter 68. The arrival of Android 21. With a thunderous roar, debris scattered as the brothers broke free from their constraints. They glared furiously at the newly arrived Hertz, and without uttering a word, charged at him with unbridled rage. Zhou Fei ascended to the Super 4 form and unleashed a formidable 300-fold King S fist. A powerful wave of heat forced Sun Wukong and Hertz to retreat repeatedly. A fleeting shadow zipped past the two, followed by the resonant sound of two distinct impacts. The Frieza brothers, one on the left and the other on the right, crashed violently into the ground. The Scions. The brothers charged forward once more. Zhou Fei let out a cold snort, elevating his Kaio-ken to a staggering 400 times. Instantly, the earth began to tremble, and the intense heat rendered the ground parched and desiccated. Although his Kaio-ken knew no bounds, his body had its limits, and the exertion drained his stamina. Otherwise, why would he often employ weighted training to strengthen his physique? As for his healing technique, he seldom utilized it, for he had not acquired the peculiar ability that allowed for a dramatic increase in combat prowess after sustaining injuries. Were he to possess such an advantage, he would not hesitate to engage in self-harm during battles, even daring to forego transformation, believe it or not. Upon returning from the realm of time, he had augmented his gravity to 550 times, while his body could currently endure a Kaio-ken multiplier of 450 times. The first to arrive before Zhou Fei was Gula. As he raised his hand, a dull thud echoed, prompting Zhou Fei to turn and face Frieza. Gah! Gula clutched his abdomen, his eyes rolling back as he reverted to his normal state, plummeting to the ground. Frieza, taken aback, found himself meeting the same fate as his brother in that fleeting moment. He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, his back arched, and simultaneously, the overwhelming force of the punch radiated throughout his body, causing him to fall to the ground in a shrimp-like posture. Zhou Fei released his transformation, restored gravity, and after taking a few light breaths, regained his composure. Approaching Sun Wukong and the others, he remarked, "Upon my arrival, I conducted a brief investigation and discovered that this place is a replica of Earth. Currently, aside from the extraterrestrial inhabitants, there are no signs of humanity on this entire planet." Now it makes sense why everything felt so off. Hertz nodded in agreement, subsequently producing a mystical bean and tossing it to Sun Wukong. "I gleaned this from your thoughts. After all, this is Earth, so possessing such a thing is hardly surprising." Sun Wukong responded with an "oh," inquiring if Zhou Fei wished to partake. Zhou Fei shook his head, prompting Sun Wukong to consume the bean, which instantly restored him. Remarkably, although it was merely a replica, its effects were undeniably potent. "Zhou Fei, do you possess any means to leave this place?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Indeed. Really? What is the method?" Before Zhou Fei could divulge his plan, a tumultuous aura surged rapidly from the distance. "This is..." Sun Wukong's expression hardened as he recognized the energy. How could he forget? This was none other than the one called Broly. A wave of confusion washed over him, for this Broly bore no resemblance to the one he knew. "Kakarot. Kakarot." Even before his arrival, his voice echoed, revealing the depths of his affection for Sun Wukong. "You all go ahead, search for the Dragon Balls, summon the Shinran, and see if there is a way out," he urged. Before entering his Super Saiyan 4 form and charging towards Broly, Sun Wukong nodded and departed with Hertz. Kakarot. Broly roared, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 as well. Bang! Boom! As their fists collided, an immense force erupted, causing the ground to buckle and tremble, sending shockwaves that resonated with terrifying roars. In this clash, neither fighter yielded. Broly swiftly retracted his fist and executed a high kick, but Zhou Fei deftly seized his ankle, performing a dazzling spin that sent Broly hurtling several thousand meters away. Crashing into the ground and creating a human-shaped crater, Broly emerged from the pit, unleashing a barrage of green energy waves from his hands. Zhou Fei unleashed a golden wave of energy with a single hand. Boom! The earth-shattering roar erupted as the energy collided, causing the ground to tremble and stones to soar through the air. Broly let out a furious roar, amplifying his energy output. Zhou Fei slightly grinned, amplifying his output. A crackling sound resonated as their energy seemed to reach a critical threshold, instantly erupting in a dazzling brilliance, followed by a thunderous roar. The earth trembled incessantly, and the two were engulfed by a colossal mushroom cloud. Yet, this was not the end. The sounds of combat echoed through the thick smoke. With a swift motion, they emerged from the haze. Broly's face twisted into a fierce grimace, his aura surging dramatically as he ascended into a form of transcendent power. His formidable presence had multiplied exponentially compared to before. Zhou Fei unleashed the 400-fold Kaio-ken, eager to ascertain the extent to which this technique could allow him to engage his opponent. The auras of the two warriors clashed incessantly, igniting a cascade of electric sparks. Their forms flickered and darted with remarkable speed. The sounds of their movements echoed, rapid and fierce. As they weaved through one another, tremendous energy erupted violently, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that detonated upon the ground, leaving the landscape in utter devastation. Moments later, Zhou Fei found himself sent flying several thousand meters by a single punch from Broly. Upon regaining his balance, he shook his arms. Though he had managed to deflect the strike, that last blow had been profoundly heavy, and wisps of smoke began to rise from his arm. It was astonishing that such power could be attained through the Kaio-ken, truly formidable. Zhou Fei stretched his limbs, liberating himself from the shackles of gravity. As his energy began to ascend gradually, Kakarot. Just as tension surged in the atmosphere, a pink energy orb suddenly soared through the air, striking Broly and causing dark smoke to billow from his back. In an instant, a figure materialized, a woman clad in a white lab coat, with disheveled chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders. Adorned with black-rimmed glasses, oversized earrings, and an alluring physique, she declared, "I shall accept your energy." Her voice resonated with an enchanting allure. No sooner had she spoken than a peculiar cubic object manifested in her hand, which began to absorb the energy surrounding the two combatants. Zhou Fei scrutinized the person before him, taking in her physique and appearance. After a moment of contemplation, he finally recalled her identity. She was Android 21. "You are Android 21, Zhou Fei blurted out. And the beautiful eyes of Android 21 gazed at him with a hint of confusion. "Why does this person recognize me? I have only been in this world for a few hours." "Who are you?" 21 inquired, perplexed. "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is your purpose for being here." With a cold snort, 21 disregarded him, and the cube in her hand emanated a faint, ethereal blue glow. Her eyes brightened, and just as she was about to retract the cube, Broly struck with a powerful punch. In an instant, 21's aura surged, transforming her into another form. Her once fair skin shifted to a vibrant pink, and her clear eyes turned a striking red. Zhou Fei raised an eyebrow. This was the demon form of number 21. He could sense that the aura emanating from her was scarcely weaker than his own. With a swift motion, he unleashed a pink energy orb that engulfed Broly, erupting in a brilliant explosion of light. Roar. Adhering to the principle of smoke without injury, he emerged unscathed, launching a fierce punch aimed at the tumultuous chest of number 21. Her expression darkened as she swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The sound resonated, revealing that number 21 was somewhat overpowered and was sent reeling. "I'm done playing. The energy has been fully gathered, and I must take my leave." As her words fell, a peculiar radiance enveloped her, swirling around her form before vanishing in an instant. That individual. Zhou Fei shook his head, astonished to encounter Android 21 at this moment. His previous life had afforded him scant knowledge about this character, thus, he was unaware of her origins or intentions. Nevertheless, such occurrences were hardly surprising in the vastness of the universe. Kill. Bereft of a target, Broly succumbed to a frenzy. unleashing a torrent of energy waves that scattered like a meteor shower across the night sky. Chapter 69, Black Goku vs. Zhou Fei. He conjured an energy shield to deflect the numerous energy blasts. Observing the frenzied Broly, Zhou Fei employed gravity to pull him down from the air, causing the emitted energy blasts to dissipate entirely. The overwhelming force of gravity firmly restrained Broly, rendering him utterly immobile. Zhou Fei gazed quietly at the menacing figure of Broly, pondering how he might calm him. As he contemplated, a shadowy figure suddenly soared through the air, cloaked in black, rendering their features indistinguishable. The figure landed beside Zhou Fei and spoke in a steady voice. "Leave him to me. You may attend to your own matters." The tone was so composed that it was impossible to discern the identity of the speaker. Zhou Fei secretly revealed a faint smile. He was undoubtedly aware of the identity of the individual before him. Nodding slightly, he turned and soared into the sky. Not long after his departure, a tremendous surge of energy erupted. In front of the dilapidated palace on planet Vegeta, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his body battered and bruised. "Vegeta, the proud prince, is this all the strength you possess?" Dallas mocked. "Bah." Vegeta spat, his heart ablaze with fury. With a thunderous crash, the injured Kamba burst through the wall, his expression one of sheer excitement. Let the grotesque battle commence. Human. A figure clad in a black martial arts uniform and wearing a mask appeared high in the sky, speaking with an air of arrogance and disdain, his cold and lofty gaze surveying the scene below. Vegeta slowly rose to his feet, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, his eyes gravely fixed upon Kamba and Dallas. All three were injured, but he bore the most severe wounds. "Yeah." Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he charged at Kamba. Kamba let out a hearty laugh, gathering energy to unleash a formidable blast. With a resounding boom, Vegeta was sent hurtling away, crashing through the wall and collapsing amidst the rubble. "You are still far too inexperienced. Evil is the essence and pride of a Saiyan," Kamba remarked with a grin. At that moment, Dallas seized the opportunity, swiftly moving in front of him and launching an energy wave. In a split second, Kamba retaliated with his own energy blast, resulting in a deafening explosion that enveloped the two in a cloud of dust. With a swift motion, Dallas emerged from the smoke, declaring, "The fruits of the spirit tree have bestowed upon me the power of evil. I am now the true embodiment of an evil Saiyan, and thus, I am the strongest. Interesting. Let us see who is truly stronger." Kamba roared, dissipating the smoke with his own surge of power. The two clashed fiercely, their energies colliding in a spectacular display of power that lit up the sky like fireworks. The masked observer watched with great delight, reveling in the intensity of their battle. For the more fervently they fought, the greater the energy absorbed by this replicated universe, hastening the emergence of humanity. In the next moment, Sun Wukong appeared with Hertz. Immediately noticing Vegeta sprawled on the ground, he rushed over to inquire about Vegeta's condition. After shaking him slightly, Vegeta remained unresponsive, but thankfully he could still feel his breath. Otherwise, Sun Wukong might have feared that Vegeta had perished. Meanwhile, Black Wukong, observing Sun Wukong's arrival, swiftly descended to the ground. "Do not interfere here, Sun Wukong." He transformed instantly into his rose-tinted form. "You are Black Wukong. How can this be?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. However, he recognized that the current situation did not allow for contemplation. Transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, the two quickly engaged in combat. After exchanging a few simple blows, the battlefield shifted to the skies. Hertz unleashed a golden aura, charging at Black Wukong. At this moment, their combined strength might offer a chance to defeat him. Before Hertz could close the distance, Zhou Fei arrived at the scene with a flash of instant teleportation. Assessing the situation, a smirk crept onto his lips. "Damn it. How could that rascal be here?" Having regained some strength, Vegeta wobbled and leaned against the wall, pondering how he could possibly be here after the Omni King had obliterated him along with the universe. Suddenly, a fierce wind heralded an incoming punch, and in the blink of an eye, Zhou Fei intercepted Dallas's attack with a resounding slap. It's you. I never realized you were a Saiyan back then." He swiftly withdrew his fist, creating a distance of several meters. "Since you are also a Saiyan, recall the essence of our kind." As he spoke, he attempted to transmit an aura of malevolence to Zhou Fei, hoping to awaken in him the dark nature of the Saiyans. Yet, he underestimated Zhou Fei significantly. Zhou Fei accepted his malevolent aura with an expressionless face, while a cold smile lingered in his heart. As Dales prepared to withdraw, his demeanor shifted to one of anticipation. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his expression froze, for his wicked energy dissipated after merely lingering on the opponent for a few seconds. He observed a faint glow enveloping the figure before him, serving as a protective barrier. A shield? No, a shield could not withstand his malevolence. It was a different form of energy altogether. So it appears you are not an ordinary Saiyan. Before he could finish his thought, an energy blast soared towards him from a distance. Dale's gaze turned icy as he effortlessly swatted the energy blast away and, in an instant, closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick that sent his adversary flying. Meanwhile, high above, the battle between Black Goku and Sun Wukong had also reached its conclusion. Black Goku gripped Sun Wukong's neck tightly. Damn it, Zhou Fei, you must have your own matters to attend to. Allow me to handle this, Vegeta declared with unwavering resolve. Zhou Fei nodded, turning to charge at Black Wukong. Humph, another fool willingly walking to their demise. Black Wukong casually tossed Sun Wukong aside, as if discarding a piece of refuse. From Fu Yu, I learned of my destiny. I traversed time and transcended history, having vanquished 99 Sun Wukongs thus far. That just now was the 100th, and my ultimate form is on the verge of completion. To obliterate humanity once and for all, I have arrived here. This universe is on the brink of birthing humanity, and if I can eradicate all these newly born beings, then humanity throughout the cosmos will vanish. Would you not agree that this is magnificent and formidable? Ah ha ha ha. Black Wukong laughed maniacally. Zhou Fei sighed, realizing that Zama's thoughts had become utterly distorted. His sigh was not for Zama's, but rather a reflection of his own sentiments. At present, I have transcended all Saiyans, and you Saiyans have reached the pinnacle of your potential through me. The strongest? Then allow me to witness just how formidable you truly are, Black Goku. Zhou Fei jested. Very well, human, but before Black Wukong could finish his words, Zhou Fei transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and launched an assault. He moved at an astonishing speed, appearing before Black Wukong, delivering a swift kick. Black Wukong swiftly assumed a defensive stance, yet just as Zhou Fei's foot was about to connect, he altered his attack trajectory. Retracting his leg, he unleashed a powerful uppercut that struck Black Wukong's chin, shattering a corner of his mask. Black Wukong staggered backward for over 100 meters before regaining his balance, only to find Zhou Fei had vanished. In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his back, a tingling energy coursing through his body, and suddenly, the world around him began to retreat at an alarming pace. With a roar, he transformed into his rose-red second form, and in an instant, a streak of light sliced through the sky, arriving at Zhou Fei's side. Unleashing the Kamehameha wave, Zhou Fei deftly evaded the Kamehameha wave with a swift teleportation. As the energy wave struck the ground, it unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the cosmos. Viewed from the perspective of the atmosphere, one could behold an unparalleled and immense crater, a sight that was, from a distance, truly magnificent. Zhou Fei ascended to the realm of the divine. Whoosh, whoosh. The two soared into the sky, unleashing a cataclysmic battle. The entire planet trembled as their clash unfolded, fissures appearing across its surface, and magma gushing forth, presenting a vivid tableau reminiscent of the apocalypse. In Chapter 70, Annihilation, the new form of Fu Yu, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, generating an overwhelming energy that could shatter mountains. Below, Vegeta found himself subjected to a brutal tag team assault from Dales and Kamba. This combined onslaught left him severely injured, and Dale seized the opportunity to infuse him with malevolent energy, intent on reclaiming his place at Vegeta's expense. Feeling the insidious power corrupting him, Vegeta's face contorted in agony. His body began to spasm, and his eyes gradually turned a fiery crimson. Gritting his teeth, he uttered each word with conviction. You previously asserted that evil is the true essence of the Saiyans. Spare me the jest, if that were truly the case. Then what of me? Memories of his past atrocities and encounters with Kakarot flooded his mind, alongside visions of his wife and children. A low growl escaped Vegeta's lips, and his form began to transform, his muscles subtly bulking up. Now, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through him. The inner flames of Ultra Blue were tainted by Dale's malevolent aura, while the exterior retained the original cerulean flames, interwoven with violet and white lightnings. And veins bulged on his forehead. Nanny. Dales was taken aback by Vegeta's sudden display of power. Mastering the dark energy? What a joke. Did he not care for his pride? In the blink of an eye, Vegeta materialized before him. Before Dales could comprehend the situation, he was violently struck, his body arcing backward as he was propelled away. Vegeta swiftly followed, positioning himself just as Dales was about to crash, delivering a crushing kick to his back. the sound of shattering bones echoing in the air. He then charged towards Kamba, engaging in a fierce confrontation. It took but a mere handful of breaths to dispatch Dales. No, this cannot be. Why? Dales fell unconscious, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. He then rushed towards Kamba, continuing the fierce battle. While the planet edged ever closer to annihilation, high above, the Black Goku, resembling Super Saiyan 3, faced off against Zhou Fei. In all the epics and histories I have traversed, no being like you has ever existed. Who are you truly? The voice of Black Goku was deep and resonant. Who am I? Surely, you are already aware. Why then, do you ask? Zhou Fei grinned broadly, but soon his expression shifted to one of disdain. Black Wukong, if I cannot defeat you, how can you claim to be the strongest? You might as well wash up and go to sleep. In your dreams, anything is possible. Black Wukong's eyes burned with murderous intent. With a tremendous surge of energy, he erupted, causing his mask to shatter extensively, leaving only a small fragment clinging to his face. The overwhelming force tore through his clothing, revealing an extraordinarily muscular physique. A blinding light enveloped him, yet his hair remained unchanged, and his short eyebrows reappeared. The energy radiating from him swelled to a magnitude that was several times greater than before. Human, you are no longer my match. In an instant, he vanished. While Zhou Fei stood frozen in place, seemingly stunned by the other's speed. A multitude of breaths passed in silence. Zhou Fei swiftly pivoted and executed a spinning kick, causing a figure to plummet rapidly, stabilizing itself just before reaching the ground. Wukong gingerly touched his cheek, the searing pain still lingering. With a hum, he quickly assumed a stance, his palms outstretched as a torrent of energy coalesced within his grasp. He aimed to deliver a decisive blow to his opponent. Crackling sounds echoed as the formidable energy unleashed a current that spread in all directions, reminiscent of Vegeta's ultimate flash. Zhou Fei did not interrupt his incantation, rather. He was intrigued to observe the extent of his opponent's power. After several breaths, the energy was finally gathered. Human, you are excessively arrogant. Perish. With that exclamation, a formidable wave of energy surged forth. In the face of such overwhelming and destructive force, Zhou Fei remained composed, elevating his own aura to its utmost limit before launching a powerful punch. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, as a magnificent golden dragon, born of colossal energy, collided with the oncoming wave of force. The impact reverberated with a thunderous boom, and in an instant, the world around them seemed to lose all color. Crack. No. It can't be. In the astonished gaze of Black Wukong, the dragon shattered his energy barrier. With another thunderous roar, the golden dragon emitted a piercing cry that penetrated his body, enveloping him in its brilliance, until Black Wukong vanished in a blaze of light. Beneath the radiant glow, a tempest, wrought from powerful shockwaves, ensued. Observing the absence of Black Wukong, Zhou Fei scoffed, murmuring, "TCH. I wouldn't dare claim to be the strongest. And yet you have the audacity to assert such a title." The ground trembled as magma erupted incessantly. Is this the limit? He glanced over at Vegeta, who was supporting Sun Wukong as he rose, having released his grasp, while nearby, Hertz was assisting Kamba, leaving Dales to stand alone. Zhou Fei swiftly appeared before them. This planet is on the verge of collapse. Grasp my shoulders, and I shall take you away. Upon hearing his words, everyone complied, save for Vegeta, who disdainfully curled his lip and reluctantly placed his hand upon Kakarot's shoulder. In an instant, they vanished, and the planet subsequently erupted, dissolving into stardust in the cosmos. In a replicated portion of Earth, the group materialized, with Sun Wukong collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. What shall we do next? We cannot locate Fuyu without departing from this replicated universe, Hertz remarked. Zhou Fei stroked his chin, pondering for over 10 seconds before inquiring. Didn't you say you two were tasked with collecting the Dragon Balls? How did that go? Have you gathered them all? Hertz nodded, waving his hand. And 7 shimmering Dragon Balls descended to the ground, radiating a soft glow. Just as they were about to summon the dragon, a voice interrupted them. It's futile. These Dragon Balls cannot assist you. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice and beheld Demigra. What brings you here, Demigra? Zhou Fei asked. Oh, come now, young man. Fu is also my adversary. Since he is the enemy of my enemy, that makes us allies, does it not? Thus, as a good friend, is it not reasonable for me to offer my assistance? Demigra replied with a smile that was inscrutable, leaving one to wonder about his true intentions. Even Hertz, standing beside him, furrowed his brow. His mind-reading abilities proved ineffective against this individual. When he had previously encountered Demigra, he had employed his powers to no avail, but he had dismissed it as an anomaly. Now, It appeared that was not the case. Is that so? Then I truly thank you. Zhou Fei also smiled, though his grin was imbued with a deeper significance. Without courtesy, Demigula's gaze lingered on Zhou Fei for several moments before he waved his wand, unleashing a formidable surge of magical energy that enveloped the crowd. A radiant crimson light erupted, and then everyone vanished. Demigula did not depart. Instead, he observed the replicated Dragon Balls on the ground. In the temporal rift, beside the cosmic tree, the red light materialized, and the group emerged from its glow. As they scanned their surroundings, a familiar yet somewhat alien voice resonated. You are quite impressive to have emerged from there. A slight elevation of their gaze revealed a child seated upon a stone. Are you Fuyu? Son Goku inquired uncertainly. The aura felt unmistakable. Yet his appearance was altered. This childlike form sported a wing sprouting from its back. What? Can't you recognize me just because I've shrunk a little? How dull. Fuyu shrugged and chuckled. At that moment, the Time Patrol's son Goku and Vegeta appeared, both enveloped in the state of Ultra Instinct. This transformation was a result of absorbing the energy from Trunks and others during a previous encounter when Tao had transported them to another temporal rift. The notion had stemmed from the suggestion of the demon god Demara. Fuyu gradually ascended, and as he reached a certain altitude, he flicked his wings, unleashing a terrifying tempest of energy. Boom. Everyone except Zhou Fei was hurled away by the force of this energy storm. And even the two in Ultra Instinct were forced to revert to their normal forms. Higi, you truly are exceptional, Fuyu remarked, gazing at Zhou Fei with a smile. The atmosphere became charged with tension, as if an electric current crackled between them. Chapter 71 concludes, heralding the impending demonic war. The two faced each other, their confrontation palpable, as if a lightning bolt were sizzling in the air. Ding! A gift package is opening. Congratulations on acquiring the skills of displacement and temporal space. The sudden system announcement brought a thrill to his heart, though he maintained an outward calm. He recognized displacement as a technique associated with the evil thought wave, vastly superior to mere high-speed movement, while temporal space was indeed a skill of hit, capable of creating illusions in reality and forming an alternate realm for attacks. Receiving both skills was tantamount to mastering them. It was the perfect opportunity to test the effects of temporal space. Buzz. In an instant, Zhou Fei felt his surroundings shift, transporting him to a colorless expanse. This was the alternate space formed by the time stored within temporal space, truly peculiar. It was indeed remarkable. And there was an odd sensation as he observed another version of himself in confrontation with others. Such a feeling was utterly novel to him. He swiftly approached the child Fuyu from behind. In the real world, little Fuyu gazed at Zhou Fei, an inexplicable feeling swelling within him, though he could not articulate what was strange about it. Just as he prepared to launch an attack, a wave of danger surged through him, prompting an instinctive evasive maneuver. Merely a fraction of a second later, a tremendous explosion erupted at his previous location. As he narrowly avoided disaster, Zhou Fei's figure in the space behind him shattered and vanished. What a pity, what a pity. I didn't expect you to be so attuned to danger. Zhou Fei displayed an expression of regret. What on earth did you just do? Xiaofu furrowed his brows, utterly perplexed by the events that had just transpired. Zhou Fei's lips curled into a slight smile. You wish to know? You plead with me, humph. Do not presume that a few tricks render you invincible. I am far superior to you. As his words faded, an intense aura erupted from him. Meanwhile, Zhou Fei intended to unleash his own energy. But the insignia on his arm flickered with a faint glow. He touched the insignia, and the radiance dissipated. I must swiftly dispose of you. I have other matters to attend to. Arrogant. Whether I am arrogant or not, you shall soon discover. Without further hesitation, he heightened his Super Saiyan 4 aura and energy to their zenith. The searing flames crackled as they scorched the void. On the other hand, two individuals from different timelines attempted to assist, only to be swiftly transported away by Fuyu. Well then, it's just you and me now. I sense an overwhelming threat emanating from you. Once you are eliminated, no one will be able to thwart me. Swish, swish. Both figures moved in unison, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the void. Bang, bang. The sounds of their fierce collisions reverberated throughout the space. Boom, boom. When they reappeared, they engaged in a contest of strength, their hands gripping each other with unwavering resolve. Their forms began to morph and twist, spinning rapidly like a windmill, conjuring a terrifying gale. After several seconds, they both landed upon a stone platform. Little Fuyu began to unleash his energy, a powerful force surging within him, prompting the emergence of a second wing. With a whoosh, the wings flapped, releasing a multitude of dense, needle-like energy projectiles. Swish. The needle-like energy pierced through Zhou Fei's body, just as little Fuyu reveled in his triumph. He was taken aback to see his opponent's form disintegrate like shards of glass. In a sudden panic, he flapped his wings furiously, but it was a moment too late. Thud. Zhou Fei emerged from his blind spot, delivering a powerful punch to his handsome visage. The force sent him hurtling through the air, executing a series of flawless 360-degree flips. Regaining his composure, he detected a metallic scent and, upon touching the corner of his mouth, discovered to his dismay that he was bleeding. Veins throbbed on his forehead. How dare you make me bleed? I shall ensure your demise. O Cosmic Tree, grant me your strength. Fueled by rage, he raised his hand, while the Cosmic Tree exuded a sinister aura that entered Fuyu's body, enveloping him in a thick layer of energy. The young Fuyu grinned, and as he flapped his wings, a massive energy whip lashed out with astonishing speed. Zhou Fei stood resolute, unflinching. With a resounding thud, he bore the brunt of the strike. What a fool, to withstand the energy of the Cosmic Tree with his body. Ha ha ha. Xiao Fuyu laughed heartily. As his laughter echoed, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, hurling him into the Cosmic Tree. A look of confusion crossed Xiao Fuyu's face as he turned to observe, only to have his pupils dilate in shock. Before him stood a man adorned with silvery body hair cascading over his shoulders, radiating an immense energy. Why you? He stammered, disbelief etched across his features. Meanwhile, Zhou Fei felt a twinge of confusion. He had not chosen to transform into Super Saiyan 5. Rather, it was an automatic response from his body. The primary concern was that the energy from the Cosmic Tree seemed to have been absorbed into him. Answers could wait for another time. There was little time to ponder. Xiao Fuyu rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, his expression darkening as he charged towards Zhou Fei. With a resounding crash, two afterimages collided at high speed, vanishing in the impact and leaving behind dazzling trails of light. Buzz. Whoosh. In the next instant, Zhou Fei clenched his fists and launched an attack against Fuyu. In the blink of an eye, Fuyu raised his arm to block the blow but heard the ominous sound of bones fracturing. His expression shifted as he staggered back, simultaneously unleashing dozens of energy blasts. Zhou Fei, with a surge of power, deflected all the energy projectiles effortlessly. You are finished, Fuyu, Zhou Fei declared. Impossible. My experiment is not yet complete. I refuse to perish here, Fuyu retorted defiantly. Zhou Fei unleashed his fourfold self, instantly manifesting 3 identical duplicates of himself. What? Xiao Fu was struck with profound astonishment. He would not concede defeat so easily. With a low growl, he concentrated the energy from the Cosmic Tree surrounding him into his chest. Cosmic Energy Wave. Meanwhile, Zhou Fei assumed a stance, palms together, murmuring softly. Ultimate Magic Penetrating Flash, Turtle School Energy Blast. Whoosh. Whoosh. Boom. The astonishing energies collided, creating violent fluctuations throughout the void, sending forth terrifying ripples of energy. Crack. The void began to reveal intricate fissures. Buzz. Suddenly, Zhou Fei surged his energy, and in an instant, his energy wave obliterated Xiao Fu's. No, it should not be like this. It directly engulfed it. Boom. A tremendous explosion of energy erupted, radiating a dazzling and resplendent light. Zhou Fei was also caught in the explosion, crashing against the recently withered Cosmic Tree. With a loud crash, he reverted to his original form, gasping for breath. Indeed, the exertion had proven too taxing. He shook his head slightly and rose to his feet. At that moment, 2 iterations of Sun Wukong, who had been teleported away by Fuyu, made their appearance. Have you resolved the situation? One inquired. I apologize for not being of much assistance. The other Sun Wukong remarked, each expressing their sentiments in distinct ways. Zhou Fei waved his hand to indicate that it was of no concern. Well then, you all figure out how to leave this place. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Without regard for the thoughts of others, he left behind a remark, and with a flash of his insignia, he vanished. Time was indeed of the essence. In the realm of time, the supreme Kai of time, Sun Wukong, and the old Kai sat together, the atmosphere laden with gravity. It is entirely my fault for being careless and allowing them to seize the Dragon Balls, which enabled the Demon King Mechikabura to regain his peak power. The supreme Kai of time, Cain, confessed, her face tinged with shame. The old Kai placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. It is not your fault. Who could have foreseen that he would manipulate you to acquire the Dragon Balls? Cain sighed, acknowledging that had it not been for Trunks and his companion's timely rescue, she might still be ensnared as a puppet. The demon realm is undoubtedly assessing their forces and planning a large-scale assault against us. We must strike first to fortify our position, the old Kai stated gravely. Everyone understood the weight of his words. With their limited numbers, it was a fanciful notion to contend with the vast hordes of the demon realm. Moreover, even if they dealt with the lesser demons, formidable demon warriors awaited them. Amidst this heavy atmosphere, a radiant light pierced the void as Zhou Fei reappeared. Upon his arrival, he immediately sensed the unusual tension and inquired about it. Trunks then recounted the events. After listening to Trunks, Zhou Fei nodded. "Leave the demon warriors to me. You all manage the rest." The others exchanged bewildered glances, questioning his sanity. "Brother, are you truly going to challenge numerous demon warriors alone?" In response to their incredulous stares, Zhou Fei shrugged. "You thought I was merely a novice? Allow me to demonstrate my true capabilities." He then transformed into his Super Saiyan 5 form, unleashing a tremendous energy that caused the realm of time to tremble. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he sprang to his feet and rushed to Zhou Fei. "Is this the form that surpasses Super Saiyan 4? Upon hearing Wukong's question, Zhou Fei nodded. "It is indeed formidable. Perhaps we could spar sometime when the opportunity arises," Sun Wukong suggested. Zhou Fei readily acquiesced, while Vegeta, seated, displayed a glimmer of eager anticipation in his gaze. Zhou Fei returned to a state of normalcy, prompting the old realm king to slam his hand on the table. "Excellent, so be it. You shall depart at once. I shall temporarily oversee the realm of time." The group rose, and with a wave of his power, the old realm king transported them into the dark demon realm, including the king of time. "May you all return safely," he silently prayed. Chapter 72. Mechikapura vs. God Super Saiyan 5, Temporal Turbulence in the Dark Demon Realm. Beneath the dark castle lay an expansive square, where rows of soldiers, armed to the teeth, stood at attention, nearly 1,000 in total. Their eyes were fixed intently on Mechikapura, the demon realm king, who stood regally on the castle balcony. At that moment, Mechikapura, despite his age, bore a strikingly handsome visage, adorned in opulent attire that rendered him akin to a nobleman. He cleared his throat gently. "My loyal soldiers, are you prepared? Ready, ready, ready." The thunderous chorus resonated, filled with formidable spirit. Mechikapura nodded with a hint of satisfaction. "Very well, soldiers, let us." Before he could finish his command, a vortex materialized in the void, and Zhou Fei and his companions emerged. Ha! You truly possess audacity. Soldiers, eliminate them all." At the behest of Mechikapura, the soldiers erupted into a cacophony of battle cries, brandishing their weapons as they surged towards Zhou Fei and his companions, swiftly encircling them in layers. The battle was imminent. Buzz! Zhou Fei unleashed a wave of energy, a brilliant flash illuminating the surroundings, resulting in the demise or injury of dozens, as he swiftly advanced toward the few demon gods. To think a single individual would dare confront our 7 demon gods is truly a display of hubris. Mock demon god Dapula. But that assertion may be misguided. What if he proves to be exceptionally formidable? Ancient Lei interjected with a sardonic tone. Amidst their banter, Zhou Fei ascended to the Super Saiyan god form, and in an instant, the 7 demon gods felt an overwhelming pressure, one that was oddly familiar. This is the power of the gods. They displayed expressions of astonishment. Aside from that little brat Trunks, it appeared that others also possessed divine power. Indeed, during Zhou Fei's absence, Trunks had also acquired divine power, transforming into the Super Saiyan god form, albeit through a ceremonial process. Divine power, you say? Allow me to witness its true might, Demon God Xiao Lum declared as he charged forth wielding a massive scythe. Zhou Fei condensed his energy into a blade, which collided with a resounding clang, erupting a massive cloud of smoke. Gu Lei swung his colossal hammer and charged into the thick haze, shortly thereafter witnessing bursts of sparks and the cacophony of clashing metal. The remaining few demon gods exchanged glances, their pride preventing them from offering assistance. After all, they were demon gods who valued their dignity. Their attention shifted to Sun Wukong, and upon observing the scene, they were nearly taken aback. For the once formidable army of nearly 1,000 had suffered significant casualties. A bunch of useless fools, unable to fend off even a handful of adversaries, cursed demon god Depura in frustration. Coincidentally, at that moment, Gotenks flew in and positioned himself before him. Your opponent is none other than me, Gotenks. Gotenks proclaimed with his characteristic flippancy. Seeking death, demon god Depura unsheathed his formidable sword and charged forward, while Gotenks likewise drew his own mighty blade. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation. Sun Wukong and his companions surged towards the fray, shouting into the smoke, "Zhou Fei, leave these demon gods to us. You go confront Mechikabura." Upon hearing the words, Zhou Fei refrained from further entanglement and soared through the thick mist towards the lofty Mechikapula. "You truly underestimate us," came Tova's deep voice as he waved his wand, conjuring a colossal energy storm that surged towards Zhou Fei. In a flash, a figure appeared, Super Saiyan Gohan, who interposed himself to block the impending attack. "Tova, your adversaries are us," Gohan bellowed as he charged towards Tova and Mira. Zhou Fei subtly shook his head. The plan was to stall these demonic beings, yet it unexpectedly turned against him. He pondered their thoughts as he swiftly approached Mechikapula. The handsome visage of Mechikapula revealed a hint of wicked amusement. "It seems they hold great trust in you, believing you possess the strength to vanquish me." Zhou Fei nodded calmly. "Ah, it seems you are also a fool, blindly confident in your own abilities, utterly unaware of the chasm that lies between us." Zhou Fei shrugged, disinterested in elaborating further, and launched a direct assault. Mechi-Capra's expression darkened like the depths of a stormy sea, astonished that even the most inconsequential beings dared to tug at the whiskers of this fierce tiger. Bang! The seemingly weightless collision of their fists erupted with a sound akin to a nuclear detonation. Whoosh! Two streaks of light, one black and one red, weaved and danced across the skyline. The aftermath of their battle recklessly scattered in all directions, crafting a series of breathtaking tableaus. Swish! Both combatants landed simultaneously, instantly engaging in a brutal melee. Rat-a-tat-tat. The shadows of their fists flickered like stars in the night sky, the force of their impacts stirring up clouds of dust from the earth below. Employing a frenzied version of the Wolf Fang fist, they sustained no injuries. A colossal iron fist swung toward Zhou Fei's face, but he adeptly employed a technique of displacement to evade it, reappearing behind his opponent and delivering a kick that sent him soaring into the air. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Fei intercepted him mid-flight, delivering a powerful headbutt that struck his forehead with a resounding crash, leaving him dazed and seeing stars, his mind momentarily disoriented. He crashed down into the ground, creating a massive crater. Zhou Fei's assault was far from over. He raised his hand and unleashed a colossal energy projectile, imbued with an extraordinarily high energy density, capable of obliterating entire planets. It descended upon him with tremendous force, and in an instant, the devastating energy pierced through the very fabric of the earth. Zhou Fei descended to the ground, executing a splendid turn. A true man never glances back at an explosion. A thunderous roar erupted, and an immense mushroom cloud ascended, causing the earth to tremble incessantly. After several breaths, Mechikapula emerged from the blast zone, appearing somewhat disheveled. "Oh, remarkably, you have survived my next move. Impressive indeed." Zhou Fei feigned admiration. "You are formidable." Mechikapula's gaze was icy, filled with uncontrollable fury. "Ah, you need not tell me. I am well aware of my own prowess." Zhou Fei jested. "Do not boast of your verbal prowess. I shall demonstrate to you the essence of terror." With that, he tore away the tattered remnants of his clothing, unleashing a torrent of dark power intertwined with the force of time. The entire realm of the demon world trembled beneath his formidable aura, warping the very fabric of reality. This was the demonic form of Mechikapura. After countless millennia, the sensation of unleashing his full strength was exhilarating. He grinned wickedly, proclaiming, "Long live Lord Mechikapura." The remaining soldiers, sensing their lord's presence, erupted into fervent cheers. Meanwhile, the demon and the members of the temporal patrol ceased their conflict, awed and intimidated by this overwhelming aura. It transcended even that of a destroyer. Had it not been for the constraints of the narrative, the temporal patrol would stand no chance against this being. Yet, I pondered, why was I so exhilarated? Zhou Fei murmured to himself, then erupted into Super 5, his formidable golden fighting spirit contrasting sharply with his opponent's purple-black aura. The overwhelming presence emanating from him was not inferior to that of his adversary, yet it was still insufficient. Thus, he ascended to the divine realm. In an instant, the immense aura dissipated, giving rise to a terrifying pressure akin to an avalanche. The void began to fracture under this colossal weight, and even some delicate spaces shattered completely. Everything was set. Indeed, splendidly so. I shall vanquish you and absorb your power, rendering myself utterly invincible. Huh? A glimmer of greed flickered in Mechikapula's eyes. Buzz. In the next moment, both figures became indistinct, and when they reappeared, A resounding crash echoed as the earth trembled, revealing a massive pit over 1,000 meters in diameter. Zhou Fei suddenly appeared beside him, delivering a powerful punch that resonated with a thunderous impact. Meichi Capra swiftly defended himself, yet the overwhelming force surged through his body, obliterating mountain peaks in a linear path. If one were to gaze from above, it would resemble a meticulous parting of the demon realm. Wisps of white smoke emanated from Meichi Capra's arm as he retreated several steps. At that moment, a radiant and dazzling energy wave was unleashed from a distance, colliding fiercely with him and resulting in an unparalleled explosion. However, this assault no longer posed the same threat to him as it once did. With a mere wave of his hand, he dispersed the smoke, vanishing instantaneously, only to reappear high in the sky. There, he merged his palms to conjure an extraordinary sphere of dark energy, the Dark Obliteration Sphere. As the energy orb descended, the atmosphere began to churn violently, and the earth, unable to withstand such terrifying pressure, crumbled and fractured. Yet Zhou Fei remained unfazed, gazing at the world-destroying energy sphere. Divine Super Ultimate Magic Beam Cannon. A hum resonated, followed by a crackling sound. The energy shockwave, infused with divine power, surged toward the energy sphere, unbeknownst to him that it contained yet another form of energy. The collision of formidable energies sent ripples of terrifying shockwaves through the void. Ha! You cannot defeat me. I am the supreme ruler of the demon realm. The god Meichi Capra. In a fit of madness, Meichi Capra intensified his energy output. Zhou Fei, undeterred, intensified his output. However, the void seemed to have reached a critical threshold, suddenly resonating with a crisp crack, accompanied by a formidable wave of energy that instantaneously obliterated the vast power capable of annihilating the universe that the two wielded. The force of this overwhelming energy hurled them away, causing them to spew forth blood. Before their eyes appeared a black hole, roughly the size of a bowl. This is a temporal rift. How could this be? My demon realm is so robust. How could it manifest a temporal disturbance? Meichi Capra exclaimed, incredulous. The demon realm he had established existed as a self-contained space, independent of the 12 universes and the palace of the Omni King, thus rendering it impervious to interference from deities. Save for the King of Time. Temporal rifts typically arise at two interconnected spatial nodes, akin to a battle occurring at the boundary between the 7th and 6th universes. Only immense energy could provoke such a phenomenon. Suddenly, the bowl-sized black hole ceased to emit energy and instead unleashed an extraordinarily terrifying gravitational pull. This is bad, Meichi Capra thought to himself, realizing the dire situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled at the utmost speed of his life. He had no desire to be ensnared by the temporal rift, unless his power reached the level of the Omni King, capable of annihilating a universe with mere thought. However, Zhou Fei was not as fortunate. It was as if he were ensnared by an invisible force, unable to escape despite his utmost efforts. At that moment, he recalled a song, I so wish to flee, yet I cannot. Damn it, what is happening to me? Why am I being dragged? He unleashed the full force of his Super Saiyan energy, shattering the void like the apocalypse itself, yet the pull of the black hole did not wane. Rather, it intensified, as if it were relentlessly pursuing something it desired. He cried out in despair as he was drawn into the black hole. Upon his absorption, the black hole emitted a low hum, causing the surrounding void to distort before it erupted with a thunderous bang. Meanwhile, Meichi Capra, having fled to a distant region, had just stabilized his footing when he felt a cataclysmic energy strike him, sending him hurtling through the air. The chaotic energy ravaged within him, causing him to spew blood and plummet from the sky, rendering him unconscious, while his appearance began to wither. It was not merely him. The entire demon realm was engulfed by this world-destroying energy. Chapter 73. In this world, there is no sun. Wukong, Jiako descends. In a vast, boundless forest on earth, various animals were quenching their thirst by a shallow river when suddenly, an object fell from the sky, crashing into the water and sending towering waves that frightened the creatures into a frantic escape. After a considerable time, as the river's surface calmed, the animals cautiously approached to discover what had transpired. As they drew nearer, they realized it was a human. Some of the bolder creatures ventured forth to sniff, when suddenly, a few predatory animals, such as tigers and lions, appeared from afar, sending the smaller animals scattering in terror. Those that remained included serpents, both pythons and venomous snakes. The tigers, lions, and other carnivorous beasts roared simultaneously, yet they failed to instill fear in the remaining animals. One tiger approached the human's head while a lion approached his legs, baring their massive jaws to bite down. In that critical moment, the human opened his eyes, instantly rising with a powerful aura that obliterated the surrounding animals, scattering blood and flesh, turning the river a crimson hue. Damn, where am I? Zhou Fei uttered a curse, then shook his head, feeling considerably more alert. He began to survey his surroundings, discovering that he was situated within a vast forest. Gradually, he ascended into the air, his gaze met by an expansive sea of verdant green. He released his aura to sense his environment, and moments later, he vanished in a flash. Unbeknownst to him, his aura had been detected by others. At Orange Star University in Satan City, in the faculty office, Sun Wukong abruptly paused in his task of grading assignments, his expression growing increasingly grave before he quickly regained his composure. He glanced at his phone to check the time. There were still over 10 minutes until the end of class. Thus, he resumed his quiet grading. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Goten, who was engaged in hushed chatter with his classmates, felt a slight change in his demeanor, though he concealed it well enough that no one noticed. On another front, Vegeta, having completed his training, also sensed the earlier aura. Whose aura is this? It is remarkably powerful. Kakarot has been absent for 4 years. Where could he possibly be? With a sigh, he took a shower, changed his clothes, and swiftly departed from Capsule Corporation, heading towards the direction of the sensed aura. As Zhou Fei was flying, he suddenly halted, quietly hovering in midair. After more than a minute, a figure began to materialize, and Vegeta appeared. "Oh, Vegeta," he exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he regained his balance. "Do you know me?" Vegeta queried, scrutinizing the unfamiliar young man before him. Upon noticing the tail of the young man, his pupils constricted momentarily before returning to their normal state. Zhou Fei keenly detected the subtle shift that had just transpired, pondering within himself. Could it be that I have truly arrived in a new world? This thought arose primarily due to his repeated attempts during the flight to sense the presence of Sun Wukong, only to find no trace of him, as if the legendary figure had never existed. "Vegeta, where has Sun Wukong gone? Do you still recognize Kakarot? Who exactly are you? Why do I possess no recollection of you whatsoever?" Zhou Fei silently mused, as expected. He then flicked his tail a few times and said, "Did you not realize? I am also a Saiyan." Vegeta's expression darkened. "Do you truly believe I would trust you? Apart from myself and Kakarot, there are no other pure Saiyans." Zhou Fei raised her eyebrows slightly, for the implications of this statement were rather substantial. "Speak quickly. Who exactly are you? And what purpose do you have in coming to Earth?" Vegeta intoned solemnly. "Whom are you trying to impress with that stoic expression? I am not swayed by such tactics. The truth remains, I am indeed a Saiyan, albeit not one from your world." Zhou Fei expressed his displeasure. However, Vegeta paid no heed to his disgruntled tone. Instead, he seized upon a pivotal phrase, "not of this world." It was then that he realized the existence of other realms. Vegeta's spirits soared with exhilaration. Observing his sudden elation, Zhou Fei found himself bewildered by the situation. Just as he contemplated speaking, a few individuals approached from afar: Son Gohan, Trunks, Son Goten, Xiaofang, and OOB. "Dad, Uncle Vegeta," exclaimed the four in unison, greeting him with animated enthusiasm. The others appeared largely unchanged, though Xiaofang had blossomed, her youthful charm hinting at the beauty she would undoubtedly possess in the years to come. "Dad, was that energy emanating from this guy?" Trunks pointed at Zhou Fei. Vegeta remained silent, but soon they discovered Zhou Fei's tail, and the revelation that he too was a Saiyan left them utterly astonished. The notion that there existed another pure-blooded Saiyan, aside from Uncle Vegeta and his own father, defied logic. Witnessing their incredulous reactions, Zhou Fei felt a profound sense of exasperation. What manner of world was this? Was it truly necessary for them to be so astonished by the presence of another pure-blooded Saiyan? "Son Gohan, where has your father gone? Why can I not sense his energy?" As soon as Zhou Fei's words were uttered, the astonished expressions of everyone swiftly returned to normal, and the atmosphere began to take on a melancholic tone. "This gentleman may not know who you are, but if he is acquainted with my father, then he cannot be a man of ill repute. My father vanished 4 years ago after defeating the Super Saiyan Dragon, following the Dragon Shenron. And for a full 4 years, there has been no news of him. We remain oblivious to his whereabouts." As Zhou Fei listened to Sun Wukong's narrative, he pondered thoughtfully, wondering if the dragon had vanished. Just then, 2 meteor-like objects streaked across the sky. Those were spaceships. The keen-eyed Vegeta immediately identified the celestial bodies. "Spaceships? What is happening?" Could it be that yet another enemy has come to Earth? With uncertainty, everyone soared towards the landing site of the vessels, and Zhou Fei, setting aside his musings, followed closely behind. On a vast plain, two deep craters appeared, and the oval-shaped doors of the spaceships slowly opened. A man and a woman emerged from the craft. "Is this truly my father's homeland, Earth?" the man said, surveying the surroundings with mild curiosity. "Indeed, and now the time has finally come for us to realize our ambitions," the woman remarked, revealing a chilling smile. "Ha ha ha. From this moment forth, the title of the universe's strongest shall belong to me, Lord Jiako, the descendant of Sun Wukong." Jiako grinned malevolently. Indeed, he was Jiako, and the woman was his mother, the supreme Kai of the West, Layla. Suddenly, both sensed multiple energies approaching their location. "Ha ha. I didn't expect to be found so swiftly. This works in our favor and saves us trouble." "It's up to you now, son," Layla remarked with her arms crossed and a cold smirk. Jiako nodded and began to ascend slowly. Shortly thereafter, the group discovered Jiako awaiting them. "Everyone, be cautious. This individual is extraordinary," Vegeta warned, his muscles tensed and ready for a fight. Zhou Fei, trailing behind, instantly recognized Jiako, having pursued him in a past life. "This aligns closely with my expectations. Under the cosmology of the intermediate universe, it seems every world is represented," Zhou Fei mused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he anticipated the encounters that lay ahead. Chapter 74. The Powerful Jiako. Zhou Fei takes action. "You must be allies of Sun Wukong," Jiako said, displaying a warm smile. Vegeta frowned, perplexed by the presence of so many strangers familiar with Kakarot. "If you don't wish to disclose your intentions, that is of no consequence, as long as you are Sun Wukong's companions." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a formidable energy wave. "Nanny!" Everyone reacted swiftly, preparing to defend themselves. With a resounding boom, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, leaving everyone injured to varying degrees, save for Zhou Fei. "Ha ha ha. Just a bunch of trash," Jiako sneered, striking a dramatic pose reminiscent of a youthful rebel. "Who exactly are you?" Sun Wukong gasped for breath. Jiako looked up and laughed. "Who am I? I am the son of Sun Wukong, and thus, your brother." "What? You scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting?" Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian exclaimed. "I am no fool. I am Jiako, the ultimate being birthed from the union of the universe's greatest warrior and a god." The group was taken aback, utterly bewildered by his claims. "The universe's greatest warrior? A god?" Vegeta barked, "Hey, what on earth are you talking about? What is your purpose? Spare us your incomprehensible ramblings. Allow me to elucidate," a sudden, icy voice interjected. Vegeta and the others swiftly turned, with Zhou Fei feigning surprise as well. When did they arrive? Their minds were reeling. How had the newcomers approached without them sensing any presence? "Sun Wukong, like you, has a father named Sun Wukong. But his mother is none other than me, the god," Layla declared. "What? Such absurdity." However, Layla paid no heed to their disbelief and vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Jiako. Jiako smirked. "The objective is simple. As the son of the universe's greatest warrior, I shall usurp control over the universe. Now, son, stop your prattling and eliminate them." Jiako nodded, gathering energy in his hands and unleashing it. Boom. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, redirecting Jiako's energy wave upwards, creating a blinding explosion in the atmosphere. In an instant, he charged towards Jiako, throwing a powerful punch, but Jiako met it with disdain, effortlessly blocking the attack. Vegeta quickly withdrew, executing a spinning kick from behind. Jiako leaned back slightly, seizing Vegeta's ankle and yanking him forward, then delivering a thunderous blow to his midsection. Ugh! The overwhelming force left Vegeta feeling as if his insides were in turmoil. In agony, he crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach. The expressions of Sun Wukong and the others were filled with disbelief. "What is happening? Uncle Vegeta, Dad, was knocked out with a single punch? Surely, we must be hallucinating. This is Super Saiyan 4. They had no time to ponder further as Jiako hurled Vegeta into the sky, then ascended rapidly, gathering a vast amount of energy. The royal bloodline weeps. "Vegeta, well, now you shall vanish with the earth." Before he could finish, a blue energy wave shot forth, deflecting his attack. Jiako turned, displeased, to see Sun Wukong, now transformed into Super Saiyan 4, landing solidly on the ground with a snort. Trunks seized the opportunity to catch his father, but Jiako, disregarding martial ethics, unleashed an energy blast towards them. Swish! Sun Wukong swiftly dodged, deflecting the energy wave with a sweep of his arm, though pain coursed through his arm. "Oh, not bad, Sun Wukong," Zhiko scoffed. Yet, in the next moment, Sun Wukong closed the distance, landing a heavy punch squarely on Zhiko's face, sending him reeling. Though Zhiko merely wore a contemptuous grin. Huh. Sun Wukong swiftly spun into a flurry of kicks, but for Zhiko, they were merely child's play. He evaded effortlessly, exploiting the opening to deliver a crushing blow to Sun Wukong's abdomen. Staggering back, Sun Wukong steadied himself, panting heavily, blood trickling from his mouth. "Wukong!" Trunks cried out in concern. Wiping the blood from his lips, Sun Wukong's expression turned grave. He realized he was no match for this foe. However, if he did not fight, Goten, Trunks, and his daughter would be in peril. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his rage. "Oh ho! Finally ready to get serious, are we, Sun Wukong?" Zhiko also powered up. In an instant, their energies clashed, shaking the very earth beneath them. Just as their battle was about to ignite, Zhou Fei approached Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, momentarily stunned, inadvertently relaxed his energy. "Hey, what do you intend to do?" Sun Gohan inquired. "Your current strength is simply no match for him. The disparity in levels is far too great." Zhou Fei smiled lightly. Sun Wukong wanted to express that none of them could match this opponent, let alone himself. Before he could voice his thoughts, Zhou Fei transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Yet his aura surpassed that of all present Super Saiyan 4s. What an overwhelming presence. Sun Wukong swallowed hard. "We must distance ourselves from this place. Although I know not who you are, this is quite intriguing." In a flash, the two became a streak of lightning, colliding with each other. What astonishing speed. Their velocity was so rapid that it eluded the naked eye. Boom. Sparks flew as they soared from the ground to the heavens and back again, leaving chaos in their wake. Wukong and Trunks supported Vegeta as they retreated. As for Xiaofang and Goten, Wukong instructed Goten to shield Xiaofang in a safe location. To think he could transform into Super Saiyan 4 and possess strength far beyond ours. Vegeta remarked. "Father, do you believe he can defeat the opponent?" Trunks inquired. Vegeta sighed, gazing at the indistinct battle. "I cannot say for certain, but one thing is clear. That individual known as Zhiko has yet to unleash his full power." "What?" Sun Wukong and Trunks exchanged a shocked glance, astonishment evident in their eyes. "Father, is it possible? Is he truly that formidable? He is not merely strong. From what we've witnessed, it seems he is merely toying with us." Trunks gulped, unable to fathom the extent of his power should he become serious. Bang! An explosive sound erupted as both fighters vanished. You are indeed superior to Vegeta and the others, yet to me, you remain unremarkable." Huh. Zhiko unleashed his energy once more, this time exponentially stronger than before. Electricity crackled around him, stones flew, and an overwhelming force stirred the earth, causing landslides and tidal surges. How astonishing. Is this truly his full power? Vegeta, Wukong, and Trunks were momentarily paralyzed by Zhiko's presence. They had never encountered such an immense force, such oppressive pressure. As if a divine being towered above, looking down upon them like mere insects. Even the legendary Super Shenron had never instilled such a feeling in them. Watching from a distance, Layla frowned. Based on her research, no warrior on Earth could compel Zhiko to reveal his true strength. Yet, the current situation defied her expectations. Chapter 75. Not so impressive. Buzz. Zhou Fei unleashed the Kaio-ken at 100-fold. The scorching energy felt akin to the sun itself. How could he possibly wield the Kaio-ken? And what was this remarkable amplification? Is he out of his mind? Vegeta exclaimed. He was well aware of the Kaio-ken's side effects. And this individual was recklessly elevating it to such extremes, surely a reckless endeavor. Yet the pressing question remained. How could he even perform the Kaio-ken? Very well. You have earned the right to be my opponent as the strongest in the universe. ZZZ. Zhiko moved like a flash, appearing before him in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The two fists collided, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave, as Zhiko swiftly shifted behind him, delivering a devastating blow that sent him hurtling hundreds of meters away. Zhou Fei executed a series of magnificent spins midair, landing gracefully with minimal injury. The moment he touched down, he raised his hand to unleash a formidable gravitational force. Zhikotuan immediately felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping him, as if several mountains were pressing down upon him. The bear. An explosive aura burst forth, allowing him to swiftly break free from the gravitational constraints. It was in that fleeting instant that Zhou Fei teleported before him, unleashing a relentless barrage of the return my beautiful fist technique upon him. Tap, Tap, tap. Bang, bang, bang. Zhai Koduan's body convulsed violently, akin to a seizure. He was driven back repeatedly by Zhou Fei's onslaught, his feet sinking deep into the ground, carving out hundreds of meters of trenches in the earth. Huh. With a low growl, Zhai Koduan's intense aura pushed Zhou Fei back. Zhou Fei raised her eyebrows. At this moment, Zhai Ko's hair stood on end like pine needles, his aura intensifying with each passing moment. Lightning crackled and thunder rumbled as the sky gradually darkened, filled with flickering flashes of lightning. This energy, while slightly weaker than that of Super 5, was nonetheless formidable. Zhou Fei pondered silently. Yet he paid it no mind and promptly entered a state of divine transcendence. This transformation caught Layla's attention. What is happening? She scrutinized Zhou Fei, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in her eyes. She sensed a divine aura emanating from him, but swiftly dismissed the thought, for such a notion seemed utterly impossible. His aura has shifted. What could this mean? Such an overwhelming pressure ignited within her an instinctive urge to worship. Sun Wukong and the others began to react with astonishment. Only Vegeta remained somewhat composed, aware that this Saiyan was extraordinary, yet he never anticipated such a remarkable evolution. A low hum resonated as two distinct energies repelled each other. With a swift motion, they clashed, producing a thunderous sonic boom, and simultaneously, they retreated several paces. Zhai moved with agility, appearing in an instant behind Zhou Fei, delivering a powerful kick infused with immense force. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Fei crossed his arms to shield himself from the blow. Yet the sheer strength propelled him like a kite severed from its string, soaring hundreds of miles in a backward arc, tumbling through the air before landing upon a mountain peak. Observing the imprint of a foot on his arm, he grinned widely. You can still manage a smile. Zhai transformed into a streak of light, arriving before him in an instant, unleashing a fierce punch. With a resounding shout, Zhou Fei manifested a barrier of energy before him. Instantly, Zhai was taken aback, hastily withdrawing his hands and retreating. Despite its seemingly unremarkable appearance, the energy barrier concealed profound intricacies, as it was imbued with countless micro-high-density energy orbs that would trigger a catastrophic chain reaction upon contact. Observing this, Zhou Fei's lips curled into a faint smile as he dissipated the barrier and, in a flash, executed a sudden movement to appear beside Zhai Ko. Zhai promptly unleashed a punch, erupting with energy. With a sharp clap, Zhou Fei raised his hand to seize Zhai Ko's fist, crushing the energy within, then delivered a powerful blow to his opponent's body. A muffled thud echoed through the air. Zhai Ko's expression shifted dramatically as he staggered backward, regaining his balance while launching a retaliatory punch. The two combatants engaged in a flurry of intertwining strikes. Suddenly, a heavy punch sliced through the air, and Zhou Fei narrowly evaded it, the forceful wind from the punch creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. In an instant, Zhai altered his tactic, crouching low to execute a sweeping kick reminiscent of autumn winds brushing away fallen leaves. Zhou Fei let out a cold snort and deftly sidestepped. His powerful legs stirred up a cloud of dust. Suddenly, a handprint struck his chest, accompanied by a resonant hum and a flash of light. Boom! In an instant, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted into the air. You certainly possess impressive speed. I did not anticipate that you could evade an attack from such close range. Zhou Fei beamed with a smile, yet all of this was within his foresight. In midair, although Zhai evaded the attack, he bore wounds upon his body. The veins on Zhai forehead throbbed. He aspired to become the sovereign of the universe, yet here he was, injured on this wretched planet. This was utterly unforgivable. You have thoroughly provoked my wrath. I shall ensure your demise leaves no trace. Zhai glared with clenched teeth, his aura intensifying once more. Whoosh! Suddenly, he vanished from the sky, and Zhou Fei disappeared alongside him. Bang! 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 The two exchanged blows in a relentless rhythm, their attacks canceling one another out. Their forms flickered in the high skies, the battlefield expanding continuously. Boom! A powerful strike sent him crashing into the mountains, shattering the very cliffs. Roar! Zhai soared into the heavens, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I shall annihilate you along with the earth. Crackle! Crackle! A massive surge of energy coalesced in his hands, and the thunder within the clouds grew increasingly wild. Zhai was utterly enraged. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. For such a being would inevitably pose a threat to me. For reasons unknown, Layla felt considerably relieved. Let us see if you possess the strength to match this. Zhou Fei launched his assault with fervor. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! The two torrents of intense energy collided, illuminating the heavens with a brilliant radiance, while the resulting shockwaves shattered the very ground beneath them. Vegeta and his companions struggled to withstand the ferocious winds that ravaged their surroundings. With a thunderous crack, a colossal explosion reverberated, plunging the world into chaos. Before their eyes, the dazzling energy transformed into a spreading beam, leaving devastation in its wake. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Suddenly, an unstoppable force brimming with cataclysmic energy surged toward Zhou Fei. "Get down!" Vegeta bellowed. The trio immediately dropped to the ground. This cannot be allowed to happen. Divine Ultimate Demon Flash Kamehameha. Zhou Fei harnessed the energy within him, resulting in a resounding clash. Boom. The air reverberated with a thunderous roar as two formidable forces collided, erupting into a dazzling brilliance. Enormous waves of energy radiated outward in visible shockwaves. "Jiako, you are nothing but this." Just as the words fell, Zhou Fei's energy wave pierced through his opponents. "No, it's impossible." A voice filled with intense disbelief echoed as he was engulfed by Zhou Fei's energy. "What?" Layla was taken aback, her heart racing. Without a moment to ponder, she dove into the spacecraft. Just as she prepared for takeoff, a tremendous crash sent the ship spiraling, leaving her in a whirlwind of chaos. "Where do you think you are going?" Zhou Fei smiled as he gazed through the glass window of the hatch at her. "What do you intend to do?" Layla asked, her face awash with fear, for the man before her showed no signs of disturbance despite having just unleashed a formidable energy attack. "I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish for you to perish here," he replied, his hand slightly shifting atop the hatch. In an instant, a surge of explosive energy pierced through her heart. With a soft gasp, she succumbed to her fate, her eyes wide with disbelief. Zhou Fei shook his head, then gazed up at the sky with a mysterious smile. Vegeta and his companions, having risen to their feet, found themselves at a loss for words in the presence of such formidable prowess. Truly, this individual was beyond terrifying. "Well, this is not the place for conversation. Let us return," Zhou Fei declared. Vegeta and his allies nodded in agreement and soared into the distance, with Zhou Fei following closely behind. Chapter 76, Journey to the Dragon Realm. Nothing of great significance in the afternoon. Within the medical room of the Capsule Corporation in West City, Bulma had finished bandaging the wounds of Vegeta and Gohan before stepping out to prepare a feast. Initially, she had been profoundly shocked to see her husband and Gohan so gravely injured. However, through her son's account, she learned the details of the incident. She could scarcely believe that such events had transpired in the mere span of a morning. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish," Zhou Fei shrugged nonchalantly after Bulma departed. Vegeta, pondering for a moment, inquired, "You claim to hail from another world. Is that truly the case?" Zhou Fei nodded. "If that is indeed the case, perhaps Kakarot has ventured into another world. In truth, your assertion holds merit. Sun Wukong has indeed traversed to alternate realms." A voice resonated through the void. "Great old Kai. Is this truly the case? Has my father really journeyed to other worlds?" An anxious son Gohan inquired. The old Kai's voice echoed forth. "I too discovered this through my research. It is a realm forsaken by the world, or rather, a world long forgotten." "Where exactly is this place?" Gohan pressed. Before the old Kai could respond, Zhou Fei interjected with two words, "Dragon Realm." Gohan appeared puzzled, unable to grasp the significance of this statement, yet the old Kai retorted, "Who are you, and how do you possess this knowledge?" During the confrontation between Zhou Fei and Jiako, the old Kai had instructed Xian to seek information about Zhou Fei, but regrettably, no trace could be found. I simply mentioned that I hail from another world. Did you not hear me?" Zhou Fei replied. "Even so, how could you possibly be aware of the existence of the Dragon Realm?" Zhou Fei merely shrugged. An air of silence enveloped them. After half a minute, Gohan broke the stillness. Great old Kai, since you know where my father is, could you perhaps bring him back?" The old Kai sighed deeply. "I cannot. That place is isolated from our world. I have no means to access it, and even if I did, I would be unable to enter or intervene." "How is that possible?" Son Gohan slumped to the ground, despondent. Despite having learned of his father's whereabouts, he felt utterly powerless. Observing Gohan's disheartened demeanor, Zhou Fei sighed internally and revealed a significant piece of information. "In fact, there may be a way." "Is there truly a way?" Gohan asked, gazing at Zhou Fei with intrigue. Zhou Fei nodded earnestly. "The solution lies in having the Dragon of Namek transport us to the Dragon Realm." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, the Dragon of Namek. However, he was suddenly reminded of another matter, causing his expression to dim once more. Zhou Fei, as if anticipating his thoughts, spoke calmly. "Do not worry. I shall handle the instant transmission to Namek." He turned to the old Kaio-ken. You would not object, would you? The old Kaio-ken in the realm of Kais remained silent. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Farewell. With that, he pondered the location of the new Namek for a moment before vanishing in an instant. On a lush, verdant planet, the Namekians were diligently at work when a sudden figure materialized before them, startling them. This is my first time visiting Namek. Zhou Fei murmured. Who are you? At that moment, an elderly Namekian, frail and advanced in years, inquired. I hail from Earth, he explained to the venerable Namekian, articulating the purpose of his visit. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. The Dragon Balls must be gathered by your own efforts. As for whether your wish can be fulfilled, I cannot say. Haha, no worries. It all depends on human endeavor. He replied, retrieving the Dragon Radar to seek out the Dragon Balls, a device he had acquired from Bulma in the original universe. To be honest, his eagerness stemmed primarily from a desire to witness the wonders of the Dragon Realm. After more than 2 hours, he successfully collected all 7 Dragon Balls and, through the invocation of the Grand Elder, summoned the Eternal Dragon, Purunga. O gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. For any desire of yours I shall grant. Zhou Fei expressed his aspirations to the Grand Elder, who subsequently conveyed them to the Divine Dragon. Barangia's gaze turned crimson. Half a minute passed, then a full minute, before his eyes flickered momentarily. He finally spoke. It is done, but I am unable to assist you in your escape. Zhou Fei waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no cause for concern, and then he vanished, having already conveyed the remaining 2 wishes to the Grand Elder. In truth, the realm of dragons is aptly named the Dragon God Realm. However, the creatures that inhabit it remain a mystery to all. Only divine dragons possess the means to communicate with this realm, and the methods of entry and exit are equally unknown. This information was uncovered only after the Old Realm King conducted thorough research. In this world, numerous land masses flowed amidst the void, each continent shielded by layers of water-like barriers. A low hum reverberated through the air, and suddenly, Zhou Fei materialized. Is this truly the Dragon Realm? He pondered, observing that it bore a striking resemblance to Earth. Aside from the floating land masses, the sky was azure, and beneath him lay an endless abyss. There was little else to behold. Suddenly, a series of bubble-like bursts echoed through the air, and with a swift motion, a shadow began to enlarge within his field of vision. Before long, this shadow stood directly before him. Zhou Fei fixed his gaze upon the towering figure, approximately 2 meters in height. Upon scrutinizing the stranger's visage, he was taken aback. Could this not be the Super One-Star Dragon? No. Aside from the absence of a Dragon Ball upon his chest, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the One-Star Dragon. Who are you? How did you arrive here? His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an undeniable authority. I hail from a realm beyond, seeking an individual. Zhou Fei remarked, Humph. There is no one here that you seek. Depart from whence you came. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Zhou Fei raised an eyebrow, speaking with palpable irritation. I haven't even revealed who I am searching for, so how can you presume that my desired individual is absent? Spare me your verbal bravado. I have declared there is none, and you would do well to depart at once. As he uttered these words, an overwhelming aura of authority emanated from him. As though the very instant one lingered, he would unleash his wrath. Zhou Fei's expression darkened, and he thought to himself, well, I have been speaking to you earnestly, yet you refuse to listen. Therefore, I can no longer be held accountable. In an instant, Zhou Fei unleashed his aura, causing the very fabric of the void to shudder. After several breaths, the opponent's momentum crumbled, leaving him in disbelief as he staggered backward. It is essential to note that as a one-star dragon god, he was considered one of the foremost experts in this realm. Yet, he found himself confronted by a mere human, who inexplicably surpassed him in strength. He pointed at Zhou Fei, attempting to articulate his thoughts, but the words eluded him. Ultimately, he managed to utter a cliché question. Who exactly are you? Zhou Fei shrugged his shoulders. After a brief silence, he inquired, Who are you here to seek? I have come in search of Sun Wukong. What did you say? You are looking for Sun Wukong? That is absolutely out of the question. His voice initially rose several decibels, followed by an emphatic refusal. Zhou Fei narrowed his eyes, realizing that this journey to find someone was far from simple. Why not? Zhou Fei retorted. The one-star dragon god remained silent. Observing this, Zhou Fei's expression gradually darkened, and an aura of terrifying menace emanated from him, sending chills down the spine. Speak, or remain silent. His words, though seemingly straightforward, were laden with the weight of a choice. Yet, The one-star dragon god did not respond. Instead, he closed his eyes, adopting an air of noble resignation to death. Very well, if you seek death, I shall grant your wish. As Zhou Fei slowly raised his hand to launch an attack, a respectful voice suddenly resounded. I implore you, esteemed sir, do not act hastily. Immediately, a figure materialized from the void. It was a venerable individual, somewhat portly, and bearing the marks of age. The one-star dragon god opened his eyes, and, upon seeing the newcomer, expressed his delight. Great dragon god, this fellow, before he could finish his sentence. The person referred to as the great dragon god raised a hand to silence him. I beseech you to show restraint. Sun Wukong truly cannot depart. Oh, pray tell. Why is he unable to leave? Speak, and should you fail to provide me with a satisfactory answer, I shall not be lenient. Zhou Fei spoke with a smile concealing a sharp edge. The dragon god nodded and began to elucidate. After 5 or 6 minutes, Zhou Fei acknowledged with a nod. Essentially, the old man conveyed that should Sun Wukong depart from this place, the malevolent energies suppressed within him would erupt, potentially giving rise to even more formidable evil dragons than before. Initially, he had assumed it was not a matter of great significance. After all, what were a few evil dragons? He believed that when the time came, he could simply eradicate them with ease. A handful of evil dragons, after all, posed no substantial threat. He would handle it when the moment arose. Zhou Fei wore an expression of calm composure. The two of them fell silent, pondering the apparent folly of this outsider, who seemed blissfully unaware of the formidable nature of the malevolent dragon. Enough of the trivialities. Let us hasten to seek out Sun Wukong. Observing Zhou Fei's evident impatience, the dragon god sighed, nodded, and led Zhou Fei in search of Sun Wukong. Chapter 77. Breaking through the barriers with strength, a new crisis. The trio traversed the water curtain and entered the continental plate. Before them lay an expansive vista of meandering mountain ranges, accompanied by vast stretches of forest. The dragon god guided him to a broad expanse of land, after which they soared into the horizon. After more than 2 hours, they arrived at a location where dust swirled beneath them. A series of thunderous explosions reverberated across the sky. As the three descended, Zhou Fei beheld 2 figures flickering in and out of sight. A powerful gale swept through the surroundings, with one of its sources being Sun Wukong, and the other, a bowl of pork ribs from the netherworld. Sun Wukong, someone is seeking you, the dragon god announced with a few light coughs. Although they prided themselves on being deities, they were not gods in the truest sense. This revelation was gleaned from inquiries made to the dragon god. They merely existed in a state akin to souls. As for the nature of souls, the dragon god explained it as a state achieved after the sublimation of one's spirit, which, in essence, was not vastly different from that of the living. Upon hearing his name called, Sun Wukong ceased his skirmish with the bowl of pork ribs and turned towards the source of the voice. Noticing the dragon god, he waved in greeting, while the bowl of pork ribs bowed respectfully. He trotted over to the dragon god and smiled. Esteemed dragon god, have you come to instruct me in my cultivation? In response to Sun Wukong's inquiry, the dragon god cleared his throat. Years had passed since he had first promised to teach Sun Wukong the ways of cultivation, yet not a single lesson had transpired. Not now. We shall discuss that another time. At present, someone is searching for you. Sun Wukong, with a perplexed expression, pointed to himself. Someone is looking for me. His gaze swept the area until it landed on Zhou Fei. A slight frown creased his brow as he sensed a potent aura emanating from this individual, an energy that thrilled him immensely. You are the one seeking me. Who are you? Sun Wukong inquired, his curiosity piqued. He did not recognize this person, so what could his purpose be? The Earth is facing a grave crisis, and you still have the audacity to linger here. Zhou Fei remarked casually. Sun Wukong's expression shifted. Was there trouble on Earth once again? It seemed improbable, for the malevolent dragon had been vanquished. How could there still be a threat? Observing Sun Wukong's demeanor, Zhou Fei could easily deduce his thoughts. The situation was as follows. He recounted the narrative he had encountered in his previous life while reading comics, albeit with some modifications. Are you suggesting that Frieza's son, Azer, will arrive on Earth? Besides him, are there other nefarious beings destined to descend upon our planet? Zhou Fei nodded. How do you know all of this? Sun Wukong inquired. It's quite simple. I hail from another realm. Zhou Fei nonchalantly remarked, prompting a wave of astonishment from those around him. Good heavens, is that something one can openly declare? They exchanged incredulous glances. Yet, Zhou Fei remained unfazed. After all, it was not an extraordinary statement. All right, let us hasten back. There's the potential for us to transform into even more formidable forms. Sun Wukong, regaining his composure, felt a spark of excitement at the prospect of a stronger transformation. However, he quickly shook his head and sighed. I cannot leave this place. If I do, the malevolent energies we once vanquished will surely resurge. Zhou Fei appeared somewhat speechless, pondering the fact that with the protagonist's aura, there was nothing to fear. Rest assured, should a more formidable opponent arise, one could simply vanquish them with a stronger form. He expressed gratitude for the goodwill extended towards him, yet he remained unable to depart from this realm. Sun Wukong shook his head in refusal. However, Zhou Fei had just caught a glimpse of Sun Wukong's flickering emotions, and, after a moment of contemplation, he discerned the root of the issue. It was likely the premise of this space, one that allowed entry but barred exit. Are you suggesting that one cannot leave this world? Sun Wukong remained silent. Zhou Fei, undeterred, mused, I thought it was a greater concern. If it comes to it, one could simply shatter the barriers of this world with sheer strength, thus facilitating an escape. The others exchanged incredulous glances. His nonchalant demeanor and tone were perplexing. Do you truly believe it's possible to break the world's barriers? Do you possess such power? Their incredulity was palpable, as if asking the heavens for answers, utterly bewildered. Noting the expressions of disbelief among his companions, Zhou Fei rubbed his nose, questioning whether he was mistaken. After all, he indeed possessed such strength. Very well. Let my power serve as proof. That one-star dragon god should say something, Zhou Fei thought, but he had no time to entertain his words. With a leap, he ascended to the skies, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan 5 form, a formidable aura that shook the very land beneath him. Under the overwhelming pressure of his presence, Sun Wukong and the others staggered back several hundred meters. How is this possible? A human has attained such power. The dragon god could hardly believe his eyes. In contrast, Sun Wukong gazed at Zhou Fei with renewed vigor, admiring his flowing long hair, his silver fur, and the unparalleled explosive energy emanating from him. He recognized this as the next form following the breakthrough to Super Saiyan 4. Swallowing hard, his eyes were filled with excitement. Suspended in the sky, Zhou Fei concentrated all his strength into his arms, energy crackling as it flowed, generating sparks that danced in the air. Zhou Fei gazed upward. His fists clenched tightly as a fierce aura coalesced into golden energy that swirled around his arms. With a sudden widening of his eyes and a low growl escaping his lips, he unleashed a punch towards the heavens. The resounding roar of a dragon echoed through the sky, and in the astonished gaze of the onlookers, a magnificent golden dragon surged forth. Its sinuous and elongated form strikingly lifelike, carrying with it an unparalleled, terrifying energy as it ascended into the firmament. Thud! The one-star dragon god knelt down, overwhelmed by an immense pressure emanating from the depths of his very soul, a force that even the great dragon god could only slightly withstand, leaving his complexion pale. Sun Wukong and the rice rib merely sensed an overwhelming surge of energy, but nothing more. Boom! The golden dragon collided with the sky, unleashing a violent turbulence that rippled outward like layers of folds. After several breaths, the crowd heard a cracking sound resonating in their ears. The void shattered like glass, and in that moment, the golden dragon vanished without a trace. Within the fragmented void lay a chaotic hue, from which emanated a soul-stirring pressure that could instill fear in the hearts of many. Even Zhou Fei felt momentarily disoriented by this overwhelming force. Sun Wukong hurried over. Zhou Fei bellowed with fervor. Below, Sun Wukong nodded, hesitating momentarily before glancing at the rib rice. Would you care to depart with me? He inquired. Rib Rice pondered for a few seconds before acquiescing. His presence here was primarily due to the words of the great King Kai, who had encouraged him to engage in training. In his view, the underworld was not dissimilar to this realm. The two approached Zhou Fei, who grasped both individuals and plunged into the chaotic void. This spectacle left the great dragon god and the one-star dragon god below utterly astonished. Was this not a path to self-destruction? Yet, in the next instant, as the trio entered, the shattered void began to restore itself. What could they possibly say, having existed in this world for eons? It was their first encounter with someone capable of transcending dimensions through sheer force. The great dragon god sighed, feeling decades older in an instant. It was not just him. The one-star dragon god shared this sentiment. However, despite the magnitude of the disturbance, it barely resonated across other continents. Such is the marvel of this world. As long as the outer water veil remains intact, disturbances seldom reach other lands. In the universe of the present world, on a certain planet, a figure resembling Frieza, albeit slightly taller, discharged a beam of energy from his fingertip, obliterating an unidentified creature. Bored, he yawned. Is there not a formidable opponent around? These beings are utterly beneath my interest. Observing this, a servant promptly stepped forward. Lord Azer, I am aware of a location housing powerful warriors. Indeed, this was Azer, Frieza's son. Intrigued, Azer fixed his gaze upon the servant. Pray tell, he urged. There exists a warrior on Earth named Sun Wukong, who defeated your father. He is a Saiyan of considerable strength. Oh, Sun Wukong. Very well, let us journey to Earth. I am eager to ascertain his true might. With that, Azer strode toward his spacecraft. Yes, my lord. The servant respectfully followed him aboard, subsequently notifying the crew to set course for Earth. Chapter 78, The Humbling of Vegeta. The terrifying Azer on Earth. Within the gravity training chamber of Capsule Corporation, Vegeta and Gohan engaged in combat under a gravity 150 times that of Earth. Gohan swiftly approached Vegeta and unleashed a punch, which Vegeta deftly blocked before retaliating with a sweeping kick. Gohan responded in kind, and both were sent reeling apart. Following the incident with Jaco, they recognized the presence of even stronger foes, prompting their renewed training. Gohan, you have fallen significantly behind compared to your former self, Vegeta remarked coldly. Gohan felt a wave of embarrassment, having sacrificed his training for an extended period to focus on his studies. Suddenly, both warriors sensed a tremendous energy approaching Earth. What is this? Something powerful is drawing near. Their expressions shifted as they exited the gravity chamber, heading towards the source of the overwhelming aura. Just 2 days had passed. How could such a formidable presence emerge so soon? Xiao Feng, Trunks, Goten, and Ub also sensed the energy and rushed to the designated location. Minutes later, Gohan and Vegeta arrived first at a desolate area, soon followed by Trunks, Goten, Xiao Feng, and Ub. After exchanging greetings, Vegeta urged, enough of the pleasantries. The energy we sensed is over there. The others gazed skyward, spotting a colossal spacecraft. Is that Frieza's spaceship? Could he have resurrected? No, this energy surpasses Frieza's. It must be someone else. Enough discussion. Let us investigate. Regardless, this individual does not arrive with benevolent intentions. The group swiftly flew towards the landing site of the spacecraft. Moments later, they came into Azer's line of sight. Who are you lot? Azer inquired. That is precisely what I wish to know. Who are you? Vegeta retorted. Azer's subordinate interjected. Traitor Vegeta, listen well. This is Lord Azer, son of Frieza. The group was taken aback. Frieza had a son. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, his voice low and grave. What business does Frieza's son have on Earth? Azer revealed a chilling smirk. I am here to eliminate a certain Sun Wukong, the one who slew my father. So, you seek revenge? Vegeta scoffed. You come unarmed. Yet you think these weaklings can assist you? Azer crossed his arms, shaking his head. I believe you misunderstand. Revenge is far too cliché. I merely seek a worthy opponent. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, feeling irked. Kakarot had been absent for 4 long years, yet here was someone still fixated on him, desiring a duel. With Kakarot gone, I shall deal with you instead. Vegeta proclaimed confidently. Oh, do you consider yourself strong? Indeed, I surpass Kakarot. Very well, allow me to witness your strength. You shall regret this, Vegeta replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Trunks and Gohan wished to dissuade Vegeta, but were silenced by a mere glance from him. Vegeta's golden aura flickered intensely, his energy surging forth, forming a tempest as he swiftly ascended to Super Saiyan 4. Stretching his limbs, he moved in a flash, reaching Azer in the blink of an eye, offering a slight smile before launching a straightforward punch. Azer raised his arm to block the strike, yet the momentum forced him back. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta closed the distance and landed a punch squarely on Azer's face. Stung, Azer retaliated swiftly, landing a kick to Vegeta's chin, sending him hurtling away. Regaining his composure, Azer touched his cheek, a perplexing smile forming. Vegeta, having flipped midair, landed and swiftly charged at Azer with another punch. Azer's eyes flashed with disdain as he sidestepped the attack, narrowly avoiding it. However, Vegeta transformed his punch into a claw, grasping Azer's arm and yanking him closer, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Azer's back arched as he recoiled, curling up like a shrimp. But the encounter was far from over. As he was struck, Vegeta leaped back and unleashed a massive energy blast. The fierce energy wave engulfed Azer. Boom! In an instant, A colossal crater spanning 1,000 feet erupted, and a massive mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Vegeta landed, poised to utter some grandiloquent words, only to witness Aze emerging from the epicenter of the explosion. At this moment, Aze bore numerous wounds. Yet he wore a smile upon his face. I never expected you to withstand my attack. However, this is your limit. Do you now comprehend the vast chasm that separates us? Vegeta proclaimed with great pride. He anticipated Aze would retreat in defeat, but to his surprise, Aze erupted in laughter. I have obliterated several planets across the cosmos and have never encountered an opponent like you. You deserve my full attention. Vegeta scoffed at this. Attention? You speak grandly. But I suspect you are merely posturing. It is impossible for you to triumph over a Super Saiyan 4. With that, he struck the classic pose of one who had been bested. Aze revealed a wry smile, his fists clenched, muscles taut. Moments later, his physique began to swell, and he grew taller, resembling Frieza's second form. The powerful aura he emanated caused the very earth to tremble. In the cities, people mistook the phenomenon for an earthquake and fled their homes in panic. Damn it, Vegeta's expression turned serious. Although I have gained a slight increase in strength, do not perish too easily. Let us commence the second round. Are you prepared? Aze propelled himself forward, reaching Vegeta in the blink of an eye. What? Vegeta gasped in shock, the speed far exceeding his ability to perceive. Bang! Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a powerful punch struck him squarely in the face, sending him hurtling away. The force behind Aze's blow was immense. Vegeta quickly regained his stance, but Aze had already appeared behind him. Just as he turned to counterattack, Aze landed another punch to his face, even more forceful than the last. A spurt of blood erupted from Vegeta's mouth. He felt as though his very skeleton were about to disintegrate, and his vision began to blur. Damn it! He bit his tongue, regaining his senses. Just then, Aze delivered a kick that sent him flying, during which he released a wave of energy. Remarkably, all of this transpired in the span of mere breaths. Boom! In a critical moment, Vegeta dodged the energy wave, but Aze, seemingly foreseeing his every move, swiftly positioned himself behind him. Vegeta's expression shifted as he elevated his energy to its peak, spinning around to attack with unprecedented speed. However, Aze engaged him in close combat with a playful demeanor, as if participating in a child's game. The clash of energy was intense, and after dozens of exchanges, Vegeta was sent flying by Aze's aerial kick, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Ugh! The tremendous force caused Vegeta to spit out a mouthful of blood, lying in the pit, his body battered and bruised. Aze descended lightly. Oh dear, it seems I exerted too much force, he chuckled. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept by, and Aze turned to see two figures radiating strong energy charging toward him. Interesting, Aze thought as he rushed toward Gotenks and Ub. Chapter 79, Arriving Late. Transforming into Super Saiyan 5 faced with the onslaught from the two, Aze remained unfazed, effortlessly engaging in battle. Meanwhile, Son Gohan urged, Xiao Fong, find a place to hide. This battle is beyond your capability. No, I possess Saiyan blood as well. I must fight. Xiao Fong retorted vehemently. You cannot be so stubborn. You must obey. Xiao Fong shook her head resolutely, her fury igniting as she charged toward Aze. Xiao Fong! Son Gohan shouted, hastily pursuing her. Swish! Bang! Aze evaded Ub's iron fist while simultaneously delivering a kick to his midsection, sending Ub flying hundreds of meters into a small hill. Ub! Gotenks called out. Are you still concerned about others? Suddenly, Aze appeared behind him, a flash of light heralding an energy wave that engulfed him. With a thunderous boom, smoke billowed forth. Swoosh! Bang! A figure descended rapidly, crashing to the ground and reverting from Super Saiyan 3. Turn into chocolate. A pink beam shot forth from Ub's hand. Aze snorted dismissively, countering with an energy wave of his own. The two energies clashed, emitting dazzling bursts of light. In the next moment, Ub's attack pierced through Aze's energy wave. And just as he felt triumphant, Aze seized the opportunity, appearing at his left side. Bang! A powerful kick struck Ub in the midsection. Ub cried out in agony, soaring like a meteor and crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this all you are capable of? Aze remarked with an amused expression. Don't underestimate the Saiyans. Suddenly, both Vegeta and Xiao Fong appeared before him. You can still stand? Impressive, Aze teased. In the next instant, Gotenks and Ub joined him, followed closely by Gohan, as the five united to launch a coordinated assault on Aze. Meanwhile, in a chaotic passageway, Zhou Fei was traveling with Son Goku and Reboka Fan. both unaware of the complications arising from their forceful breach of dimensions. Zhou Fei curled his lips in disdain. The moment Bolong made his wish, he instantaneously arrived in the Dragon God realm, yet he was bewildered that it took such an extensive passage to breach the barriers of that world with sheer force. He had no idea how long he had been flying with the two companions. How much longer until we reached the mortal realm? Sun Wukong inquired, his expression tinged with anxiety. For reasons unknown, an unsettling premonition stirred within him, as if he were on the verge of losing something profoundly significant. Zhou Fei shook his head. I am uncertain. Initially, I intended to probe with my aura, only to discover that it could not be unleashed at all. Now, I can only proceed step by step. How frustrating. Sun Wukong began to feel increasingly agitated. The trio's speed had reached a level akin to light itself. Yet this passage seemed infinitely deep. Zhou Fei had contemplated utilizing instantaneous movement, yet it was entirely beyond his capability. As he pondered, he suddenly sensed a subtle disturbance. However, this sensation was fleeting and quickly vanished. Zhou Fei merely shifted slightly, attributing the feeling to fatigue from prolonged high-speed flight. Unbeknownst to him, the earlier disturbance had actually emanated from his own body, producing a trace of energy akin to that of this chaotic passage. Suddenly, the passage quaked violently. What is happening? Zhou Fei and two others came to a halt. The three of them leaned against each other, surveying their surroundings, anxious about the possibility of losing their way in this eerie place. However, the corridor merely shuddered momentarily before returning to its normal state, leaving the trio momentarily bewildered. Before they could recover from their astonishment, a faint white light flickered in the distance. Without a second thought, Zhou Fei grasped the arms of his companions and propelled himself in a high-speed flight, racing desperately toward the luminous beacon. He felt an instinctive certainty that it must be the exit. Under the relentless assault of 5 adversaries, Azer finally began to show signs of strain. Now, let us unleash our most powerful moves together and vanquish him in one fell swoop. Vegeta bellowed, taking the lead to initiate his signature technique, the Big Bang attack. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Kamehameha X2. Blazing Kamehameha. Super Chocolate Beam. 5 formidable energy waves converged, amalgamating into an enormous surge of power. Azer, with his palms pressed together, struggled to withstand the onslaught. Alas, he was ultimately unable to resist being consumed by the colossal energy wave. Boom. The very fabric of the earth trembled, and the dazzling energy illuminated nearly half the globe, akin to a second sun rising on the horizon. As the tremors gradually subsided, the surrounding landscape lay utterly transformed. With a vast and unparalleled crater at its center, everything in the vicinity had morphed into a scorched, desolate wasteland, steam continuously rising from the ground. The group landed a distance away, gasping for breath. It's over, Gotenks managed to utter before instantly reverting to his original forms, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. TCH. Vegeta scowled, preparing to voice his displeasure, but his expression shifted as he, along with the others, looked toward the distance in disbelief. No, it can't be. Is this monster withstanding our previous attack? How can we possibly defeat him now? Their faces reflected a profound concern. Azer emerged slowly from the pit, his left arm still bleeding. Rather than displaying anger, he seemed increasingly exhilarated. Ha ha ha. To be honest, I'm absolutely thrilled. Thanks to you, I can relieve my stress. Now, allow me to return the favor. Watch closely, for I shall unveil my true form, and I will free you from your suffering in an instant. Cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's face. True form? Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted forth, sprouting 2 spines from his back, and his body began to transform into an otherworldly shape. Huh. The overwhelming presence surged skyward, causing the entire planet to tremble under its influence, while the sky darkened and strange phenomena began to manifest across the land. Roar! The earth was flattened by the sheer force of his might. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the thick smoke, revealing the monstrous Azer. Thud! Thud! His subordinates collapsed, unable to withstand the chilling aura radiating from him. The weaker Xiao Fong felt as though her entire body was being torn apart, racked with pain and discomfort. The mere presence of such power was indeed monstrous. Obu gulped nervously. In an instant, Azer appeared before him. Before Obu could react, his pupils dilated in shock, and he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was sent hurtling like a high-speed projectile, crashing into a massive boulder, unconscious among the rubble. Obu! Goten shouted in alarm. In a flash, Azer teleported between Goten and Trunks, delivering a punch and a kick that sent them both hurtling away, leaving them grievously injured from such simple maneuvers. No. Without hesitation, Xiao Fong rushed forward to aid her uncle. Azer sneered dismissively, sidestepping her kick with ease, and leaped into the air, firing beams of light from his fingertips at both Xiao Fong and Goten. Xiao Fong. Goten. A piercing sound echoed through the air. Trash. You should behave like trash, Azer declared. Gohan fell to his knees, devastated as he witnessed the deaths of his brother and daughter. His pupils dilated, and he felt utterly lost, grappling with the unbearable agony of having lost his two closest kin before his eyes. Suddenly, the fabric of reality trembled, and three figures emerged from the void. Phew. Finally, we made it out. Zhou Fei took a deep breath. Indeed, just as Sun Wukong began to speak, he abruptly halted, his pupils dilating and veins protruding on his forehead as he transitioned into Super Saiyan 4. Yet, this transformation did not cease. His aura continued to amplify, and within mere seconds, he transcended into Super Saiyan 5. The collision of his energy with A's created a counterforce that halted the tremors of the earth, dispersing the dark clouds. Xiao Fong. Wu Tian. Sun Wukong bellowed in a fit of rage as he charged towards A's. The energy fluctuations he sensed from his granddaughter and son resonated with that of the adversary. Chapter 80. What True Power Entails. Notification from the old Kaio-ken. Kakarot. Dad. Teacher Wukong. Uncle Wukong. Voices echoed around. Zhou Fei cast his gaze downward, observing Azer alongside the lifeless Xiao Fong and Wu Tian. His eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that his intervention was unnecessary. That fellow was doomed. Unbeknownst to Azer, the wrath of Sun Wukong was brewing, and he continued to jest. You Earthlings certainly have a flair for the dramatic, with yet another peculiar transformation. In an instant, Sun Wukong materialized before him, delivering a powerful punch that sent Azer flying. Just as Azer struggled to regain his footing, a flurry of punches rained down upon him like a tempest. The resounding thuds echoed through the void, reminiscent of metal striking an anvil. Yet, in his fury, Sun Wukong's hastily executed strikes left openings for counterattacks, which Azer swiftly exploited. Teleporting to Wukong's side, he seized a handful of the Scion's hair, poised to deliver a decisive blow, when Wukong's tail lashed out, striking his face with a sharp crack. Although the blows were not particularly painful, they dazzled him, causing a few strands of hair to fall. Azer released his grip, and in that moment, Sun Wukong spun around, unleashing a wave of golden energy that enveloped him. With a thunderous roar, Wukong deftly evaded the center of the explosion. Is it over? Oob murmured. Alas, the optimism was misplaced, for Azer emerged from the explosion, declaring, Not bad at all. You are stronger than the others, but still not my match. Azer strode confidently toward him, condensing a fierce energy within his palm before unleashing it. The strike ignited the air with sparks. In a flash, Sun Wukong crossed his arms to absorb the impact. The resulting explosion reverberated violently, sending a tempestuous wave of dust swirling, obscuring the scene within. With a sudden rush, two figures stumbled backward, soon reappearing within the onlooker's view. To think you could still launch an attack at such close range is commendable. However, I have grown weary of this. There is far more enjoyment in obliterating a planet. Azer raised his hand and swept it downward, conjuring a colossal energy blade that cleaved through the ground, creating a gaping chasm. In an instant, magma surged forth from the crevice. Damn it, Kakarot, get a grip. This guy is starting to destroy the earth. Vegeta shouted in desperation. In the throes of intense rage, Sun Wukong felt a surge of awareness, faintly hearing a voice echoing, Get a grip, Kakarot. Gohan, Vegeta, and everyone else, he struggled to utter. His crimson gaze gradually faded, and the tempestuous aura surrounding him began to subside. Seeing this, Zhou Fei couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. Goodness, with just a call, Vegeta summoned him back. Truly, he is a remarkable comrade. Sun Wukong let out a long breath. I shall annihilate you, avenging my granddaughter and Goten. Aze erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard an utterly absurd joke. Annihilate me? How amusing that you would utter such words. Have you lost your senses? Are you unaware of the vast disparity in our powers? If you are oblivious, then allow me, Lord Aze, to graciously demonstrate what true strength entails. With a menacing visage, he exuded an aura that blazed with intensity. Their astonishment was palpable. How could his power still be escalating? They were at a loss for words, for he was a monster among monsters. Could it be that his strength knows no bounds? Oh my, not too shabby. You've managed to reach energy levels comparable to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 5's initial stage. However, in comparison to Sun Wukong, you still fall short by a margin. Zhou Fei secretly smiled. Previously, in a fit of extreme anger, he had shattered barriers. transcending to the Super 5 realm and advancing to the mid-stage. With a swift motion, he appeared before Sun Wukong, unleashing a unique fire-type energy projectile from his chest. In contrast, Sun Wukong merely extended his palm to block it. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, engulfing the vast sky in a haze of smoke. After a few moments, as the thick smoke dissipated, it became evident that Sun Wukong had seized Azer by the neck. What just happened? The others were oblivious. But Zhou Fei understood it all too well. Their perceptions could not capture Sun Wukong's remarkable speed, leaving them unaware of the unfolding events. In the instant the fire-type energy projectiles detonated and were deflected by Sun Wukong, he had delivered a brutal knee strike to Azer's abdomen, sending his internal organs into turmoil. Moreover, the sheer force rendered Azer's body paralyzed. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Ugh! Azer let out a low growl, gripping Sun Wukong's arm tightly. Flames of fury igniting around him. Buzzing sounds filled the air. After more than 10 seconds, surprisingly, Sun Wukong released his grip. Azer clutched his throat, retreating while gasping for air. He pointed at Sun Wukong, attempting to articulate his thoughts. Sun Wukong regarded him with a cold indifference. From his frigid gaze, Azer felt a sense of contempt. Contempt? How could a mere earthling dare to look down upon me? Azer? No, that is impossible. Only I, Azer, possess the right to scorn others. Anyone who dares to belittle me must perish. With this realization, he gradually ascended into the air, adopting a stance to gather energy, preparing to unleash his ultimate skill. This moment signified the impending conclusion of their battle. You say your name is Azer, and you claim to be truly powerful. Allow me to demonstrate what real strength entails, Sun Wukong spoke, his tone strikingly detached. Assuming his stance, he was about to unleash his renowned technique. Dai, Kamehameha, whoosh, whiz, bang. As the opponent's skill threatened to collide with him, Sun Wukong finally released the Kamehameha wave. The two energy waves clashed momentarily before Sun Wukong's Kamehameha surged through Azer's energy wave. Azer, in a state of panic, watched the Kamehameha barreling toward him. Realizing it was about to strike him, he hastily extended both hands to defend himself. However, how could he withstand the power of the Sun family? No, it was impossible. The overwhelming energy wave tore through his skin, shattering it, and thus, amid the radiant explosion, he was twisted into fine dust, vanishing into the ether. The energy wave traversed the atmosphere, detonating in outer space, illuminating half the Earth. After more than 10 seconds, the brilliance faded. With a hum, Sun Wukong reverted to his original form, his body beginning to convulse. Even in this state, he slowly rose, staggering towards Xiaofeng and Wutian. He knelt beside their lifeless bodies, collapsing to the ground with tears in his eyes, mourning for his dearest ones with a heart-wrenching cry. Zhou Fei and the rib rice fell to the ground. The rib rice shook its head in a somewhat disheartening manner. Zhou Fei approached and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Do not grieve so sorrowfully. If the Dragon Balls on Earth are of no use, then let us journey to Namek." For a brief moment, the atmosphere grew silent. Sun Wukong wiped away his tears, realizing, indeed, how did I not think of that? All right, I shall go to Namek at once. Just as he prepared to utilize instant transmission, the voice of the old Kai echoed, "This is dire news. The evil Dragon Balls are about to be revived. How can this be happening so soon?" Sun Wukong questioned, perplexed. According to the great dragon god, after departing from the dragon realm, the malevolent energy should not return to the evil Dragon Balls so rapidly. It should take a considerable amount of time. It was not merely the recent battle that allowed the evil Dragon Balls to absorb vast amounts of energy and revive prematurely. In 5 hours, 7 evil dragons would scatter across the land. You must hurry to the temple now, the old Kai insisted. However, Sun Wukong gazed at his son and granddaughter. I understand. I will ensure Xian preserves their bodies. Later, let Xian go to Namek to have Purunga revive your son and granddaughter. Xian, I have not harmed any of you. Am I merely a tool? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong pondered deeply, then stood and expressed his gratitude to the old Kai, glancing at his eldest son. Gohan met his father's gaze with unwavering determination. If the evil dragons could not be vanquished, not only would his daughter and brother perish, but even his wife and mother would be in peril. Hence, it was paramount to eliminate the evil dragons first. Gohan and Sun Wukong shared an embrace. Vegeta scoffed, yet inwardly, he felt a sense of joy at Kakarot's return. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they arrived at the temple via Sun Wukong's instant transmission. Shortly after their departure, Xian appeared to carry away the two bodies. Chapter 81. The Resurrection of the Evil Dragons and Their Battles at the Temple. Tian anxiously gazed at the Dragon Balls, which emitted a pulsating red glow. Lord Kami, Bobo whispered. Just then, Sun Wukong and his companions arrived. Tian turned to see them, her heart lifting with joy, for hope had returned to Earth. Mr. Wukong, I am so glad you are back, she said sincerely. Sun Wukong felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing his revival had once again plunged Earth into peril. The instigator, Zhou Fei, remained blissfully unaware. After exchanging a few more words, Zhou Fei suddenly coughed, interrupting their conversation. There is no time for idle chatter. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, and Ub, come with me to the room of spirit and time. I must give you special training. Special training? Trunks questioned, puzzled. What more can we do at this time? Without hesitation, Sun Wukong nodded, fully aware of Zhou Fei's formidable strength. Vegeta, observing Kakarot's unwavering resolve, contemplated for a moment before also agreeing, seeing their fathers in accord. Trunks and Gohan had nothing more to say and consented as well. Ub, too, agreed, recognizing that he must have untapped potential if he was chosen. The six of them followed Zhou Fei to the room of spirit and time, entering through the grand door. Meanwhile, Tian and Bobo exchanged puzzled glances, wondering how this stranger knew the location of the room. Left behind was Raboku, standing in a daze. 5 hours quietly passed. Buzz. The place where the Dragon Balls were kept emitted a low hum, and suddenly, a dark light surged forth. Not good. Tian's expression turned grave as she looked at the sky. Crack. The black light shattered the protective glass, gradually coalescing into a dark dragon. Ha! I have finally returned. Sun Wukong, all of you shall perish. The voice of the dragon was a cacophony. It then transformed into 7 streaks of light, vanishing into the horizon. At that moment, in the Kaio-ken realm, Kaio-ken Xian and Goten commenced their actions. Xiaofang and Goten had recently been revived. Xiaofang wished to accompany them, but was sharply deterred by Goten's words. At the Earth Temple, Zhou Fei and his companions emerged from the room of spirit and time. Upon their exit, Tian's anxious heart found some solace. Looking at the heavily clouded sky, Zhou Fei furrowed his brow. Have the evil dragons already been resurrected? Indeed, they have scattered to 7 different locations. Zhou Fei nodded and turned to look at Sun Wukong and the others. The group exchanged glances and, filled with righteous fury, charged towards the several malevolent dragons. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai appeared, accompanied by Goten. Supreme Kai? Tian exclaimed, recognizing him immediately. The Supreme Kai acknowledged him with a nod, while Goten expressed his gratitude to the Supreme Kai before soaring towards Trunks. As Son Goten departed, the Supreme Kai regarded Zhou Fei with a serious expression. Sir, my ancestor has entrusted me with a message for you. Zhou Fei nodded calmly. The esteemed ancestor wishes to entrust you with the task of detaining 2 malevolent dragons. The ancestor has a foreboding that these evil dragons may prove to be markedly different from those encountered in the past. Oh, different you say? That certainly piques my interest. Zhou Fei smiled faintly. I entrust this to you. I still need to relocate them to another battlefield. After all, if we engage in combat on Earth, it will lead to its utter destruction. Zhou Fei expressed his understanding, and in an instant, he vanished. Shortly thereafter, the King of Worlds also disappeared. On the northern ice continent, the 2-star dragon surveyed the surrounding environment and couldn't help but shudder. If the 3-star dragon were to be here, he would undoubtedly relish the experience. This time, I shall make this world tremble with fear, and as for Sun Wukong, I will savor the slow torment of you. Whoosh! A powerful aura rushed in from the distance, quickly arriving before him. Who are you? The 2-star dragon gazed at Oob with confusion. I am the one destined to defeat you, 2-star dragon. Defeat me? How utterly laughable. As both beings unleashed their energies, preparing to engage, the King of Worlds intervened with an instantaneous teleportation, transporting them to a planet called Zuno Star, only to vanish once again. Now we can fight properly. Oob growled as he charged towards the 2-star dragon. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the 1-star dragon were relocated to the realm of the King of Worlds, while the old King of Worlds, along with Xiao Fang, was sent to some place in the lower realm. Son Gohan and the 7-star dragon found themselves in the demon realm, while Son Goten and Trunks, along with the 6-star dragon, were transported to Kataki Star. Vegeta and the 5-star dragon were sent to Mugen Star, And finally, the 3-star dragon and the 4-star dragon remained on Earth, left to Zhou Fei. On a rugged mountain peak, Zhou Fei faced off against the 3-star and 4-star dragons. "You dare to take us on alone? How audacious," the 3-star dragon remarked. His gaze icy. "What's the matter? Is that not permissible?" Zhou Fei nonchalantly remarked, "Arrogance." Without regard for the thoughts of the 4-star dragon, the 3-star dragon charged toward his opponent. With a swift punch aimed at close range, Zhou Fei tilted his head just in time to evade the blow. In that fleeting moment of escape, a kick struck his abdomen, sending him hurtling away. As he steadied himself, the 3-star dragon unleashed a wave of icy blue energy. Zhou Fei, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the energy wave. Concurrently, battles erupted in various other locations. In a certain lower realm, the old Kai and Xiao Fong observed the scenes within a crystal ball, harboring hopes that the situation would not be as dire as he feared. The old Kai muttered to himself, sensing an unsettling difference in the resurrection of this evil dragon compared to previous instances. Xiao Fong, with a worried expression, watched the fierce confrontations involving her father and grandfather. The old Kai gently patted her head, signaling her to remain untroubled, which provided her with a modicum of reassurance. Chapter 82. The 4 Dragon Balls Acquired. You are nothing but trash on planet Zuno. The tumultuous energy of OOB and the 2-star dragon converged, creating a colossal storm. With OOB's roar, an overwhelming aura surged forth. The 2-star dragon observed with intrigue, but her expression shifted suddenly, as she felt the malevolent energy emanating from OOB mirroring her own. Let me conclude this swiftly. Her crimson eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light, and strange patterns surfaced on her body, a transformation aided by the enigmatic Zhou Fei. However, this form could not be sustained for long, for prolonged use would lead to losing herself. Hence, she must act decisively. In a flash, she appeared before the 2-star dragon. The latter's pupils constricted, astonished by the unexpected speed. Before she could mount a defense, a resounding impact sent her reeling backward, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. The assault did not cease there. OOB swiftly ascended to a vantage point, directing his palms forward to unleash a tremendous energy wave. With a wail, the 2-star dragon was reduced to ashes. OOB fell from the sky, gasping for breath. Moments later, he retrieved the 2-star Dragon Ball, awaiting the arrival of the Kaio-ken. On planet Kataki, Trunks gazed with a grave expression at the hideous transformation of the 6-star dragon. The malevolent aura assaulted his senses. "You shall pay dearly for this. I will not kill you swiftly but will savor the torment," declared the 6-star dragon, her eyes ablaze with fury. She detested this second form, yet felt compelled to adopt it to combat the young warrior effectively. "Boastful words are meaningless. True prowess will reveal itself," Trunks retorted. As soon as he spoke, he dashed towards her, seizing the initiative. The 6-star dragon, seemingly anticipating his move, smirked, her grotesque features accentuated by her expression. In an instant, as Trunks reached her, she struck out with impeccable timing. Bang! Trunks was caught off guard and sent hurtling away, a cloud of dust erupting from his impact. Rising from the rubble, he wiped the blood from his lips, realizing the strength of her blow. Had he not fortified his chest with energy, his ribs would have surely fractured. Spitting out blood, he adjusted his stance, his focus sharpening. The 6-star dragon sensed a shift, her curiosity piqued by the boy's resilience. Suddenly, Trunks began to roar, his power surging as lightning crackled around him, his eyebrows vanishing and his hair cascading down to his waist. The planet trembled under the intensity of his transformation. "Behold my true strength. I shall end this battle post-haste. What does it matter if I change form? Prepare to perish." The two figures collided with the speed of lightning, producing a deafening sound. After a rapid exchange of blows, Trunks unleashed a powerful elbow strike to her face, sending her flying, losing several teeth in the process. She crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood. Trunks' blow was formidable, harnessing the majority of his might. "Though you are strong, I am stronger, and this will conclude here." 6-star dragon. With a flourish of his hands, he executed a series of ostentatious movements, preparing for a fiery assault. Blazing flame attack. In an instant, a searing energy wave engulfed her. No, a thunderous explosion erupted, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud. Taking a deep breath, Trunks exhaled, feeling drained despite his victory over her. Just as Mr. Zhou Fei had warned, without sufficient foundational strength, maintaining the Super Saiyan 3rd level was impossible. Fortunately, In the hyperbolic time chamber, Zhou Fei had taught him how to control this transformation. He retrieved the 6-star Dragon Ball, awaiting the next steps. In the demon realm, the situation mirrored that of Trunks, albeit with minor interruptions. Ultimately, Goten had resolved the matter with a replicated Dragon Fist, albeit at the cost of sustaining significant injuries. After a brief respite, he too collected the Dragon Balls and awaited further developments. On Earth, the 3-star dragon remarked, "I must admit, you possess considerable strength. Enduring my relentless assaults thus far." Trunks responded, "It cannot be said that your strength is lacking." Zhou Fei chuckled, and in an instant, the air fell into a hushed silence. Hee. The 3-star dragon let out a chilling sneer, yet his smile bore an ominous quality. Meanwhile, the 4-star dragon, who observed from a distance, remained expressionless. With a swift motion, he closed the distance in the blink of an eye, arriving before Zhou Fei in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Fei flicked his fingers, unleashing a surge of ferocious energy that struck him instantaneously. Billowing black smoke spread forth. Yet, a hand emerged from the obscuring haze, and upon contact, the 3-star dragon was sent flying. Astonished, the 3-star dragon gazed upon this figure. Zhou Fei had transformed into a form with flowing golden hair, though his aura was not golden but a fierce crimson. A Super Saiyan 3 indeed. Yet, even in this state, you cannot possibly be my equal. With a swift motion, the 3-star dragon ascended into the air, raising both hands as an extreme chill of energy coalesced between them. A hum resonated, followed by a piercing rush as the overwhelming icy energy erupted from his grasp. Zhou Fei gazed calmly at the energy surging towards him, before gradually assuming a stance. 50-fold new chi cannon. Whoosh. Bang. Boom. A colossal energy collided in the void, generating an immense force, its dazzling radiance shining forth like a second sun illuminating the surroundings. Ziz. Ziz. The terrifying energy formed ripples that expanded outward in concentric circles. How is this possible? The expression on the 3-star dragon's face twisted into a grimace as he intensified his energy output, momentarily suppressing the chi cannon. Zhou Fei's lips curled into a subtle smile as he slightly reduced his power. The icy energy penetrated the chi cannon, crashing to the ground in a resounding explosion. Ha ha ha. Are you beginning to comprehend my prowess? The audacious 3-star dragon laughed maniacally. Although his opponent was not Sun Wukong, any Saiyan was destined to perish. In the distance, the 4-star dragon narrowed his eyes and slowly gazed upward, where he spotted a silhouette, yet he refrained from alerting the 3-star dragon. Hey, what are you laughing at? The 3-star dragon suddenly stiffened, turning his body slowly. In that fleeting moment, he unleashed a punch, but in the next heartbeat, his eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, incredulously witnessing the other's hand piercing through his chest. You. The 3-star dragon struggled to articulate his thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words. Zhou Fei regarded the 4-star dragon with an expression devoid of emotion. You are nothing but refuse, he declared. With a swift motion of his hand, he struck, shattering the creature's skull. How revolting. He utilized his energy to evaporate the blood of his adversary, and as the Dragon Ball descended, he effortlessly grasped it, securing the 4th orb in his possession. His gaze then shifted to the 4-star dragon. Chapter 83. Sun Wukong vs. Super 1-star Dragon. I never anticipated your utter ruthlessness towards your own kin, he remarked. A faint smile graced the lips of the 4-star dragon. Zhou Fei beckoned to him with a flick of his finger. Yet, he remained utterly unmoved. I can sense your formidable prowess, but now is not the moment for action, spoke the 4-star dragon with an indifferent gaze. Zhou Fei furrowed his brow. The 4-star dragon was markedly different from before. However, he did not dwell on it. A moment of silence enveloped the two. In the lower realm, the old Kaio-ken gazed intently at the images within the crystal ball, his demeanor grave. As anticipated, the worst-case scenario had unfolded. The screen displayed scenes from the 1-star dragon, 4-star dragon, and 5-star dragon locations. His primary concern lay with the 1-star and 4-star dragons. What sinister objectives did these two malevolent dragons conceal? Meanwhile, Xiaofang looked up at the old Kaio-ken and asked, Grandfather, will my grandpa be all right? The old Kaio-ken smiled gently, reassuring her, do not worry. Your grandfather is exceptionally strong. Xiaofang nodded in response. In the Kaio-ken realm, Sun Wukong observed the 1-star dragon, now completely transformed. I never expected such a dramatic change in you. The slender 1-star dragon chuckled. I, too, did not foresee this transformation. Nevertheless, I feel quite well. How about a match? Sun Wukong? I am already feeling exhilarated. With a glint in his eye, Sun Wukong let out a low growl and transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form. Oh, you are starting with Super Saiyan 4. How splendid. The one-star dragon's energy surged. Haha. Excellent. Let us begin. In an instant, the two figures clashed like lightning, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that swept across the heavens. The sky resonated with thunderous roars as streaks of light intertwined at astonishing speeds, leaving chaos in their wake. With a swift movement, they both retreated several steps to regain their footing. Sun Wukong glanced at the white marks on his arm, which quickly faded. In the blink of an eye, the one-star dragon lunged at Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful punch. Sun Wukong sidestepped and countered with a spinning kick, resulting in a terrifying explosion of energy as their fists and feet collided. Both were sent flying by the immense force. Haha. Engaging in battle with you is truly delightful, Sun Wukong. Allow me to savor this a bit longer. As he spoke, his muscles rippled, and his energy swelled further. Sun Wukong's expression grew serious. This opponent was indeed extraordinary, intensifying his excitement. He matched the one-star dragon's energy level, and the second round of battle was poised to commence. On the planet Mujin, Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta regarded the 5-star dragon with disdain, having anticipated a formidable adversary, only to find it lacking. The ground trembled as the 5-star dragon emerged from a deep pit. You dare treat me like this? Unforgivable. Although furious, the 5-star dragon refrained from rash actions. Is this all you can muster? It seems you are the weakest among the 7 dragons, Vegeta scoffed. The 5-star dragon, however, merely smirked coldly. Laugh all you want. I have already obtained your blood. Your demise is imminent. He licked the blood on his hands, which belonged to Vegeta. At that moment, his expression shifted dramatically. What power is this? It's overwhelmingly strong, far beyond my capability to contend with. Despite his self-proclaimed strength, the 5-star dragon found himself outmatched. What's wrong? Do you possess no other strength? If that is the case, then you should vanish. To ensure complete obliteration of his foe, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, gathering his energy to unleash a devastating Big Bang attack. Wait, Vegeta, unperturbed, scoffed as the energy erupted, engulfing him. Amidst his agonizing cries, the 5-star dragon was reduced to ashes, and the Dragon Balls scattered, which Vegeta dismissed with indifference. Returning to the Kaio-ken realm, the two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows. Each collision generated immense shockwaves, and the fierce winds created by their fists reverberated through the air. The clash of black and golden auras birthed a terrifying storm that ravaged the surroundings. With a swift kick, the 1-star dragon launched an attack. Sun Wukong, sensing the impending strike, countered with a kick of his own. The sound of their collision echoed, sending ripples through the void. Suddenly, the 1-star dragon unleashed an enormous force upon Sun Wukong's chest. The ground trembled violently as a massive tornado spread across the sky, the power terrifying. Boom. Both were propelled thousands of meters away. Ah, this feels exhilarating, Sun Wukong. But you must have more hidden abilities. Why not reveal your true strength to conclude this? The 1-star dragon smiled, though the grin held an ominous edge. Sun Wukong nodded. He recognized that Super Saiyan 4 was insufficient and would need to resort to Super Saiyan 5. Clenching his fists and tensing his muscles, his energy began to swell dramatically. In an instant, his explosive aura caused the Kaio-ken realm to tremble, and as golden light enveloped him, he transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Oh, magnificent. Truly spectacular. Ha ha ha. This energy is beyond imagination. My entire body is tingling. If I do not take this seriously, I will be in dire straits. His expression was one of exhilaration and fervor, as if he were on the brink of ecstasy. After a few breaths, he regained his composure, lowered his eyelids momentarily, then suddenly opened them wide, his muscles swelling, emanating a powerful aura that spread across the expanse. After several seconds, a peculiar light enveloped him, accompanied by his incredibly solid muscles. Come, Sun Wukong, let us commence the final showdown. With a rush of energy, he charged towards Sun Wukong, delivering a heavy punch. Sun Wukong mirrored the action. Bang! Waves of terrifying energy radiated outward, their blows resonating with the heavens. The fierce combat, accompanied by blinding brilliance, illuminated the sky. Wherever they struck, a series of deafening explosions erupted, akin to a line of nuclear bombs detonating in unison. The ground cracked, magma surged forth, and the searing heat transformed the earth into a blazing inferno. Clearly, their attacks exceeded the limits of the Kaio-ken realm's endurance. Both fighters staggered backward, each sustaining considerable damage. Damn it, I find myself at a disadvantage. The 1-star dragon's expression darkened. This was his full power, yet he could not overcome Sun Wukong. Must I truly summon that fourth guy? Quickly, he dismissed the thought. Who was he? He was the supreme one-star dragon, ascending to the lofty heights. He concentrated all his energy into a single point and bellowed at Sun Wukong. Try to withstand this move, Sun Wukong. Huh. Spartan Kuga Cannon. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong's expression hardened as he unleashed the Kamehameha wave. The immense energy radiated in all directions, stirring a tumultuous whirlwind of raw power. The fierce energy lanced through the air, causing both combatants' skin to prickle with a sharp sting. At that moment, their auras fluctuated dramatically. After a brief interval, Sun Wukong's energy wave shattered the opponent's defenses. The terrifying force engulfed the Super One-Star Dragon, yet in the final moments, the Super One-Star Dragon revealed a faint smile. The energy tore through the void, reaching outer space, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that echoed throughout the cosmos, akin to a radiant sun slowly rising. An unparalleled torrent of energy unleashed a series of storms that ravaged the King Kai's realm, uprooting the very ground with its terrifying might. Sun Wukong himself was propelled backward by the energy wave, crashing to the ground like a meteor, creating a massive crater from which he eventually regained his composure. Indeed, it seemed he could not endure for long. Reflecting on Zhou Fei's words, a bitter smile crept across his face. He had been overly naive in his expectations. Just as he attempted to rise, his body convulsed unexpectedly, prompting him to relent and take a moment to rest. Chapter 84, A Vast Disparity. Conclusion. The old Kai looked at the scene within the crystal ball, nodding in satisfaction. Only the final four-star dragon remained. He shifted his gaze toward Earth. On Earth, the four-star dragon facing Zhou Fei's expression subtly shifted. Internally, he mused, has everything been eradicated? Even the one-star dragon? Hey, what's wrong? Did you not anticipate it would turn out this way? Zhou Fei chuckled, perhaps. The four-star dragon spoke ambiguously. All right, four-star dragon, let me witness your strength. It seems that I can no longer evade a confrontation with you. Thus, I have no choice but to engage in battle, for I still have my own matters to attend to. In an instant, the two vanished from sight. A straightforward punch was hurled towards Zhou Fei, yet he adeptly evaded it with a serpentine maneuver. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a wave of energy. Zhou Fei instantly teleported behind him and delivered a swift chop to the back of his head. Bang! The four-star dragon raised his hand to intercept the attack, immediately following up with a swift kick aimed at his lower region. Zhou Fei did not evade. Instead, he launched a powerful kick. As their legs collided, an explosive force surged forth, causing both to retreat swiftly, resulting in a shattering of the mountain peak. In the next moment, Zhou Fei inexplicably vanished, reappearing before the four-star dragon with a speed so swift that it was nearly beyond perception. He placed his hands on the dragon's shoulders, then slid down to grasp his wrists, executing a whimsical spin reminiscent of a loveress dance. The howling wind echoed incessantly in his ears. In an instant, he shot forth like a cannonball, soaring into the distance, obliterating several small mountain peaks until he was embedded within the cliffside. Shortly thereafter, the mountainside trembled and a massive fissure split open, from which the four-star dragon emerged unscathed. How could one treat an elder in such a manner? You truly lack a sense of decorum. The four-star dragon brushed off the dust from his attire, casting a glance around, yet failing to locate Zhou Fei's figure. In the very instant he blinked, Zhou Fei stood before him once more. Bang. Before he could react, Zhou Fei's knee propelled him away. Ugh. He flew backwards for thousands of meters before finally halting, wiping the blood from his nose. TCH. It seems I must take this more seriously. I shall conclude this battle with utmost swiftness, for Sun Wukong is my true target. Divine Dragon Shield. A tremendous surge of malevolent energy erupted from his being. Once more, the earth was to face calamity. It truly is a land of misfortune. I never imagined that I would find myself outmatched by Sun Wukong. How vexing. Zhou Fei smiled serenely. In the next instant, he elevated the Kaio-ken technique to a staggering 150 times its usual power. Two streaks of light flashed past, intertwining as they engaged in an intense close-quarters combat. In the realm of the Kais, Xian brought everyone back to the sacred domain. The moment Xiaofang spotted her father, she rushed towards him, tightly embracing her grandfather thereafter. Tears streamed down her cheeks, reminiscent of blooming pear flowers. She had always shared a close bond with her grandfather, and since his departure, she had deeply longed for him. The others chose not to disrupt this heartwarming scene until the sounds of fierce battle reverberated from the crystal ball. How incredible! Who exactly is Mr. Zhou Fei? capable of holding his own against this 4-star dragon in the form of Super Saiyan 3 combined with Kaio-ken. Cranks was astounded by the spectacle. This individual is indeed stronger than I had anticipated, remarked Sun Wukong. Kakarot, tell us how he brought you back, Vegeta inquired, puzzled. The situation unfolded as follows. Minutes later, everyone stood in awe, unable to comprehend that Zhou Fei's strength had reached such extraordinary heights. It was truly astonishing that a mere mortal could achieve feats capable of transcending realms, a notion that left many astounded. The old Kai sighed softly, expressing his amazement. Grandfather, look quickly, Zhao Fei suddenly exclaimed. Everyone turned their gaze towards the crystal ball. Zhou Fei seized the tail of the 4-star dragon, diving rapidly from the heavens toward the earth. As he approached within a mere 5 meters of the ground, he abruptly released his grip, resulting in a resounding boom. The tremendous force created a massive crater upon impact. However, Zhou Fei's assault did not cease. He raised his hand, unleashing a flurry of energy blasts. The dazzling, multicolored energy shimmered, delivering a visually striking spectacle. Do not underestimate me. The earth trembled as formidable energy surged forth, dispersing the energy blasts. His figure darted through the air like a bolt of black lightning. And with a sudden thud, Zhou Fei was sent sprawling by a single punch. Huh, now this is entertaining. It would be quite dull if I were to merely press down relentlessly. Zhou Fei chuckled. I merely wished to conserve my energy. Yet I did not anticipate you possessed such formidable strength. However, that is where your prowess ends. You are still far from my level. Behold my Super Dragon Shield. His aura surged once more, but this time, the increase in energy was utterly terrifying. The intense pressure evaporated the very air around him, creating a vacuum. Given this, I shall now get serious. Zhou Fei entered the realm of Super 5. With a hum, his figure flickered and he suddenly appeared before the 4-star dragon. So swift. Before he could react, a powerful punch struck his face, causing it to cave in.